Pay attention, this girl is called Xiao Mei. She has a pair of beautiful legs. The private room was deathly silent. Wang Wei looked innocent. It's not like I was flirting with Yuan Peipei. Are you all staring at me? Even Yuan Peipei probably didn't expect that her former junior suitor would one day use his bird to tease her. Her fair face was flushed crimson, veins visible beneath the skin. It was 1993 in Zhouhai, at a tea house. The private room contained not only Wang Wei's parents, but also Yuan Peipei's parents. A perfectly normal matchmaking meeting had been turned awkward by the stupid bird perched on Wang Wei's shoulder. Uncle Yuan probably started disliking me from this moment. Wang Wei thought to himself, while simultaneously buttering him up. Nowadays, the shipping magnates and real estate tycoons of Hong Kong, the rubber kings of Southeast Asia, are Teochew people. After a brief moment of awkwardness, Uncle Yuan happily said, I'm not boasting, but if we Teochew people set our minds to something, we can make it to the top in any industry. That's indeed impressive. When Fei Xiong sang fire, he accidentally burned down the Greater Xing'an Range. Yet the Greater Xing'an Range still exists, but you Teochew people burned yourselves right out of the Pearl River Delta, and the economic special zone map of the Pearl River Delta. Shantou is nowhere to be found. Seeing Uncle Yuan in a good mood, Wang Wei said, well, there's one industry Teochew people definitely can't enter. Uncle Yuan excitedly challenged, I don't believe it. Name it. Which one? Wang Wei said, eunuchs. That damn Teochew competitive spirit. Uncle Yuan shouted, why not? Wang Wei said, actually, in ancient times, there were Teochew people who entered the palace as eunuchs. There was one Teochew friend who became a food-serving eunuch. On his first day of work, he loudly announced, the emperor is eating. After that, the palace stopped hiring Teochew people. Why? Uncle Yuan was even more puzzled. Wang Wei asked, how do you say the emperor is eating in Teochew? As everyone was momentarily stunned, the parrot Airbai was screamed, the emperor is dead. Ha 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 ha. Wang Wei and the parrot laughed uncontrollably. Everyone else. Uncle Yuan's face instantly turned even uglier. This hellishly inappropriate joke was anything but funny for a family of Teochew people like the Yuans. Annie Zhou forced a dry laugh and tried to smooth things over. How's Wang Wei's job going? Smoothly? Wang Wei nodded very smoothly. I earn over 100 yuan a month. My parents give me another 200 plus, making it 500. Uncle Yuan and Annie Zhou thought to themselves, how does over 100 plus 200 plus equal 500? If their daughter later gets a job at a foreign company, together they could make over 1,000 yuan. Life would be quite comfortable. Then they heard Wang Wei add, I barely manage on my own. If it's not enough later, I'll just ask Sister Peipei for more. Old Wang, Old Shun, Old Yuan, Old Zhou, Yuan Peipei, CHH. Everyone looked at Yuan Peipei, confused. This unmotivated man is asking you for money, and you're laughing? Yuan Peipei's cheeks turned slightly red. The emperor is dead. Her reaction is way too slow. Wang Wei looked at her, puzzled. Yuan Peipei was looking right back at him. This was perhaps the first time in their lives their eyes truly met. Hello, Sister Peipei. Before, she never wore glasses outside of class, so her eyes always seemed hazy, a bit dull. Thus, Yuan Peipei had never clearly seen that junior schoolmate Wang Wei who followed her around, declaring he'd marry her as his wife. Yuan Peipei's bangs brushed against her eyes. As she reached to push them back, her fingers kept touching her glasses, adjusting them repeatedly. Clumsy, somewhat cute, and approachable. Such a daughter Wang Wei couldn't understand why Uncle Yuan would let her suffer any hardship. All right, last time, when Yuan Peipei boldly said, I don't want to get married yet, Uncle Yuan publicly humiliated her with harsh words in front of everyone. This time, Wang Wei didn't want her to suffer such humiliation. Now, Uncle Yuan definitely wouldn't consider Wang Wei as a potential son-in-law. Even for the sake of his parents' face, Uncle Yuan wouldn't give in. Wang Wei looked excitedly at Yuan Peipei. I'm planning to quit my job and go to Hong Kong to find you. Can we settle down in Hong Kong together? No. Uncle Yuan loudly rejected. Realizing his tone was bad, he forced a smile. Wang Wei, don't joke. Peipei is your sister. Settle down? What are you talking about? Wang Wei asked, puzzled. Isn't today a matchmaking meeting? No. Uncle Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. Your parents and I have been friends for so many years. You and Peipei graduated from the same school. She's back on vacation, so we arranged for both families to gather. Matchmaking? No matchmaking. Peipei is solely focused on her career right now. Phew. Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. So the alarm is lifted? But the eyes behind her glasses studied Wang Wei for a long time. So, she's actively rejecting me? Actually, it wasn't just Yuan Peipei who didn't understand. His parents didn't understand either. Their son, who had followed Yuan Peipei around since middle school, saying he'd marry her, was acting strangely today. What else could he do? If Wang Wei didn't act flamboyant and reckless, how could Uncle Yuan rush to leave with his wife and daughter in a hurry? If Wang Wei rejected the matchmaking outright, Uncle Yuan and Annie Zhou would lose face. If Yuan Peipei rejected the matchmaking, Uncle Yuan would scold her terribly. So let Wang Wei be the villain. Wang Wei only understood this truth many years later. In his previous life, Yuan Peipei wasn't rejecting Wang Wei, she was rejecting the shackles of fate. Uncle Yuan's family was leaving. Wang Wei said, "Uncle Yuan, sorry for the poor hospitality this morning. How about we switch to another tea house this afternoon?" Uncle Yuan waved his hand. "Have things this afternoon. Another time." Wang Wei continued to insist, "Tomorrow? How about tomorrow?" Uncle Yuan still waved his hand. "Tomorrow, your sister Peipei is going to shunned, then back to Hong Kong. Next time we'll have tea together." Uncle Yuan even teased the parrot on Wang Wei's shoulder. "TSK, TSK, TSK. It's actually quite well behaved." The parrot, Air by Wu, stared with big eyes. "Behave, call me dad." Everyone else. This time, Uncle Yuan completely lost it and turned to leave. Annie Zhou ran after him, pulling at his arm. "Don't be angry. Wang Wei is actually a good kid." "Shut up." Uncle Yuan shook off her hand. "Do you think you get to decide these things? Good? Where's the good? Sloppy, unmotivated, no sense of responsibility, living off women, and that stupid bird-like master like Bird, HMPF. Over 100 plus, 200 plus equals 500? HMPF. Mother and daughter were long accustomed to his way of speaking. Yuan Peipei had walked quite far, but she still turned back for one last look at Wang Wei. In countless previous times, she never turned back, because Wang Wei was never clear in her eyes. This time, she wore glasses, but at the end of her gaze, he was already gone. On the way home, Old Wang and Old Chen looked at their son, confused. "Since middle school, you've been following Yuan Peipei, saying you'd marry her. We arranged this meeting for you. Peipei was here today. Such a great opportunity, why didn't you cherish it?" Wang Wei was looking up at the sky, saying to his still young parents, "There will be real love in the future." Chapter 0002. Rebirth in 1993. Unbeknownst to his mother, who was startled by the speed of the car, Wang Wei gently touched his face and declared that today they would not speak of the future. She understood that he had affections for Peipei. "Why not express your feelings?" she inquired. Wang Wei replied, "Mom, when grandfather forbade you from marrying outside the family, why did you still choose to marry dad?" Indeed, his mother hailed from Chaos Han, a region renowned for producing virtuous wives. Observing his mother's silent smile, Wang Wei continued, "Sister Peipei aspires to realize her self-worth. If she were to marry and have children casually, she would undoubtedly feel regret. As someone who has traversed this path, you should comprehend her sentiments." Yuan Peipei, the belle of Shiguan Middle School, had gained admission to Wuhan University through her own diligence. Subsequently, she secured an opportunity to work in Hong Kong, perhaps to validate her existence or to escape her familial roots. Wang Wenwei turned to his wife, Chen Yujiao, and together they gazed at their son. The cause of their son's recent eccentricity was revealed to be his endeavor to support Yuan Peipei. In this light, it was evident that their son had matured significantly. Wang Wei gazed earnestly at his parents, declaring, "I have made a decision that contradicts our ancestors. I intend to resign and embark on a business venture." Wang Wenwei, Chen Yujiao. Just moments ago, they had praised his maturity, only to be met with this abrupt revelation. Initially, the couple believed their son was merely speaking whimsically over tea. However, it became apparent that he had pondered this decision deeply. Wang Wenwei took a cigarette from his son, lighting it, and was soon engulfed by a haze of smoke that mirrored the anxiety etched across his face. "Have you considered what path you wish to pursue? You aren't contemplating stock trading, are you?" Wang Wei, while amusing a parakeet, responded, "Mom and Dad, I grew weary of stock trading in my past life. I have no desire to engage in it again." This incessant mention of a past life made him seem as if he were under some spell. They could not fathom that just days prior, Wang Wei had been a prominent figure in private equity, currently shorting the Longfu Group. Over the course of 10 trading days, he had amassed over 80 million, of which he stood to gain approximately 8 million. Such ease in earning wealth was attributed to the fortuitous passing of the jovial leader, Mr. Zhong, which prompted Wang Wei to short Longfu. Following that, the Hong Kong Food and Environmental Hygiene Department exposed Longfu's malpractices. In a twist of fate, he reversed his strategy, halting sales and strategically accumulating shares in Longfu. He astutely surmised that the internal strife within the jovial company was merely a ruse to stabilize the market sales figures. The intent was to ensure a smooth transition of power within the company without detriment to product sales. Indeed, just 2 days prior, the successor of the jovial company announced his resignation, leading to a remarkable 5% surge in Longfu's stock price that afternoon. Later that evening, the Hong Kong Food and Environmental Hygiene Department publicly apologized for the water quality issues concerning Longfu. At that moment, Wang Wei had been immersed in a game of happy landlord. Predictably, the following morning was the opportune moment for stock liquidation as retail investors rushed to buy, allowing the major shareholders to reap their rewards. However, when he awoke yesterday morning, he found himself in a cramped bedroom from 30 years past, with the parakeet, which had previously succumbed to depression, joyfully chirping away. Wang Wei strained to recall what misstep had led to his rebirth. After much contemplation, it all likely stemmed from Wang Wei's words. If given a second chance, he would no longer wish to be a speculator, but rather ensure his parents' peace and immerse himself in industry, sailing the vast seas of the stars. Yet, I was merely posturing. How did it become real? The Chinese philosophy of relaxation. Since we're here already, the boasts we've made, let's fulfill them. The timing of this rebirth is indeed serendipitous. At life's crossroads, one must choose left or right. Without the opportunity to start anew, one might never recognize where these crossroads lie. When Wang Wei returned to this moment, he seemed to understand. This blind date was the pivotal crossroads of his life. It was precisely because Yuan Peipei rejected him that Wang Wei poured all his savings, his few thousand yuan, plus the 100,000 from his parents, into the stock market. He believed her refusal was rooted in his lack of wealth. By the time he ascended from a small investor to a legendary figure in private equity, he occasionally reflected on that day and realized Yuan Peipei wasn't rejecting him. She was rejecting the shackles of fate. But by the time Wang Wei grasped this truth, he was no longer that impulsive youth. The fervent urge to chase after Yuan Peipei had faded. She was once his white moonlight, now merely an ordinary passerby in his life. Reject the blind date and the white moonlight, then rise to become the wealthiest. Let the waves surge. Wang Wei remains the unshakable pillar. Today, Wang Wei would bid farewell to the stock market for good. Tomorrow, I'll visit Shund. I have a general direction in mind. I want to explore opportunities in industry. Though Wang Wenwei didn't know what his son intended to do, the broader direction was undoubtedly sound. Since the reform and opening up, 2 places have dominated public awareness, Zhuhai and Shenzhen. Yet many overlook the fact that the entire Pearl River Delta was designated as a special economic zone. Apologies to Shantao. Among these, 2 locations stand out. The first is Shund. Few could imagine that, in this very year, Shund was already a hub of home appliance production, factories sprawling across its landscape. Later, when national outstanding township enterprises were recognized, half hailed from Shund. This was thanks to the great migration of tens of thousands of factories from Hong Kong, benefiting the entire Pearl River Delta, Shund among them. The second is Dongguan, a place universally familiar, etched into countless dreams. It's hailed as the barometer of the global economy. When the world thrives, business here flourishes. When the world falters, business here thrives even more. A single city sustaining multitudes. A culture setting trends worldwide. An industry benchmark. A paragon of integrity. Together, a gem, scattered, a constellation. Yes, it is the world's factory, Dongguan. So, when speaking of special economic zones, don't fixate on Shenzhen alone. For true light industry, look to these 2 places. Wang Wenwei understood his son's ambition to venture into industry. But business requires capital. Do you have the means? Wang Wei glanced at the parrot perched upon his shoulder. Shen Bo remarked that the parrot was nothing but a foul-mouthed nuisance and suggested selling it. An offer of 2,000 was made. The parrot squawked indignantly, "You think you're so superior. Buying and selling little gray chickens is illegal." The family erupted into laughter at the parrot's antics. Chen Yujiao affectionately patted the parrot's small head and then embraced her son's arm, saying, "If you wish to engage in business, I have some spare funds. Use them for now, and if it's insufficient, ask your father." Thus, it becomes apparent why many are eager to marry women from Chaos Han. Before them stood the old arcade-style buildings of Liwan, adorned with countless tin rooftops. Pigeon whistles echoed above like aircraft soaring past, while tangled wires crisscrossed the sky. The azure sky was perfectly illuminated by the sun. Wang Wei recalled his grandiose proclamations from that night at the club. On that fateful evening, he prayed to the gods. yearning not for the deceptive prosperity of the financial market, but for his nation's industries to astonish the world. Little did he know that the response would come from his own self from 30 years prior. Chapter 0003, Adhering to the Rules. Mom and Dad. I'm off to find Jiawang. I want to be home for dinner, Wang Wei announced to his parents before setting off to meet his childhood friend. Both families resided in Liwan, not far apart. The Li family's standalone house housed a billiard room, an impressively large one, encircled by arcade machines. In a few years, this building would be demolished, leaving Li Jiawang to lead a simple, yet hollow life of collecting rent and chasing women. Years ago, many in the city struggled to make ends meet, and Li Jiawang's father would give him meager allowances of 5 or 10 yuan. This highlights the prowess of individual entrepreneurs in coastal regions. Li Jiawang was playing billiards with two girls whose accents suggested they were not locals, likely brought over by parents working in the state. Many young girls in similar situations have witnessed the overnight wealth of big cities, but lack the support to thrive there. They are too young to endure the hardships of schooling or labor, ultimately leading to a life of silent disappointment. One of the girls turned crimson upon seeing Wang Wei, perhaps having never encountered such a vibrant and handsome man. To Wang Wei's astonishment, the parrot began whistling at the two girls, prompting them to giggle and blush. The bashful girl approached and exclaimed, "Your bird is so adorable." Confusion washed over Wang Wei. The parrot squawked loudly in her hands, "I am a little gray chicken. I am a little gray chicken." With the addition of this mischievous bird, the girls appeared to become more animated. As Li Jiawang and Wang Wei took turns playing billiards, Wang Wei was asked about his experience with matchmaking that morning. "It didn't go well," he replied. Li Jiawang inquired, "Why not? Was she not pretty?" Wang Wei casually responded, "Yuan Peipei? How could she not be beautiful?" With a casual stroke of the cue stick. Sinking a ball, Li Jiawang scoffed, "You seem utterly infatuated with Yuan Peipei's image. Still fantasizing about her. If it were truly Yuan Peipei, would you even be here seeking me this afternoon?" Wang Wei merely shrugged, unwilling to elaborate, and retorted, "Have you contacted Zixiong?" Li Jiawang mentioned that he had made contact and would not need to bring goods to Xianjiang tomorrow. He had originally planned to come and see us. I suggested that we visit him instead. He remarked that it would be better to go to Guangdong. "What is there to enjoy in Shan?" Wang Wei inquired. "I am preparing for some business, not leisure," he replied. Intrigued, Li Jiawang asked, "What kind of business? Can I join you?" Wang Wei countered, "I am engaged in this for profit. What about you?" Li Jiawang answered, "For fun. Damn it, being with you has always been the most entertaining since childhood. You excel at everything. Look at this billiards game. Just a few days ago, you couldn't even manage it, and now you've scored over 30 points. In truth, Wang Wei did not have a particular fondness for snooker. However, after a wealthy patron took an interest, he found a billiards hall to practice for a while, discovering that the game could indeed be played in such a manner. Consequently, he became increasingly engrossed in it, and his skills improved naturally. As Wang Wei played, a crowd of young women began to gather around him. Two men, who had been showing off their skills to the ladies, found themselves overshadowed after Wang Wei demonstrated his prowess. Feeling embarrassed, they tapped their cues on the table and challenged him. "Brother, shall we play a couple of rounds?" Wang Wei nodded. "Let us do it." One of the men proposed, $5 a game. "Are you in?" Wang Wei replied, "And let us add the table fee." The man agreed, slamming his cigarettes and lighter onto the table, signaling the start of the game. The atmosphere was relaxed, with no significant difficulty in the match. As the spectators grew, applause and cheers began to resonate. Li Jiawang, with his arm around a girl, boasted to those nearby, "That's my brother, haha." The skill level of Wang Wei's opponent was such that they would struggle to finish a game in 10 minutes on a proper table. Their confrontation typically wrapped up within half an hour, with the opponent hardly making contact with the cue. When this individual lost the final game, he threw his cue onto the table, cursing as he turned to leave with his companion. Wang Wei lit a cigarette and tapped the table, saying, "Friend, have you forgotten something? $5 a game. You lost 5 games, plus the table fee. That totals $30. Let us settle up." The man replied, "I have nothing. I'll owe you and pay next time." Li Jiawang picked up the cue that the man had tossed aside, blocking his path, and said, "No need to owe anything. Let me teach you a lesson instead." With that, he struck the man's face with the cue. The crowd of billiards players and onlookers quickly gathered around. After receiving a sudden blow, the man finally grasped the severity of the situation. They were now surrounded and, frightened, hastily pulled out all the money from their pockets. barely totaling $20. Wang Wei declared, "Just give $5 for the table." Li Jiawang collected the $5, and amidst laughter and jeers, the two left in disgrace. This was the consequence of trying to show off and making one mistake after another. Li Jiawang's father is quite well known in the area. Those who played billiards or video games at their place had good relations with him, and the locals are tightly knit. A single shout could summon a large crowd. Those who come to stir trouble without understanding the situation may only suffer in silence if they are met with a beating. If they cannot fend for themselves, all it takes is a shout from Li Jiawang, and his father, who is engrossed in a game of mahjong, will emerge with his brothers, weapons in hand, ready to resolve the matter. Wang Wei had witnessed this once, and the image was indelibly etched in his memory. He later encountered a similar portrayal in a film. He was known as Sheng Fan. Quite the character. Li Jiawang protested, questioning why he was charged merely 5 yuan. Wang Wei replied, "Because your family runs a shop, and it is located here. Where else can you go?" Li Jiawang retorted boldly, "I shall slay anyone who stands in my way, even the Buddha." Wang Wei inquired, "But what if someone were to bring a bucket of oil and set your house ablaze at night?" Li Jiawang's demeanor shifted, as if he had never contemplated such a scenario. Wang Wei took the bird from the girl's hands and patted Li Jiawang on the back. "Jiawang, as long as you are with me, you must refrain from violence. My future business will flourish greatly. If you resort to fighting at every turn, you will only create enemies everywhere and hinder your ability to conduct business peacefully." Realizing that Wang Wei was earnest, Li Jiawang acquiesced. "All right, I will heed your advice." After dining together, the girl seemed to have something to say to Wang Wei, her face flushing as she asked, "Brother Wei, may I be your girlfriend?" "Girlfriend? Goodness. What an archaic term." Wang Wei shook his head. "That will not do." The girl pouted, appearing somewhat disheartened. "Am I not good enough?" Wang Wei replied, "You are too approachable." The girl pressed further, "Is being approachable a bad thing? What type do you prefer?" Wang Wei shook his head. "I prefer someone who is amiably distant." Li Jiawang was left bewildered, his face mirroring that of the two girls, equally perplexed. Is there truly a distinction between being approachable and being amiably distant? Chapter 0004. I do not wish to be a human mosquito exterminator after dinner. Li Jiawang called Liang Zixiong to confirm the time for their trip to Shun the following morning. Wang Wei then returned home with the parrot. The night had deepened, and mosquitoes swarmed beneath the streetlights. People strolled past on their way to Luhua Lake, brushing shoulders with Wang Wei. As he prepared to ascend the stairs, someone called out, "Wang Wei." In the shadow by the streetlight stood a figure. As Wang Wei approached, he smiled and remarked, "You used to not wear glasses. I find it slightly disconcerting." Smack! Yuan Peipei bent down to swat at her leg where she had been bitten. "I, too, am unaccustomed to this." Yuan Peipei had previously disliked physical education classes, often feeling self-conscious while running as others pointed and whispered. Without her glasses, she could barely discern the world around her, everything reduced to a blur, rendering all whispers seemingly irrelevant to her. "It has been quite some time since we last met," Yuan Peipei said. "In fact, when I saw you today, I hesitated for a long while to recognize you, as I could see you so clearly that I could hardly believe it was truly you." The parrot leapt from Wang Wei's shoulder into Yuan Peipei's embrace, and in the next moment, it burrowed into her chest, leaving only its head protruding as it squawked, "Amiable, amiable." Suddenly, Yuan Peipei recalled her father's words, "Like father, like bird." Could it be that Wang Wei was akin to this bird? Ultimately, Yuan Peipei still struggled to navigate such male-female relationships. She retrieved the parrot from her embrace, handed it back to Wang Wei, removed her glasses, and playfully tousled her hair. Indeed, she removed her glasses, and the world became a blur. She felt a sense of relief, as the constraints of her beauty were lifted. "That Wang Wei, I shall be leaving tomorrow. I have come to express my gratitude." Wang Wei held the 200 parakeets in his hand, fearful that the mischievous bird would slip away again. "Gratitude for what?" he retorted, slapping a mosquito on his leg. Yuan Peipei replied, "Thank you for considering my feelings. I am aware that you deliberately made my father dislike you. Thank you for rescuing me." With another smack on his calf, Wang Wei added, "In the future, refrain from coming back too often. I can refuse you, but other men will not spare you." If Yuan Peipei did not sever ties with her family under these circumstances, her future would indeed be challenging. With a domineering father, a mother who lacked a voice, incessant marriage pressures every few days, and frequent matchmaking arrangements, her life was fraught with turmoil. Just the thought of such a scene made Wang Wei irate. Yuan Peipei continued. I understand. Tomorrow, I will go to Shun first, and then return to Xiangang. Again, Wang Wei slapped his calf. Sister Peipei, is there anything else? If not, you may leave. When I wasn't here, the mosquitoes bit you. Yet, as soon as I arrived, they all feasted on me. I refused to be a human mosquito repellent. Yuan Peipei felt an indescribable sensation within her. Perhaps it was Wang Wei's overly calm demeanor that made her feel he wanted to distance himself from her. However, was this not what she had initially anticipated? No, she did not desire for Wang Wei to keep his distance. Rather, she wished for him to refrain from displaying emotions that transcended mere friendship at specific times and places. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Peipei silently turned away, lowering her head. She put her glasses back on, only to remove them again shortly after, gazing up at the sky as the gentle, silvery moonlight caressed her face, inviting her to whisper her thoughts. A humorous addition to his character was his role as a human mosquito repellent, yet this only heightened her dislike for him. When Yuan Peipei turned back to look, she found Wang Wei had already ascended the stairs, muttering about how bothersome the mosquitoes were. Though Wang Wei appeared hazy in her eyes, the impressions of him in her mind grew increasingly vivid. Would they never meet again? Upon returning home with the 200 parakeets, Wang Wei felt no tumult within. He handed the birds to his father to be bathed. His mother was engrossed in watching a videotape. The videotape era still prevailed. Although laser discs had emerged, their exorbitant prices prevented widespread adoption. Such high-end devices were typically found only in prosperous establishments, large karaoke bars, and dance halls. For home use, the VCR remained dominant. However, even the production cost of VCRs was substantial, and videotapes took up considerable space, rendering them inconvenient. Thus, before their prices could decline, they would inevitably be phased out. At this juncture, it is pertinent to mention Meng Wanjian from Luzhou, who had begun his endeavors. The first experimental machine must have already been launched. If Wang Wei wished to capitalize on this wave of opportunity, he had merely a year left. Should the circumstances be favorable, it would be a chance he could not afford to miss. He needed to devise a plan. As the familiar theme song of Tokyo Love Story played, a wave of nostalgia for youth washed over me. Even the parrot in the bath began to sing along. Lao Wang, while rinsing it, remarked, "You're still just a Japanese chicken." At that moment, my mother handed a sealed envelope to Wang Wei. Upon opening it, he discovered a thick stack of 10-yuan bills. His parents had a habit of saving, placing 10-yuan notes in envelopes to accumulate enough to deposit in the bank later. Lao Chen quietly suggested, "If you're going into business, prepare some extra funds. Your father and I have salaries, so don't feel burdened. If it doesn't work out, just come home. I'll make you rice rolls." Previously, my mother had withdrawn money from the bank to give to him, and Wang Wei had dived into the stock market. Hearing about the rice rolls brought a lump to his throat as he tucked the envelope away, saying, "Mom, consider this alone." Lao Chun, aware of his son's pride, teased him by pinching his ear and urged him to watch television. At 26 years his junior, Lao Chun was nearing 50, yet still indulged in a youthful heart, enjoying romantic films. When she rested beside Lao Wang that night, she shared her concerns about Wang Wei, sensing something unusual about him lately. Could it be because of Peipei? It's such a pity for them. He used to speak of her constantly, and now he is letting go. Wang Wenwei, our son is so noble. Wang Wenwei quipped. Are you suggesting I should have let go back then? Chen Yujiao nestled into her husband's embrace, burying her head on Wang Wenwei's shoulder. Even at their age, the sweetness lingered. The excited parrot had begun to doze off, while Wang Wei remained at his desk, counting the money, 2,000 yuan in the envelope and over 300 in his pocket. He opened a drawer to reveal a stack of love letters from his school days, alongside a bank book containing all his savings from over 2 years of work, totaling more than 3,600 yuan. His entire fortune amounted to 6,000 yuan. Suddenly, Wang Wei chuckled in resignation, realizing that trading stocks had proven to be remarkably easy over the past 2 years. Why on earth did I want to venture into industry? Blast it. The main task was set. With 6,000 yuan as startup capital, establish a business and become the wealthiest. He slapped his leg in frustration, determined to fetch some insecticide for a spray. As for the insecticide's efficacy, it was a warning to cockroaches and mosquitoes. The elderly and children should leave first. Chapter 0005. Only upon saying goodbye do we realize we may never meet again. Get lost, and don't come back. The parrot squawked again, prompting Lao Wang to rise and check, only to find that his son had already vanished. He reached out to the parrot locked in a small room. and it hopped onto his finger. Wang Wenwei inquired, "Where's Wang Wei?" The parrot replied, "He went begging. Get lost, and don't come back." Wang Wenwei gave the parrot a light tap to silence it. Chen Yujiao had also gotten up, and, upon seeing breakfast on the table, felt a sudden pang of emotion. "Dear, why has our son suddenly become so sensible?" Wang Wenwei gazed at the breakfast and remarked, "Have you noticed that for the past 2 days, he has ordered rice rolls at every meal? Is it truly that delectable?" Chen Yujiao had also observed this peculiar trend. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Li Jiawang had arranged to meet at a designated location, and Wang Wei even bought breakfast for Li Jiawang. Upon noticing that Wang Wei had not brought the parrot, Li Jiawang inquired why it was left behind. The parrot is a prohibited species. Wang Wei explained that if it were to attract unwanted attention, it could lead to unforeseen complications. These days, the chaos in the eastern Guangdong region is rampant. Individuals from all over the country flock to the province seeking financial gain. Some resort to selling their labor, while others engage in speculation. And a portion of them tread on the path of vice. The factions at both the bus and train stations vary in their influence. The elusive Buddha figure seems to stealthily relieve you of your possessions without you even realizing it. The motorcycle gangs do not simply ride swiftly. Rather, they have members who snatch bags and jewelry from unsuspecting pedestrians. It is not just in 1993, even in 2003 and 2013. These ruffians frequently appeared around the train and bus stations. As for the con artists, the nation is teeming with swindlers and various scams, each capable of holding a symposium in eastern Guangdong. Of course, one cannot forget the nefarious human traffickers that Wang Wei despises. In recent years, many women and children from outside have come to work in eastern Guangdong, with many ultimately vanishing, having fallen victim to abduction. They lure individuals into taking rides, booking hotels, and deceitfully claim to know their relatives, leading them astray. Following along typically results in dire consequences. In such a convoluted society, bringing the parrot along on a trip would only invite trouble for Wang Wei. He mentioned that once he acquires a vehicle, it would be more convenient to take it along. Li Jiawang grew increasingly excited, exclaiming, "Big boss, what grand plans do you have? Are you really buying a car?" Wang Wei affirmed that purchasing a car was essential, stating he intended to start with a Jetta. In truth, even someone like Li Jiawang, a minor affluent heir, would not dare to dream of owning a private car. Although he found Wang Wei impressive, he thought, a car? Impossible. Nevertheless, Li Jiawang remained curious, asking if the Jetta was truly remarkable. Wang Wei replied, "The Jetta is powerful. In summer, the first gear cools, the second gear freezes, and in third gear, you might witness the aurora borealis. In winter, the heating is intense. The first gear burns, the second incinerates, and the third forges steel." Li Jiawang's eyes nearly bulged out, exclaiming, "I haven't read much, so don't deceive me." He took a bite of the rice rolls, questioning, "Aren't you tired of this? We just had it last night and now again for breakfast. There must be a reason for it." The two continued their banter as they made their way to the bus station. The distance from Zhouhai to Shund is over 10 kilometers. Unlike years later when one could take the subway directly, a bus ride with its frequent stops could easily take 2 hours. Once on the bus, Wang Wei casually chose a seat at the front. However, Li Jiawang, perplexed, looked at Wang Wei and asked, "What are you doing? Let us go, sit at the back." Wang Wei replied, "It's too bumpy." Li Jiawang was even more confused, recalling how it was always Wang Wei urging them to sit at the back, claiming that the bumps made the ride exhilarating. Wang Wei instinctively believed that he had grown older and was particularly cautious about his life, choosing a seat behind the driver, embodying an air of conservatism. He almost forgot that he once was a spirited youth. The two settled into the last row on the right side. Having risen early, Wang Wei, with the glass window above, prepared to catch some sleep. Just then, he spotted an acquaintance approaching the vehicle with a suitcase. Could it be mere coincidence? Was Yuan Peipei also on this journey? Two ruffians in floral shirts trailed closely behind her, boarding the vehicle together. As she walked ahead, they persistently tugged at her. Yuan Peipei twisted her body, suppressing the urge to curse, and proceeded to the back. Li Jiawang, upon noticing her, elbowed Wang Wei, exclaiming, "Boss, is that your Peipei's sister?" Wang Wei nudged Li Jiawang with his leg, prompting him to shift over. Li Jiawang vacated a seat, allowing Wang Wei to wave at Yuan Peipei, who looked a bit anxious and irritated, eager to rid herself of the two dubious thugs behind her. Upon seeing Wang Wei, her heart fluttered momentarily before settling down, and she confidently walked to the last row, handing her suitcase to Wang Wei before taking the window seat. This arrangement effectively barred the two ruffians in floral shirts from joining them. One of the thugs asked, "Are you all together?" Wang Wei dismissed them with indifference. Li Jiawang, speaking in the local dialect, retorted, "Please sit in the front or get lost immediately. If you're looking for trouble, do you know who my brother Li Wan is?" The two ruffians, being from out of town, became slightly apprehensive upon hearing Li Jiawang's accent. They were aware that this was still Zhuhai, and they worried that Li Jiawang might have connections in the underworld. However, upon casting a glance at Yuan Peipei, they reluctantly allowed her to pass. Though not without some reluctance. She was bespectacled and appeared quite innocent, beautiful, and well-dressed. If she were alone, the situation would have been much simpler. It seemed that these two locals were somehow associated with her. For the moment, they could do nothing about Wang Wei and his companions. Exchanging glances before taking seats in the front, it appeared they had not yet given up. Li Jiawang shot a fierce glare at the two, then turned to Yuan Peipei with a smile. He glanced at Wang Wei with a hint of mischief, as if threatening him with the bravado he had displayed the day before. No matter how Li Jiawang raised his eyebrows at Wang Wei, the latter remained unperturbed. Li Jiawang then said to Yuan Peipei, "Sister Peipei, do you know that Brother Wei went on a blind date yesterday?" Yuan Peipei twirled a strand of her hair, lowered her head slightly, and nodded. "It was with me." Li Jiawang chuckled for a moment before suddenly losing his amusement. Wang Wei, looking down at Li Jiawang, wished to tell him to return to Gotham, as Batman was searching for him. Ignoring Li Jiawang's astonished and wavering gaze, Wang Wei asked, "You're going to Shund all alone? Aren't you worried about potential dangers on the road?" Yuan Peipei replied softly, "The company has sent someone to pick me up there. Once I get off the bus, it will be fine." Wang Wei inquired, "What brings you to Shund?" Yuan Peipei extracted a palm-sized electronic device from her bag, a factory-produced sample that had failed quality assurance. With the circuit board burned out, "I went to notify the manufacturer to resolve the issue." Wang Wei, holding the device, suddenly smiled. "An electronic pet? Huh." Yuan Peipei, now wearing glasses, had a glimmer of focus in her eyes. Chapter 0006, An Unbreakable Bond. "How did you know this is an electronic pet?" Yuan Peipei inquired, unable to conceal her astonishment. The palm-sized electronic pet had only briefly been available in the mainland, and very few people had encountered this model within the country. Yuan Peipei's surprise stemmed from the fact that this item had recently been developed by a company in Hong Kong, only to be acquired shortly thereafter by a Japanese firm. The Japanese are not inclined to discuss patent rights or profit sharing. They prefer to outright purchase the product and subsequently profit from it in your homeland. The earnings can leave the developers feeling quite disheartened. The electronic pet was one such example. Before long, the Japanese would take the palm-sized electronic pet back to optimize it, and upon its return to the market, it would have transformed into an egg-sized sensation, captivating children across the nation, who would agonize daily over how to prevent their pets from contracting electronic chicken flu. Wang Wei did not explain to Yuan Peipei, "I used to have all sorts of peculiar ideas. The concept of this device has appeared before. It aligns closely with my imagination, which is why I named it so effortlessly." Yuan Peipei's expression shifted from astonishment to a smile, perhaps unaware that she had been gazing at Wang Wei's face for quite some time. Li Jiawang glanced at the item in Wang Wei's hand. "Aren't you always preoccupied with Sister Peipei?" Yuan Peipei abruptly averted her gaze, swaying slightly as she looked out the window. Wang Wei shot a disdainful glance at Li Jiawang. "Why are you trying to assist? I intend to go solo, do you understand?" He attempted to power on the device unsuccessfully, and Yuan Peipei remarked, "The circuit board is burnt out." This was the reason for her visit to Shun today, which she should have made yesterday, but had been delayed by her father's insistence to meet Wang Wei. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. "So this entire batch of products is deemed substandard, correct? How much of a loss will that incur?" Yuan Peipei replied, "It's a small batch, only a few hundred units, intended for market testing. However, it seems this entire batch is unsalvageable." Unsalvageable? Wang Wei believed otherwise. "Isn't this the first bucket of gold?" As he returned the electronic pet to Yuan Peipei, he was already contemplating various strategies for monetization. The bus swayed gently, easily lulling its passengers to sleep. Over half the passengers had succumbed to slumber, and a few, like the Buddha, began observing those around them, assessing who would be the easiest target. Whether on a train or a bus, the sight of someone frequently changing seats was an instant giveaway of a thief. Those two young men repeatedly glanced back at Yuan Peipei, as if fearing her sudden disappearance, followed by a menacing glare directed at Wang Wei. their eyes brimming with threats and warnings. One of the young men even removed his shoes, rubbing his toes absently. Li Jiawang struggled to contain himself several times, only to be restrained by Wang Wei. Li Jiawang's face was contorted in anguish. "Boss, it truly reeks. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Aren't you uncomfortable?" In response, Wang Wei exchanged a knowing glance with him, signaling to step out of the vehicle to discuss further. After a brief distance, Wang Wei felt a weight on his shoulder. Inadvertently, his lips brushed against Yuan Peipei's forehead as he turned to the side. She instinctively lifted her head slightly, but after a moment's sway, leaned back against Wang Wei's shoulder. Soon after, he felt another weight on his other shoulder and disdainfully pushed Li Jiawang's head to the opposite side. It was unclear how long they had slept when suddenly the vehicle came to a screeching halt. Yuan Peipei's face rolled against something round, and she opened her eyes to find it was Wang Wei's shoulder. Startled, she dared not react too dramatically and slowly lifted her gaze to look outside. She hesitated to observe Wang Wei's expression, fearful of contemplating how long she had been asleep. Glancing out the window, she realized they had already arrived at the station. Wondering if she had been resting on him the entire journey, Wang Wei then remarked, "Wipe your drool." In panic, she turned her face and saw Wang Wei wiping his shoulder. Her immediate reaction was to clean his shoulder, but it was not wet. After touching the corner of her mouth, when she looked up again, she caught sight of Wang Wei's mischievous grin. It dawned on her that she had fallen for his trick, causing her to turn her head away, concealing her suppressed smile. "We've arrived." Li Jiawang stretched and began bouncing in his seat. At that moment, two young men with dyed yellow hair fixated their gaze upon them. Wang Wei instructed Yuan Peipei to walk ahead while he carried the suitcase behind her. Li Jiawang lagged at the back and, as they passed the two young men, he flashed them a derisive smile, challenging them contemptuously. The two ruffians, akin to ravenous wolves, were repeatedly provoked, harboring a simmering resentment they could not swallow. They were poised to strike at Wang Wei and his companions when the opportunity arose. In a fortunate turn of events, their lives would not be endangered, but discomfort would linger for a considerable time. This was the reality of venturing outside, where many felt oppressed, yet chose not to resist, fearing retribution due to their vulnerability, leading to troublesome consequences and grave costs. However, within Wang Wei's principles, he believed if one must act, they should instill fear for lifetimes to come. As the three of them exited the vehicle, the two young men followed closely behind. Yuan Peipei attempted to glance back several times, but was firmly restrained by Wang Wei's hand on her shoulder. "Don't look back. Keep moving forward. And pay attention to where your contact is." Ahead, a middle-aged man was waving. "Miss Yuan, over here." Yuan Peipei waved back, and the man signaled the driver to approach. Wang Wei casually handed the suitcase to the driver and then escorted Yuan Peipei to the middle-aged man. "Director Zhang, greetings," she said. "Miss Yuan, please get in the car." These two are. Yuan Peipei wished to invite Wang Wei to join them. However, he interjected, "You go with Director Zhang to the factory first. By the way, what is the address? I'll catch up shortly." Yuan Peipei understood Wang Wei's intentions and felt a wave of concern. Noticing the two young men nearby, Director Zhang sensed the brewing trouble and inquired, "Young man, do you need assistance?" Wang Wei offered a cigarette to Factory Director Zhang, advising him that in the business world, it is wise to avoid entanglements with malevolent forces, prioritizing safety above all else, as we are well aware of our own circumstances. Director Zhang, surprised by Wang Wei's youthful age and comprehensive consideration of matters, mentioned that their factory is located at Qingye Road, Haixing Factory. After noting this, Wang Wei instructed Yuan Peipei to get in the car, to which she softly urged, "Why don't you come with me?" Wang Wei reassured her, "Zixiong will come to pick us up. He hasn't arrived yet. Be good and get in the car." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Once Yuan Peipei was inside the vehicle, she kept glancing out the window anxiously. Only when she could no longer see Wang Wei did she turn back, nervously pinching her hands in fear. Liang Zixiong had already arrived, but had refrained from approaching after seeing Wang Wei shake his head and signal him. It was at this moment that Wang Wei turned back, a cigarette clamped between his lips, to face the two menacing young thugs. They stood with their shirts rolled up, leaning with a swagger, their hands rhythmically slapping their midsections. In their eyes, they saw themselves as dashing delinquents. Yet in Wang Wei's perception, their fate was sealed. Soon, they would become mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 0007. Why not avoid? Liang Zixiong led the way from a distance, while Wang Wei followed leisurely, cigarette in tow. Li Jiawang turned to the two thugs, hawking a loogie and spitting on the ground, then flashed them a grin. How could these two thugs endure such humiliation? They had intercepted the woman who had finally caught up with them, provoking her multiple times in the car, and now looked down upon her. Damn it. If we don't draw some blood today, do they really think we're pushovers? Not only do we need to make them bleed, but we could also extract some money from them. With this mindset, the two thugs trailed behind. Present-day Shund was not vast. After exiting the station, it wasn't long before they encountered sparse crowds. They turned into a narrow alley lined with warehouses, cluttered with disorganized cardboard boxes, creating a chaotic scene. Wang Wei's pace slowed, and upon finishing his cigarette, he came to a halt. When he and Li Jiawang turned back, the two thugs had just entered the alley, each producing a sharp knife from their waistbands. These were not the regulated knives sold in stores. They resembled sharpened pieces of saw blades, with handles wrapped in ragged cloth, dark with grime, a testament to their infrequent hand-washing and perhaps a history stained with blood. Why aren't you running? You were quite fierce back in the car, weren't you? I'll stab you two fools. Wang Wei observed their knife-wielding demeanor with a sense of professionalism. Their fingers pressed against the blade, exposing just over an inch of its sharp edge. Typically, when an ordinary person sees a glint of steel, fear quickly sets in. However, these thugs wielded their knives not to inflict fatal harm, but rather to intimidate, piercing just enough to draw blood without jeopardizing life. It is akin to many who wield knives, struggling to deliver a single decisive blow. Even if one were to sever a limb, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the strike was delivered with the back of the blade. Moreover, there are instances where the blade itself is wielded to strike. Such tricks hold little deterrent power against seasoned veterans like Wang Wei. The two young assailants, oblivious to the gravity of their actions, merely felt the weapon in their hands. Emboldening them, they rushed forward, brandishing their sharp knives, aiming directly for Wang Wei's abdomen. Curiously, one of the young men wondered why he did not evade the attack. Wang Wei calmly replied, "I have brothers." At that moment, when one of the assailants caught a glimpse of a fleeting smile on Wang Wei's face, his legs buckled beneath him as if he were standing on a chair that had been abruptly pulled away, leaving him to plummet into the void. As the excruciating pain shot through his legs, he quickly lost all capacity for thought and resistance. He could only see a seemingly simple young man wielding an unexpectedly hefty object. How could someone with such a friendly demeanor deliver such a heavy blow? In a fleeting moment, as he glanced at his companion, he noticed one had already fallen. Instinctively, he redirected his focus towards the seemingly unassuming individual behind him. Did your mother not teach you to never turn your back on an enemy? With a resounding thud, Li Jiawang hurled a brick, sending the second assailant crashing to the ground. Despite wielding knives, the two young men failed to make a single strike, utterly overwhelmed. Yet, what filled them with despair was the realization that these three individuals had no intention of showing mercy. Li Jiawang exchanged a cigarette with Liang Zixiong, seizing the large stick from his hands, raising it high above his head, and bringing it crashing down upon the fallen assailant's legs. Take off your shoes. I command you to remove them. You filthy street punk, your feet reek. Wang Wei stepped on the wrist of the remaining assailant, twisting it forcefully until he could no longer grasp the knife. The young man began to plead for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Spare me. Wang Wei replied calmly. You have at least 3 chances. Don't get in the car. Don't get out of the car. Don't follow us. Life is a series of choices, and none are inherently wrong. However, individuals like you, whose every choice leads to error, are indeed rare. Wang Wei kicked the 2 knives far away then. With a cigarette in his mouth, he strolled out of the alley alongside Liang Zixiong. Behind them, the 2 assailants could be heard shouting, "Boss, we were wrong. Please give us a chance." Initially, their cries echoed, but soon fell silent, leaving only the faint sounds of muffled impacts. Wang Wei exhaled a puff of smoke towards Liang Zixiong and remarked, "I heard you've struck it rich?" Liang Zixiong sheepishly scratched his head, displaying a hint of innocence. "Just trying to make a living." Liang Zixiong epitomizes a unique profession birthed from the era, a water goods man. Behind the industrial upgrades of Hong Kong lies the migration of countless factories. As previously mentioned, the Pearl River Delta stands as the primary beneficiary. However, a complication arises. The intricate procedures for exporting products from eastern Guangdong can take anywhere from a week to a month to complete. For those products whose market success relies heavily on timeliness, time equates to money, my friend. The business owners in Hong Kong detest the hassle of back and forth. while factories in the rear grow increasingly impatient waiting for samples. Traveling back and forth between Hong Kong and eastern Guangdong, these merchants, who assist their boss by carrying samples, are known as gray market traders. Initially, this term simply referred to smuggling, but over time, it evolved into a euphemism for products that evade customs duties. A decade later, in mobile phone shops scattered across cities of various sizes, shop owners would inquire whether one desired legitimate goods or gray market items. What is the distinction, one might wonder? There is none, apart from the fact that the latter are typically half the price, particularly when it comes to Samsung products. Liang Zixiong, once a gray market trader himself, successfully transformed into another variation of that role. Later, he established a thriving mobile phone shop in Foshan, where, during the years of 2005 and 2006, when low-end brands dominated the market, he earned upwards of 100,000 monthly at his peak. At that time, his hard work throughout his life seemed to have paid off. Returning to the main topic, Wang Wei jested with Liang Zixiong, brother Xiong. I also want to join you in this trade and earn a living. Liang Zixiong playfully tapped Wang Wei's chest and replied, don't joke around. If you join, it will be I who will be earning from you. Wang Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette, nodding nonchalantly. Liang Zixiong, unsure of how to express his excitement, fidgeted and paced around, filled with enthusiasm. Li Jiawang rushed out, drenched in sweat. Wang Wei inquired, where's the knife? Li Jiawang lit a cigarette, his hand trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, they can barely hold toilet paper, let alone a knife. Li Jiawang remained as fierce as ever. However, those two young punks had brought it upon themselves. No one bothered to glance back. In this era, to stand out, one either needs influential ancestry, a strong fist, or numerous brothers. Fortunately, Wang Wei possessed intellect, loyal comrades, and determination. Thus, a new chapter begins, heralding a grand and tumultuous life ahead. Chapter 0008. The people here seem never to have known poverty. Li Jiawang embraced Liang Zixiong, exclaiming, brother, your methods are quite ruthless now. Liang Zixiong felt a bit bashful, replying, I still prefer reasoned discourse. Wang Wei squeezed his trapezius and patted his deltoid, teasing, you mean to cultivate a sense of reason in your physique, right? Hilarity erupted as Li Jiawang laughed heartily. Boss, your words are quite flamboyant now. Liang Zixiong later transferred to Shiguan Middle School. Those who have ever been transfer students understand that joining midway, particularly for academically struggling individuals, often leads to inevitable bullying. Liang Zixiong was, by nature, a studious and honest student. Some individuals lack the gift for academics, remain untroublesome in class, and speak little. Teachers find no faults in them, but also pay little attention. Over time, even if bullied by classmates, teachers would turn a blind eye, which, while frustrating, was not uncommon. Some teachers would remark, why do they bully you and not others? Such comments could be infuriating. Li Jiawang endured more than 10 instances of being beaten by his classmates. It was only when Wang Wei draped an arm around his shoulder after one dismissal that the bullying ceased. From that moment on, Liang Zixiong awaited Wang Wei after school. Wang Wei visited Li Jiawang's home, while Liang Zixiong assisted Li Jiawang with his homework. Despite the passage of many years, everything felt as if it had transpired just yesterday. Liang Zixiong hesitated, seemingly wanting to express something. Wang Wei inquired, you, who have been to Xiangang, such an international metropolis, why are you so hesitant in your speech? Liang Zixiong chuckled softly, Brother Wei, I wish to buy some clothes. Could you provide me with your opinion? Li Jiawang chimed in, handsome lad. Don't you already have stylish clothes? Liang Zixiong replied, I only have 2 or 3 outfits. I have nothing to wear when I meet Xiaoli. Wang Wei, familiar with this woman but not particularly fond of her, placed an arm around Liang Zixiong's shoulder. If she finds your wardrobe lacking and refuses to buy you anything, the most sensible course of action would be to find a new girlfriend. After all, wouldn't you then have 3 new outfits for your new partner? Both Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong exclaimed in unison, that makes a lot of sense. Wang Wei eyed Liang Zixiong curiously, you already have a girlfriend. So why do you still mention taking us to Guangdong? Liang Zixiong, with his prominent brows and innocent demeanor, replied, did I ever say that? Wang Wei turned to Li Jiawang, who wore a mysterious smile. Liang Zixiong continued, I've earned quite a bit lately. Let me treat you both to a meal and drinks. Wang Wei interjected, someone is already treating us to lunch today. Oh, Liang Zixiong assumed Wang Wei had made plans with others. However, seeing Li Jiawang's enigmatic smile left him uncertain about who it might be. Wang Wei suggested, let us head to Haixing Factory on Xingye Road. This was a route Liang Zixiong knew well. He was exceedingly familiar with Shund. A person raised in Shund would hardly know the struggles of poverty. Since the 60s and 70s, this region had not experienced significant material shortages. What epitomizes Shund? Surely, it must be those towering smokestacks. There are sugar factories, paper mills, and breweries. Yet, in reality, these state-owned enterprises have long since declined. Presently, the true power lies in the small workshops. Before 1994, the country had not yet enacted a company law. So, how could one establish a business? The only option was to become a sole proprietor. Sole proprietorships had strict regulations. They could not employ more than 8 individuals. Exceeding 7 employees transformed the entity from a sole proprietorship into a company, which had to be state-owned. Consequently, many companies were established under the auspices of state enterprises. Later, many were perplexed by this historical context, scrutinizing those who had emerged from state-owned backgrounds to operate independently, accusing them of undermining socialism. While some cases indeed fit this narrative, the vast majority were compelled by the nature of their businesses to affiliate with state enterprises. The village and town enterprises of that era faced similar dilemmas. Although labeled as such, they were essentially private ventures that later engaged in lengthy debates regarding their ownership. With the official introduction of the company law in 1999, countless private enterprises began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. Many were left bewildered, wondering how businesses could expand so significantly in just a year or two. Indeed, these private enterprises began to emerge in the early 1980s. This phenomenon illustrates the income disparity brought about by differences in information access and comprehension, an alteration seemingly beyond reach. Liang Zixiong, accompanied by 2 others, soon found their way to the Haixing Factory. The establishment was modest in size, employing merely a few dozen workers. Upon entering, Wang Wei made a beeline for the factory director's office. Yuan Peipei, lost in thought on the sofa, looked up and approached him, her lips pursed in concern. After scrutinizing Wang Wei from every angle, she sighed in relief and asked, "Are you all right?" Wang Wei chuckled. "If I were in trouble, would I even be here to find you?" Director Zhang, chuckling, remarked, "Young Wang, Miss Yuan has been quite worried about you. Sitting here without a sip of water or a word to say. Had you delayed any longer, I would have had to send the brothers from the factory to search for you." Zhang, presuming Wang Wei intended to address the 2 troublemakers, was taken aback to see the trio emerge unscathed, exhibiting an air of ease and joy, coupled with Wang Wei's earlier diplomatic demeanor. It was evident that Zhang could not afford to underestimate this young man. Yuan Peipei, unable to meet Wang Wei's gaze, felt a sense of evasion, though she was unsure what she was avoiding. The situation had originated from her, and without Wang Wei's presence, she felt adrift, as though 2 heavy stones were weighing upon her chest. Even upon his arrival, the pressure remained, intensifying her sense of breathlessness. Yet, at that moment, she felt a flicker of happiness, quietly voicing her concern. "Could you refrain from being so reckless? I'm worried that Uncle Wang and Aunt Chen might be anxious about you." Liang Zixiong nudged Li Jiawang, whispering, "Wang, is that Senior Peipei?" To which Li Jiawang grinned. "Isn't our big shot impressive?" Director Zhang gestured for them to follow, stating, "Come, come. A modest feast awaits to welcome you all." A lunch gathering was arranged at the Haixing Factory. Noticing a few younger lads, they selected 2 articulate young women from the factory. One can hardly imagine the caliber of factory girls in the 1990s. There was a television drama series that captured the essence of the late 1980s and early 1990s, Desire, Debt of Sin, and Migrant Sisters. The latter depicted the romantic entanglements of women from various regions who ventured to Guangdong to work. It suffices to say that the television portrayal was rather conservative. Those who have experienced or are aware of this era cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Ultimately, it can be said that the finest resources of the nation resided within the factory. Li Jiawang engaged animatedly with the 2 young women, while Liang Zixiong remained reticent and shy. Wang Wei raised a few glasses with Director Zhang on behalf of Yuan Peipei. Accustomed to spinning tales and boasting with the seasoned veterans, Zhang found himself at a loss for conversation with the younger crowd. He therefore addressed the matter directly, stating, "Miss Yuan, we have commenced small-scale production. May I inquire if your company is satisfied with the samples?" Yuan Peipei replied, "Director Zhang, we may need to pause mass production." At that moment, Wang Wei realized that the tranquility of this meal might soon be disrupted. Chapter 9. The Flavor Before Lunch. Yuan Peipei had been preoccupied with concerns for Wang Wei's safety, scarcely managing to address the product quality issues. Now that Wang Wei was unharmed, Director Zhang broached this topic with a sense of urgency. Yuan Peipei retrieved the malfunctioning electronic pet from her bag and placed it on the table. Director Zhang, the circuit board of this electronic pet has burned out. Surely not. Director Zhang's tone was somewhat exaggerated, suggesting he possessed a modicum of knowledge about the matter. Lacking technical personnel on site, he merely turned the device on and checked the battery, pondering whether it might be out of power. I shall have someone replace the batteries shortly. In truth, Director Zhang was already attempting to provide a graceful exit for everyone involved. Had it been Wang Wei, he would have refrained from further discussion, opting instead for a private conversation after the meal. By attending to Director Zhang's sentiments, one could more effectively resolve the issue at hand. However, Peipei, accustomed to the brisk environment of Xianjiang, prioritized efficiency over social niceties. Director Zhang, there is no need for further examination. Our company has already consulted professionals in Xianjiang, and it is indeed a circuit board issue. This revelation darkened Director Zhang's countenance. He lost his appetite for both food and drink. Miss Yuan, I have already mentioned that the price offered by your company is rather low, and we, too, must make a profit. Are you suggesting that your Xianjiang adheres to the principle of selfless contribution? If you wish to improve product quality, that is not a problem, but it will require additional funds. Yuan Peipei's heart raced with a torrent of unsaid words, yet the sight of Director Zhang's expression rendered her momentarily speechless. In a fit of frustration, she removed her glasses. What was she doing? Such beauty, what was her intent? A ploy to beguile? Director Zhang was oblivious to the significance of her action, yet Wang Wei understood. Peipei was escalating the intensity of their discourse. With a calm demeanor, she unleashed her full vigor. Director Zhang, when we signed the contract, it was stipulated that product quality must be guaranteed at the agreed price. You signed and left your imprint. This sample reached me and malfunctioned in less than 5 days. You are undoubtedly aware of the quality of your other products. Should such merchandise be released to the market, can you fathom the adverse impact on our brand reputation? If you refuse to rectify this, our company will have no choice but to deem Haixing Factory in breach of contract. At that point, do remember to pay the penalty for breach. Director Zhang's face flushed crimson with indignation. How could such a beautiful young woman utter such venomous words, demanding compensation for breach of contract? Were it not for her gender, he might have erupted in a tirade. The private room fell into an unsettling silence, and Wang Wei could no longer allow the situation to deteriorate. He glanced at the dishes on the table, took Yuan Peipei's glasses from her hands, and, in front of everyone, placed them back on her face. At that moment, she looked at Wang Wei, shyly averting her gaze, only to quickly direct her fierce look back at Director Zhang. Director Zhang was utterly befuddled, wishing he could mimic her demeanor, standing tall and huffing defiantly. Peipei, I would like to have some rice rolls. Please go out and fetch me a portion. Brother Wei. I will. Liang Zixiong rose, only to be pulled back into his seat by Li Jiawang. Yuan Peipei felt her cheeks flush with warmth, a perfect shade of embarrassment, and decided it was best to step out for a moment to collect herself. Thus, she exited the private room. Pour Director Zhang some wine. Wang Wei called out. Li Jiawang rose to pour wine for Wang Wei and then for Director Zhang. Seizing the moment, Director Zhang leaned sideways, resting his elbow on the table, and with a wry smile remarked, Xiao Wang, your girlfriend is rather stubborn. Wang Wei clinked his glass with Director Zhang, uncertain if the latter had truly heard him. When people come together, it is often about finding common ground. Perhaps I share the same stubbornness as Sister Peipei. Wang Wei chuckled, reflecting that relationships indeed hinge upon compatibility. Consider those films from Hong Kong and Taiwan. When a man and woman kiss, they could simply lean in, yet their heads tilt back and forth as if they are savoring each other's essence. It's all about the scent. As these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the private room lightened, and smiles became more ambiguous. Two young women stifled giggles, leaning into one another. One, bolder than the rest, teased, Boss Wang. You must watch films with a rating, right? The other playfully nudged her, pinching her waist, which sent the entire room into fits of laughter. Wang Wei, unhurried, recounted a friend who also favored the scent of his partner. He excitedly told me, Wei Gu, I found a girlfriend, and her minty fragrance is intoxicating. A few days later, I inquired about her, and he replied, it's over. Surprised, I asked, didn't you like her? He responded, that girl's minty scent turned out to be the smell of a feminine hygiene product. The room erupted in laughter. However, Liang Zixiong remained stoic. The bolder girl asked. How did he realize it was that scent? Wang Wei replied. As I mentioned earlier, it was over. Laughter cascaded through the room once more, dissipating any tension Director Zhang may have felt. With a beaming smile, Wang Wei continued. You see, business is akin to romance. It requires a harmonious connection. Director Zhang, perhaps sensing the underlying truth, filled Wang Wei's glass and acknowledged. Yes, I have noticed this issue as well. Lowering his voice, Wang Wei confided. I will share this with you alone. A major Japanese company is considering investing. He continued. You know the Japanese, even if you haven't worked with their brands. Their legends abound in our industry. They are meticulous, always finding fault. No one paid heed to Wang Wei's choice of words. Director Zhang was solely focused on the potential Japanese investors. Wang Wei added, high-quality products not only benefit your company, but also support you, Director Zhang. With Japanese investors, will you be able to handle the forthcoming orders? You might find yourself too busy to even visit Guangdong. Another wave of laughter ensued. Director Zhang quickly waved his hand. No, it has been ages since I last visited Guangdong. Wang Wei clinked glasses with Director Zhang. Liang Zixiong will keep you company for a few drinks. By the way, where's my rice roll? Observing Director Zhang's satisfaction, Wang Wei reaffirmed a sentiment. Though I may lack wealth, I possess the ability to dream big. Wang Wei exited the private room and spotted Yuan Peipei squatting outside the restaurant. Yuan Peipei rose, shielding her eyes from the sunlight, and pouted, inquiring what he had discussed with them. Noting their laughter, Wang Wei replied, Come, accompany me to buy some rice rolls. Yuan Peipei asked, Must we have rice rolls? Wang Wei nodded, brushing off the dust from his trousers before continuing, Let us go. Yuan Peipei patted her own backside, aware that her voluptuous figure required balance, lest she stumble. Chapter 0010. Fate comes and goes. After Yuan Peipei dusted herself off, she realized something was amiss. However, upon glancing at Wang Wei, she noticed his gaze was already fixed on a nearby snack shop. She harbored no further doubts and followed him to purchase a portion of rice rolls. The location was in close proximity to Longji Port, where Wang Wei wandered for a while. Several old boats were docked, one of which bore a large sign proclaiming for sale in bold letters. Watching Wang Wei devour the rice rolls, Yuan Peipei felt compelled to comment. You genuinely seem to relish these rice rolls. After swallowing a mouthful, Wang Wei paused before explaining, I have a colleague who has been working for several years. Recently, his work has been quite challenging, and coincidentally, his mother came to visit him. Early in the morning, she would rise to prepare rice rolls for him. At around 7, she would rouse him for breakfast. His job isn't confined to specific hours. He is busy both day and night. He might have been a bit grumpy upon waking. When he finally left for work at nearly 9, his mother handed him a box of rice rolls, which he inadvertently pushed away, causing them to fall to the ground. As he departed, he saw his mother picking the rice rolls off the floor and placing them into her own bowl. Yuan Peipei gazed at Wang Wei intently, asking, Did she manage to eat? Wang Wei stuffed the last piece of rice roll into his mouth. Yuan Peipei felt a twinge of sadness and softly asked, Did your friend apologize to his mother? After swallowing, Wang Wei let out a long sigh, revealing, his mother has passed away. Yuan Peipei, for reasons unknown, felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over her. Wang Wei turned to her, his eyes searching hers, and asked, Do you think my friend's mother would blame him? As Yuan Peipei shook her head, tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and she trembled as she replied, No, she would only blame herself for not doing better. She would lament never having the opportunity to prepare delicious rice rolls for her son again. Wang Wei faltered, clearly affected, acknowledging the depth of a woman from Chaos Han. Lighting a cigarette, he shouted towards the rushing waters of Rongui, These rice rolls are truly delightful. After shouting, he turned and made his way back to the restaurant, with Yuan Peipei trailing behind, wiping her tears. Initially, she worried her words might have displeased Director Zhang, but upon returning to the private room, she found Zhang's face flushed. Repeatedly apologizing to her, Manager Yuan, I sincerely apologize. There are indeed quality issues with this batch of products. We will rectify them overnight. Please inform your boss that we will deliver the next samples to Xiangjiang promptly, ensuring satisfaction. Director Zhang's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Yuan Peipei recognized Wang Wei's influence behind this shift, but there was no time to inquire further. Yuan Peipei is set to return to Hong Kong this afternoon, needing to report the situation to her superior. Unconsciously, she gazed at Wang Wei for an extended period. Manager Yuan, Director Zhang called out repeatedly, jolting Yuan Peipei back to reality. What is it? She responded. Director Zhang inquired, is there anything else that requires our attention? Yuan Peipei replied, please arrange for this batch of products to be loaded and sent for destruction. Director Zhang nodded vigorously. All right, I will take care of it tonight. No, it must be done now. I want to oversee the destruction. Director Zhang glanced at Wang Wei, who gave a slight nod, prompting him to rush back to the factory to arrange for the truck. Yuan Peipei stood by, supervising, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Wei, who was chatting with Director Zhang. She was about to leave and wished to speak with him, but what could she possibly say? How did he manage to elicit such cooperation from Director Zhang? Moreover, what was the purpose of his visit to Shun today? Was it a mere coincidence, or did he come deliberately to see her? They had inexplicably found themselves together, sharing a meal with the manufacturer. Director Zhang's reaction suggested he regarded Wang Wei as part of the company. A torrent of questions flooded her mind. And while she yearned to converse with Wang Wei, the overwhelming information left her unsure of where to begin. Thus, she could only observe him repeatedly. As the electronic pets were nearly loaded, Wang Wei remarked to Director Zhang, there's a ship for sale at the dock ahead. Do you know which company it belongs to? Director Zhang replied, I'm not certain, but I can inquire. Since it was local, the information should surface quickly. Wang Wei provided his home number, requesting Director Zhang to call him with any updates. Noting Wang Wei's serious demeanor, Director Zhang mused about his age, likely in his early 20s. Despite his youth, he seemed quite adept and remarkably capable. Was he contemplating purchasing a ship? That dilapidated vessel had been languishing at the dock for nearly a year, with no one showing interest. Director Zhang was undoubtedly aware of the seller's identity. The reason for withholding the seller's information was ultimately to reap benefits from both sides. Wang Wei understood the unspoken rules as well. In these times, even a small tip could fetch a price, and the value of information was self-evident, not to mention high-end goods like red tickets. Workers and drivers, wave your hands. Director, we're finished loading, they called out. Wang Wei turned to Yuan Peipei. Sister Peipei, you may leave now. We will monitor the destruction. Director Zhang, please ensure Sister Peipei arrives safely. I trust you to handle my matters diligently. Director Zhang nodded and promptly arranged for a vehicle. Miss Yuan, are you leaving? I still have so much to discuss with you. Yuan Peipei suddenly felt a pang of regret. After all, she had ample opportunity to converse with him yesterday. In fact, since middle school, there had been countless moments to talk. She addressed Wang Wei. I'm fine. The boss is still waiting for your news in Hong Kong. So please focus on your tasks. I can handle things here. The words she intended to say got caught in her throat as the driver opened the rear door of the car. She hesitated for a few seconds before finally sliding into the seat. Through the tinted glass of the car window, she had just raised her hand when the vehicle had already driven out of the gate. She abruptly turned her head, took off her glasses, and gazed at Wang Wei through the rear windshield. Although she wasn't wearing her glasses, Wang Wei's figure appeared remarkably clear this time. He stood there like a nail, motionless. Yuan Peipei murmured, Director Zhang, how many days until the prototype is ready? Director Zhang replied, I need to find good circuit boards. It will take 3 days. The prototype will be ready in 3 days. So, will we be able to meet again in 3 days? It turned out that some people, upon turning away, longed for another encounter. Yet Yuan Peipei never anticipated that their next meeting would be a long time coming. Boss, if you're so reluctant, why not let Sister Peipei stay a little longer? Li Jiawang remarked, gazing at the departing Santana alongside Wang Wei. Liang Zixiong echoed the sentiment, noting that there was no need to leave in such haste. Once Wang Wei could no longer see the car, he turned back and, while walking towards the truck, said, when fate arrives, cherish the relationship. When it departs, focus on making money. Wang Wei jumped into the passenger seat of the truck, while the two brothers climbed into the cargo area. Wang Wei drive, called the driver, uncertain of their destination. To Zhuhai, Wang Wei replied. The driver almost swallowed his half-finished curse, saying, as you command, boss. The driver accepted 600 yuan, eager to press the accelerator to the floor. Chapter 0011. Resource Utilization. The truck arrived in Liwan. After shouting for his friends in the billiard room, Li Jiawang began to play billiards, and the little yellow-haired boys came rushing to help. Li Jiawang called out, handle it carefully. In response, everyone unloaded the cargo and stacked it in the corner of the billiard room. Liang Zixiong stood nearby, diligently checking the inventory and making records. Wang Wei offered the driver a cigarette, waiting for him to ask questions. However, the driver said, Boss, if there is a chance to make money, can you take me along? Wang Wei smiled and asked, how do you know I will make money? The driver replied, this batch of goods is simply unavailable in the market. You must have connections or means to acquire it without hesitation. A boss who pays promptly is certainly a person of significance. His name is Wang Wei, not Wang Ba, and he would never suddenly exude an overwhelming presence that would make others feel secure. In this era, various industries sprouted like mushrooms after rain. There are always people becoming wealthy overnight, yet that wealth never lands among themselves, prompting them to seize any potential opportunities that arise. This could be understood as casting a wide net while focusing on nurturing key prospects, akin to the dynamics of unscrupulous individuals. Wang Wei needed such unscrupulous characters, especially in the early stages of his venture when manpower was scarce. As for Jiang Hao, he appreciated Wang Wei's prompt payments. A simple call of boss could establish familiarity, just in case a genuine opportunity arose in the future. What is your name? Wang Wei inquired. The driver replied, my name is Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao could drive a truck and had access to the logistics of the Haixing factory, allowing for some personal use of the vehicle in the short term. Wang Wei asked, are you familiar with the factories in Shun? Jiang Hao nodded. Wang Wei left him his pager number, indicating he would be in touch. I will find you, he assured. Jiang Hao extinguished his cigarette, thanking the boss for the opportunity. After unloading the goods, Jiang Hao drove back to Shun. When factory director Zhang inquired whether those products had been destroyed, he replied that they had all been obliterated. Zhang then questioned why he had returned so late. He explained that he had driven Wang Wei back to Zhuhai, reasoning that Wang Wei was not from the Shanjiang company. Director Zhang found this reasonable and believed that Jiang Hao was quite astute in social matters. Before entering his home, Wang Wei overheard voices from inside. You good for nothing. Leave and don't come back. Amidst the laughter and revelry, the taunts continued. I am little gray chicken. If you leave, don't return. With a sudden push, Wang Wei swung open the door to find her by the parrot perched there, tilting its head in feigned ignorance of Wang Wei's return. With both parents absent, Wang Wei surmised they must still be at work. His father, a printing factory manager, was usually not very busy. As for his mother, Dr. Chun, the chief surgeon at Zhuhai General Hospital and a professor at Zhuhai Medical University, she might become quite occupied in a few years, but for now, all was well. On the table rested a large jar of cool tea, of which Wang Wei gulped down half in one go. The bitterness was intense, yet it was a taste Wang Wei had cherished since childhood. His mother would prepare a large jar of this tea, concerned that her son might be too reluctant to drink hot water when thirsty. Years later, when Wang Wei discussed the topic of hydration with his younger colleagues, they all seemed to agree on having consumed little water during their childhood. When asked for the reason, their answers were surprisingly uniform. Either they would immediately boil some, or the thermos water would scald their tongues. Wang Wei reflected, recalling that throughout his summers until leaving home, he had never faced such worries. It turned out that maternal love was not merely a sudden concern, but rather a gentle, unwavering protection akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth. After a brief pause, Wang Wei rose to leave. Come back, Daddy's home. He observed her by eagerly stretching its neck. He sometimes mused that with the right coloring and a pair of suspenders, it would look quite amusing. Placing it on his shoulder, Erbai erupted into laughter. Who would believe that this self-entertaining parrot might one day pluck out its own feathers and succumb to depression? Wang Wei then took Erbai to Li Jiawang's home. Upon arrival, Li Jiawang's father greeted Wang Wei with a chilled bottle of beer and eyed Erbai with a glint of mischief, suggesting they prepare a boiled gray chicken. Erbai's eyes widened in alarm as it inched closer to Wang Wei's neck, exclaiming, Big brother, let us go. This elicited hearty laughter from Li Jiawang. However, the laughter only intensified Erbai's fear. Liang Zixiong approached with a notebook. Brother Wei, 796 units. Wang Wei settled down beside the heap of electronic pets in the corner. Erbai, ever the rascal, began whistling at a girl nearby. Li Jiawang asked, Big brother, what are you doing with all this junk? Wang Wei replied, Junk? Huh. In just a few days, there will be vibrant notes of cash. Both Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong appeared skeptical. Li Jiawang inquired, Are we selling it on the street? Sweating, Wang Wei shook his head with a wry smile. We can't sell locally. It must be done a bit further away. These products ought not to be present in the marketplace. We must not allow Yuan Peipei to be harmed. Where to go? A sudden inspiration struck Li Jiawang. Let's head to Guangdong. Wang Wei gazed at Li Jiawang with an expressionless face, questioning his intentions. Are we going to raise electronic chickens in a different place? Let us go north, to Binhai. The economic conditions there are favorable, and we can fetch a good price. After Wang Wei made his decision, he turned to Liang Zixiong, who appeared lost in thought. Perhaps Liang Zixiong had yet to grasp the rapid developments. Wei Gu had mentioned causing trouble at noon. The products were secured by the afternoon, and they were preparing for shipment by nightfall. The efficiency was so swift that he could hardly catch his breath. Wang Wei inquired of Liang Zixiong, "Have you made up your mind? Come with me, or you can't call yourself a brother." Li Jiawang wanted to say that not going would sever their brotherhood, but after receiving a fierce glare from Wang Wei, he swallowed his words. Such matters cannot be forced, and success or failure is not solely determined by Wang Wei. Thus, the choice lay in Liang Zixiong's hands. After all, his future life outweighed the opinions of countless netizens. Liang Zixiong looked at Wang Wei and said, "Wei Gu, do you still need money? I'll reserve some for my elder sister and second sister. The rest is yours." As Wang Wei reached out to Liang Zixiong, the latter grasped his hand resolutely, with Li Jiawang joining in. Wang Wei declared, "Once we sell off this batch of goods, we will have enough funds for a grand venture." However, a question arose. Li Jiawang asked, "Binhai is unfamiliar territory. These trinkets seem rather inconsequential. If we want to play games, aren't arcade machines more enjoyable? If we're raising chickens, wouldn't live ones be more practical? They can be played with, and they can be eaten. What use are electronic chickens? My friend, this stuff holds no value." Wang Wei countered, "Sales rely on talent and strategy. As long as there is market demand, one could sell even excrement." Li Jiawang admired Wang Wei for managing to procure such a large batch of goods for just 600 yuan. Yet, he pondered, could such a heap of rubbish truly be sold? Wang Wei began assigning tasks. "Zixiong, go to the train station and purchase tickets for tomorrow morning's journey to Binhai. Jiawang and I will package these goods. Tomorrow, we head to Binhai." Upon hearing that his son was going far with Wang Wei, Li Jiawang's father approached and clinked his beer bottle with Wang Wei's, earnestly advising his son, "Son, follow Wang Wei closely. One day, you will surely make something of yourself." Wang Wei, Liang Zixiong, and Li Jiawang were all left bewildered. Chapter 0012. Misfortune hides beneath blessings. He articulated his words distinctly, speaking with such conviction that it left them unsure how to refute him. "What are you doing?" Li Jiawang exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Dad, if you can't speak properly, please refrain from doing so. I beg you. Is that not true?" Sheng Fan Ge looked slightly perplexed, shaking his beer bottle. "Never mind, Wang Wei. Take good care of Jiawang. Don't end up like me, stuck in a game room, only able to play mahjong all day. A man's ambition lies in the West. One should venture forth." Wang Wei was utterly exasperated. Some individuals do nothing and still have 3 generations not worrying about food or clothing. Liang Zixiong promptly set off to buy train tickets to Binhai for the next day. Meanwhile, Wang Wei and Li Jiawang packed the 700 electronic pets. Each carried a bundle, and it was indeed a laborious task. Perhaps this was the price of engaging in industry. However, Wang Wei felt quite content. Li Jiawang invited Wang Wei to dine at his home, but after declining, Wang Wei took 200 parrots to a nearby dessert shop to pack some sweet soup. He vaguely recalled that his mother favored candied tangerine peel with red beans. North of Guangdong, many might be unfamiliar with sweet soups. Yet, post-millennium, a chain named Manji Dessert opened numerous branches. For those lacking familiarity with desserts, the offerings at this establishment could be likened to the sweet soups of the state. The shopkeeper, a cheerful aunt, radiated warmth, greeting everyone with a sunbeam-like smile. The shop opened early, yet sweet soup could not be purchased in the morning, as it required pure water to be crafted, with the first cup available only by 1 in the afternoon. Thus, it was common to see queues even late into the evening. Unlike many years later, when numerous unique features of Guangdong East transformed into technological marvels packaged in plastic, it always lacked the flavor of youth. His mother returned home from work, busy preparing dinner. Upon entering, the 200 parrots called out, "Old Chun, watermelon." Chun Yujiao emerged to find the parrot munching on watermelon, playfully poking its neck with her fingertips, asking, "Is the watermelon delicious?" "Sweet." The parrot chirped, relishing a few bites, followed by a hearty laugh. Wang Wei presented the sweet soup to his mother, exclaiming, "Your favorite. Candied tangerine peel with red beans." Chun Yujiao accepted it with both hands, remarking, "I was just pondering when I could enjoy a bowl of this during my afternoon clinic. And here you are bringing it back for me. How did you know what I was thinking?" "Look, Isn't this emotional value rising? Wang Wei placed the parrot on a perch, allowing it to focus on devouring the piece of watermelon in its claws. After a brief stroll around the house, Wang Wei tiptoed into the kitchen to sneak a piece of meat from the plate, casually inquiring, "Where's Dad?" Shen Yujiao replied, "He called me from work this afternoon, saying he wouldn't be home for dinner and would return a bit later." Wang Wei had started trading stocks after dating Yuan Peipei. The matter of his resignation had been handled by his father. It was only after some time that he learned the printing factory had also been struggling. Old Wang was navigating through various government departments for the sake of the factory, hoping for some care and support from the authorities. Yet, the response from the government was always the same. "There are numerous large entities awaiting our attention. How significant are you?" As history rolled inexorably forward, prosperity and development were exalted, the West Sea flourished, and people lived blissfully day by day, oblivious to the real faces of those crushed beneath the wheels of progress. A rather peculiar phenomenon emerged. From now into the next decade, everyone seemed willing to believe in the positive, the active, and the good. Yet, thereafter, only the negative, the dark, and the bad would be embraced. This stark reversal was quite apparent. Old Wang arrived home just before 10, the scent of alcohol lingering in the air. He playfully teased the 200 parrots, mustered a smile for his son, and asked, "How was shunned?" Wang Wei replied candidly, "Very smooth, and luck was on my side. By the way, Dad, Mom, I need to take a trip tomorrow, lasting about a week. The train is at noon. I have time in the morning to handle my resignation at work." The couple exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that their son had made a firm decision. Wang Wenwei waved his hand dismissively, assuring his son that he had taken care of everything. "You should rest at home a bit longer, stay alert on your journey." Wang Wei, not one to overlook details, had previously been too preoccupied with making money to notice the subtleties of his father's emotions. The factory conditions were far from ideal. Yet men often bore the burdens of family and career in silence. When confronted with challenges later on, Wang Wei would follow suit. Wang Wenwei smiled at his son, reflecting on his own journey since entering the workforce, witnessing the nation transition from collective systems to the era of reform and opening up. He had observed the gold rush in Shenzhen and the current fervor for market economy. "I have read a few books and gleaned insights into global economic developments. Allow me to share some wisdom. Fortune often accompanies misfortune. The greater the temptation of profit, the larger the accompanying deception. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As long as you remain unready, you will be safe. Moreover, your mother and I wish for your success, but do not burden yourself excessively. If you tire, return home. Your mother and I are here for you." Wang Wei silently echoed his father's sentiments, urging him not to place undue pressure on himself, reassuring him that he and his mother awaited his return. He contemplated assisting his father if time permitted, pondering that soon the entire Pearl River Delta might whisper his name. The next day, Wang Wei set off. "Erbai," full of excitement that morning, exclaimed, "Little gray chicken. Erbai, food, drink, and tickets, I want to take you." With just a single word from Wang Wei, Erbai seemed momentarily spellbound. After a while, he heard Erbai's frustrated shout, "Street punk, you're something." The train journey to Binhai that Zixiong had arranged would take approximately 22 hours. Each of the three men carried a large bag, blending in with many fellow travelers. Zhuhai had become a central hub for wholesale distribution in the country. Beyond the common sayings about local specialties, the influx of processing enterprises in Shenzhen made Zhuhai home to the most comprehensive and affordable products in the nation. Some might question, what about Yiwu? Patience is key. In the next decade, Yiwu will indeed rise to prominence. However, for now, it belongs to the era of Eastern Guangdong. Thus, individuals like Wang Wei, who came to Zhuhai to purchase goods for sale in the north, were quite common. An intriguing phenomenon emerged among those who worked with the fire wheels. They tended to fixate on southbound trains, showing little interest in those heading north, as their expenditures were primarily on acquiring goods, leaving them with little to gain. Li Jiawang, embarking on his first long trip, was brimming with excitement. Wang Wei teased him. "The teacher says to read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. You certainly seem suited for the latter." Li Jiawang tilted his head, retorting, "What? Should I be exiled thousands of miles if I don't read?" "Exiled to Lingnan." Wang Wei glanced at him. "Can you even locate Lingnan?" Li Jiawang appeared rather foolish, seemingly oblivious to the location of Lingnan. Wang Wei quickly reassured him, saying, it's fine, just go to sleep." The 22-hour journey in hard seats was indeed quite torturous. Throughout the entire carriage, only soft sighs and the intermittent sounds of snoring could be heard. Wang Wei reflected that, in this era, time is undoubtedly the most precious commodity. It was fitting, then, to equate speed with monetary value. Benhai, here I come. The Yangtze River Delta shall whisper my name too. Chapter 0013. The bustling metropolis at 10 in the morning, they arrived in Benhai amidst a light drizzle. Upon disembarking, Li Jiawang was utterly bewildered. He glanced at Wang Wei, who was clad in a long-sleeved shirt. Why are you wearing long sleeves? He queried. Wang Wei replied. Didn't you check the weather forecast last night? Not only did Li Jiawang falter, but Liang Zixiong nearly lost his composure as well. Wang Wei remarked. Consider this your first lesson. Before embarking on any task, review everything you can think of. However, it's all right. Experience is accumulated gradually, and one must traverse their own winding paths. In time, things will improve. Li Jiawang, burdened with a large bag, exclaimed, Big brother. We are classmates born in the same year. Why do you seem to know so much more than us? Wang Wei responded, in a group of 3. One must have a guiding figure. Let us go. In Benhai during May, when the sun shone bright, the daytime temperatures were pleasant, while the morning and evening breezes were refreshingly cool. Although rain could bring temperatures comparable to early winter, the summer in Lingnan arrived early, and the oppressive heat could render even a change of underwear thrice a day insufficient for comfort. This sudden shift was particularly unbearable for Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong. Fortunately, carrying their burdens warmed them slightly. Upon exiting the train station, Wang Wei, like a seasoned guide, led them to Jiabei. He found a hotel with a commendable ambience. However, during check-in, the attractive receptionist scrutinized the trio and couldn't help but inquire, Sir, I hope this doesn't offend, but may I ask what you are carrying? Normally, hotel receptionists would not question guests about their belongings, but it was rare for them to see someone arrive with such a large bag. If the 3 had covered their faces and added shoulder bags, they might have seemed like a moving company. Li Jiawang was incensed. Are you kidding me? I'm here to stay. Wang Wei gently restrained him, opening the bag to show the receptionist its contents. Hello. We've come from Zhuhai to deliver products to a client. We misplaced the address and were told by a local businessman that your hotel has a good environment and is safe, which is why we chose to stay here. Rest assured, none of these products contain batteries, so there is no fire hazard. Wang Wei, handsome and polite, spoke with a charming standard of Mandarin. The receptionist, feeling somewhat apologetic, promptly arranged a triple room for them, although the price was a bit steep, 100 yuan per night. What level of accommodation does this price represent? The wages of urban workers are barely over 100 yuan, while a night at a hotel costs around 100 as well, which is exorbitantly expensive. Wang Wei had already been here for 3 days. Li Jiawang had no sense of money and spent lavishly, while Liang Zixiong felt a sting in his wallet. Once they returned to their room, Liang Zixiong asked, Brother Wei, why are we staying in such an expensive hotel? Wang Wei explained, Given the short time and heavy tasks ahead, we cannot afford to invite trouble upon ourselves. I could take you to a budget inn that charges only 5 yuan a night, but what about our goods? We are already short-staffed. We cannot spare someone to guard them. There are plenty of 5 yuan inns in the alley, but Wang Wei did not need to suffer unnecessarily. He opened the curtains and windows to let the damp and cold air circulate, distributing a cigarette to each of them. He remarked that the greatest danger was not the invisible threats lurking in the shadows. If they encountered trouble, they could confront it directly. However, what truly frightened him in an unfamiliar city were the authorities. If a couple staying in a hotel had their door knocked and were asked for their marriage certificate, the absence of such a document could lead to accusations of solicitation. If that happened, they would be detained, and they would have to expend energy explaining themselves. Ultimately, what if their goods were confiscated? Liang Zixiong suddenly understood. During customs inspections, some items would inexplicably be seized. Yet, even without customs, such incidents could occur. There were numerous cases where tens of kilograms of gold were held for decades, only to vanish without a trace. Thus, when venturing out, one must save where possible and spend where necessary. On the desk lay a telephone directory beside a map. Wang Wei took out the map, grabbed a pen, and began to circle certain locations. These 3 schools are relatively close together. They are our targets. Li Jiawang asked, Are we setting up a stall at the school entrance? Wang Wei replied, If I brought you out merely to set up a stall, what would be the point of your following me? He then instructed them on what they needed to do and the precautions they should observe in the coming days. The expressions on Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong's faces conveyed disbelief. Can we really make money this way? Are you serious? However, they had agreed in advance to follow orders. Wang Wei had always been the decision-maker. After assigning tasks, he took both of them shopping for clothes and then to stroll along the riverside. This area later became the Jing'an district, the most prosperous part of Puxi. Thus, in such a locale, the likelihood of encountering wealthy individuals was quite high. Further east lay the Huangpu River, and just a bit to the south stood the richest temple in the nation. The year Wang Wei was reborn. There was a rumor that the city was out of funds and borrowed 100 billion from the local temple. This temple, located in the heart of the coastal city's bustling district, allegedly received 18 billion. Although this was merely gossip, it highlighted the temple's considerable influence. If true, even the monks would be baffled, as they were accustomed to soliciting alms, not receiving them. In any case, whether the monks received money remained unknown. However, Wang Wei is engaged in private equity, and among his significant clients is a prominent figure from the esoteric sect. Outside number 18 on the bund, a tiger-headed Mercedes parked by the roadside, from which emerged a plump woman. Li Jiawang cast a glance and exclaimed, "What a stunning Mercedes." Wang Wei chuckled, "Go on. That's your oriental pearl. With a pearl in your mouth, you can navigate effortlessly." Li Jiawang retorted, "At her age, I'd be at a disadvantage." He remained reluctant. Wang Wei suggested, "Let your father come. You can call her mother. This way, you neither suffer loss nor hardship." Liang Zixiong, the honest man, could hardly contain his laughter. The three of them chuckled as they watched the cargo ship glide past on the murky Huangpu River. Wang Wei gazed at the financial center across the river, the most fashionable office locale in the country. Li Jiawang inquired, "Boss, shall we establish our company there?" Wang Wei shook his head, "No. Our future office will be in Shenzhen. Its development will rival that of Binhai. However, it won't be long before our business expands to Binhai. Now, let us head to the school I just sketched out for you." As Wang Wei glanced back at Li Jiawang, a camera lens suddenly intruded. "Sir, would you like a photo?" Wang Wei swiftly covered the lens. "Don't take a picture, or I'll smash your camera." Chapter 0014. Elementary school. Wang Wei was never fond of photography, a habit he maintained for many years. Those who aspire to great endeavors should possess an air of mystery. "All right, let us disperse." Upon hearing Wang Wei's abrupt statement, Li Jiawang stood bewildered, unsure of which direction to take. He hurried a few steps after Wang Wei. "Boss, are we parting ways just like that? Aren't we going together?" Wang Wei turned. "Are you surprised?" "Surprised? Huh." Li Jiawang scoffed as Wang Wei walked away. He then turned to pursue Liang Zixiong. "Zixiong, why do I still feel a bit chilly? Are you hungry?" Liang Zixiong glanced back at Li Jiawang. "Are you heading this way? Then I'll go that way." All right. Li Jiawang grumbled. "You know the way. You're quite something." Li Jiawang stood in place, momentarily dazed, as the surrounding skyscrapers grew increasingly unfamiliar. He genuinely wanted to ask the two of them, "In an unfamiliar city, don't you feel any fear? Binhai is vast, and your nonchalance lacks basic respect for this city. You are quite barbaric." Li Jiawang took a map of Binhai, his vision clouded. "What the heck? I can't comprehend this at all. Where am I on this map?" In the Zhabei area, several schools are concentrated. One significant reason Wang Wei chose this location is that the students here generally come from well-off families. This well-off indicates that children possess the autonomy to manage their pocket money. Yet, in this era, pocket money and New Year's gifts remain mere abstract concepts in most regions. What is an abstract concept? It's something everyone has heard of, seen, and spoken about, but few have actually experienced. Just as school was letting out, a cluster of parents gathered at the entrance of the elementary school. Bicycles are scarce, and automobiles are few. Most parents collect their children on foot, indicating they reside nearby. As more students burst through the school gates, they promptly crowd the few shops outside. These establishments are all stationery stores, brimming with an array of pencil cases, flamboyant pens, and uniquely shaped, fragrant erasers. These little trinkets are among the students' most cherished possessions. Who could fathom that a pencil case could possess an abundance of buttons and switches, or that various small compartments could spring forth from the West Zhou dynasty? Some pencil cases are even ingeniously designed to resemble transformers. The abundance of stationery among underperforming students often begins during this time. Undoubtedly, the most sought-after items are those known as picture cards. Many children, upon exiting the school, rush to the ground to fan out their picture cards. employing grand gestures like the great rock spreads its wings and mountains collapsing in torrents, eliciting cheers from their peers. The cards predominantly feature anime themes, with Dragon Ball and Saint Seiya being the most popular. Domestic favorites include Calabash Brothers and Journey to the West, alongside the occasional Transformer card. After observing for a while, Wang Wei noticed that the children rarely traded Transformer cards, as their circulation among the youngsters was quite limited. As he pondered this, he spotted a primary school student slinging his backpack over one shoulder, surrounded by a gaggle of classmates chattering excitedly. The social dynamics of elementary students differ significantly from those in middle and high school, where groups tend to cluster in 3s or 5s. In elementary school, particularly among boys, the experience revolves around a repetitive assertion of superiority over one another. If a primary school student finds themselves encircled by peers, regardless of gender, it is highly likely that they have become a recognized figure of strength. This stage of life is, in fact, the most conducive to genuinely acknowledging the prowess of others. As students mature, many become cynical, adopting a dismissive mantra. What's so impressive about that? Who are they anyway? Wang Wei observed the young boy being tugged along by several classmates, yet he did not follow. This reminded him of his own school days, when classmates often sought to bring him to their homes. His presence seemed to delight their parents, who would exclaim, "Yes, you should spend more time with Wei." As all the elementary students departed, Wang Wei stopped the diminutive boy at the entrance of the police station. The boy, with a buzz cut and a small face, regarded Wang Wei with suspicion, asking, "Who are you?" Wang Wei gestured towards the police station, then sat down on the stone steps just outside its walls, producing an electronic pet and offering it to the young student. "Give it a try. Perhaps you can provide me with some feedback." Having been out for several years, the primary school children in Binhai are quite worldly. Some, with better resources, likely have computers at home. The young student took the electronic pet from Wang Wei without needing any instruction, effortlessly powering it on. Generally, when individuals receive such electronic devices, they often react with trepidation, fearing they might press the wrong buttons and damage the gadget, or inadvertently invite trouble. However, this elementary school student merely pressed a few buttons haphazardly, and once familiarized with the functions of each key, found it easy to play. Wang Wei remarked that if the student found it interesting, he could take it home to play with. Without raising his head, the student inquired about the conditions. Wang Wei replied, "First, it should not be confiscated by the teacher. Second, if your classmates ask where you bought it, simply take them to the stationery store across from the school." The student looked up at Wang Wei, asking if that was all. Wang Wei lit a cigarette and confirmed, that was indeed all. The student questioned him, "Are you a swindler?" Wang Wei scrutinized the student and pointed towards the police station behind him. "If you feel you've been wronged, feel free to report me at any time." Although the elementary school student was intelligent and alert, deciphering Wang Wei's ulterior motives proved challenging. Nevertheless, the electronic pet intrigued him. It was novel and unlike any of his other toys. He played with it all the way home, skipped watching television, and declared, "I'm going to do my homework," before retreating to his room and closing the door. His parents sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the exact nature of their concern. They merely furrowed their brows upon noticing their daughter had only eaten half her meal. One parent reached to feed her while the other went to serve soup. "Sweetheart, please finish your meal. How can you think well without proper nourishment? Drink your soup. Chicken soup is nutritious for the brain," they urged. The girl replied, "Oh, I really can't eat any more. Can you please stop pressuring me? It's so annoying. I need to get back to my exercises." Her parents quickly donned cheerful smiles, not daring to say more, fearing it might affect her mood as she approached her upcoming college entrance examinations. With her high ponytail swinging, the girl entered her brother's room, reaching out to grab something. "What?" The elementary school student, with his knees propped on the table, looked at his beautiful sister with curiosity. "What are you taking?" The girl inhaled sharply and exclaimed, "Give it to me," as her brother nearly shoved the electronic chicken into her mouth. She examined the device and asked her brother to teach her the functions of a few buttons. Once she learned, she intended to return to her room with the electronic pet. The elementary school student grasped her arm, though one must engage their intellect and avoid rigidity. In elementary school, boys tend to swarm together, participating in activities as a collective. This is precisely why phenomena like the lonely swimmer's chorus arise, alongside the awkward transmission of trends like electric shaking. Wang Wei, with his focus on primary education, could significantly influence boys by introducing electronic pets to them. As boys transitioned to middle school, they begin to seek individuality, and their oppositional tendencies intensify. Presenting them with an electronic pet may lead them to perceive such gestures as foolish. Conversely, middle school girls exhibit different inclinations. They mature earlier and, aside from a general disdain for parental figures, possess an affinity for all things small and delightful. Their preferences and pursuits can even sway the choices of boys. Thus, Wang Wei and Liang Zixiong find themselves with a promising beginning. Both glance towards the door, contemplating the absence of a crucial individual in the room. Liang Zixiong hesitates momentarily, asking, "Wei Go, is Wang Zai all right?" Wang Wei, uncertain, acknowledges that while Jiawang is unafraid of trouble, he is notoriously directionally challenged. I intentionally left him out of this. If he doesn't alter his watchdog mentality, complications will arise in the future. Amongst you, I have only a few trusted brothers. Upon returning to Zhouhai, our operations are set to expand. If Jiawang falters, where will I find another reliable hand? Ultimately, many challenges must be faced collectively. In the dead of night, Li Jiawang returned, battered and bruised, startling Wang Wei. I hope what his father said isn't true. Associating with Wang Wei will lead to one's demise. No, I need to go to school. How did you end up in such a state? Li Jiawang replied. It's a long story. I finally made it to the school entrance, and someone was selling that candy, the kind made by twirling two sticks until they caramelize. Wang Wei couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't legitimate candy. Li Jiawang continued, just as I was about to buy some. A group of punks wrecked the stall. Wang Wei inquired, did you pay and not get the candy? So, you clashed with them? Li Jiawang shook his head, no? It's not about the candy. I simply dislike seeing honest people bullied. Liang Zixiong shot a glance at Li Jiawang, remarking, if you dislike the bullying of the honest, what does that make me? Feeling uneasy under Liang Zixiong's scrutinizing gaze, Li Jiawang shouted, what are you looking at? I'm in this condition, and you can't even muster a word of concern for me? Li Jiawang then added, that vendor was a head taller than me, built like someone who could knock out a horse with a single punch. He just curled up on the ground, covering his head and groin, taking the blows without retaliating. Unable to stand by, I intervened, only to be pursued by them. Wang Wei asked, so, you completely neglected the matter of the electronic pets? Boss, you're so brutal. I was nearly beaten to death, and you're still worried about an electronic chicken? You don't love me anymore. Wang Wei remarked, speak honestly. Did you go looking for that affluent woman with the Mercedes, only to be confronted by her husband? Shame on you. Li Jiawang retorted with a laugh. Liang Zixiong extracted a bottle of ointment from his belongings and began to massage it into Li Jiawang's wounds. Wang Wei was curious, asking why Liang Zixiong carried red flower oil on his outings. Liang's expression appeared somewhat perplexed, yet he quickly replied that he needed it for his daily ventures across numerous streets, where occasional bumps and scrapes were inevitable. A little self-massage would suffice. Oh. Li Jiawang was roused by the mention of massage. Liang Zixiong advised him to endure, stating that a lighter touch would yield no results. Li Jiawang sighed and remarked that if only Zixiong were a beautiful girl. Wang Wei suggested, shall I leave you two alone for a while to duel? Li Jiawang enthusiastically declared that Zixiong would surely be no match for him, destined only to be defeated. Wang Wei smirked, countering that it was uncertain. Today, the sounds of their flatulence had been rather comical. Tomorrow, they would see who emitted laughter with their toots, and the truth would be revealed. Li Jiawang laughed heartily, while Wang Wei and Liang Zixiong exchanged glances, with Li Jiawang suddenly sensing something amiss. A high school student diligently worked on challenging problems beneath a desk lamp. Upon completing one, she triumphantly raised her pen above her head, stretching her posture with pride, holding her breath for 3 seconds, and finally relaxed. This action stirred her electronic pet nearby, resulting in a digital display of a cross. The electronic chicken appeared to be in poor condition, prompting her to select the vaccination option, which revived it into a lively state. Initially finding it uninteresting, she suddenly chuckled after this interaction, though she quickly resumed her serious demeanor, placing it aside to focus on her impending college entrance exam preparations. With nearly 3 months remaining, the first hurdle was passing the preliminary exams, which differed from later assessments. In Benhai, students had to achieve full compliance in the preliminary exams to qualify for the college entrance exams. Many students found themselves hindered at this stage. Fortunately, the preliminary exams posed little challenge for this high school girl. As midnight approached, her mother knocked on the door, calling, "Nuan, stop studying. Get some rest. Don't wear yourself out, or your father and I will be heartbroken. I know. Just let me study for another hour," she replied. Her mother remarked that this nightly exchange had become routine, yet such a life would continue. After washing up, the high school girl lay in bed, placing her electronic pet beside her pillow. Once the electronic chicken had settled down, she tucked it beneath her pillow and peacefully drifted into slumber. The following day, as a primary school student set off for school, he reached out to the high school girl, demanding, "Give it back." She retrieved the electronic pet from her pocket and placed it in his hand, saying, "Take it. It's not fun anymore." The primary school student retorted, "Not fun? You played with it all night, humph." The high school girl coldly inquired if he had explained why he had taken it. As he walked toward school, he replied, "He asked me to bring it to the small shop across from the school." The high school girl mused, "Is he attempting to sell something?" At that moment, two girls rode by on bicycles, calling out, "Lu Qingqing, let us go. It's time for school." As the crowd gathered around Li Jiawang, eagerly observing him engage with his electronic pet, some classmates expressed a desire to take a turn with the device. "No, I've only just acquired this electronic pet and haven't had much time to play with it," Li Jiawang protested. The intrigue surrounding the electronic pet captivated his peers as they watched him nurture virtual chickens on the screen. Although the activity itself might have lacked excitement, the sheer enjoyment Li Jiawang derived from it rendered it fascinating to them. When Li Jiawang was reluctant to share, the interest escalated. In moments of indifference, it seemed mundane. Yet when curiosity piqued, it transformed into a source of collective amusement. A classmate, eager and impatient, inquired, "Li Jiawang, where did you purchase it? How much did it cost?" Recalling Wang Wei's words, Li Jiawang replied, "It's not mine. However, I believe he bought it from the small shop across from the school for around 100 yuan. The price of 100 yuan was sufficient to dissuade many, yet the elementary students surrounding Li Jiawang appeared unfazed by the cost. Wang Wei, rising early, stationed himself outside the school, keenly watching as a few students dashed into the small shop upon its opening. "Excuse me, do you have any electronic pets?" one of the students inquired. The shopkeeper, taken aback, was unfamiliar with the concept of an electronic pet, but, being astute, did not admit ignorance. Instead, he replied, "We're sold out." When asked about restocking, he assured them, "It'll be soon." The students, in their eagerness, requested, "When you receive new stock, could you please reserve one for me? I'll come back in a couple of days." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Though secretly he intended to inquire among his suppliers about this new product, curious if others had begun selling it while he remained uninformed. Wang Wei felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed the boys surrounding Li Jiawang, who was absorbed in playing with his electronic pet, gesturing and pointing. The strategy had evidently proven effective. Young students, particularly boys, possess a linear way of thinking upon encountering something they desire. They often believe it can only be found in that specific location. They may later attempt to convince themselves that alternatives exist, yet even when they secure a substitute, it invariably falls short of their expectations. The necessity of obtaining the original item from that particular place becomes paramount for their satisfaction. This phenomenon resonates with the character Fat Jew from Zhen Huanzhuan, who, until death, persistently collected memorabilia of the pure and virtuous Empress Yuan. As the day progressed, a group of girls emerged from the school, bicycles in tow. Lu Qingqing stopped at a vendor outside the small shop to purchase a stick of maltose candy. When she offered 20 cents, the robust vendor looked up to accept it, revealing a face marred by injury. After a brief glance, Lu Qingqing remarked, "There's a police station not far from here. You should consider reporting it." The burly man remained silent, an imposing figure awkwardly wielding two small bamboo sticks, projecting an oddly humorous impression. Yet, upon seeing the wounds on his face, Lu Qingqing found no amusement in the situation. In a city as developed as Banhai, the presence of such darkness raised questions about the conditions in other cities. "Classmate, your cotton candy." Indeed, this robust fellow refers to this twisted confection as twisted candy. As she received the treat, a group of girls, hand in hand, dashed out of the school and into the convenience store. "Excuse me, do you have electronic pets?" A bright and crisp voice stirred a flicker of interest in Lu Qingqing, prompting her to glance towards the store. Lu Qingqing was aware of what electronic pets were. Her brother's words led her to infer that this gadget had likely yet to be released in the market. She could surmise the intentions behind this inquiry. To her surprise, the sales strategy her brother encountered in elementary school had now surfaced here as well. Was it the work of an individual or a collective? After failing to find answers at the first convenience store, the girls continued their quest. It was highly improbable that any shop in this vicinity would possess such electronic pets. As the girls emerged with their bicycles, Lu Qingqing was beckoned. "Let us go together," as she prepared to ride home with her Maltose candy in her mouth. A group of unruly boys approached, blocking their path. "Lu Qingqing, let me treat you to lunch." The girls surrounding Lu Qingqing recoiled in fear, uncertain of how to respond. She reassured them, "You all should go ahead." The girls glanced back at the school, contemplating alerting a teacher, but after weighing their options, they feared being ensnared by the boys. "Be careful, Qingqing," they called as they pedaled away without looking back. The leader of the boys was a notorious ruffian from the area, rumored to be associated with a local gang. Following a crackdown in '88, the economy had seen some improvement in recent years, and with the influence of gangster films, thugs seemed to be re-emerging. Why would this ruffian presume that a girl would be attracted to someone like him? It was utterly perplexing. Lu Qingqing did not meet his gaze. Instead, she focused on a figure standing behind the crowd. "Even if you abandon your studies, surely you can find a respectable job? If you can't get into vocational school or learn a trade, shouldn't you harbor resentment towards those who once extorted you? Now you employ their tactics against students. Do you believe this is a display of success?" The young man was Lu Qingqing's classmate from middle school, who had harbored a secret crush on her for 3 years, only to be rejected when he confessed in the 3rd year. Since the beginning of high school, he had taken to blocking Lu Qingqing alongside the ruffian. How could Lu Qingqing not realize that the details of her life were likely divulged to the ruffian by this classmate? Such cowardice was contemptible, yet he was not entirely without merit. Unlike those who would sacrifice their own women, he was merely sharing information about a girl with whom he had no connection. Whether this was a misguided attempt at loyalty or a calculated move to tarnish her reputation remained ambiguous. In any case, it was undeniably despicable. The ruffian grasped the handlebars of Lu Qingqing's bicycle and declared, "Lu Qingqing, do you know why I like you? It's because you possess character. It takes character to be my woman, to qualify as a sister-in-law." Lu Qingqing smiled at him, "And he merely informed you of my status as the campus belle. Perhaps he did not mention what my family does?" Lu Qingqing pushed her bicycle and collided with the yellow-haired ruffian, exclaiming, "Don't think you're anything special. Go back and ask your boss if he dares to provoke me. Just imagine what you and your family will do if his business gets ruined." She despised those who dyed their hair yellow. It was both ugly and cheap. The yellow-haired ruffian was taken aback. In Chapter 17, Monetization, these foolish yellow-haired thugs often considered themselves formidable, yet when confronted by someone in uniform, they would flee faster than dogs. Moreover, their hair resembled that of a dog afflicted with skin disease. Lu Qingqing rode her bicycle leisurely past the group of yellow-haired ruffians. The most humiliating part was that she steered with one hand while casually sucking on a lollipop with the other. Not a single one of the so-called rogues dared to stop her. The leader shot a glare at his underlings. Although they had remarked on Lu Qingqing's beauty and status as the campus belle, none had divulged her family's background. In front of so many students leaving school, being confronted by Lu Qingqing was a blow to their pride. As the passing students witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but laugh, stifling their amusement. The yellow-haired leader pointed at the departing students, shouting, "What are you all looking at? I swear I'll make you pay." Unlike Lu Qingqing, the group of students lacked her courage and hurriedly lowered their heads to leave. The yellow-haired leader kicked a basket of malt sugar in frustration. Under normal circumstances, the basket would have toppled, scattering the treats. However, today was different. The basket remained unmoved, and in that instant, the leader realized something was amiss. "Damn it, hit him," he shouted, hopping on one leg, his eyes bulging, as if he had kicked a steel plate. After just having been humbled by Lu Qingqing, he now faced another humiliation at the hands of the vendor. This was intolerable. The yellow-haired leader ordered his underlings to subdue the malt sugar seller. They unleashed a flurry of brutal kicks to his head, chest, and stomach, while the stout vendor merely curled up, silent in his suffering. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The police are coming." The yellow-haired thugs paused momentarily, glancing around, and in that moment, Li Jiawang emerged, dragging the stout vendor as they fled. "Are you out of your mind? Not only did you not fight back, but you can't even run?" The stout vendor had initially started to escape, but turned back to hoist his basket, desperately following Li Jiawang. "What do you have in that basket?" Li Jiawang inquired as they ran. "Cement blocks," the stout man replied. "Good grief." Li Jiawang chuckled. What a burden. As he glanced back, he saw the gang of yellow-haired thugs pursuing them like a pack of wild dogs, and he mused that they would eventually meet their demise. The two ran several blocks before finally shaking off their pursuers. Li Jiawang, hands on his hips, bent over to cough, struggling to clear the phlegm lodged in his throat. Glancing sideways at the stout man, who was tightly gripping the basket's rope with a vigilant demeanor. "How come you're completely unscathed?" Li Jiawang asked. The stout man replied, "I've been accustomed to armed off-roading." "What on earth is armed off-roading?" As Li Jiawang stood there, utterly perplexed, a burly man, burdened with a basket, turned and walked away. Li Jiawang called out to him, "It's time to eat. Let us go, my treat." The man glanced back at him, his expression devoid of emotion, and shook his head before heading towards the school again. Later that evening, as Li Jiawang recounted the incident to Wang Wei at the hotel, he exclaimed, "Boss, do you think this guy is asking for trouble? Those ruffians are always causing him grief outside the school, yet he continues to set up shop there. As if he is intentionally inviting conflict. Is he training for a rugged expedition?" Wang Wei replied, "That is a military exercise." Suddenly, Li Jiawang realized. No wonder he could run so swiftly while carrying a concrete block. Concrete block? Wang Wei chuckled at the absurdity. Li Jiawang continued, "Boss, I spotted a student sister outside that school, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Not only lovely, but also brimming with character." Wang Wei inquired, "How beautiful could she possibly be?" Li Jiawang replied, "She reminds me of someone. Sister Peipei? Trust me, they don't look alike at all. It's a matter of feeling. It's hard to articulate. Given my limited education, but if you were to place her and Sister Peipei side by side, choosing between them would be quite the challenge." "Choose what?" Wang Wei was baffled by Li Jiawang's words. Li Jiawang clarified, "Of course, I mean choosing who is more beautiful. What did you think I meant? Choosing a wife? Boss, don't dwell on such fantasies. You have no idea how much character this girl possesses." He then recounted how Lu Qingqing rode her bicycle past those ruffians with great confidence, leaving them utterly speechless. What a sight to behold. Wang Wei turned Li Jiawang toward the mirror, urging him to smile. "Come on, why the long face?" Li Jiawang responded, "In my moment of despair, I realized the ruffians were none other than myself." Wang Wei, however, was more concerned about the progress of the electronic pet project. "Let us not go off on a tangent. We need to wrap up the electronic pet matter swiftly." Liang Zixiong pulled out a notebook to show Wang Wei, detailing how many girls had inquired about electronic pets at the stationery store by the school gate. "Approximately over 20 girls have asked," he reported. "I even saw the shop owner making a loud phone call, inquiring if there were electronic pets available. It seems he wants to restock." The situation on Wang Wei's side was quite similar. However, the phenomenon of elementary school children pestering the shop owner was particularly severe, with throngs rushing into the stationery store after school, relentlessly bombarding the owner with questions. It was one thing for a few individuals to ask the owner if electronic pets were available, but now it was a mob surrounding him. They seemed oblivious to the others' inquiries. Their minds were solely fixated on their own desires. As if when one asked about the electronic pets and was met with the response that they had not yet arrived, it was due to some personal vendetta between the owner and the customer. But when I, the chosen one, inquired, the owner would nod and say, "Yes, indeed. I've set some aside for you." Thus, this elementary school child would immediately transform into a confident little king, full of bravado. Yet, without exception, the response they received from the stationery shop owner was always the same. "They have not yet arrived." Let it be clear, it was not that they were unavailable. They simply had not yet been delivered. Some eager children even slapped a 100 yuan bill on the counter, declaring, "I'll pay now. The first one that arrives is mine." The money has already been presented before them, yet it remains elusive, which is indeed frustrating. The owners of the small shops are equally bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden emergence of electronic pets that have inexplicably gained immense popularity. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong are both somewhat exhilarated, pondering if this indicates that all the electronic pets have been sold out. Li Jiawang fidgets restlessly, visibly excited, while the introverted Liang Zixiong wears a goofy grin that seems perpetually affixed to his face. It's worth noting that prior to their departure, they considered the heap in the corner merely as trash. Astonishingly, within just 2 days, what was once deemed refuse has transformed into a coveted treasure. All thanks to the esteemed leader. Contrastingly, Wang Wei exhibits no signs of overwhelming excitement. Why is he not jubilant upon earning money? The truth is, the amount is insufficient to elate him. Even if the profits were to multiply 10-fold or 100-fold, it would hold little significance for him. What truly brings Wang Wei joy is the process of wealth creation itself. If one fails to grasp this, consider why one might prefer a full meal over fast food. When the outcome is predictable, the result becomes trivial, while a more intricate and varied process is far more engaging. Some may exclaim, impossible. I don't enjoy playing games at home. But would you dare? When one's spouse inquires, where did you learn that? It leaves one utterly flabbergasted. All right, enough digression. At this moment, Wang Wei is acutely aware that the time to reel in their efforts is drawing near. Li Jiawang gently knocks on her sister's door, but receives no response. Their mother, from the living room, chides, don't bother your sister, all right? She might hit you, and I won't be able to stop her. Ignoring her mother's admonition, Li Jiawang continues to knock. In the kitchen, their mother is meticulously slicing fruit into small pieces, distributing them into 3 little plates. Old Lu, where do you intend to send our daughter for university? The man reclines against a European-style sofa, illuminated by the warm glow of a vintage lamp on the small round table, perusing newly issued documents. She has always been independent. For years, we've never had to worry about her studies. She should choose where she wants to attend university, and we ought to consider how to support her instead. The woman rolls her eyes and pouts. Oh, aren't you her doting father? She confides in you about everything, while I am left out of the conversation. If she refuses to study abroad, then let her aim for Fudan University, and then pursue her master's overseas. What's wrong with staying in Binhai? If she finds the school uncomfortable, she can always return home. Is this truly about attending university? The man muses with a bitter smile while flipping through the documents. As children clamor for university education, the most crucial aspect lies in leaving home. The significance of departing from home is to demonstrate maturity. If one attends university but still commutes from home, how can one prove their wings have strengthened? He knows his daughter likely won't remain in Binhai, as she has inquired about the southern regions more than once. Li Jiawang knocks on the door a 3rd time, yet her sister remains resolutely unresponsive. He hurried into the living room, carrying the fruits his mother had just cut, and approached his sister's door. The couple observed their son's cautious demeanor, finding it both amusing and heart-wrenching. Li Jiawang opened his sister's door, revealing her engrossed in solving complex problems. He placed the small dish of fruits before her, deliberately obscuring the electronic pet, and attempted to sneak away with it in hand. Li Jiawang coldly commanded, "Put it down." "But, sister, you took it to play with as soon as you came home, and I haven't even had my turn." Ignoring him, Li Jiawang focused intently on completing the last question of her assignment. After finishing, she snatched the electronic pet from Li Jiawang's grasp, checking if the chick was hungry and in need of food. Li Jiawang, anxious, exclaimed, "Sister, don't feed it. If it overeats, it will, you know, make a mess. If it does that too many times, it could die. You fed it so many times last night, and it died this morning." Li Jiawang retorted, "Enough nonsense. You've played with it all day. What is wrong with me playing with it now?" Li Jiawang protested, "That is not fair. I didn't play with it while I was at school." "Didn't he play?" Li Jiawang replied, expressionless, while teasing the chick. "If you didn't play, why did your classmates swarm the stationery store asking the owner about it?" Li Jiawang widened his eyes in disbelief. "How do you know that?" Li Jiawang smirked. "You're easy to read, my dear brother. Little elementary school students can't keep secrets. Besides, you're quite clever and popular with your friends. Your teacher has even complained about you leading the rebellion against her. She couldn't criticize you in class because of Dada's reputation. So she came to our house for a home visit instead. If you're that well-liked at school, wouldn't your classmates rush to buy any toy you have?" While feeding the chick, Li Jiawang asked, "So your classmates went to the stationery store?" Li Jiawang, exasperated by her feeding the chick, replied impatiently, "Aren't you already aware? I truly didn't play during class. I only played a bit during recess, and then they all ran to the stationery store to ask the owner about it. The 5th graders and the little kids from the lower grades don't even know what an electronic pet is, yet they clamored to buy one. Such imitators." Li Jiawang grinned, pondering whether the individual behind this marketing strategy was preparing to pull the rug out from under them. She found these little tricks rather intriguing, though she wondered if the store owners would fall for it. She switched off the electronic pet and tucked it away in her pocket, declaring, "I'll return it to you tomorrow morning." Li Jiawang felt on the verge of tears, yet upon seeing Li Jiawang's icy gaze, he pouted and sulkily retreated to his room, suppressing his frustration. As Li Jiawang resumed her studies, she suddenly felt curious about who might be orchestrating this scheme simultaneously at both her brother's school and her own. Could other schools be participating as well? She retrieved the electronic pet once more, not out of admiration for the cleverness of the scheme, but rather out of her fondness for small pets. She cherished them, yet was also fearful of parting ways. She had heard that dogs and cats only live for a little over a decade. She is profoundly afraid of goodbyes, wishing fervently that her pets could enjoy a longer lifespan. Alas, yet another chick has perished. How can one keep pets with such fleeting lives? It is utterly exasperating. Restart. Restart. Wang Wei refrained from lingering at the elementary school gate and instead made his way to the entrance of the high school. In the afternoon, he spotted a burly man selling malt candy with a basket placed at the school gate. Just how robust was this man? If placed at his doorstep, one might casually mistake him for a stone lion. Yet, there was an unsettling emptiness in his gaze, as if something had shackled his heart to a particular moment in time. Wang Wei was aware that many veterans, after leaving the battlefield, bore various degrees of lingering ailments, some quite severe. His contemplation in this direction stemmed from the fact that most people fixated solely on the months spent in Vietnam. In reality, the ensuing decade was fraught with continuous gunfire. The 8 military districts took turns on the front lines, training troops. It was only in 1993, the present time, that the heightened state of readiness along the China-Vietnam border was just beginning to ease. Thus, Wang Wei subconsciously pondered whether he had left something behind on the battlefield. Li Jiawang quietly interjected, "Boss, I haven't misspoken, have I? That guy could knock me out with a single punch. Yet, he would rather endure the blows than flee." Wang Wei replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with others. Let us focus on delivering the goods." Li Jiawang hoisted a large bag of electronic pets and entered the stationery store adjacent to the high school. A touch of nervousness lingered as he frequently glanced back, while Wang Wei leaned against the sycamore tree, smoking, and nodded towards him. Swallowing hard, Li Jiawang called out to the store owner, "Boss, delivery." Lu Qingqing had just finished her exam, submitting her paper early as she exited the school gates. Sticking to her routine, she decided to indulge in a piece of candy first. Chapter 0019, You Deceive Me. I deceive you. As Li Jiawang placed the hefty bag of electronic pets on the counter, the owner anxiously exclaimed, "Oh dear, be careful of the glass." "What are you delivering?" "I didn't call for a delivery." Li Jiawang, with his brazen demeanor, was adept at charming girls, spinning tall tales with ease. Yet when it came to deceiving the owner, his Mandarin faltered, as if on hot coals, unable to articulate clearly and growing increasingly flustered. "No, the address is indeed here. Take a look. Isn't it correct?" He produced a paper with the address scrawled upon it and handed it to the owner. Upon opening it, the owner declared, "This is not the right place. Take it away." Li Jiawang thought to himself, this situation differs from what the boss described. Where could the misunderstanding lie? As he argued with the owner, he mulled over the source of the confusion. He was still shouting, "Boss, don't be ridiculous. It clearly states here." Is there a mistake with the address? Lu Qingqing had just taken a piece of malt candy from the burly man and, after savoring a bite, leaned against her bicycle, watching the commotion in the convenience store with keen interest. Observing the large package on the counter and the frantic attempts to hand it to the owner, she speculated whether it was indeed the electronic pets. Considering the passage of time, the goods should be retrieved in the next couple of days. However, judging by the clumsy demeanor of the blonde-haired individual, he does not seem like someone adept at orchestrating such a scheme. If he truly were, it appears he might have merely acquired a few tricks from someone else, and he does not seem particularly proficient at them. Should this endeavor fail, it would be a pity to squander the well-laid plans of the past few days, Lu Qingqing mused. Simultaneously, she contemplated which link in the chain had faltered. A smile graced her lips as she realized that the blonde seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail, informing the boss of precisely what he was delivering. In truth, all Lu Qingqing needed to do was inquire at the convenience store, "Excuse me, do you have any electronic pets?" and the issue would be resolved. Yet, why should she take such a step? The candy she was savoring was becoming soft in her mouth, and she twisted it around playfully, chuckling as she observed the unfolding drama. Unbeknownst to her, across the street, another pair of eyes was fixed upon her. Under the midday sun, Lu Qingqing was particularly radiant. Whether it was joy or a peculiar expression on her face, she squinted slightly, clearly engrossed in the happenings inside the convenience store. Wang Wei, visiting for the first time, felt an instinctive recognition of this high school girl, whom Li Jiawang had compared to Yuan Peipei. Now, Wang Wei understood why Li Jiawang had drawn such a parallel. It was the unique aura they both exuded, an essence that is exceedingly rare to replicate. Unlike the uniformity often seen 3 decades hence, where every mention of beauty conjures images of mass-produced assembly line models, the beauty of this era is distinctly exceptional. Of course, It is also possible that Li Jiawang was not referring to her. As Wang Wei glanced at Li Jiawang again, the store owner was nearing the point of ushering them out. A few girls emerged from the school gates, hand in hand, rushing into the store, inquiring, "Excuse me, do you have any electronic pets?" The owner, still pressing Li Jiawang to leave, responded, "Not yet. The goods have not arrived." Li Jiawang nearly slapped himself in frustration. Having forgotten to inform the owner about the specific delivery, he hastily opened his bag, exclaiming, "Here they are? Look, is this not what you ordered?" Upon inspecting the contents, the owner was met with a bag full of electronic pets. The girls, upon spotting the electronic pets, squealed in excitement. Yes, this is it." Previously pushed towards the exit, Li Jiawang seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of desire. "Ladies, would you like to buy some? I can sell them to you." Instantly, they began rummaging for money. The shopkeeper, now agitated, swiftly covered Li Jiawang's bag, exclaiming, "Oh no, these are my ordered goods. How can you sell them? You, young man, are quite the rogue," he continued. "Students, you should return for lunch. Come back this afternoon." The girls, eager to purchase, had no choice but to endure another wait, leaving with a sense of disappointment. The owner's demeanor had shifted dramatically. Where he had once pushed Li Jiawang out, he now beckoned him inside, saying, "Young man, if only you had mentioned you were here to deliver electronic pets. What a misunderstanding this has been." Li Jiawang felt his heart racing like never before when flirting with a girl. Now, he only sensed an exhilarating thrill, torn between the desire to maintain his facade and the fear of overdoing it. It was best to swiftly collect the money and provide an account to the boss. The boss opened the bag, revealing its contents. "Is this all of it? Is it enough?" Li Jiawang replied, 200 units, just count them." The boss promptly counted, and to his satisfaction, it was precisely 200 units. 80 yuan each, Li Jiawang stated. "That totals 16,000 yuan. Upon hearing this sum, the boss felt a jolt of surprise. Although earning money at the school gate was lucrative, investing such a large amount all at once still stung a little. He was about to negotiate when Li Jiawang added, "I've already given a 2,000 yuan deposit. Just a total of 10,000 will suffice." The boss felt an immediate sense of relief. 2,000 less? It was like finding money for free. Retailing 200 units at 100 yuan each seemed a bit steep, potentially making sales more challenging. Yet with a cost of 70 yuan per unit, he would earn 30 yuan each, totaling 6,000 yuan in profit. Goodness gracious. This is surprisingly profitable, Li Jiawang exclaimed with a laugh. He took the address to verify again, even stepping outside to inspect something. The boss was already sweating nervously. Hoping Li Jiawang wouldn't recall needing a deposit slip, where would he find one? The boss snatched the piece of paper with the address from Li Jiawang's hands, saying, "Wait here. I'll get your money." He hurried into the back room, not daring to waste a moment as he stacked 10 yuan bills on the counter, even adding a couple of stacks of 50. As he handed over the money, his hands trembled with anxiety, silently wishing, "Please, don't expose this." Meanwhile, Li Jiawang also felt the tremors in his hands while counting the cash, thinking, nothing should go wrong. It must not. Both men were engulfed in a shared sense of panic. Li Jiawang stuffed the money into his pocket. It was sufficient. "Boss, congratulations on your fortune. Please call our superior to inform them that you have received the goods." The boss escorted Li Jiawang out of the convenience store, muttering a cheerful farewell. In that moment, both men finally exhaled in relief, one fearing exposure of the ruse that might leave him with a pile of unsellable junk, and the other worried about being discovered for the misdelivered goods, risking the opportunity of an easy 2,000 yuan and incurring a significant loss. Fortunately, at that moment, the transaction was completed. They both thought in unison. Indeed, it was well done. However, as Li Jiawang stepped outside, he noticed a beautiful woman gazing at him with a playful smile. He returned her smile, thinking that had it not been for the boss waiting across the street, he might have engaged her in conversation. Passing by a burly man, he patted him on the back, saying, "My boss is over there. Shall we go say hello?" The burly man remained indifferent. Yet, Lu Qingqing, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced across the street. Wang Wei was also looking at her. This marked the first moment their eyes met. Chapter 20. Not as good as the burly man. Li Jiawang felt that the burly man lacked a sense of humor. Damn it, I helped him twice, and he still doesn't acknowledge me. If he doesn't care for me, then I shall not care for him. He clasped his hands around the bag and jogged over to Wang Wei, gleefully patting the bag. "Boss, we struck gold. 10,000 yuan, all right here," Wang Wei remarked. "Your family was a millionaire back in the 80s. Yet I've never seen you this elated before. Li Jiawang waved his hand dismissively, asserting, that's different. My father earned that. This, however, is the fruit of my own labor. Wang Wei chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke. Let us head back to the hotel and discuss it there. After a moment of excitement, Li Jiawang leaned closer to Wang Wei and whispered, Big brother, the beautiful girl I mentioned last night is right across from us. She just smiled at me. Really? Wang Wei replied with a smile, glancing over to see the tall girl from high school looking in their direction. Li Jiawang eagerly followed Wang Wei's gaze towards the school gate, and his excitement peaked. Oh no, she is looking at me. She must already be attached. Wang Wei nodded. So today is a double celebration for you? Why not confess your feelings to her? Li Jiawang felt a mix of exhilaration and shyness. Big brother, Benhai is merely a temporary haven for us. We will eventually leave. Knowing the outcome, why deceive ourselves into starting a romance with no future? Wang Wei furrowed his brow. You read too much. You're just rambling. But if you have less knowledge, you talk nonsense effortlessly. As Wang Wei jested with Li Jiawang, he glanced back at the high school girl, uncertain if it was his imagination, but she seemed genuinely interested in him. Not only was she looking at him, but from such a distance, her gaze felt teasing. Did she see through him? Am I destined to be the one who gets rejected? With a bitter smile, he noticed a group of young men with dyed hair approaching from across the street. Li Jiawang's expression tightened. Those troublemakers are back. Big brother might be in for some trouble. Wang Wei had observed the muscular man among them. His impressive physique piqued Wang Wei's interest, as he considered the possibility of recruiting him for his endeavors. Initially, Wang Wei intended to finish his business before engaging in conversation. But seeing the group of young men heading his way prompted him to tell Li Jiawang, you should return to the hotel first. Why be scared? I want to fight too. Li Jiawang, always eager for a brawl, was not one to shy away from a confrontation. Wang Wei responded, as long as I don't give the signal, you must hold back. For the past few days, Li Jiawang had been itching for a fight, feeling pin up and ready to vent his frustrations. However, Wang Wei glanced at Li Jiawang's bulging pockets and added, are you prepared to pay for your injuries afterward? Go back to the hotel. Realizing he was carrying a substantial amount of money, Wang Wei concluded that fighting was indeed not the best course of action. Be careful, he advised. Wang Wei remarked, I can run faster than you. Li Jiawang, though eager to assist Wang Wei, understood the gravity of the situation. He eyed the group of young men, thinking, if my big brother gets into trouble today, I swear I'll take it out on your entire family. As Wang Wei turned back towards the street, the group of young men moved closer. Approaching the school gate, Wang Wei decided to cross the street. Lu Qingqing had been observing Wang Wei and was preparing to approach him, but when she saw him walking back towards her, she wondered, is this man unable to resist coming my way? It makes sense. We've locked eyes for so long. Does he harbor some misunderstanding? Why do these young men always seem to fixate on a group of schoolgirls? Lu Qingqing could not be said to be particularly disappointed. Rather, she found the situation rather uninteresting. As Wang Wei crossed the street, Lu Qingqing observed him approaching her. At that moment, the group of young men also arrived before her, calling out her name. When she glanced back at Wang Wei, a sudden thought struck her. Was he coming to her aid? However, as he drew closer, she realized that this young man, only a few years her senior, possessed an appealing demeanor and was willing to lend a helping hand in a critical moment. Yet, the nearer he came, the more she noticed his attention was directed elsewhere. This seemed entirely normal to her. Many boys, even from a distance, would feign ignorance and look around, only to exhibit surprise upon reaching her. This man was likely no different. Wang Wei walked straight to the burly man and said, I've purchased your candy. Now, carry your basket and follow me. Lu Qingqing was taken aback, as was the burly man. Wang Wei's expression was earnest, and after a brief moment of hesitation, the burly man reluctantly shouldered his basket and followed Wang Wei across the street, leaving the contentious area behind, all without any unnecessary interruptions. After glancing at the burly man, the leader of the young men turned to Lu Qingqing with a forced smile, saying, Miss Lu, we have come to apologize. He then brought forth Lu Qingqing's former middle school classmate, declaring, it was this scoundrel who led to our disturbance of you, Miss Lu. Quickly, apologize to her. This classmate had believed he had faced the darkest moments of his life 3 years ago, failing to enter a vocational school, neglecting his studies, and experiencing unrequited love. Yet, 3 years later, he came to realize that the depths of despair were boundless. See, here comes yet another low point, he thought. now compelled to apologize to the girl he once failed to confess his feelings to. I'm sorry, Lu Qingqing, please forgive me. He bowed deeply before her. Lu Qingqing's thoughts were consumed by Wang Wei. I am a girl, a beautiful girl. He is a man, a robust man. I am left standing next to this burly man, and now you take him away, leaving me to confront these young men alone? What sort of man does that? Lu Qingqing trembled with anger, her hands and feet icy cold. Leave. The leader of the young men replied, Miss Lu, there's no need for concern. If your classmate's apology fails to satisfy you, we will ensure he is punished until you feel avenged. Lu Qingqing scarcely paid them any mind, resolutely mounting her bicycle and wobbling in pursuit of Wang Wei. Once again, she had pressed the pride of the young men into the ground. Where is our outlet for frustration? They muttered, turning to find the burly man selling candy, only to discover he had long since vacated the battlefield. It could only be said that Wang Wei had made a shrewd move. Wang Wei led the burly man back to a hotel room, where Liang Zixiong had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Wang Wei return with a stranger, he hurriedly covered the stacks of cash on the bed with a blanket, creating an awkward atmosphere. The burly man, still clinging to his basket, stood silently in the corner. For a fleeting moment, Wang Wei felt a peculiar sensation, as if he had unwittingly drawn a naive soul into a pyramid scheme. The burly man paused for a moment, placing the malt candy on the table, stating that this candy would not cost anything. You have aided me thrice, and in return, I shall perform 3 deeds for you. Wang Wei thought to himself. Recognizing the clarity of their grievances and the importance of gratitude, his nature was unblemished. A savage physique coupled with a civilized spirit, Wang Wei would surely regret missing a person like this. He pointed to the last large bag in the corner. 1 deed will suffice. Let us proceed to the elementary school. The burly man hoisted the large bag onto his shoulder as the others exited together. Li Jiawang suddenly panicked, exclaiming, Boss, I'm so startled. That girl chased me all the way to the hotel. Wang Wei replied, Chapter 0021. This is Heaven's arrangement. Li Jiawang quickened his pace, passing by Lu Qingqing. Yet, sensing something amiss, he turned back to urge Wang Wei and Liang Zixiong to hasten. The burly man, bearing the heavy bag, could only increase his speed. Lu Qingqing stood in astonishment. Wang Wei, equally bewildered by Li Jiawang's expression, pondered, what does your pained expression signify? Once Li Jiawang had pulled them away, he let go and adjusted his yellow hair, saying, Did you see that? There is indeed a distinction among those with yellow hair. Who says we cannot attract good girls? He continued, Isn't she chasing me all the way to the hotel? This dramatic individual had added much flair to his narrative. Wang Wei, proficient in providing emotional value, lamented, I merely wished for a quiet endeavor to earn some money, yet I've been exploited by you, you scoundrel. Li Jiawang, with a smug glance back, found that Lu Qingqing was indeed following them on her bicycle. He sighed, she is still in pursuit. Liang Zixiong timidly inquired, Wangzi, is she truly chasing you? Li Jiawang puffed out his cheeks, letting out a breath, his yellow hair swaying slightly as he boastfully proclaimed, If not me, then whom would she pursue? I have been assisting the burly man these past few days. She must have been moved by my sense of justice. However, I have long stated that we shall not have a future together. Very well, you present valid points, Wang Wei conceded, nodding and exclaiming, Impressive. Upon reaching the entrance of the elementary school, Wang Wei instructed Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong to maintain some distance, stating that he and the burly man would proceed alone. Lu Qingqing parked her bicycle by the roadside, surmising that the one delivering electronic pets to her brother must be him. Upon witnessing them enter a stationery shop, she realized they were intending to employ the same ruse once more. As Wang Wei entered, the burly man followed closely behind. Boss, delivery. Wang Wei extracted the address, inquiring if it was indeed the correct location. The shopkeeper asked, What are you delivering? Wang Wei replied, Electronic pets. Without even glancing at the address, the shopkeeper dismissed him. No, I haven't arranged for any delivery. It must not be here. Wang Wei pressed, Will you not even check the address? The shopkeeper continued to wave him off. Do you think I am unaware of what I ordered? Ridiculous. The shopkeeper was well aware. If one wished to engage in sales, then let them do so, but delivering goods? He was not so easily swayed. Individuals like Wang Wei, he encountered countless times each year, feigning delivery errors. Within a few steps, they would invariably turn back to plead for him to collect the goods, making negotiation far simpler at that juncture. However, Wang Wei tucked the address away, feeling somewhat apologetic. My apologies, boss, for the intrusion. He summoned a burly man, and they exited the establishment together. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong, initially expecting a straightforward transaction with the big boss personally involved, were left bewildered. Why had they emerged? The robust figure had even carried the goods out. They were unable to take action, which surprised them both. Li Jiawang observed the scene from a distance, finding it quite amusing. Do not underestimate us, the people of Binhai. Such petty tricks are easily discerned. She noticed Wang Wei moving slowly, perhaps waiting for the boss to persuade him to stay. The boss, in turn, was also waiting for him to turn around, seizing the opportunity to negotiate. It was a matter of who maintained a better disposition in this scenario. The boss thought so, and Li Jiawang shared the same sentiment. Yet, Wang Wei and the burly man exited this shop, bypassed another store, and proceeded to a third one. Following the same approach, they re-entered the middle shop. What was the big boss up to? Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong were momentarily taken aback. Li Jiawang initially felt puzzled, but her expression subtly changed. Two peaches kill three warriors, competing for bids and inflating prices? I underestimated him. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, the proprietors from both ends of the street emerged, casting glances at one another before heading towards the middle shop. At that moment, Wang Wei was conversing with the boss, holding the address, parts of which were blurred by sweat. I vaguely recall it being around here. Boss, if this item is truly unavailable for you, I can simply sell it at a discount to another store. The boss of the middle shop, upon seeing the other two shopkeepers at the entrance, promptly declared, "This is my merchandise. It's what I demanded." The two shopkeepers outside, eager for a bargain, rushed into the store. How shameless can you be? The owner of the first shop exclaimed. The address on the young man's note reads number 17 West, which is my house number. You are number 16. What relevance does this have for you? The owner of the third shop retorted, so your number 17 is yours? Look at the few words on his address. They clearly do not belong to our street. Although the details were obscured, it was evident that it was not from their street. The owner of the middle shop, wielding a feather duster, began ushering them out. Out, out. This is bad luck. What does their delivery have to do with you? How annoying. Leave, leave. You are not welcome in my store. The burly man, initially expressionless, showed a change in demeanor as he witnessed the unfolding drama. Wang Wei, with a mischievous smirk, lit a cigarette, observing the three men squabbling. I won't take advantage of you, yet you still wish to exploit me? The three proprietors, their faces flushed and voices raised, appeared on the verge of a physical altercation. Finally, one of the owners clutched Wang Wei, asking, "Young man, who do you intend to sell your goods to?" Holding the now illegible address, Wang Wei replied, "If you truly desire them, there are 393 units in total. How much are you willing to offer?" The proprietor of the first shop declared, "I will bid 50. The owner of the third shop countered, "I shall offer 60. Wang Wei felt a surge of excitement. Observing Wang Wei's interest, the middle shop owner proclaimed, "I will bid 85. I want them all." The first shop owner nudged him, retorting, "Want them all? Dream on. I bid 90. Wang Wei raised his hand, urging them to cease their bickering. 90. You three shops shall divide them equally, with each receiving 131 units. Rounding it to 130, totaling 11,700. I shall wait here for you to retrieve the funds." As the three owners sighed in relief, regret gnawed at them. Particularly, the owner of the first shop lamented, had he foreseen the bidding reaching 90, he would have stopped it earlier, acquiring all 100 units for under 20,000. Now, having spent over 10,000 and receiving less than a third, he felt utterly defeated. The owners of the first and last shops hastily turned to fetch their money. The middle shop owner frowned and stamped his foot. "Why do you undercut me?" Wang Wei replied, "For your own good. We all profit together. If you hoard all the wealth, do not be surprised if someone douses your shop in paint at night." The owner shuddered at the thought. Indeed, with such a popular electronic pet, if only his shop had them, it would surely incite envy. One owner hurriedly paid and rushed off with an electronic pet. Another, upon payment, began testing batteries one by one, wary of potential defects given the high price. The middle shop owner promptly arranged the items in the display case, eager to commence sales. Wang Wei counted the total of 35,100, pocketing the sum as he exited. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong quietly trailed Wang Wei, their excitement mounting. As they walked, they began to bounce with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Boss, we struck gold." Together, Zixiong and I barely reached 30,000, Yet you alone sold for 35. Truly, I have not erred in idolizing you. Lu Qingqing's bicycle blocked Wang Wei's path. Li Jiawang's smile twitched with anticipation, a grand announcement, a splendid beginning. The heavens have decided to bless me with double joy. Li Jiawang approached Lu Qingqing, hands in pockets, neck slumped, and remarked, I have done my utmost to avoid you. Now, speak your piece. As he raised his gaze, he noticed the bicycle still there, yet the person was missing. Turning around, he found Lu Qingqing had already approached Wang Wei. I wish to converse with you. Are you free this evening? The trio, with 6 eyes, instinctively glanced at Li Jiawang rather than Lu Qingqing. Suddenly, Li Jiawang spun around, squatting beside the bicycle. Muttering to himself, what brand is this? The tires seemed deflated. Liang Zixiong's face twitched as he began to scan the surroundings, seeing nothing at all. The burly man attempted to feign nonchalance, but began taking deep breaths. Only Wang Wei regarded the figure squatting beside the bicycle, inspecting the tire, with a look of pity. Thinking, what a fool. Wang Wei then lowered his gaze slightly towards Lu Qingqing, who sported a high ponytail, and asked, do we know each other? Lu Qingqing shook her head, expressing unfamiliarity yet a burgeoning curiosity towards him. Can we converse for a few moments? She inquired. Wang Wei replied, curiosity? I may be departing for eastern Guangdong shortly. Eastern Guangdong, you say? Your accent betrays your origins, Lu Qingqing remarked, her interest piqued further. How about this? I shall meet you at your hotel tonight at 8. Wang Wei was perplexed as to why this girl seemed so intent on seeking him out. And before he could respond, the air was filled with jubilant cheers. Turning around, they discovered a group of elementary school students who had successfully acquired their coveted electronic pets. Sister Lu Jiala dashed to Lu Qingqing's side, and, upon spotting Wang Wei, was equally astonished. Is it you? She exclaimed. Recognizing that her brother seemed to know Wang Wei, Lu Qingqing felt validated in her assumptions. Indeed, this was orchestrated by Wang Wei. Wang Wei, taken aback, realized that this beautiful high school girl was the sibling of the elementary student. He assured Lu Qingqing, rest assured, I am not a villain, nor do I wish to take advantage of your brother. Turning to Lu Jiala, he added, thank you, little brother, for the electronic pet. I must take my leave now. Lu Qingqing obstructed Wang Wei's path, insisting, you cannot use my brother as bait. Will you not spare a moment of your time? Wang Wei acquiesced, very well. I shall see you in the hotel lobby at 8. With that, he and the other two brushed past Lu Qingqing and her brother. As they walked by, Li Jiawang stood up abruptly, quietly merging into the throng, his head downcast and toes tightly curled. All he desired was for no one to notice him or engage him in conversation. He believed he had been dealt a cruel twist of fate, a mortifying misunderstanding that he wished to escape. You cannot see me. I am invisible, he thought. Yet, according to Murphy's law, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. Wang Wei comforted Li Jiawang. Wang, it's all right. Although that girl may not harbor feelings for you, she didn't even glance your way. Li Jiawang tightened his grip, feeling utterly dejected. This coastal place is no fun at all. I long to return home. Upon returning to the hotel, a burly man with a basket stated, I have completed the tasks for you. I shall take my leave now. He exited the room without a trace of hesitation. Wang Wei, not insisting on his stay, collected all the money and gathered Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong, inquiring, in total, we have 63,100. After covering all expenses, we are left with 62,000. How shall we divide this? Liang Zixiong replied, W acquired the goods, you covered the travel expenses, and the idea was yours. What do we have to share? Li Jiawang interjected, share what? If we divide the money, will you simply enjoy it without us? Did we not discuss making a move and establishing a company in Shenzhen? You are the boss, you must decide. Wang Wei nodded, from this sum. We shall allocate a portion for salaries, and the remainder will serve as the startup capital for the company. Upon our return to Zhuhai, we will promptly commence preparations. Zixiong, please purchase tickets back to Zhuhai at the train station. Xizhang, if soft sleepers are available, secure those. If not, opt for hard sleepers. Liang Zixiong, accustomed to frugality, protested. W, can we not settle for hard seats? Wang Wei replied, to endure hardship is to embody the spirit of Gojian. To avoid it is to be a mere pretender. Liang Zixiong, perplexed, queried, what does that mean? Li Jiawang remarked, he called you a worthless dog. With so much money, who still sits in hard seats? Liang Zixiong suddenly realized, but no matter how wealthy we are, there are only 3 of us. Why bother buying Western tickets? Isn't that a bit pretentious? Wang Wei interjected, I still want to make an effort to see if he is willing to accompany us to Zhuhai. Li Jiawang understood that Wang Wei was referring to the muscular man. However, would he truly join them in Zhuhai? This robust figure, who was selling malt candy for 2 dimes each at the school gate, remained unmoved by the prospect of thousands of yuan in cash. He possessed immense strength, yet exhibited a contrasting gentleness to the outside world. Clearly, he was destined to be a laborer. Making the demands of 996 and 007 seem trivial in comparison. Wang Wei thought to himself that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for a lifetime. The pressing question was, where had the man's spirit gone? Time was limited, and Wang Wei could not force the issue. With the situation unclear, he could only gamble on luck. Jiawang, go wait at the high school gate and see if you can figure out the background of those yellow-haired kids. Before we leave, let us make it a big one. Li Jiawang had been pursued for 2 days and had been further unsettled by Lu Qingqing. He was bursting with pent-up frustration and needed an outlet. As school was about to let out in the afternoon, he headed to the school gate to observe the yellow-haired kids. Wang Wei made a trip to the post office to send money back to Zhuhai via remittance, as this was the method for withdrawing funds in different locations back in '93. Once they arrived in Zhuhai, they could retrieve the money from the post office a few days later. It was a bit troublesome, but the fees were low and the journey safe. Around 8 in the evening, Wang Wei received a phone call. Liang Zixiong informed him that he had located the group of yellow-haired kids. Wang Wei tidied up the room and approached the front desk. Excuse me, I'd like to check out. The front desk attendant, having encountered guests unwilling to check out during the day, found it unusual that someone who had extended their stay would return to check out around 7 or 8 in the evening. Additionally, Wang Wei's handsome appearance made the front desk attendant softly confirm, Mr. Wang, you have already extended your stay for today. Are you looking to check out? At that moment, a voice beside him inquired, Are you leaving tonight? Lu Qingqing stood next to Wang Wei, not in school uniform, but in a slightly short shirt and snug jeans, complemented by a high ponytail and white sneakers, exuding youth and vitality as she tilted her head to gaze at him. The front desk attendant whispered, Mr. Wang, would you like me to book a double room for the 2 of you? Wang Wei's expression turned complicated. What double room? Come on, it's only 93. What with the separation of wet and dry areas? Chapter 0023, Stand Up and Pedal. In this era, those working in hotels tended to possess a certain charm. Particularly in coastal cities like Binhai, many hotels, backed by foreign investments, maintained rigorous standards for selecting their staff, rivaling beauty pageants. The Baihe Swan, built by the renowned businessman He from Hong Kong, offered salaries that made ordinary office workers in Zhuhai envious to the point of despair. With this in mind, one can only imagine how striking the appearance and physique of an ordinary waiter can be. The receptionist before Wang Wei undoubtedly possessed a certain charm. Her gaze was the kind that seemed almost adhesive. This sensation, as Wang Wei would later learn, is referred to as sexual tension. What does this imply? It means that upon seeing her, one can't help but be captivated. Such a beautiful receptionist, upon encountering Lu Qingqing, found herself somewhat dazzled. Having seen numerous attractive women here, in comparison to Lu Qingqing, they appeared somewhat commonplace. Yet, in the eyes of the receptionist, this refreshingly elegant girl was merely met with Wang Wei's 2 words, check out. It was then that the receptionist realized Wang Wei not only intended to check out, but also seemed rather displeased. With an apologetic expression, she said, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Wang. I will assist you with this immediately. As they departed from the hotel, Lu Qingqing walked alongside Wang Wei, stating, Mr. Wang, as a businessman, you ought to value integrity. Wang Wei retorted, In what way have I shown a lack of integrity? Lu Qingqing replied, If I hadn't arrived at the hotel early, would you have waited for me? Wang Wei explained, You saw the time at the front desk. The moment I completed the checkout was precisely 8 o'clock. We had agreed upon 8. If you didn't wait for me, then it is you who failed to be punctual, is it not? Lu Qingqing had encountered numerous individuals who flattered her, likely due to her father's influence. Young men her age often stumbled over their words in her presence. Naturally, there were exceptions, such as the confident young man with blonde hair. Lu Qingqing could not comprehend why this man, only slightly older than herself, seemingly disregarded her entirely. She replied, Fine, you keep your word, I'll keep my time. And now, are you leaving? Wang Wei stated, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let us discuss it later when I return. Lu Qingqing pouted, You surely want to return, will you? You've checked out, so what is there to return for? Quite the sly one, aren't you? Wang Wei insisted. However, I truly have pressing matters to address. If you are in a hurry, we can converse on the way. Lu Qingqing handed her bicycle key to Wang Wei, saying, "Ride my bicycle." Wang Wei accepted without hesitation, and Lu Qingqing wasted no time in hopping on herself. Sitting in the back, Lu Qingqing initially intended to seek answers from Wang Wei. However, his manner of cycling afforded her no opportunity to speak. The wind was too loud, prompting her to raise her voice. "Can't you be a bit gentler? Why are you standing while pedaling?" Wang Wei felt something was amiss with her words. Lu Qingqing then inquired, "Who are you in such a rush to meet?" Wang Wei called back, "To meet the antagonist." "The antagonist? In such haste?" Lu Qingqing asked with a hint of indifference. Wang Wei pedaled vigorously, responding, "Of course. The antagonist provides emotional value." Lu Qingqing thought this man had a clever approach to business and found his conversation quite amusing. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, Wang Wei braked with both feet. Liang Zixiong approached. "Wang Gu is inside." Wang Wei returned the bicycle to Lu Qingqing, saying, "If you are afraid, you may return home. If you choose to wait, stay here and do not follow me inside." Wang Wei lowered his voice as he exchanged a couple of sentences with Liang Zixiong before they entered the narrow alley. In Benhai, towering skyscrapers were scarce. The majority of residents still inhabited the old alley houses, where the streets were narrow and cluttered with various items. Above them, a tangled web of electric wires crisscrossed, and clothes hung out to dry in dense clusters. Liang Zixiong led the way, casually informing Wang Wei about the situation. A few troublemakers had brought several middle school students to their lair before the night study session. Upon entering, they stripped the students of their clothes and bound their hands behind their backs. They rummaged through their bags, extracting every bit of cash. Such incidents transpired in many schools, where outside thugs, emboldened by their ostentatious appearance and brutish behavior, threatened and extorted timid students. Once they succeeded, even once, the torment would inevitably continue. Liang Zixiong had faced similar predicaments in the past, and it was evident from his clenched jaw that this recollection stirred painful memories. However, he was fortunate enough to have received help, sparing him from a more tragic middle school experience. As Liang Zixiong recalled the figure of a local boss who had been cycling with a beautiful girl earlier, he pondered whether Wang Wei had lost interest in Peipei. Li Jiawang stood guard at the door, while sounds of slapping echoed from within. Wang Wei, loosening his belt, called out, "Knock on the door." Li Jiawang imitated him, loosening his own belt, causing his trousers to sag. Just as Liang Zixiong was about to knock, Li Jiawang squeaked, "Damn it! Wait a moment, my pants are falling." Wang Wei and Liang Zixiong exchanged exasperated looks. The moment Li Jiawang finally managed to secure his trousers coincided with Liang Zixiong's decisive knock on the door. The muffled cries from inside abruptly ceased. Liang Zixiong knocked again with calm determination, and a voice, irritable and impatient, inquired who it was, questioning if they had the wrong door. Unfazed, Liang Zixiong continued to knock. As hurried footsteps approached, the three of them stepped aside. When the door swung open, revealing an empty threshold, the occupants stormed out in a fit of rage, ready to unleash a tirade, only to find a familiar face just a meter away. With a heavy thud, a large wooden stick came crashing down, and Liang Zixiong swiftly seized the fallen thug's belt, binding his hands and feet behind him. He stuffed all the tissues from the thug's person into his mouth. With a swift kick to the face, he silenced him, effectively stopping the bleeding, a remarkably efficient method. Li Jiawang informed them that there were still more individuals inside. "The boss and I will handle one each. Zixiong, you take two. Is that all right?" Liang Zixiong had been harboring his pent-up frustrations for too long, when confronted with the brutality of school violence and the malevolent forces targeting students. He found it impossible to restrain his emotions. He nodded heavily. "Leave it to me." The three of them stretched their limbs before entering and closing the door behind them. After taking a few steps further in, they lifted the curtain and gasped. Wang Wei inhaled sharply, about to exclaim an apology for the intrusion. His neck stiffened as he turned to Li Jiawang, his eyes questioning, "Is this what you meant by more individuals?" In the cramped little room, more than 10 individuals were crammed together. It was too late to escape. Chapter 0024. 1. Must use their mind to survive. The room was filled to the brim with people. In the center, 3 students knelt bare, their bodies smeared with blood. Upon seeing Wang Wei and his companions enter, the students, faces etched with despair and eyes devoid of hope, believed they were saved. Yet, they could not fathom how 3 individuals could truly rescue them. As one attempted to rise, he was met with the harsh reality of kneeling once more, hope extinguished once again. Wang Wei empathized with their feelings in that moment. Over the decades, whether the dark forces had been exposed or remained concealed, they always instilled a suffocating sense of dread. The news often lauded the notion that justice may be delayed, but it would never be absent. Films perpetually conveyed the idea that good would triumph over evil. Yet, when confronted with these individuals in reality, one could truly feel the weight of despair. Wang Wei recalled an old Hong Kong film, where a young crow and a youthful Lao Sung-yin portrayed a high school girl entangled with the underworld. From the film's onset, he awaited a twist that never arrived, leading to a tragic fate for the good, while the corrupt remained unscathed. After watching, he could only utter disdain for such a film. But when fiction collided with reality, it mirrored the plight of the three students before him, their faces ashen, acutely aware that even if salvation came today, what would tomorrow hold? What are the days to come? How would they endure the years ahead? Wang Wei was there to avenge his brother, not to save the world. The sight of the students merely fueled his anger, yet did not furnish him with a motive to act. His true test had only just begun. Escape was not an option. Having come this far, he was determined to see matters through. The gang leader, with his bleached hair, immediately recognized Li Jiawang. With the cigarette butt pinched between his fingers, he hunched over, taking a deep drag, his half-closed eyes glinting mockingly as though observing prey. He carelessly tossed the cigarette to the ground and, without a word, stepped over the kneeling students to drag Li Jiawang into the throng. Wang Wei firmly grasped Li Jiawang's shoulder, questioning whether it was them. Li Jiawang, bewildered, hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Wang Wei, hearing his hesitant sound, swiftly pushed him down to the ground, instructing him to crouch and cover his head. As Li Jiawang complied, the gang leader's action slowed. Wang Wei seized the leader's hand, thrusting it against the door while shouting, "Criminal investigation team of the precinct, everyone get up. Place your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you and form a line. The vehicle is ready outside for you. You'll provide your statements at the station shortly." "What?" Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong turned to Wang Wei in confusion. Wang Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Liang Zixiong, who quickly reacted by dragging one of the gang members over to line up behind their leader. Wang Wei bellowed, "You, the newcomer. Is this your first day as a detective? Search them, strip those rascals of their knives." He continued, "You may be armed, but you cannot gamble with your own life." "Governor." Upon hearing that Liang Zixiong possessed a firearm, several individuals, armed with short daggers, obediently discarded their weapons and lined up like train passengers. Only then did Wang Wei open the door, allowing the orderly procession to exit. The 10 young men complied and walked out in unison. Li Jiawang stood up, positioning himself at the rear, ready to follow the group outside. Wang Wei seized him by the collar and yanked him back into the room, shutting the door behind them. The 10 young men outside suddenly sensed something amiss. The alley was shrouded in darkness, stretching from one end to the other, devoid of any law enforcement. Yet, someone at the wall was wailing. Upon being freed from his bindings, he realized he had been duped by those inside and turned to pound on the door. "Open up. Damn it. Get out here. I swear, if I don't take you down today, I'll be damned." The youths were enraged, feeling they had been played by 3 individuals. Though fierce, they were also rather foolish. Their singular desire was to eliminate Wang Wei, hoping to restore some semblance of dignity. Inside, Wang Wei scolded Li Jiawang. "Are you out of your mind? I didn't call you, and you actually queued up to go out with them?" Li Jiawang replied, "You told me to play the villain." Wang Wei retorted, "You've met them before. Why not act as a police officer? An undercover agent? A pioneer against organized crime. Can you please get your hair trimmed?" Li Jiawang inquired, "Would chestnut brown be acceptable?" Wang Wei was so exasperated he nearly laughed. 3 bare-chested male students whispered, "So you're not police?" Wang Wei nodded, "No." The students collectively sighed heavily. "Then how do we leave now?" Li Jiawang also pondered this question. They had successfully intimidated the others. Shouldn't they make a swift exit? Otherwise, should they confront them outside? They could easily be beaten to death, but they might take a few down with them. Now locked away in this room. What were they waiting for? For someone to rescue them? How could that happen? They had no way to signal for help. It was improbable that a few oddly dressed deities would descend from the heavens. Wang Wei murmured, "You can't just rush in recklessly. Even if you're passionate and impulsive, you shouldn't wager your precious life in a futile exchange." As he spoke, he tossed clothes to the students, urging them to dress. While they donned their attire, Wang Wei explained, "The situation outside is too chaotic. A single fist cannot fend off a horde. If they swarm us, each one could inflict a lethal bite. Once outside, it would be 10 against 3. But if we let them in one by one, it would simply be 3 against 1. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong's eyes widened in realization, their expressions seemingly exclaiming, "No wonder you are the big shot." However, one of the recently dressed students timidly asked, "Couldn't you also let them out one by one to fight?" Wang Wei smiled at the 3 students encountered. "And what would you do then?" At this moment, 3 students found themselves warmed by an unexpected camaraderie. Wang Wei patted their shoulders, insisting they hold the door firmly, ushering them in one by one. The sound of the door crashing reverberated, causing them to tremble with trepidation. Fear coursed through them, yet a spark of defiance ignited within. Observing Wang Wei's gesture, they counted down together, 3, 2, 1. Open the door. A boy with yellow hair lunged forward, baring his teeth at Wang Wei just as a metal thermos fell from above and struck him on the head with a resounding clang, sending him sprawling to the ground. The boy shouted, "Charge, charge!" But upon turning, he realized he was alone in the room, surrounded by 6 adversaries. Li Jiawang raised a bench high, declaring, "I'm coming in." Chapter 25. The arrival of the celestial being Lu Qingqing stood at a distance, expecting a chaotic brawl. However, the shouts of the yellow-haired gang revealed that the man had barricaded himself in the room, letting them in one by one to confront them. Although she appeared calm on the surface, anxiety churned within her, fearing for Wang Wei's safety. She would not foolishly rush in to plead for mercy. Such actions would only hinder their efforts. Hence, Lu Qingqing composed herself, timing a call to the police should the individuals inside fail to emerge. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed Wang Wei and his friends held the upper hand, rendering the need for intervention unnecessary. As she learned of Wang Wei's tactics, her intrigue deepened. Why did she find this notion so captivating? It was akin to a mundane life suddenly illuminated by a brilliant firework display, transforming the monochrome of existence into a vibrant spectacle. Lu Qingqing was genuinely curious how he could devise the most advantageous responses in such a brief span of time. While she anxiously listened to the commotion in the alley, a tall figure brushed past her and strode into the fray. Inside the room, 5 individuals lay defeated. One yellow-haired boy was bloodied, another cried out for mercy. Yet Liang Zixiong showed no mercy, gripping the boy's hair and delivering merciless punches to his pleading mouth, determined to reduce it to a bloody mess before relenting. The 3 students braced against the door, their expressions shifting from despair to hope, eventually igniting with exhilaration. This was their journey from hopelessness to the joy they derived from the chaos. Wang Wei, who favored action over lectures, lit a cigarette, asserting that silence and fear would not save them. The school and parents served as their protective shield. If teachers were indifferent, they should accompany them in leaving school. If the principal turned a blind eye, they could camp out in the principal's office. Should they ever find themselves relying solely on their own hands to resolve issues, he hoped they would not become the perpetrators of violence. In that moment, Wang Wei became a beacon of light in the lives of these 3 students, urging them to illuminate the lives of others in the future, cautioning them never to add suffering to someone else's existence. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong had nearly extinguished the lives of the 5 yellow-haired individuals within their confines. Taking a deep breath, Li Jiawang inquired, "Boss, they are down to just 5. Shall we retreat? Why risk a venture when I can achieve a flawless victory?" Wang Wei flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Please welcome the next male guest." The 3 young men cautiously opened the door, only to be met not with the violent banging and tremors they had previously experienced, but rather a cacophony of shouts. Some voices were filled with curses, others with cries of despair, mingled with the sounds of fists striking flesh. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong exchanged bewildered glances with Wang Wei. "Are there reinforcements?" Wang Wei frowned. In this unfamiliar coastal area, what reinforcements could there possibly be? Besides, I haven't even fired a flare. Where are the divine saviors? I hope they aren't merely hitching a ride on the map. Tossing aside his cigarette, he stepped out to witness a burly man, 2 yellow-haired individuals dangling from his frame. The strong man pinned one of them to the ground, delivering punches without a word. Once he dispatched the one on the ground, he swiftly turned to slam the other against the wall, grasping his throat. The leader of the yellow-haired crew felt the veins in his temples throb, as if the world around him was spinning into a dizzying brightness, akin to emerging from the depths of night into the light of day. "All I did was abduct a few students for some petty cash. How did it escalate to this?" He pondered, bewildered by the audacity of this rugged man who dared to launch a surprise attack on him. Throughout their time in this area, they had always seized opportunities to pummel this burly vendor of malt candy, practicing their martial skills on him repeatedly. Yet he had never retaliated. Why was he fighting back today? Not only was he fighting back, but he seemed intent on inflicting lethal harm. In truth, the yellow-haired leader was devoid of fear. Beyond the pain coursing through his body, nothing else could evoke terror within him. What did death matter, after all? Just then, a hand gripped the strong man's forearm. "Let me take over." The strong man loosened his hold, allowing the yellow-haired leader to slide down the wall. Just as he thought he could catch his breath, a powerful kick struck the back of his head, slamming him into the wall, rendering him momentarily unconscious. In that fleeting moment of darkness, he felt as though his mouth had been forcibly closed. Wang Wei's voice pierced through the chaos. "Get them inside." Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong hoisted the yellow-haired leader towards the interior. The strong man exchanged glances with Wang Wei, each bearing a captive, one on either side, following Li Jiawang and his companions into the room. Wang Wei had initially assumed they were simply hitching a ride, yet unexpectedly, they had encountered true muscle. Observing the nearly lifeless yellow-haired individual strewn across the floor, he mused, 5 packets, all taken down? Are they truly so inept? As the last of the 10 yellow-haired men was unceremoniously tossed into the room, Li Jiawang brandished a sharp knife, flashing a grin at the leader. "You enjoy this life of chaos, do you? Then you must know that one must eventually pay the price for such a lifestyle." With that, he lifted the yellow-haired leader's foot and plunged the blade into the Achilles tendon. The leader with the yellow hair initially believed that he would merely endure a beating. Even if he were to be killed, as long as the process were not painful, he would not harbor any fear. However, once the knife plunged into him, panic set in. Pain was secondary. Wounds could heal, but with his tendons severed, what would become of his future? What awaited him were decades of suffering far worse than death. Yet, when he looked at Li Jiawang, there was no hint of mercy in his demeanor. With a smile, Li Jiawang remarked that he would have to lie on the ground obediently for the rest of his life. At last, the leader with the yellow hair was truly frightened. He struggled desperately, his mouth gagged. He cried out muffled pleas, "Brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, give me a chance to live. I won't dare again. I will devote myself to virtue and pray for your long life." Li Jiawang laughed maniacally, telling him not to shout, as he couldn't comprehend his words. The leader's eyes went blank. Indeed, his mouth was stuffed, and no matter how he yelled, it only produced incoherent sounds. A sharp snap echoed from within him, dull and foreboding. His second tendon had also been severed, which meant that any hope of walking properly in the future was virtually extinguished. A burly man dragged the frail yellow-haired figure from the crowd. "There he is." The frail yellow-haired man's composure shattered instantly. I'm sorry. Is it Lu Qingqing? Please, save me." When Wang Wei heard someone calling for Lu Qingqing, he turned to glance back. Looking at the girl before him, she extended her hand, asking, "May I light a cigarette for you?" Wang Wei handed her his lighter, and she lit his cigarette, smiling as she said, "I am Lu Qingqing. And you?" Chapter 0026. Do you have any good advice? Lu Qingqing, Yuan Peipei? What kind of inexplicable bond do I have with structures in this life? Is there a classmate of yours inside? Noticing Lu Qingqing's reluctance to speak, Wang Wei asked, "Is your tormentor the yellow-haired one? He harasses you daily, doesn't he?" Lu Qingqing pouted, confirming Wang Wei's assessment. In youth, one often perceives love as lofty, believing their affection is precious and that love given is unconditional, deserving of proper treatment. When faced with rejection, the consequences become unbearable, leading to extreme reactions such as fabricating slander. There are also classmates like Lu Qingqing's who sell her off to the yellow-haired man. Some may be familiar with the trope where a man sells a woman to the underworld, yet plays the hero, attempting to rescue her, hoping to win her love through such acts. Fortunately, Lu Qingqing was far too clear-headed to entertain any notions of martyrdom. Even if she pleaded, Wang Wei had no intention of sparing the yellow-haired man. The 3 rescued students were nearby. Wang Wei instructed, "Go home and inform your parents about today's ordeal. Tell your teachers. And also, inform the proper authorities." Proper? Are there improper ones? Oh. They suddenly recalled that Wang Wei had just impersonated a police officer to subdue that group of yellow-haired ruffians. They remembered his words from earlier and bowed in gratitude before turning to disappear under the flickering streetlight, gradually fading into the distance. When Li Jiawang and his companions emerged, Their hands stained with blood, they instinctively concealed their hands behind their backs upon seeing Li Jiawang. Wang Wei retrieved a train ticket from his pocket and handed it to the burly man, a midnight train. Regardless of the hardships you have endured or how long you intend to wallow in despair, if you believe in me and are willing to grant yourself a chance for a fresh start, come with me to Zhuhai. There, you can take your time to adjust. I will wholeheartedly support any aspirations or wishes you wish to fulfill in the future. The burly man accepted the hard sleeper ticket, his gaze fixed upon it, silent. Wang Wei added, "You are free to decline as well." He gestured to Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong, instructing them to take a taxi to the train station. "Boss, what about you?" Li Jiawang assumed Wang Wei would not accompany them. Liang Zixiong embraced Li Jiawang. "Don't ask." Li Jiawang, puzzled, looked at Liang Zixiong. "Why not inquire? The boss isn't coming with us. Don't you want to know why?" Liang Zixiong shook his head, eyes closed, insisting, "If I say don't ask, then don't. Let us go." Li Jiawang furrowed his brow, pressing further, "Why not ask, boss? Why aren't you coming with us?" Wang Wei sighed. "I need to escort Li Jiawang home." "Who is Li Jiawang?" Li Jiawang's gaze swept around before settling on the girl beside the boss, his expression freezing in indignation as he turned away, shouting, "Hail a cab. Get in." He strode off without a backward glance, as though resolute in his decision. Despite having been told not to ask, he still questioned. Liang Zixiong sighed, feeling utterly exasperated with him. The late-night coastal street appeared particularly nostalgic. A few foreigners, intoxicated, laughed boisterously in the street. Under the streetlight, shadows of moths chased each other, soon overshadowed by pairs of silhouettes. Li Jiawang walked normally, yet soon began to fidget with her hands in front of her. Realizing that this action seemed somewhat abnormal, she quickly turned her back and stretched, arching her chest as if to feign nonchalance. Wang Wei recognized this as an expression of her occasional shyness and occasional pride. All her movements disguised her underlying tension. Observing her discomfort, Wang Wei returned the bicycle to her. "You can push it." "Huh?" Li Jiawang thought Wang Wei was asking her to do something, which seemed rather ungracious, and was taken aback. Wang Wei explained, "I noticed you didn't know where to place your hands. Pushing the bike might feel more natural." A simple remark eased the awkwardness, eliciting a smile from Li Jiawang. At such a tender age, she already exuded a captivating charm. Instead of taking the bike, Li Jiawang slightly lifted her chin and playfully skipped ahead, putting a distance between herself and Wang Wei. Her long ponytail swayed behind her, a vivid display of youth and vitality. Suddenly, she turned her profile to him and said, "You still haven't told me your name." "Wang Wei." Wang Wei leisurely pushed the cart behind Li Jiawang. She turned around and inquired, "I wonder how you plan to confront the situation if the owners of those 3 shops unite, unaffected by your bidding provocation?" This was the crux of Li Jiawang's curiosity, the so-called strategy for dealing with challenges. In her view, Wang Wei's success in selling nearly 800 electronic pets at inflated prices was largely attributed to luck. A fortunate gamble. However, if he had a backup plan, the circumstances would certainly differ. Wang Wei asked, "Do you know these shop owners?" Li Jiawang shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. "Do you?" she inquired. "I understand human nature," replied Wang Wei. "The flourishing of my competitors, even more than my own poor business, is a fate I find unbearable." Li Jiawang suppressed a smile, though Wang Wei could not see her expression from behind. He continued, "The competition among peers is merciless. None of the 3 owners would allow another to possess what they lack, especially when it comes to scarce resources." Li Jiawang nodded in agreement, acknowledging his point. "But if they band together and refuse your provocations, how would you respond?" "I would first eliminate one of them," Wang Wei stated confidently. "If they remain silent, I would strike decisively. Should I manage to break the silence of any one of the 3, the issue would not only be resolved, but the price would also soar significantly beyond what it was before the strike." At this juncture, Li Jiawang was convinced that Wang Wei possessed an endless array of contingency plans, much like when he had entered the alley earlier, oblivious to the circumstances within. His instinct in the face of danger was not to flee, but to transform the unfavorable situation to his advantage. His blend of courage, strategy, and ambition was quite intriguing. Curious, Li Jiawang asked, "What is the current state of development in eastern Guangdong?" Wang Wei responded, "The most culturally rich area is undoubtedly Zhuhai, where all aspects of life are intertwined. The fastest development is occurring in Shenzhen. A new government head is about to take office, which is anticipated to inject much-needed vitality into the lagging industrial growth. Suddenly, Li Jiawang turned and looked at Wang Wei earnestly. I am about to take the college entrance examination. Do you have any good advice? Wang Wei pondered for a moment before responding. In English, don't leave any blanks. For Chinese, avoid leaving anything unwritten. And for math, even if you can't solve a problem, you can still earn a point. Oh, and remember, the examination room is like a battlefield. If you can copy, then copy. To live is to earn the right to be noble. Li Jiawang halted, gazing at Wang Wei in bewilderment. Aren't you only a few years older than me? You exude a strong youthful vibe. Yet at times you seem so much like a mentor. How can I describe it? Wang Wei contemplated for a moment before replying. Perhaps a youthful father figure? Li Jiawang felt enlightened by Wang Wei's words. Indeed, that was the sensation. Chapter 0027. Individuals amidst the tide of time. One could only wonder where Wang Wei acquired such an array of peculiar phrases. They were rather refreshing and quite to Li Jiawang's liking. If there are no further questions, I must head to the train station, Wang Wei remarked. Li Jiawang accepted the bicycle he offered and asked, Do you have a phone number where I can reach you? Wang Wei casually replied, 02. It seemed Li Jiawang had no intention of remembering it. Wang Wei, will we meet again in the future? Wang Wei offered her a gentle smile, extending his hand to hail a taxi. To the train station, please. Thank you. In truth, Wang Wei's smile spoke volumes. Amidst the vast sea of change and uncertainty, every dilemma presents itself as a crossroads of choices. Faced with countless options, the likelihood of two individuals encountering each other again dwindles to nearly zero. Unless one is resolute in their quest to find the other, farewells may very well become final. Soon, the taillights of the taxi faded from view. At that moment, a tall figure approached Li Jiawang, holding a covered iron basin and offering it to her, along with a packet of small bamboo sticks. Are you leaving too? Li Jiawang inquired. Yes, the robust man replied. If the teacher named in Ran returns, please contact me. The name in Ran sent a shiver through Li Jiawang's heart. Was this the reason he had been lingering at the school gate for nearly half a year? The man, devoid of a burden, seemed liberated from his constraints. Yet the direction of his newfound determination remained unknown. He understood, however, that from this day forth, he could no longer remain a passive bystander waiting for fortune to find him. Upon entering her home, Li Jiawang was greeted by her anxious mother. Oh dear, why are you so late? Your father and I were worried sick. Her father, lounging on the sofa with his glasses precariously perched on the tip of his nose, squinted at the newspaper, lifting his gaze only to see his daughter. I wasn't worried, he muttered. Your mother was the one fretting about you wandering about. Her mother, exasperated, remarked, if you hadn't returned when you did, I might have fainted. Oh, her mother rolled her eyes. It's not as if you're not my daughter. What decent parent wouldn't worry about their daughter being out so late? Her parents found it peculiar that Li Jiawang had seldom ventured out since high school. Back then, they would urge her, don't just stay cooped up at home. You should go out and explore a bit, balance work and leisure. Yet, on a day like today, having gone out, her mother would have preferred to keep her confined within the house. Her mother examined the contents of the iron basin, savoring the aroma before tasting a bit. So sweet. But almost immediately, she began to scold. Why did you buy so much malt candy? Your teeth won't withstand it. You mustn't eat it. I will. Li Jiawang burst forth from her room. Go back inside. Her mother retorted. Li Jiawang hesitated, but then retreated back into her room. Typically, upon returning home, Li Jiawang would head straight to her room. However, today, she sat beside her father and declared earnestly, Dad, I plan to apply to a university in Guangdong. With that single statement, she retreated to her room. Her mother stood frozen, glancing at her seemingly amused husband before rushing after Li Jiawang, knocking on her door. Dear, listen to your mother. University is a significant matter for your future. If you don't wish to study in Shanghai, that's fine. We can consider Jinling University, all right? Or perhaps Beijing. Would that be acceptable? Why must you go south? The people there can be quite fierce, and the weather is sweltering. With your delicate skin, how will you manage? However, Li Jiawang remained utterly unresponsive. Her frustrated mother sat beside her husband, patting his thigh, urging him to persuade their daughter. Oh dear, with so many cities to choose from. Why must it be Guangdong East, my little darling? Old Lu would not offer any counsel. The development of Shenzhen was progressing at an astonishing pace, with industrial upgrades already on the agenda. In the previous decade, the nation focused on economic special zones, Yet the actual openness and technological embargoes imposed by the empire hindered substantial economic growth during those 10 years. The forthcoming decade would undoubtedly see the economic special zones soar. And soar they must. Their daughter should witness firsthand and even partake in the crucial historical processes of the nation. As a father, he wholeheartedly supported this. 30 years of the East River, 30 years of the West River. Once, someone had angrily slapped their thigh, declaring, "Father, I have decided to go to the capital to pursue martial excellence." Now, the fair maiden was off to Lingnan. The mother continued her pleas to the father, while Li Jiawang rushed out of her room and into her brother's. Li Jiawang screamed, "Ah, help! I'm not dressed." Li Jiawang retrieved her electronic pet from beneath her brother's pillow, ignoring his cries, and returned to her room. Their mother followed halfway, only to be met with a resounding bang of the door, shutting her out. She reached out to knock, but ultimately restrained herself and continued to persuade old Lu. Li Jiawang recalled Wang Wei's subtle smile as he boarded the vehicle, suggesting there would be no chance of a reunion. Let us wait and see. She tapped her pen on the electronic pet, unfurling a printed exam paper to complete before sleeping. At the midnight coastal train station, the atmosphere remained lively. Numerous individuals were sprawled across the benches, heads and feet touching. Some travelers lay on the ground, using woven bags as pillows. Li Jiawang awaited Wang Wei's arrival. "Boss, if you don't show up soon, I might have to call the police." Wang Wei cast a glance at Li Jiawang. "In this world, what does one rely on to survive?" "Loyalty," Li Jiawang asserted emphatically. Wang Wei scoffed. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that your survival hinges on betraying your brothers, being unfaithful, and taking advantage of your sister-in-law." Liang Zixiong nearby couldn't help but chuckle. "I don't intend to be a traitor. That Li Jiawang has wounded me deeply while you frolic with her," Li Jiawang exclaimed. "If it weren't for Zixiong stopping me, I would have reported you. I don't care. I'm heartbroken. Tomorrow, upon reaching Zhuhai, my first stop will be Dongguan. I need to heal." The final statement held the most weight. The three laughed together as they presented their tickets and boarded the train. Upon reaching the hard sleeper compartment, they did not rush in. One lit a cigarette. Gazing in the same direction, Li Jiawang sighed. That unlucky fellow probably won't show. Yet Wang Wei harbored a premonition that he would indeed come. As the conductor urged the three to board, Wang Wei handed over his ticket and glanced towards the end of the platform, where a large figure was striding towards them at a rapid pace. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he gasped, "I'm sorry for being late." Wang Wei patted his shoulder. "It's all right. Now we're all in this together." Li Jiawang. Liang Zixiong. The strong man. Whether it is the ambition of Li Jiawang heading south for her studies, or Wang Wei and his companions gearing up for an endeavor, they all stand as witnesses to an era of tremendous transformation. Of course, they may also be participants stirring up the currents of change. Among the trio, Li Jiawang and the brawny man share the closest rapport. Yet, it is Wang Wei who truly compels him to consider leaving this place. The reason is simple. He has witnessed Wang Wei's miraculous transformation from nothing to earning tens of thousands in just a few days. It is not that the brawny man has a penchant for wealth. Rather, Wang Wei's influence is unparalleled. Aligning with Wang Wei would undoubtedly facilitate their success. Li Jiawang nudged the brawny man forward, striking his solid muscles with his fist. "Why are you so late? Do you know we've been waiting for you?" The brawny man sheepishly replied, "I ran here from the train station." The trio was momentarily taken aback. I had no money for the ride." In a moment of disagreement, he had run several kilometers. "You are destined to be a worker. I am Li Jiawang, and this is Liang Zixiong. Our boss is Wang Wei, the one with great authority," Li Jiawang enthusiastically introduced. The brawny man introduced himself. "I am in Yuan." As they approached the hard sleeper compartment, they could hear chatter within. "That vile woman Chen Xiaowei must be having an affair with the manager. She reports on us every day. We all entered together. Yet she flaunts her gold necklace. Why is that?" Upon entering, Wang Wei noticed a woman in a red knitted cardigan animatedly chatting, while another appeared more reserved and distracted, perhaps indicative of her nature. Upon spotting Wang Wei, their eyes sparkled momentarily, but the sight of Liang Zixiong and Yuan and Li Jiawang behind him seemed to extinguish their appetite. Seeing Yuan drenched in sweat, the talkative woman frowned, rolled her eyes, and instinctively covered her nose. Wang Wei placed his bag on the lower bunk and stated, "Apologies, this bunk is ours." The chatty woman shifted to the other lower bunk. Wang Wei added, "This lower bunk is also ours." Instantly, the woman flashed a charming smile at Wang Wei. "Big brother, Since we're not sleeping yet, could we sit for a while? Are you also heading to Zhouhai? Li Jiawang replied excitedly. We are indeed from Zhouhai. The woman in red perked up, asking. I heard that in Zhouhai you all speak Cantonese, not Mandarin? Once yes, but not anymore. Li Jiawang explained to the two women. During the early days of reform and opening up, many outsiders flooded into eastern Guangdong, making communication a challenge. Who could have imagined that in 30 years, Cantonese would be at risk of extinction? In truth, it is not just Cantonese. Many dialects face a similar fate. When Wang Wei first ventured into private equity, he had a client from Yizhou with 2 daughters and a son, all fluent in Mandarin, though the parents still retained a hint of the Sichuan accent. Yet, their children spoke Yizhou dialect like foreigners. One flower does not make a spring. Rather, a multitude of blossoms fills the garden with spring's essence. Wang Wei firmly believes that local cultures should possess their own unique characteristics. What ought to be preserved should be protected, and what should be passed down must be inherited. Li Jiawang is truly someone who can engage in conversation with anyone. From their dialogue, it is evident that both women hail from Jiangxi province, having come out to work. They were introduced by a fellow villager, but now that the villager has a boyfriend, the woman in red feels abandoned. Coupled with recent challenges in her work, she feels as though the world is conspiring against her. Thus, she ventures south with her good friend in search of employment. The woman in red inquires of Li Jiawang how to refer to handsome men in Cantonese. Liang Zixiong? Li Jiawang responds, raising an eyebrow at her. She then turns to Wang Wei and exclaims, Liang Zixiong, is it quite profitable in Guangdong East? This question makes Li Jiawang reluctant to continue the conversation. Wang Wei smiles at the woman in red, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, there are substantial earnings. However, it is generally quite arduous, which often results in men earning more than women. Upon hearing this, the woman in red protests, why should that be? Is a man's ability to endure hardship a matter of gender? We are not lacking in effort. Is there even such a stipulation? It has been many years since the reforms. Women have long been capable of holding up half the sky. To claim that men earn more than women at the forefront of reform is nothing but an antiquated mindset. Wang Wei chuckles, so you are from Jiangxi province? The woman in red nods. Yes, have you been there? Wang Wei replies, then you must not hold traditional views. And you certainly do not expect a bride price when you marry, correct? The woman's brow furrows as she exclaims, the bride price is an age-old custom. How could it not be accepted? The room falls silent, and Wang Wei's smile causes the woman in red's composure to falter. Those who follow me have been around since ancient times. Those who oppose me embody feudal thinking. This version of conservatism has manifested itself much earlier than anticipated. Wang Wei initially sought to jest with her, but her foolish demeanor soon became rather dull. You all should rest. I am going out for a smoke. With this remark, Wang Wei subtly indicates to the two women that it is time for slumber. Liang Zixiong, exhausted after several days, had already nearly succumbed to fatigue following a night of fighting. Li Jiawang suddenly fell silent. The woman who had been quiet all along discreetly glanced at Wang Wei before lowering her head, though she had not spoken a word. She had keenly observed the dynamics within the private room. Among the men, Li Jiawang seemed the least trustworthy, while Liang Zixiong appeared to be the most sincere, and in Yuan the most naive. Yet their leader, Wang Wei, exuded a cheerful demeanor, appearing harmless. Remarkably, with merely 2 sentences, Wang Wei had unveiled the character of the sisters, his eyes glinting with irony. Yet they did not manifest any reaction. More alarmingly, after just one phrase, get some rest, the typically loquacious Li Jiawang lay supine, as if he had ceased to exist. This illustrates the considerable respect Wang Wei commands among them. Once he had distanced himself, she tugged at the woman in red, suggesting, let us also retire. The woman in red, impatient, retorted, sleep? It reeks terribly, a pungent odor of sweat. Had I known, I would have opted for a soft sleeper. Truly, one encounters all sorts of people. And Yuan turned over, feeling profoundly lost about the uncertain future ahead. He turned over and got out of bed, finding Wang Wei at the junction of the train carriages. Wang Wei offered him a cigarette, which Yuan had not smoked in over half a year. Nevertheless, he accepted the cigarette. Wang Wei inquired, I heard it was you who brought out Lu Qingqing's classmate? It was understandable that Li Jiawang had dealt with the leader of the gang, but in Yuan's act of isolating Lu Qingqing's classmate, whom Li Jiawang had also targeted, was puzzling. And Yuan replied, I have a sister named Ran. She is a teacher at Lu Qingqing's school. She went missing a month before my discharge. He took those thugs to confront his old classmates. If Li Jiawang is merely an ordinary student, I wonder if she might one day vanish like my sister. At that moment, Wang Wei realized that Yuan, lurking at the entrance like a mythical beast, was actually waiting for his missing sister. Wang Wei smiled at Yuan and said, "Do you believe that our meeting was arranged by fate? The business I am about to undertake could significantly aid your search for your sister." In that instant, Yuan was finally moved. Chapter 0029. There is a price for taking advantage human traffickers? Yuan blurted out those 3 words. Wang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Yuan, feeling awkward, said, "I was just joking." He glanced at his own wooden-like face in the window, and it was evident that he bore no semblance of humor. It was best not to attempt jokes if one lacked the skill, as they not only fell flat, but also rendered the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. Wang Wei chuckled in response. "No worries. Let us converse more and be a bit more cheerful. After all, you'll be dealing with many people in the future." Wang Wei, fearing that Yuan's fleeting cheerfulness might lead to a lifetime of introversion, patted his shoulder and said, "Let us get some sleep." Speaking of sleep, Yuan did not move but pointed to the space at his feet, saying, "I can just manage here." Yuan must have been utterly exhausted. He likely hadn't had a proper rest in days. Earlier, when he entered the compartment with the loquacious woman in red, she had rolled her eyes at him multiple times. Wang Wei's brief exchanges with her were not just to amuse her, but also to foster a harmonious atmosphere, as it would be difficult to coexist in such close quarters for over 20 hours without some light-hearted conversation. However, Wang Wei noticed her disdainful glances during their conversation, indicating she had not missed Yuan's presence. Shortly after Wang Wei had left, Yuan followed him out, likely having been subjected to her sarcastic remarks, possibly about his odor. There was a chance she would even request the attendants to isolate passengers with unpleasant smells, like smoke or sweat. Wang Wei was not inclined to tolerate such contemptible behavior and pulled Yuan back into the compartment. "You have a ticket, and there's a seat. Just sleep peacefully." As they entered the compartment, Li Jiawang had the woman in red giggling uncontrollably. Wang Wei looked at Li Jiawang with a smile, his gaze suggesting, "With just the 2 of you talking, haven't you already indulged in some post-event revelry?" Upon seeing Yuan returning alongside Wang Wei, the woman clad in red wore an unmistakably displeased expression, casting disdainful glances at Yuan. Nonetheless, she and her close companion each occupied a lower bunk, rendering them momentarily hesitant to voice their grievances. Li Jiawang promptly interjected, "Boss, I suggest we let those 2 ladies take the lower bunks for their convenience." "Is it not inconvenient?" Wang Wei, with a smirk, retorted, "You certainly talk too much. Did you not hear me say it's time for sleep? If you truly cannot find slumber, take your post by the door." Aware of Wang Wei's notorious temper, Li Jiawang, typically jovial yet possessing a hidden edge, recognized the warning in his words and hastily lay down, not daring to utter a sound. Wang Wei glanced at the 2 women in the lower bunks, dismissing their preferences with a silent contempt. "So, you fancy the lower bunks, do you? Enjoy your sleep. Soon enough, you shall understand the advantages of that choice. Sweetheart, do not cry," unexpectedly chimed the woman in red, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is it a crime to speak in a public space? In this new era, women no longer bind their feet, yet some still wish to silence conversation." The timid-looking woman shook her head in distress, urging her to be quiet. Turning to Wang Wei, she added, "Forgive my friend, brother. I hope you do not hold her words against us." Wang Wei, intrigued by her unexpected audacity, flashed a grin. The introverted woman felt her heart race inexplicably. Despite his smile, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. How to describe it? A smiling tiger, a thief in the night. Wang Wei, handsome and cheerful, remained an enigma. The introverted woman wished to avoid provoking him at all costs. Wang Wei claimed a middle bunk, while Yuan settled into the uppermost one. Li Jiawang sensed that the boss was genuinely irked, knowing they would face a reprimand upon reaching Zhuhai. Initially, the excitement of boarding the train kept everyone alert, but as time wore on, fatigue descended like an avalanche. While some might struggle against it, their efforts would be in vain. At approximately 3 in the morning, regarded by experts as the peak of deep sleep, the time when individuals slumber most soundly, also coincides with a rise in thievery. On a train, the situation was even more precarious. 2 shadows stealthily crept into the compartment, beginning their exploration from the lower bunk. After pilfering from below, they prepared to target the middle tier when Wang Wei interjected, "That should suffice." As the intruders turned to confront the source of the voice, Only Li Jiawang remained in a deep slumber. Both Liang Zixiong and Yuan, restless, leaned out from their bunks, glaring at the two would-be thieves. Startled, the thieves fled. Once they had made their escape, Wang Wei shouted, "Thieves! By heaven, we have thieves among us." The woman in red, her eyes barely open, clicked her tongue in annoyance. "How bothersome! Does no one allow for a peaceful night of sleep?" Wang Wei replied, "There are thieves." The woman countered, "And what of it? Even if there are thieves, must you disturb others' slumber?" Wang Wei paused momentarily, "Yet they had stolen from you." Suddenly, the woman in red sprang to life, searching herself frantically before letting out a piercing scream. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Wang Wei murmured, "Even if there are thieves, it should not disturb others' slumber." The woman in red dashed out of the private room, shouting, "Catch the thief! There's a thief!" A taciturn woman quietly rummaged through her pockets, then hurriedly exited the room as well. Outside, the woman in red continued her frantic cries. Guests from other rooms shouted curses, demanding silence to their interrupted rest. Li Jiawang, trapped within the room, dared not utter a sound, opting instead to feign unconsciousness. Both Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong, along with Yuan, understood that Wang Wei was personally dealing with the woman in red, who had been an annoyance since they boarded the vehicle. The slap in the face came rather swiftly. From that moment onward, for the next several hours, neither woman returned. When they finally did, they had already entered Guangdong East. The woman in red wished to unleash her fury, yet Wang Wei's countenance was dark. After being reprimanded by Wang Wei in the early hours, she refrained from any sarcastic remarks or veiled insults in his presence. The more reserved woman simply wept silently, her eyes red and puffy, without uttering a single sound. Before disembarking, they shared a meal. Liang Zixiong had purchased 2 additional boxes for each of them. The woman in red, while struggling to open the foam container, lamented her misfortune, exclaiming, "What are we to do now? This wretched place brings me no luck. Had I known, I wouldn't have come." The reserved woman, while shedding tears, transferred all the meat from her box to the woman in red, while she herself consumed plain rice soaked in greasy broth, mixing it with her tears. Li Jiawang extracted 10 yuan from his pocket, pondered for a moment, then pulled out another 10. He presented a total of 20 yuan to the reserved woman. She did not accept it, her sobs growing more intense. The woman in red snatched the money and stuffed it into her pocket. Just as Li Jiawang was about to unleash his ire, the reserved woman wiped her tears and, in a trembling voice, asked, "Could you give me an address? I will repay you." Li Jiawang informed her of his home's location, and she diligently noted it down, while the woman in red remained preoccupied with her meal, offering no words of thanks. Upon arriving at Zhuhai, the woman in red dragged her sister-in-law along, rushing outside without a backward glance. Li Jiawang, taken aback, lamented, "Just like that, 20 yuan is gone." It was at this point that Wang Wei scolded, "If you wish to be a good person, can't you avoid sacrificing your brothers?" Li Jiawang, shrugging his shoulders, retorted, "You said it yourself. When fate presents itself, treat relationships well." Wang Wei replied, "My women are your sisters-in-law. How can you compare these lowly women to them?" Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan remained silent. Chapter 30. Some things are inevitable. The woman in red, one hand clutching her bag and the other pulling her reserved sister along, hurried forward, fearing that if they lagged even slightly, those insufferable men would change their minds. "Hurry up! What an utter farce!" she exclaimed. "Those scoundrels bring nothing but trouble. You talk of repaying, what money is there to return? I suspect all our funds have been pilfered by those few scoundrels." The woman in the red dress, filled with indignation, felt a surge of determination as she stepped out into the bustling crowd. Suppressing the urge to shout, she whispered, "Xiaoya, we are destined to prosper here. When we return to our hometown, who will dare to look down upon us? That manager, with his entire family, will never earn as much as I do in a year." The shy Yang Yu shifted awkwardly, her cheeks flushed as she said softly, "I need to use the restroom. Please keep an eye on my bag until I return." The woman in red, growing impatient, found her companion a nuisance. Yet she could not deny her the need to go. As the introverted girl departed, she glanced back, her demeanor shifting to one of gloom as she walked away with a heavier stride. The wait felt prolonged for the woman in red, who scanned the area, but her companion was nowhere to be seen. Unbeknownst to her, someone had been watching her for quite some time. A stocky, dark-skinned man approached, cigarette but in hand, and said, "Hey, beautiful, are you waiting for someone?" The woman in red replied, "I'm waiting for my sister." The man, Inquiring further, asked, "Is she young and attractive?" The woman nodded eagerly. "Yes. How did you know? Do you know her?" "She is a real catch." The man instantly grasped the situation, recognizing the potential in his flattery. Unwittingly, the woman in red fell into the trap of his smooth talk. He continued, "I don't know her, but she has had a bit of trouble over there, and I was sent to fetch you." Alarmed, she asked, "What happened to her?" The man waved her over. "Just follow me. It'll be fine." With her bag in hand, she struggled to keep up. The man turned back, offering, "Let me help you with that. It's too heavy for a girl like you." Her eyes brightened as she remarked, "You're quite kind." Meanwhile, Li Jiawang interjected with a teasing tone, "Boss, are you planning to find a few sisters?" Wang Wei responded, "Let us not stray from the topic. I'm addressing your situation." Each of them pondered how the focus had shifted from Wang Wei's concern to their own distractions. Wang Wei nonchalantly remarked, "That fellow will surely encounter trouble. It's practically guaranteed." If other women were apprehended, onlookers would express their sympathy. But if she were caught, the crowd would cheer and jeer, "Good. Hurry up, it's only been 2 minutes. Let us get it over with." Though unspoken, their thoughts conveyed a shared understanding. "Boss, you seem quite experienced." Observing Wang Wei's agitation, Li Jiawang grinned, "Calm down, boss. That woman may be bothersome, but her sister is truly delightful. So gentle. And when she cries, I just want to hold her and comfort her." "Comfort her? More like you want to be with her." Li Jiawang does not conceal his essence as a scoundrel. Observe, I provided her with 20 yuan in a moment of need. I consider this an act of kindness. One day, should she come to repay my generosity, it shall be said that good deeds yield good fortune. From the outset, Wang Wei discerned that Li Jiawang was fixated on that introverted woman. Li Jiawang is astute. In such duo setups, one typically must first deal with the difficult counterpart. The standard procedure involves having an accomplice tackle the challenging individual. However, the formidable Wang would not serve as his wingman. Thus, Li Jiawang personally intervened to win over the woman in red, aiming to draw closer to the introverted girl. If this endeavor spanned 3 days and 2 nights, Li Jiawang believed there might be a chance. Yet, Wang Wei held a contrary perspective. Pointing at Li Jiawang's head, he warned, "You will inevitably find yourself tumbling at the hands of a woman, mark my words." Wang Wei chastised Li Jiawang, while Liang Zixiong chuckled foolishly beside them. Meanwhile, Yuan found himself perplexed, pondering whether it was still feasible to disembark now, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Wang Wei and Li Jiawang first arranged for Liang Zixiong and Yuan to stay at a hotel in Liwan. "Tomorrow morning," Wang Wei declared, "we shall familiarize you with the surroundings and enjoy some morning tea." In terms of getting acquainted, it was primarily for Yuan's benefit. As for the morning tea, Yuan might have assumed it was merely about sipping tea. Wang Wei and Li Jiawang visited a night market, procuring several sets of clothing for Yuan, along with a razor, specifically, one consisting of 2 metal plates sandwiching a blade. Upon returning to the hotel, Wang Wei instructed, "Olden, take a shower, shave, and change into something comfortable." Yuan was clad in a shirt from his uniform and yellow rubber shoes, attire more suited for fields or construction sites. He hesitated to reach for the clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His hands were darkened by dirt, and the grime lingered beneath his nails. Wang Wei remarked, "A soldier's uniform signifies the defense of home and country, while donning the garb of common folk marks one's return to civilian life. Life is not merely a struggle for survival. It can be far more chaotic than a battlefield ravaged by artillery. One must find a glimmer of warmth to muster the courage to move forward, no?" Yuan rubbed his hands together at his waist, ultimately accepting the set of clothing Wang Wei had offered. Li Jiawang jested, "If you fear you won't be able to clean yourself properly, perhaps you could enlist a pretty girl to assist you." Wang Wei kicked Li Jiawang playfully, and the two departed the hotel in jovial spirits. Seeing Yuan lost in thought, Liang Zixiong remarked, "Brother Wei is truly considerate and loyal. When I transferred to his school, I frequently faced bullying, and he always came to my aid." Yuan inquired solemnly, "I am here to find my sister." He continued, "He mentioned that our forthcoming endeavors will involve many people, increasing the likelihood of locating her. Do you know what these endeavors entail?" Liang Zixiong shook his head, "I do not know, but whatever Brother Wei intends to accomplish, he will surely succeed. You have witnessed his actions in Benhai, have you not?" Looking at the clean clothes in his hands and reflecting on Wang Wei's deeds in Benhai, along with his earlier words, Liang Zixiong resolved that he would follow Wang Wei's lead without hesitation, regardless of what he was asked to do next. On the way home, Li Jiawang continued to express admiration, remarking on the eloquence of a certain individual, contrasting it with his own simplistic expressions of camaraderie over meals and drinks. Wang Wei playfully tightened his grip around Li Jiawang's neck, exclaiming in jest about the incessant chatter surrounding ticketing skills, revealing that it was Li who had imparted such knowledge. The two engaged in playful banter as they made their way home. "Uncle Li, your son has returned," Li Jiawang announced, adding that he had found a wealthy woman in Binhai, described as plump and fair. He jested that should she find Uncle Li unappealing, he would accompany him to sit like stone lions at another's doorstep. Suddenly, Sheng Fan emerged, playfully challenging, "If you have the guts, don't run." Though concerned for his son after a few days apart, Sheng Fan felt a surge of relief upon seeing him return unscathed. "Let us close the door early. We can share a drink, just the two of us." Outside, a woman waited patiently until Wang Wei had walked away, before making her way to the billiards room. However, after taking just a few steps, she knelt down to wipe her face with dust from the ground, smearing it across her cheeks. As Li Jiawang was about to pull down the roller shutter, he caught sight of a young woman resembling a small kitten. Tears streamed down her face, leaving 2 white streaks. Her hands were tightly pinching each other in distress. Upon seeing her, Li Jiawang was overwhelmed with thoughts of her virtues. When her friends erred, she offered apologies. When they lashed out, she wept, and when they stole, she returned what was taken. Observing her trembling form, he could only think of one word: defeat. Utter and complete defeat. Chapter 31. A mother's capriciousness. In the pitch-black alley, a crowd had gathered. 2 large bags filled with clothes and undergarments were unceremoniously tossed aside. A woman clad in a red knitted sweater was embroiled in a struggle. In no time, her clothing was torn to shreds, and several blows rendered her dizzy. The woman, now seated on the ground, cried out in desperation, "Help! Help!" After rummaging through the bags, a few individuals with bleached hair reported to their leader, "Boss, there's no money." "No money?" A stocky man yanked the woman by her hair, slamming her to the ground, and in a few swift motions, he tore away her garments, exposing her skin. He searched her thoroughly and found a mere $20 in her pocket. "Boss, there's only 20. The leader took a drag from his cigarette, the ember illuminating the scars on his face. He pulled the woman closer, disregarding her cries, and illuminated her face and exposed body with a lighter. The boss nodded, instructing, "Send her to Hongjia. You can have a go at her first." The alley soon echoed with feeble cries. "Yang Yu, where are you?" The woman in red trembled all over, her limbs cold. It became evident that version 0 could not withstand adverse circumstances, compounded by environmental factors, which hindered its development. Thus, it was best to wait. Their time had not yet come. Yang Yu wept softly, fearful that her sobs would draw disdain. Li Jiawang had prepared a late-night snack and sweet soup for her. Yang Yu remained motionless, clutching a tissue, occasionally dabbing at her eyes, which were red and swollen. After a prolonged silence, Li Jiawang could only think of one thing. In life, the most important thing is to find joy. He felt rather foolish, so he fetched a basin of water for her. Life, perhaps, was even more ravaged than a battlefield saturated with artillery fire. There must be a ray of warm light to embolden one to forge ahead, right? Sheng Fang stood nearby, bewildered by his child's nonsensical ramblings. He couldn't comprehend a word and let out an awkward chuckle, leaving this place for his son to handle. "I'm off to bed," he said with a laugh as he retreated indoors. Li Jiawang handed the basin of water to Yang Yu. She did not wash her face, instead weeping even more sorrowfully. "I just stepped out for a moment, and when I returned, she was gone, along with my bag." Li Jiawang seethed. "That deceitful wretch. I always knew she was no good. If I see her again, I swear I'll make her pay." Yang Yu asked, "What if something happened to her? What if she was taken?" Li Jiawang paused, his first reaction being self-reproach. Gazing into Yang Yu's big, tearful eyes, he thought, "She is so pitiful, still worrying about her sister's safety, while my immediate thought was that that scoundrel ran off with the money and my belongings. How despicable of me." Yang Yu sniffed and said, "I should leave." "Where will you go?" Li Jiawang, in a panic, stood up and pleaded, "Stay here, please don't go." Yang Yu instinctively took a step back, crossing her arms. Perhaps Li Jiawang's bluntness and sudden movement startled her. He stammered, Wait, don't misunderstand. It's so late. Where could you possibly go? There are spare rooms here. You can stay comfortably." Yang Yu still couldn't meet Li Jiawang's gaze, her voice trembling as she asked, "Brother Jiawang, Will you help me find Sister Tang Ping? Who is Tang Ping? Oh, I understand. Don't worry. I have many friends. I will certainly help you inquire. He added, stay here for a few days. I will find out soon enough. Yang Yu pursed her lips, tears threatening to spill again. Li Jiawang's heart nearly shattered. Was this some divine intervention to cleanse his soul? If Wang Wei knew Li Jiawang's thoughts, he might have remarked that perhaps it was to incinerate him instead. Wang Wei had not returned home for many days and was eager to see his parents. Before even stepping through the door, he heard the raucous voices of the 200 parrots, shouting, down with the Japanese. Rescue the Japanese flower girls. Down with the Japanese. It turned out that his mother was watching Tokyo Love Story, which had thoroughly ignited the patriotic fervor of the 200 parrots. Chen Yujiao stood up and embraced her son. Mom, I've been on a train, and I smell terrible, Wang Wei said. His mother held him tightly, patting his back. In that moment, however, Wang Wei pondered how many times during their meetings and farewells had his mother wished to hold him this way. All those feelings of longing and love were encapsulated in these small gestures. If he had not experienced such moments, would he have gained such profound insight? Chen Yujiao chuckled. No matter how bad you smell, it can't be worse than the 200 parrots. They have quite the stench of chicken manure. And where's Dad? Didn't he wash the parrots? Wang Wei asked while attempting to entertain the 200 parrots. They twisted on their perch, tilting their heads away from him, refusing to look at Wang Wei and squawking, if you leave, don't come back. Chen Yujiao pressed the pause button on the video recorder. In recent days, a dinner was held with several leaders from the Xinhua bookstore. The printing factory had previously relied almost entirely on business from the Xinhua bookstore, which could be deemed a significant relationship. When I initially discussed this matter with him, I inquired how they would cope if one day the bookstore decided to cease their collaboration. Your father confidently asserted that such a scenario was implausible, as the Xinhua bookstore was unlikely to collapse. Indeed, apart from physical books, they supplied all the educational materials for the entire city, which constituted a staggering volume of printing. This was more than enough to sustain a factory and its employees. My mother sighed, acknowledging that while the bookstore might not fail, they could opt for other printing firms. In this era of market economy, everyone strives to enhance their income. Some private entrepreneurs establish printing houses and engage in profit sharing, resulting in multiplied earnings. Who wouldn't be pleased? Your father, having saved on social obligations in his youth, now faces the repercussions. Wang Wei suggested, why not let Dad retire from the first position? Chen Yujiao replied, he is working so hard now. Isn't it all to provide a safety net for you? In business, who doesn't encounter a few failures? Your father is like a pillar of support during your tough times. Wang Wei responded, but I can earn money now. Chen Yujiao countered. A trip to Benhai is just a little hard-earned money. How much can you really make? Wang Wei nodded, acknowledging the difficulty. He hadn't slept well lately, and, indeed, hadn't he earned much, only over 60,000 yuan. Chen Yujiao, who had been focused on the television, abruptly turned her head. How much? Wang Wei, fumbling in his pocket, produced the remittance slip and handed it to his mother. As she scrutinized the slip, her gaze gradually shifted from unfocused to sharp, and her expression transformed from frozen to one of mixed surprise and concern. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yujiao took a deep breath and said, Son, I'd like to discuss something with you. Wang Wei nodded. Go ahead. Chen Yujiao suggested, what if your father joins in too? Wang Wei replied, it's very taxing. Chen Yujiao shook her head. Your father relishes hard work. Wang Wei retorted. Chen Yujiao chuckled. Isn't your toil merely a means to support your father? When he faces hardship, he has you as his backbone. What money can he earn when he drinks himself into oblivion? Mom, you should be coaching him instead of just watching here. Chapter 0032. A man must prioritize his career, of course. My mother was jesting. She wouldn't want old Wang to suffer. Son, Peipei called you yesterday. Wang Wei inquired. What does Sister Peipei want? Chen Yujiao shook her head. She didn't say. Mobile phones had been around for some time, but the exorbitant costs associated with them made them unaffordable for the average person. Furthermore, the range of communication was quite limited, rendering them both costly and inconvenient. Thus, sometimes a farewell might mean never having the chance to meet again in this lifetime. Chen Yujiao glanced at her son, observing the romantic entanglement of the protagonists on the screen, easily drawing her young son into their narrative. With a knowing smile, Chen Yujiao remarked, Son, I always feel that you and Peipei still have a chance. I am aware that you have endured considerable hardships behind Peipei in the past. Nevertheless, it matters not. The tribulations you have faced only serve as reasons for Peipei to cherish you in the future. Wang Wei stared wide-eyed at Chen Yujiao, exclaiming, Mother, you are well into your years. Could you possibly refrain from watching romantic films? Furthermore, who has ever told you that the suffering endured now would yield her sympathy later? In one moment, the husband is praised as wonderful, and in the next, the promise to never be harsh again is forgotten. Very well. Let us pretend I never said it. Chen Yujiao tilted her head, seemingly unable to recall when her son had ever been in a relationship, if he had not. From whence did this painful epiphany arise? The burdens of the past serve as justifications for future affections. Every quarrel has its ledger, and when arguments ignite anew, past grievances are resurrected to stoke the flames, a strategy that never fails. Although Wang Wei had not engaged in any serious romance, he had certainly borne his share of such trials. As the mother and son continued their conversation, the home telephone rang. Chen Yujiao raised her eyebrows at her son, her expression suggesting, See, I told you there is something between you two, right? It appeared that mother had indulged in one too many idle dramas, still harboring such notions. Glancing at the incessantly ringing phone, Wang Wei seemed to envision the anxious expression on Yuan Peipei's typically quiet and bashful face, akin to the distress of a ringing phone. The contrast was striking. In his mind, a thought floated by. I refuse to pander. Why are you still anxious? His mother, perplexed, looked at him and urged, Come on. Answer the phone. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Wang Wei answered the call, and a melodious voice rang out. Have you arrived? Damn, after all that speculation. This voice sounded off. The girl on the line continued. You are Wang Wei, correct? Indeed, I am. And you are? I am Li Jiawang. Wang Wei glanced at the clock on the wall. At this hour, you ought to be asleep, shouldn't you? Li Jiawang replied. I usually work until around 1 in the morning. Calculating the time, she deduced that he should have arrived home by now. She was aware of the train schedules and had checked the timetable to estimate his arrival time. By the way, she had timed her call based on her assumption of when Wang Wei would be home. What if she couldn't reach him today? She would simply call tomorrow. Wang Wei, intrigued, inquired, What do you need to know my arrival time for? This question seemed to corner Li Jiawang. If it had been Yuan Peipei, she might have crossed her arms, unsure where to direct her gaze, perhaps even betraying her heavy breaths. The usually confident and proud Li Jiawang would not be so passive. She boldly stated, I merely wanted to ask, can't this electronic chick last a bit longer? Wang Wei retorted, that is quite normal. Some individuals can even kill a cactus, earning the title of plant killer. Adding you as an animal killer is hardly extraordinary. Li Jiawang inexplicably laughed, then scoffed, but I adore little animals. Wang Wei sighed, please, spare those poor creatures. Can you not grant them a reprieve? Just as Li Jiawang was laughing, a voice piped up, give them a break, give them a break. Huh, you can be adorable too? Li Jiawang inquired with a hint of complexity in her expression. Wang Wei responded, my parrot is speaking. A parrot? Li Jiawang questioned in confusion. Just as the voice on the phone exclaimed, Dad, bath time, Dad, bath time. Stunned, Li Jiawang asked, you have a son? Wang Wei clarified, it's just a parrot. The parrot, shrinking its neck, proclaimed, I am a little gray chicken. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that peculiar accent and tone, an image of the parrot vividly formed in Li Jiawang's mind. Thankfully, it was merely a parrot. She had initially imagined something far more beautiful. A thought so extravagant that she dared not entertain it further, unconsciously picking at her toes. Upon learning that Wang Wei owned a parrot, the significance of the call transformed. Excitedly, she queried, do you have another parrot? Is it adorable? Adorable, my foot. Wang Wei internally scoffed, while outwardly he remarked, I've considered cooking it more than once. It swears like a sailor. If you're unoccupied, I'll go give the parrot a bath. I haven't been home for days. It reeks of droppings. Li Jiawang yearned to converse further with Wang Wei, yet she felt a lack of a reasonable excuse to extend their dialogue. After hanging up, she chuckled to herself, Parrot? What a hilariously amusing name. Glancing at her electronic pet, she suddenly found it lacking in interest and dashed into her brother's room, tossing the electronic pet onto the pillow of her brother, who was already fast asleep. A perpetually malfunctioning electronic chicken could hardly compare to a lively little gray chicken. Moreover, there was a reason for her delight. She had initially feared that calling Wang Wei might lead to an awkward silence. Today she could use the excuse of the electronic chicken's demise, but what about tomorrow? Now, with the presence of a parrot, it was splendid. Most importantly, she had always adored pets. Li Jiawang pondered what the parrot looked like and why it was so loquacious. A bird capable of conversing with humans was indeed fascinating. Little did Li Jiawang realize that if Wang Wei heard her thoughts, he would undoubtedly consider her quite the clever young lady. Li Jiawang unfurled her study materials and immersed herself in the sea of books and questions. This provided her with a perfect excuse to prepare for the examination in Guangdong East. Chen Yujiao, not in a hurry to watch her drama, curiously inquired. That doesn't sound like Peipei, does it? Wang Wei is preparing water for the parrot, not for Sister Peipei. Chen Yujiao became even more intrigued. It sounds like a girl. Who is she? How old is she? Where is she from? Wang Wei cast a complex glance at his mother. Mom, why are you so excited? When I visited Binhai this time, I met someone, a high school student. Don't think too deeply about it. Chen Yujiao, revealing her son's history, remarked, you were pursuing Peipei in middle school. Why didn't you mention she was a high school student then? Your logic is sound. In truth, if his mother hadn't led him in that direction, Wang Wei wouldn't have considered it at all. Despite his striking appearance and charm reminiscent of Yanzu, he indeed possessed a considerable allure for women. However, he also comprehended that young girls are more likely to be enamored with appearances. As they mature, they will likely come to realize that a man's looks are not of paramount importance. Wang Wei would rather have them appreciate his wealth and encounter a few more gold diggers, for they are capable of offering emotional value. The essential elements of entrepreneurship are capital, which stands at 60,000, brothers, numbering 3, and a project that has already been determined. In their youth, it is paramount for men to focus on building careers and amassing wealth, and naturally, admirers will emerge. After all, admirers possess an innate ability to attract love. Chapter 33. I seem to appear quite filthy. The parrot, affectionately named her by, relished 3 activities: conversing, bathing, and indulging in gossip. Each of these pursuits had its peculiarities. The bathwater could not be excessively hot, as it would strip away oils and cause feather loss. Erbai had a penchant for colorful language, relishing the simplicity and satisfaction it offered. As for gossip, it was imperative to avoid icy treats, lest one suffer from digestive discomfort. During the prolonged period following Wang Wei's departure from home, old Wang, preoccupied with matters concerning the printing factory, scarcely attended to Erbai, while old Chun, increasingly busy with his hospital duties, was no more available. It is entirely understandable that this parrot, which thrived on companionship, eventually fell into a state of depression. Before its demise, Erbai plucked all its feathers, and at that time, Wang Wei had set up a computer at home for the convenience of video chats with his parents. When Erbai made an appearance on screen, Wang Wei joked that it resembled a naked chat with the parrot. Alas, within mere days, Erbai passed away in a most undignified manner. Following this, when colleagues recounted tales of parrots squabbling, they would jest about how Erbai, having shed its feathers, triumphed over an eagle, quipping that without undressing, one could not hope to win against it. Wang Wei found no humor in such tales. Observing Erbai frolicking in water, Wang Wei noted that while others showcased their cats performing tricks, he was left to ponder, what can you do? Erbai dipped its head into the water and, shaking its head back and forth, exclaimed, be good, call me daddy, eliciting laughter. Wang Wei mused that this silly bird compelled everyone to call him daddy, unwittingly bestowing upon him a multitude of grandchildren. As Wang Wei was lost in thought, Chen Yujiao peeked into the bathroom. Erbai shouted at her, call me daddy. Wang Wei, nearly overwhelmed with frustration, almost dunked the bird into the water. The following morning, old Wang, in high spirits, prepared a specialty seafood dish from Shantao. It seemed that the previous night's drinks had not been in vain. Wang Wenwei had set aside 2 shrimp for Erbai, cheerfully inquiring of his son. I heard from your mother that you met a girl during your trip to Binhai. When will you bring her home for us to meet? Wang Wei felt as though his father had yet to recover from the effects of alcohol. What sensible person would casually introduce a girl to their parents? Suddenly, Wang Wei interjected with words that neither Wang Wenwei nor Chun Yujiao could quite grasp. In truth, many fail to comprehend that those who frequently proclaim, I want to bring you home to meet my parents, when actually taken home, would find themselves later hearing, you should call, my parents will hear you. The act of introducing girls to parents is merely a tactic to reduce risks, to safeguard oneself, and to save on lodging expenses. Thus, dear friends, when you hear a young man express his intention to introduce you to his parents, remember to assertively inform him, I will cover the accommodation. This way, you will not find yourself in a passive position. Wang Wei remarked to old Wang about earning over 60,000, yet he remained silent on the matter. Wang Wenwei had truly indulged in excessive drinking the previous night, stubbornly believing that it was merely a jest by Chen Yujiao. Consequently, he ceased to inquire about any young ladies and instead focused intently on his son, asking, "Did you truly earn 60,000? Wang Wei presented the remittance slip to Wang Wenwei, slurping his noodles as he casually remarked, "It's not a substantial amount." Wang Wenwei first verified the authenticity of the slip before his heart raced. He had encountered significant sums before, but the funds he had handled were, to put it plainly, state property. According to their peers, if old Wang had a hint of selfishness, his family would not be merely affluent. What? The organization is impoverished? What does the organization's poverty have to do with leadership? The proper protocol dictates that old Wang, as the head, should be wealthy despite the organization's lack of funds. If the printing factory collapsed, he could utilize his earlier earnings to continue profiting. Yet, old Wang remained oblivious. What could one do with him? He deserved his misfortune. Not only was he destitute, but the workers beneath him also chastised him, exclaiming that they had never encountered such a foolish leader, lamenting, "Not a single cent is distributed." When Wang Wenwei confirmed that his son had earned 60,000 during his brief excursion to the north, his expression was quite remarkable. Initially, he felt a sense of joy for his son, considering that his son's salary was merely 1 or 200, and even that modest sum was impressive. However, a tinge of sadness soon washed over him. How little many veteran comrades within the system earn. His son could earn 60,000 merely by trading a few goods in the north. No wonder everyone yearns to venture into business these days. Wang Wenwei mused. "Am I to seek employment under you in the future?" Wang Wei responded, "The family requires funds. I will provide whatever is necessary. However, in the realm of commerce, there are no familial ties. One must not interfere with the other, for it complicates management." Observing his son's serious demeanor, Wang Wenwei thought, if one did not know better, they might assume you are destined to become the wealthiest individual in Guangdong. Wang Wei chuckled and mentioned, "There is indeed a matter where I might need your assistance, father." Upon hearing his son request help, Wang Wenwei straightened his back, adopting an air of pride, as if to say, "You are so accomplished, yet you still require my aid." "Do share," Wang Wei explained. "The factory has numerous operations requiring communication between Hong Kong and the mainland. We now need a set of procedures and documents to facilitate this exchange. For an ordinary person, these procedures and documents are exceedingly difficult to obtain. It would be easier to swim across and swiftly rush to the city center to acquire a legal identification. To clarify, it is illegal to smuggle oneself into Hong Kong. Should one be apprehended upon landing, they would face repatriation, and a few years ago, such individuals would have faced imprisonment. However, if one manages to reach the shore and dash to the city center without being caught, they can obtain legal status and avoid deportation." Returning to the core of the matter, while these procedures are challenging for the average individual, Wang Wenwei would undoubtedly be able to navigate them. The factory may be poor, yet the necessary business and networks remain intact. To embark on this venture, Wang Wenwei naturally inquired of his son what business he intended to pursue. Upon hearing Wang Wei's plan, Wang Wenwei's initial reaction was disbelief. Could this truly be profitable? Not only could it be lucrative, but with swift action, the entire Pearl River Delta would soon be whispering his name. While his father remained skeptical, his mother, with a naive charm, affectionately touched her son's face, reminding him to drink some herbal tea. Li Jiawang sprang from his bed, hastily descending from the second floor without even cleaning the sleep from his eyes. A girl was pouring water onto the floor from a bucket. Her top was oversized, yet her waist was slender. As she moved, glimpses of her attire could be seen beneath the fabric. Although she wore a tank top, it was reminiscent of a bygone era. Li Jiawang, feeling flustered, quickly retreated upstairs to regain his composure before coming down again. By that time, Yang Yu had already swept the floor clean. It turned out that the water was merely to suppress dust. Bending down, Yang Yu's hair threatened to fall into her face, causing her discomfort. She tucked it behind her ear with her fingertips and continued her task. Once she completed her chores and turned around, she caught sight of Li Jiawang, whose gaze was filled with an almost guilty curiosity. In that moment, he felt that even a lingering glance towards Yang Yu was a transgression. Li Jiawang pondered whether he might be unwell. His thoughts should not have strayed to notions of affection or desire at such a time. Sheng Fange had brought breakfast and invited Yang Yu to join him. She ate sparingly and slowly, and after just a few bites, she quietly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Jiawang, but I must be on my way to find Tang Ping." What for? Li Jiawang exclaimed in a moment of panic, but quickly softened his tone. You're unfamiliar with this place. How will you find her? I excel at locating people. Stay here instead. If you're not accustomed to it, you can help me watch the pool room and sell game tokens. I'll even pay you for your work. What do you think, Dad? Sheng Fangu responded affirmatively. If someone can help watch the shop, I can play all day long. Yang Yu did not immediately agree. Her attention was drawn to a handsome man approaching with a bird perched on his shoulder. Instinctively, she began gathering everyone's bowls to wash them. After all, even the most enchanting creatures fear the discerning gaze of a master. Chapter 34. The last calm before the entrepreneurial storm. Li Jiawang's gaze seemed entranced, fixated on Yang Yu, as if he were unable to pull himself away. Suddenly, he heard the lively chatter of 200 parrots, their calls echoing. Hao Lu Jian. Hao Lu Jian. A duo Jian. His attention flickered between Yang Yu's retreating figure and Wang Wei's arrival. Sheng Fangu greeted Wang Wei. Ah Wei, have you had breakfast? Wang Wei replied, Uncle, I came to invite Jiawang to go out for morning tea. Sheng Fangu ascended to the second floor and returned with a small bag, handing it to Wang Wei. Here, take this tea with you. Wang Wei accepted the tea, savoring its aroma. Sheng Fangu, despite his rough exterior, had a refined appreciation for life. Noticing Li Jiawang's distracted demeanor, Wang Wei inquired, What's wrong with you? Li Jiawang rubbed the corners of his eyes and replied, I haven't washed my face yet. Just wait for me. Wang Wei once exhibited similar habits, spending his holidays at home, rising without washing his face or brushing his teeth, languishing on the sofa. Although washing one's face and brushing teeth are trivial matters that consume little time, procrastination often leads to an entire day slipping away unnoticed. Li Jiawang, on the other hand, approached the act of washing and brushing with a carefree attitude. If he remembered, he would do it, and if he found himself rushing out without having done so, he would simply defer it until bedtime. And should he indulge too much in the evening? Well, he would just deal with it the next day. As a brother raised in the same vicinity, Wang Wei was well acquainted with Li Jiawang's habits. The sudden declaration of having forgotten to wash his face seemed to reflect Li Jiawang's current state. Something felt amiss. Li Jiawang ascended the stairs to wash his face, brush his teeth, and change his clothes. Just as he finished, he encountered Yang Yu, who remained shy and withdrawn. In a moment of urgency, as Li Jiawang reached out, she instinctively recoiled. Li Jiawang felt a pang of regret as he explained, I'm going out today and will inquire about Zhang Ping's whereabouts. Yang Yu, holding a basin, offered, I can wash your clothes for you. No, that is not necessary, Li Jiawang replied, surprisingly stumbling over his words despite his usual eloquence. Yang Yu quietly remarked, if you don't want me to help, I feel awkward just staying here. Li Jiawang, feeling a surge of frustration, thought to himself, fine, fine. Go ahead and wash. Yang Yu gently placed his dirty clothes into the basin, casting a timid glance at Li Jiawang and corrected him. It's Tang Ping, not Zhang Ping. Li Jiawang, caught off guard by her words, felt an unfamiliar heat rise to his cheeks, a sensation he hadn't experienced in quite some time. He hadn't anticipated that as he attempted to craft a persona, he would falter so quickly. Yet, seeing that Yang Yu showed no sign of leaving, he felt reassured enough to seek out Wang Wei. The contrast in Li Jiawang's demeanor before and after ascending the stairs was quite striking. He pulled Wang Wei along to the hotel, exclaiming, Let us go, we're off to find Zixiong. Wang Wei shot him a glance, questioning, What on earth is hidden upstairs? Huh, what are you talking about? Li Jiawang feigned calmness, though internally he wrestled with whether to disclose his intention to keep Yang Yu here to Wang Wei. Wang Wei held a rather unfavorable view of both Yang Yu and Tang Ping, leaving Li Jiawang concerned about how Wang Wei might react to Yang Yu's presence. While he considered that Wang Wei's animosity was directed more towards Tang Ping, he still deemed it risky to share this information with him at this stage, opting instead to wait and see how things unfolded with Yang Yu. After a while at the tea house, Liang Zixiong arrived with an Yuan, and Yuan, having washed his face and shaved, appeared decades younger. However, he was already the eldest among the Westerners. His years of service in the military had imbued him with a maturity beyond that of his peers. Having participated in numerous missions amidst minor conflicts at the border and faced various challenges at home, his demeanor exuded a weightiness and depth that set him apart. His temperament distinctly sets him apart from the other three, each of whom possesses their own unique characteristics. Liang Zixiong, the sole male in his family aside from his father, assumed the heavy burdens of life at an early age. Though in his early 20s, he exudes a sense of practicality, steadiness, and thoroughness. Wang Wei enjoys a harmonious family life, having received a comprehensive education. He is goal-oriented and possesses a clear sense of direction, approaching tasks with remarkable organization. His demeanor and conduct inspire trust, and he is often seen smiling, treating others with courtesy and politeness. This is a significant reason why An Yuan is willing to accompany Wang Wei to Zhuhai. Li Jiawang interjected, "Have you forgotten something?" An Yuan didn't even glance at the yellow-haired man. Wang Wei instructed one of the staff to bring a pot of water, and Liang Zixiong adeptly took the tea leaves from Wang Wei, proceeding to wash the teapot and cups before brewing the tea. Li Jiawang retrieved several baskets of dim sum from a nearby food cart, including chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, char siu buns, red rice sausages, and egg tarts, items that are must-orders. When An Yuan exited the hotel, he heard Liang Zixiong mention they were having morning tea. He thought it simply referred to drinking tea in the morning. However, he found it peculiar that one would bring their own tea while indulging in a feast. Wang Wei raised his cup towards An Yuan, inviting him to sample the tea within. In all his years, An Yuan had never enjoyed such a moment as he did today. Living in a state of constant vigilance had become the norm, yet now, faced with leisure, he felt a twinge of unease. The fragrance of the tea was tantalizingly close, its taste akin to heavenly nectar, yet it remained difficult to swallow. Wang Wei leisurely explained, "Morning tea and afternoon tea are integral to our Cantonese culture. The pastries are freshly prepared by skilled chefs who rise at dawn to craft them." He continued, "If one goes a day without morning tea, it feels as if that day has not been lived at all." He was far from exaggerating. The residents of Yangcheng, with little else to occupy their time, would surely question why one would forego tea. During the Spring Festival, particularly on the first day of the new year, entire families flocked to tea houses to celebrate together. Thus, one often hears tales of patrons scrambling for seats at establishments like Diandoda, where the competition can be fierce. In fact, not engaging in such disputes would seem rather unusual. Wang Wei savored a bite of red rice sausage, unable to suppress his admiration for its exquisite flavor. In the coming years, as the culinary landscape evolves, pastry chefs in eastern Guangdong may find it increasingly difficult to sustain their craft, prompting many to migrate north. Meanwhile, locals would be left with pre-packaged pastries. Wang Wei sometimes pondered whether society was truly progressing or regressing. This sentiment extended beyond culinary delights. The fashion and attire of individuals reflected a similar trend. A mere observation of the streets and tea houses of Zhuhai reveals that people's clothing is quite refined, with shirts, slacks, and leather shoes seemingly becoming the standard attire, unlike the casual shorts and flip-flops that would dominate in years to come. It was precisely during morning tea that individuals exhibited a certain sophistication in both their culinary choices and attire. In such an environment, An Yuan felt somewhat out of place. Wang Wei noticed An Yuan's discomfort and reassured him, "After a few more visits, you'll grow accustomed to it. Soon enough, you too will don a suit and tie." However, he cautioned, "In the meantime, it may require some perseverance from all of you. Today marks the final moment of tranquility in this phase. Let us seize the opportunity to indulge ourselves. I fear that by this afternoon, as you all head home, your legs may become unresponsive." Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and An Yuan understood that their leader was about to commence serious business. Li Jiawang inquired, "Boss, what shall we do next?" The parrot squawked loudly, "Eat, drink, engage in ticketing, and spend the night." An elderly man at a nearby table shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the state of the bird. Wang Wei shot Li Jiawang a glare before solemnly stating, "Express delivery." "Express delivery? What on earth is that?" Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and An Yuan were equally perplexed by Wang Wei's initial venture. They perhaps did not realize that this obscure project held more importance to Wang Wei than his very life. This breakfast gathering served as Wang Wei's last moment of peace before embarking on his entrepreneurial journey. The term express delivery might still be unfamiliar to them. Wang Wei simplified it further for the trio. "We deliver goods. Our business entails transporting items that clients wish to send to specified locations or directly into the hands of users." Liang Zixiong appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Brother Wei, are you planning to encroach upon the Postal Service's territory?" Li Jiawang remarked, "I've heard that the Postal Service has its own cadre of people. The conventional route may be unfeasible, but they too possess their own underhanded methods. In this chaotic era, where is there not disorder?" To make money and engage in legitimate business inevitably involves a tempestuous journey. The initial phase of the logistics and express delivery industry is indeed fraught with challenges. Yet, it is precisely due to the low entry barriers that there are fewer stringent requirements, making it an ideal project that can be undertaken at minimal cost while rapidly capturing market share. There exists a particular route that only Wang Wei can navigate. Others lack the capability. As Wang Wei shared cigarettes with them, exhaling clouds of smoke, he elaborated that the express delivery business has been present in the country for at least 20 years. The national team, Postal Express. The foreign contender, FedEx. When these two companies are mentioned, many may associate them with phantoms, familiar yet unseen. The existence of these two companies, which have been entrenched for 2 decades, is marked by their low visibility, primarily because they cater to bulk cargo trade. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in their lack of timeliness. In an era of advanced transportation, their efficiency remains disappointingly low, compounded by excessively cumbersome procedures. Customers are left discontented. Our objective is to handle small parcels, eliminating the troublesome formalities and enhancing delivery efficiency. Moreover, there is one crucial point. We will currently operate solely on the route from eastern Guangdong to Hong Kong. What? Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong were left dumbfounded, and Yuan may not have understood their reaction, but Wang Wei was well aware of their sentiments. Are you thinking this is merely the work of smuggling? Li Jiawang sighed. Boss, I'm not trying to dampen your enthusiasm. You know this is the domain of smugglers. Is it necessary to treat it as if we are dealing with nuclear projects? Wang Wei remained unfazed and turned to Liang Zixiong. How many parcels can you bring across the border in a day? Liang Zixiong pondered for a moment, considering the size of the shipments, which could range from 20 to 30 items at most, or as few as 10. Wang Wei inquired about the frequency of their weekly trips. Liang Zixiong replied that 3 trips would be the maximum, with 2 being more common. On weekends in Xiangjiang, everything is closed. Wang Wei casually mentioned the ash from his cigarette, asserting that he could make 2 round trips between Xiangjiang and the mainland in a single day, each carrying no less than 500 items. Li Jiawang waved his hand dismissively, insisting that he could manage 1,000 items per trip and make 10 round trips in a day, thereby earning even more. Wang Wei shot Li Jiawang a sidelong glance, claiming that he could indeed make 2 trips a day, and questioned how Li Jiawang could manage 10 trips, suggesting that if he failed, he should find a troublesome woman to deal with his misery. Li Jiawang merely chuckled in disdain, retorting that it was impossible for Wang Wei to achieve such feats unless he could fly. Even if he could fly, how could one person transport 500 items? Wang Wei, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled at Li Jiawang and posed a thought-provoking question about the fundamental difference between humans and animals. Li Jiawang shook his head in ignorance. Wang Wei elaborated that animals only shake their heads and dismiss possibilities. Li Jiawang, taken aback, asked if such harsh words were necessary. It wasn't he, just Li Jiawang, who found it implausible. Liang Zixiong, who traveled weekly between Xiangjiang and the mainland, was acutely aware of the time spent on the road. Brother Wei, the time on the road isn't the main concern. The real challenge lies in collecting goods from the factories. Business isn't guaranteed every day, except for regular clients who maintain consistent orders. Attracting new customers is quite challenging. When you tell them that your service is fast and efficient, they are skeptical, having never tried it before. Trust is hard to establish, so where are all the customers? Wang Wei interjected. Now you understand why having a company is essential, right? No matter how skilled you are alone, it lacks credibility. Standing on the street soliciting customers makes you seem unprofessional. The ideal approach is to have a reputable company backing you, utilizing a platform to provide services that reach both domestic and international markets. As Li Jiawang listened, his eyes widened in realization. Brother, you must be referring to express delivery, not fast food. Li Jiawang's comments reflected his habitual focus on his core business. He may not have realized that even the most basic service embodies a form of corporate culture. Wang Wei aimed to leverage this corporate ethos to influence all consumers, instilling the belief that once their goods were entrusted to him, speed was guaranteed. Liang Zixiong, momentarily distracted from the driving, remarked, Brother Wei, I understand your reasoning, but how can we manage 2 trips carrying 500 items each with just a few of us? Wang Wei nodded affirmatively. Yes, it relies on us. But we must also acquire a boat. The notion of a boat had not crossed the minds of either Liang Zixiong or Li Jiawang. Their expressions transitioned from momentary confusion to gradual excitement. Li Jiawang, though somewhat less enthusiastic, lacked the imagination for large-scale financial ventures, content with smaller sums. Liang Zixiong, fully aware of the stakes, understood that if a vessel were available, Wei Ji's plan could be executed seamlessly. The shipment consisted of 500 items, each priced at approximately $50. Liang Zixiong felt as though he were dreaming. A single trip could yield $25,000. With 2 trips a day, that amounts to $50,000. Observing the astonished expressions of the 3 men, Wang Wei realized that in these times, cash serves as the ultimate stimulant, more persuasive than any words. However, in reality, a mere $50,000 a day is an optimistic estimate. One must also consider the critical factor of timeliness. The vast majority of goods transported between Hong Kong and the mainland are bound by the clock, as delivering items to clients sooner can generate economic benefits starting from tens of thousands. Currently, the charge for a single item is $100. Some may deem it outrageous to charge such a fee for express delivery in 1993, questioning its practicality. Yet, 3 decades later, as the public's consumption levels rise, many will instinctively perceive numerous goods as quite affordable. Indeed, many services or products are initially priced steeply upon their introduction. As the market opens up and user numbers swell, coupled with infrastructural development, more capital enters the fray, leading to gradual price reductions. When internal competition reaches a fever pitch, customers often find themselves in the most exhilarating position, as prices plummet to rock bottom before subsequently creeping upwards in a gradual, insidious manner. Presently, however, express delivery rates remain exorbitantly high, the higher the price, the more compelling the argument. When one calculates the potential profits, it becomes astonishingly clear that this business is indeed extraordinarily lucrative. Yet, if this venture is so profitable, why are there not more entrepreneurs pursuing it? The reasons have been previously outlined. Competing for scraps from the national team's table invites the wrath of formidable enforcers. So, why has no one ventured into the line of business Wang Wei proposed? Since late 1992, over 10,000 companies from Hong Kong and abroad have regarded eastern Guangdong as a major production hub. The manufacturing sector has only just begun its explosive growth. Smugglers, preoccupied with trivial profits and occasionally distracted, have yet to connect their ideas. Wang Wei keenly values this current window of opportunity. If he waits any longer, competitors will proliferate. Ultimately, he too is racing against time. Wang Wei articulated with precision, "We must act swiftly, staying ahead of everyone else, quietly amassing wealth. We shall enter the village discreetly. No gunfire allowed." Chapter 0036. The once young boy, now a deity. Why is it said that one can quietly amass wealth? The economy of a city has not yet opened to the extent one might imagine. The postal and telecommunications sectors have yet to be separated. A subordinate unit of a ministry can easily crush individual entrepreneurs. Another reason is that company law has not yet been formally enacted. Thus, in 1993, the concept of private enterprises was virtually non-existent. Establishing a company meant it would be classified as a state-owned enterprise, giving rise to the notion of wearing a hat. You were either a state-owned entity or a sole proprietor. If you were to flamboyantly establish a company without it being registered under a state-owned enterprise, from where would your operational qualifications derive? The truth is, you lack any legitimate business license. A fine would be a minor inconvenience, but one could end up imprisoned. Foregoing a company would leave you with the option of becoming a sole proprietor, but what exactly defines a sole proprietor? The number of employees cannot exceed 7. Ostensibly, Wang Wei would undoubtedly stay within that limit. However, the actual number of employment relationships is ambiguous. This matter can be deftly manipulated. Thus, the prudent course of action is to develop discreetly. Upon exiting the tea house, Wang Wei sought a newsstand to purchase several maps. Subsequently, he visited a small telecommunications shop to acquire 2 digital pagers, one for himself and one for Yuan. Since Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong already possessed pagers, there was no need for additional ones. It appeared that in his previous life, Wang Wei had never utilized a pager, having transitioned directly from landline phones to mobile devices. Yet, in reality, pagers dominated the market for at least 6 or 7 years. On the streets, the fashionable youths sported golden chains around their waists, with pagers tucked in plastic casings, exuding an air of superiority. For those lacking such means, electronic watches or alarm clocks served as the ultimate status symbols during gatherings among friends. Whether receiving weather updates or alarm notifications, a mere glance would elevate one's stature. Wang Wei, however, dealt with such pretentious individuals by slamming a brick-like mobile phone onto the table, dismissing their ostentation with ease. It turned out that Wang Wei himself was the true embodiment of pretentiousness. The current situation, however, was different. Funds were tight, and every expenditure had to be scrutinized. Li Jiawang looked expectantly at Wang Wei. "What about me?" Wang Wei replied, "Since you and Zixiong already have pagers, you don't need one, right?" Li Jiawang clarified, "What I mean is, can we convert them into cash?" Thus, the group proceeded to the Oriental Building in Shiyue District, an investment by a Hong Kong entrepreneur. Upon entering the building, Yuan was taken aback to discover that the seemingly splendid exterior concealed a chaotic interior. The place was bustling with people and cluttered with goods. As Wang Wei guided Yuan through the building, he explained that such edifices were prevalent in the eastern Guangdong region. Without stepping inside, one would hardly realize the multitude of factories hidden within these structures. They serve as the substantial support for over 10,000 companies from Hong Kong. This phenomenon is a product of the unique environment of the times, where inexpensive labor, remarkably favorable tax incentives, and low land prices have driven a surge of Hong Kong capital into eastern Guangdong since the end of last year. The year of international capital investment is far from a mere figment of imagination. The frenetic activity of these workshop-style factories constantly reminds the local populace that a life of affluence is swiftly approaching. Numerous hurried individuals, dragging wheeled suitcases or carrying backpacks, passed by. Liang Zixiong was quite familiar with them. They were commonly referred to as parallel importers. They moved at a pace that pushed the limits of what could be achieved on foot. After observing them for a while, Wang Wei even felt as if they were participating in a racewalk competition. Some individuals even clutched takeout boxes, vigorously devouring their meals. On the arduous path of effort and perseverance, there will always be someone racing ahead of you. This scenario does not simply involve a few smugglers colliding with Wang Wei, charging forward without a word of apology. It is precisely due to this collision that a curly-haired woman seized one of the smugglers by the collar. With a loud voice, she demanded, "Where have you taken my goods? I collected them on Sunday. The payment has been made, yet the company in Hong Kong has not received the shipment. Where are my clothes? Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation?" The smuggler shrugged her off, retorting, "What are you making a fuss about? This is a risky business. Besides, it's only the West Sky. Delays are quite normal, are they not? If you do not trust us, then do not seek us out. But do not blame us for being blunt. If you do not come to us, who else will you approach?" Their brazen demeanor indicated that this territory was under their control. Once this group of smugglers had established a certain scale, they could monopolize a particular area. Any outsiders attempting to stake a claim typically faced dire consequences. As the smugglers prepared to leave, the curly-haired woman clutched one of their jackets, insisting, "If you do not provide me with an explanation today, no one is leaving." The smuggler abruptly halted, turning to press his face towards hers. "Are you unwilling to part with me? You are quite beautiful. I would gladly spend some time on you. How about a kiss?" Just as his lips approached her face, he found himself choked, his tongue nearly escaping his throat, his eyes rolling back until he was released enough to gasp for air. Wang Wei tightened his grip on the smuggler, stating, "I told you to deliver the goods to Hong Kong, whether it is windy or raining, the West Sky. Satellites have launched." The smuggler caught his breath, claiming he had two brothers, only to turn around and see both of them restrained by a single individual, one in each hand, utterly immobile. This vividly illustrated the phrase, "One hand holds a chicken, the other a duck." With a swift motion, Li Jiawang, known for his explosive temperament, delivered a resounding slap across the smuggler's face, declaring, "My boss is asking you a question. Where are the goods?" The smuggler, despite being held by Wang Wei and slapped by Li Jiawang, remained obstinate. The humiliation of receiving a slap while being mocked by a parrot was unbearable for him. With his pride at stake, he threatened Wang Wei, "I do not care who you are. If you offend us, your fate will be grim. If you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, it is you who will meet your demise." Wang Wei, uninterested in further dialogue, instructed them to be taken to the back, be more civilized. And Yuan detained two, while Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong seized another and led them away. Wang Wei then turned to meet the face that wore a bemused expression. "Old classmate, you are becoming quite manly." The curly-haired woman twirled her hair and raised an eyebrow at Wang Wei, playfully teasing the parrot. The unrefined parrot alighted upon her hand. Wang Wei remarked that Ding Ran, once acknowledged as a future great painter at number 12 high school, had taken to running a factory. Ding Ran scoffed, questioning whether managing a factory diminished her nobility. Wang Wei asserted that the working class is indeed noble. After a chuckle, Ding Ran remarked how she had never heard him speak so eloquently before. Wang Wei replied that he had lacked the opportunity to converse with her in the past. Ding Ran retorted, noting that he had spent his high school years trailing behind Peipei, expressing his desire to marry her, and had hardly glanced in her direction until graduation. A classmate with a charming demeanor, Ding Ran had once incited several boys to fight for her in high school. With her striking beauty and artistic talent, she excelled academically and eventually attended the State Art Academy. Many hailed her as a future master painter. Yet, Wang Wei often heard rumors about her numerous boyfriends and their escapades in college, including tales of venereal diseases. Nevertheless, as time passed, Wang Wei found himself reconnecting with her, indulging in the gossip of the art world. Reflecting on their interactions, he found them amusing. Ding Ran's flirtatious banter stirred a nostalgic sentiment in Wang Wei. After all, in his youthful naivety, he had mistakenly revered his elder sister figure, ignoring the allure of his classmates. Ding Ran, playfully biting her lip, inquired about his current aspirations. Wang Wei chuckled, stating his only desire was to secure social insurance for his classmates. He mused that it was not excessive to aim to bridge the gap between the new age and the old ways. Chapter 0037. Domineering social insurance? What social insurance? Ding Ran tilted her head, gazing at Wang Wei with a playful smirk. She donned an expression that sought to decipher his words. However, Wang Wei was acutely aware that in an era where social insurance had yet to emerge, her understanding was superficial. He merely intended to convey that social insurance was a beneficial concept. Ding Ran shot him a teasing glance, expressing disbelief by stating that his demeanor suggested otherwise. "Isn't that right, my little darling?" she quipped, turning her attention to the parrot. The parrot whistled, "Sweetheart, give me a kiss," which sent Ding Ran into fits of laughter. And she playfully shot another glare at Wang Wei, questioning the kind of bird he was raising. In truth, she wanted to comment on how one's choice of pet often reflects their character. Yet, in the presence of the long unseen, once innocent Wang Wei, she chose her words carefully, exercising restraint. Wang Wei's charm was evident, but Ding Ran had encountered many handsome men at the State Art Academy. She had seen various types. Initially, she believed that mere handsomeness sufficed, but as she matured, she recognized the importance of a man possessing a certain warmth and humanity. Wang Wei, in her eyes, embodied such qualities. Coincidentally, Wang Wei had also encountered a myriad of personalities, categorizing women into two primary types, those aware of their beauty and those who were beautiful yet oblivious. Ding Ran undoubtedly belonged to the former, fully harnessing her allure. Her most unfortunate period was likely during her final year at No. 12 high school, while she was a freshman. She believed that she had secured her position as the campus belle, thinking that all it took was to ask, "Who is the strongest in Foshan?" Passers-by would readily reply, "Of course, it's Yuan. Surely not me." This Yuan referred to Yuan Peipei. Consequently, she proceeded to challenge the status quo, devising ways to initiate a beauty contest within the school. However, regardless of how many supporters rallied around Ding Ran, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Campus belle, Yuan Peipei. Runner-up, Ding Ran. Following this event, Ding Ran acutely felt the oppressive presence of Yuan Peipei, which rendered her virtually invisible within the school for an extended period. Yuan Peipei's beauty was renowned across the globe, yet she remained blissfully unaware of it. In contrast, Ding Ran's own beauty seemed to exist solely in her own perception, invisible to others. Eventually, she found herself relying on the affections of suitors to validate her attractiveness. Wang Wei recalled that during her peak, Ding Ran received numerous love letters daily, an indication of her allure. Yet, after Yuan Peipei graduated, Ding Ran felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted after enduring years of hardship. However, the reality was that her joy was fleeting. Without a point of reference, the very validation she sought was now unattainable. This meant she could never surpass Yuan Peipei, rendering all her efforts seemingly futile. Today, when she encountered Wang Wei, her spirits soared. This was the same man who once trailed behind Yuan Peipei, professing his desire to marry her. And now his words were as sweet as honey. Ding Ran even pondered whether Wang Wei's shifting affections could be interpreted as a different kind of victory. Yet, this was not her foremost thought. Rather, it was a subconscious implication. Thus, when conversing with the charming Wang Wei and his audacious pet, Ding Ran spoke with caution. carefully modulating her jesting tone, fearful that any misstep might drive him away. Wang Wei reached out, requesting her pet. Quick, give it to me. It will snuggle up to you, and if you can't manage it, I'll have to step in. Ding Ran's expression shifted as she contemplated the evolution of this once innocent boy into a more audacious man. Wang Wei took hold of the parakeet, which nestled against his neck. He then inquired, "What brings you here to run a factory? What is the story with the water merchant?" Ding Ran nearly forgot the matter at hand. "This is the garment factory my father left behind. We take orders from Hong Kong. They provide the designs, and we create the samples. The autumn and winter samples are ready, and the water merchant was supposed to take them to Hong Kong. However, it's been several days, and they have yet to arrive. If it were just one instance, that would be understandable, but it has happened multiple times recently." Ding Ran inhaled deeply, as if to steady her emotions. "If the samples aren't submitted on time, we won't incur any financial penalties. But the client may choose not to collaborate with us in the future. This could jeopardize our business." It was common for shipments to be held by customs, and losing a few items occasionally was not unusual. However, for a merchant to consistently lose goods raised serious concerns. Wang Wei quipped, "Could it be that your women's wear is too alluring, and they are secretly trying it on at home?" Ding Ran let out a scoff, exclaiming, "How could that be possible? Our family specializes in women's lingerie." Wang Wei, appearing intrigued, responded, "That makes it all the more plausible. Nowadays, there are many perverts who steal women's underwear, and even more who wear them." His words seemed to touch upon a knowledge gap for Ding Ran. Could it truly be? This implies that the frequent disappearance of undergarments during university was, in fact, theft. Ding Ran's expression grew increasingly complex. Wang Wei, teasingly, suggested, "I'll inquire with those few smugglers on your behalf." As Wang Wei turned to leave, Ding Ran followed, asking, "How do you plan to ask?" Of course, with the legendary 18 techniques of a Wei, the old man's pushcart. Ding Ran's competitive spirit flared, coupled with her urgent desire to uncover the fate of the goods she had entrusted to others. She was curious about how Wang Wei would handle the situation next. Wang Wei proceeded to the back alley, where several smugglers were still shouting threats. "Do you know who my boss is? I'll annihilate your entire family. Go ahead. If you have the guts, kill me today." Wang Wei waved his hand, allowing Yuan to release his grip on them. Wang Wei then inquired, "You haven't laid a hand on them, right?" Li Jiawang shook his head, replying, "Boss, didn't you say that no action should be taken without your nod?" Wang Wei affirmed, "That's the essence of it. Harmony brings wealth." He turned to glance at the smugglers, asking, "Do you concur?" The smuggler who had been previously choked by Wang Wei licked his dry lips, questioning, "Are you suggesting reconciliation? Do you think this matter can be resolved?" "I don't have time for your nonsense. My boss will come to deal with you, and we will settle this debt slowly," Wang Wei retorted. He opened their rolling suitcases, tossing the contents onto a heap, stating, "What I mean by harmony bringing wealth is that you should maintain civility with your clients. Yet you clearly have no understanding of the rules. I will only ask once, where are the sample garments from her family?" The smugglers' attitudes were remarkably unified. "If you have the guts, kill us. Let us see if you dare," they challenged. The world of the underworld is fraught with cunning and deception. And whether it was Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan, or Ding Ran following Wang Wei, they all felt a headache coming on. The smugglers, however, appeared indifferent, akin to unyielding pigs resistant to boiling water. Yet, Wang Wei produced a lighter, igniting a crumpled piece of paper, and with a smile, declared, "If our goods do not arrive, then no one shall deliver anything from this building." The smugglers tensed at the sudden display of authority. Ding Ran's heart fluttered slightly, sensing his overwhelming dominance. Chapter 0038. Do you have a misunderstanding about me? What are you doing? Eliminate them first. Boss, don't do this. All right, I'll talk. Wang Wei pressed for information. Uncle Tong instructed me not to take her sample garments to Hong Kong. Wang Wei was unfamiliar with this Uncle Tong, but Ding Ran recognized the name. After a brief change in her expression, she quickly regained her composure. Wang Wei instructed the smugglers to pack the items they had just uncovered, warning them to be clever. He had not said they could not accept payment. "You can take the money, but the job may not be done." One smuggler protested loudly. "Taking money for nothing, that's the rule. To hell with your rules." Wang Wei jestingly rebuked, "You accept Uncle Tong's money, so you help him avert disaster. What about Boss Ding's money? Is Boss Ding's money not money?" The three scoundrels were momentarily at a loss for words. With their bags slung over their shoulders, they turned to flee, but not before casting a fierce glare at Wang Wei, their eyes brimming with unspoken threats. "This matter is far from over. We will settle the score with you eventually." Ding Ran, both furious and astonished by Wang Wei's method of handling the situation, observed how he exuded a blend of calmness and rationality, tinged with an air of authority. In such circumstances, most would expect a confrontation, yet Wang Wei resolved the issue with nothing but a spark, employing ruthless yet controlled tactics. Most importantly, he appeared remarkably dashing while doing so. Li Jiawang seemed dissatisfied, exclaiming, "Is that all?" I was ready to poke them with a stick. His pretentious demeanor elicited a smile from Ding Ran, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. However, she playfully questioned Wang Wei. "Why did they surrender as soon as they saw you ignite the flames? Was she truly oblivious?" What is wrong with being a green tea? It's brimming with emotional value," Wang Wei replied. "They lost your family's goods. That's solely your family's problem." The surrounding merchants merely observed, some even reveling in the chaos. With a single blaze, dozens of merchants' goods were incinerated, resulting in a markedly different impact. Li Jiawang inquired, "Boss, aren't you afraid the merchants will seek vengeance?" Wang Wei retorted, "Why should they? I am not one of those scoundrels. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its owner. We are businessmen. We must be as warm as the sun to our clients. As for our competitors, we must never harm our clients' interests." "What? Competitors' clients? That cannot be called clients. That is aiding the enemy. When one's abilities are limited and their voice too soft, one must strive to leverage the interests of those around them. By amplifying the issue, resolution becomes significantly easier." The confidence and capability Wang Wei exuded in just a few words likely epitomized the fiery spirit Ding Ran yearned for. Yet, it seemed to lack a certain depth, perhaps a reflection of Wang Wei's still nascent endeavors. Receiving an order for lingerie from Xiangjiang signifies that his business had reached a certain scale. Wang Wei's remarks hinted at some struggles in his career. If only that fiery spirit could bear a hint of commercial acumen, it would be perfect. Ding Ran smiled gently. "Shall I treat you to tea?" Wang Wei adeptly controlled the rhythm of their conversation, responding, "Tea should be scheduled for another day. Going with you today feels rather fortuitous." Lacking sincerity, while his tone was relatively serious, he quickly added with a smile, "Just kidding. It appears you have many matters to attend to. So I'm not in the mood for tea. It would be better to engage a legitimate courier service than to seek out scoundrels. I can guarantee delivery of the goods to your client in Xiangjiang within 6 hours. I'll introduce you another day. I must take my leave now." Upon hearing that a courier company could assure delivery of samples to clients within half a day, Ding Ran, of all people, was well aware of this efficiency. After all, who could be faster than the scoundrels? Seeing Wang Wei suddenly prepare to depart, she called out to him, "Leave me a contact number. How else will I find you?" Wang Wei remarked that he had forgotten to bring his business cards, prompting Ding Ran to jot down his pager number. With a playful smile, she teased him, suggesting that if it weren't for his pursuit of Yuan Peipei back in the day, she might have developed a fondness for him. Wang Wei, gazing intently at Ding Ran, countered, "Is it possible that my pursuit of Peipei was merely an attempt to capture your attention?" Ding Ran laughed like a gentle spring breeze caressing the willows. Yet her eyes revealed a shift in emotion. Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan observed the exchange with confusion, unable to decipher the intricacies at play. Wang Wei's strategy was one of loss aversion. Simply put, one often takes for granted what they possess until it is lost, at which point they become distressed. For someone like Ding Ran, the situation was even more vexing. What she once held dear had now shifted to a rival's side. As the distance between them grew, she lingered, feeling increasingly agitated. As a seasoned provocateur, I thought it prudent not to engage her further, yet she dared to challenge me? Let the final chapter unfold. Li Jiawang stole several glances at Wang Wei, noting his impassive demeanor. "Boss, I suddenly recalled our middle school days when the teacher collected assignments. If you forgot to bring one, it was deemed incomplete." Wang Wei shot a glance back at Li Jiawang, querying, "What are you implying?" Li Jiawang responded, "How could you not have a business card?" Wang Wei replied, "Not today does not equate to never." Li Jiawang pressed on, "Boss, do you fancy that exquisite lady from earlier?" Wang Wei explained, "She is a high school classmate, a graduate of State University. She possesses a remarkable talent. She can illustrate your desired image merely from your descriptions." Wang Wei glanced at Yuan. "Don't you lack a photo of your sister? Once the company matters are settled in a few days, we can have her create a portrait of your sister, making it easier to find someone." Yuan halted mid-stride, momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, Wang Wei turned his profile toward in Yuan, choosing not to correct him, allowing the moniker to stand. Li Jiawang felt a tinge of shame, confessing, "Boss, I should have realized you were assisting Liang in finding his sister. I thought you were simply courting that lady." Wang Wei regarded Li Jiawang with a complex expression, questioning, "Why do you doubt yourself? Finding a sister is a serious matter. Is courting not serious as well?" After a considerable silence, Liang Zixiong finally murmured, "But she is not as attractive as Peipei." Wang Wei responded, "Women cannot be merely evaluated by their appearance. Some may possess beauty yet fail to evoke desire." Liang Zixiong pondered. Is he referring to Peipei? Li Jiawang mused. Could it be Lu Qingqing? Both guesses were incorrect. Only Wang Wei understood that sexual allure is a rare quality, not universally possessed, as exemplified by the woman in question, beautiful, with legs longer than some lives. She seemed to embody all that men desire, yet lacked that spark of desire. Even after a cosmetic transformation akin to a female teacher, she still fell short. This essence is what constitutes sexual allure. Conversely, Ding Ran represents the other extreme. Why refer to her as the curly-haired lady? The term lady inherently carries a certain implication. Wang Wei remarked that girls like Ding Ran, while perhaps not as attractive as Sister Peipei and lacking her physique, still bring immense joy when in one's company. She seemingly perpetually attends to your emotions, aligning her actions and words with your preferences and standards. Such a girl, even if merely kept for amusement, is not without merit. Li Jiawang interjected, "You can't even handle her. She has sharp canine teeth." Wang Wei scoffed. "What is there to fear? I have a tooth grinder." Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan Makabaka encountered the versatile Ding Ran, and the handsome fellows had long since exclaimed that they could not withstand her charm and surrendered. Wang Wei thought to himself, perhaps the handsome fellows might capitulate. But why should I, the dominant one, yield? Chapter 0039. The framework formed early on Liang Zixiong could not comprehend the notion of keeping a girl without consuming her affection, merely for self-entertainment. In his world, a girlfriend is singular and meant for marriage, and he diligently strives toward that goal each day. Wei Gu, may I take a day off to return to Shun? I haven't seen Xiaoli in many days, he said. Wang Wei replied, Zixiong, let me explain. If you have only one fish in your pond, and you nurture it with care, feeding, and tending to it daily, wouldn't you be heartbroken if it were to perish one day? Everyone understood. Ali was Liang Zixiong's fish. Wang Wei continued, but imagine, who on earth would only keep one fish? Every pond is filled with a multitude. Even if one were to die occasionally, would you truly care? You wouldn't even notice which one it was, wouldn't you agree? The three of them. Liang Zixiong gazed at Wang Wei with wide eyes. Wei Gu. I feel those words do not sound like you. They seem to echo Wang Gu's style. Yet, Wang Gu lacks the education to articulate such thoughts. Damn. Li Jiawang laughed and scolded, throwing his arm around Liang Zixiong's neck, exclaiming, from today on, call me Passionate Wang. Passionate Wang. Isn't that just a sycophant? Liang Zixiong mused. That's quite a fitting title. Wang Wei granted Liang Zixiong a day off, or rather, all three of them were free to rest. Liang Zixiong recalled having offended those three associates earlier. Wei Gu. Those individuals were affiliated with Ni Pongzi at the station. Ni Pongzi is quite notorious in this area. It seems all the shady fellows are associated with him. We should tread carefully. I fear trouble may arise. Li Jiawang confidently asserted. Whether it's Ni Pongzi or Ni Shouzi, if he stirs trouble in Liwan, he can forget about appearing here again. Trust Li Jiawang. He is indeed capable of such actions. A native combined with a bully is precisely his type. Everyone else is a native too. So let us just sit down and chat. If you're from out of town, it's best not to stir up trouble when it comes to fighting. You might think of knives. As soon as Shabanfan raises his voice, the neighbors grab kitchen knives, crowbars, and carrying poles. The sheer number and fighting spirit can only be described as astonishing. The Pearl River Delta could unite for heritage recognition. Wang Wei extracted a map from his bag and circled 3 areas, glancing back at the nearby Oriental Tower. Such edifices abound throughout eastern Guangdong. Within them reside our esteemed benefactors. He distributed the map among them, declaring that after their break, they would have 3 days to traverse every building concealing a factory within the circled areas and mark their locations on the map. Once they accomplished this, the map would no longer be merely a map. It would transform into a treasure map. Wang Wei then withdrew cash from his person, handing each individual 300 yuan, representing their first month's salary. Securing clients within these buildings would yield a doubling of this amount, perhaps even tripling it, should the project materialize. The direction was set, the vision defined. If next month's salary indeed doubled, it would affirm that the train runs swiftly under the guidance of its conductor. Conversely, should the salary remain unchanged, one ought to reflect upon their own diligence. Liang Zixiong requested leave to return to Shund, while Li Jiawang urged in Yuan to accompany him for a haircut. Wang Wei chastised them on the spot, questioning their eagerness to cater to their subordinate immediately after receiving their salaries. With utmost seriousness, Li Jiawang replied, "Boss, I jest not. I intend to restore my hair color." Upon uttering this, he noticed several earnest gazes directed at him. Feeling a twinge of anxiety from their scrutiny, he pondered, "What is this? I merely wish to be a good person. After all, we are embarking on a legitimate venture. I must at least not appear as a rogue." Deceiving his comrades was one matter, but he could not allow himself to be deceived. And Yuan declined Li Jiawang's invitation to team up, opting instead to search for his sister in solo queue at the sky ladder. The esteemed Wang possessed the platform, the projects, and the connections. He needed to act swiftly and traverse the streets and alleys of eastern Guangdong. As long as he remained active, hope would persist, with a newfound purpose. And Yuan's demeanor became notably more spirited. However, Wang Wei deliberately reminded him, "Your activities must remain confined within the circle you selected. Do not venture beyond." And Yuan found himself puzzled by Wang Wei's rationale. Was there truly a distinction between the inside and outside of the circle? Wang Wei refrained from prematurely discussing the responsibilities associated with territorial management. What this entailed was that Wang Wei, as the proprietor, delineated territories for these original shareholders. "This area is yours. You may operate freely within it. The brand's impact, its value, personnel management, and profit will ultimately determine the income of all employees within this region." Regions would operate independently of one another, although part of the same company. They would simultaneously engage in competition. The maintenance of client relationships within a territory would depend entirely on the capabilities of its appointed leader. Should performance evaluations fall short, replacements would be made. The advantage of this approach lay in granting significant authority to the leaders while preventing them from encroaching upon other territories. In the realm of express delivery, this management philosophy was quite avant-garde. Wang Wei's loyal companions, however, remained oblivious to the fact that the framework of management had long since crystallized in Wang Wei's mind. With the broad direction established, each subsequent step needed only to be executed with precision. Since Liang Zixiong was returning to Shund, Wang Wei decided to accompany him. Wang Wei returned home and made a call to the Haixing factory, reaching Zhang Hao, the truck driver. "What is the situation at the factory these days?" Zhang Hao replied, "Boss, Factory Director Zhang is quite troubled about matters in Xiangjiang." "Troubled? That's to be expected." Wang Wei hastily gathered his ID and some necessary documents before rushing out the door. The parrot, with its wide eyes, could hardly believe that the door had been so coldly shut, its expression one of shock, as if it were shouting, "I haven't even boarded yet." Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Wei could hear the parrot's heart-wrenching cries, "Puja, if you're leaving, don't come back." Upon arriving in Shund, Liang Zixiong's spirit was already soaring. "Brother Wei, if you need anything, just call me. Go on, go on." After bidding farewell to Liang Zixiong, Wang Wei headed to the Haixing factory. Old Zhang was fretting over the factory's issues. When he saw Wang Wei enter, it was as though he had seen a savior. "Brother Wang, look at me. I've been so busy these days I'm dizzy. I meant to call you, but I forgot." Factory Director Zhang invited Wang Wei to sit on the couch, offering good tea and fine cigarettes. Ordinarily, Wang Wei would be there to assist Zhang. Yet the dynamics suggested that it was Zhang who needed to aid Wang. It seemed that Yuan Peipei's company had yet to place an order. Given the timeline, the electronic pet technology patent had already been acquired by the Japanese. It was clear that there would be no orders forthcoming in the near future. Although Wang Wei understood this predicament, he chose not to voice it, nor even hint at it. After all, he had more pressing matters to discuss. As expected, Zhang was astute. "Regarding that last shipment, I've made inquiries. It's from the sugar factory. Due to some special circumstances, they now need to sell the ship." He gestured with one hand regarding the price, adding, "But rest assured, I believe there's room for negotiation." That evening, he planned to invite their leadership for a meal, to drink and converse. Wang Wei shook his head. "What is the point of a few grown men drinking? Let us just have some tea and chat." Zhang, ever the strategist, insisted, "Who says it's just a few men? You remember those two girls from our factory? They've been talking about you nonstop. Tonight, Brother Wang, do us the honor of sharing a couple of drinks with them. Wang Wei nodded, agreeing to the toast, but specified, it depends on the size of the cup. If it's too small, I won't participate. Zhang feigned a dramatic retreat. You're picky about your cups too? Chapter 0040. A ship in hand. This vehicle was not an absolute necessity. Wang Wei was neither a lecher nor a man fixated on appearances. During their first encounter, Wang Wei shared light-hearted anecdotes, leaving a profound impression on factory director Zhang. By revealing a hint of his unique quirks, he lowered Zhang's defenses, facilitating a more open dialogue. That evening, Zhang arranged for factory director Zhou of the sugar factory to join them for dinner, along with two of the factory's beauties. Wang Wei was taken aback by the seating arrangement. Today, old Zhang was the host and sat in the center, which was fine. However, this raised questions about the status of the guests. Wang Wei never anticipated that Lao Zhang would seat him in the esteemed position of the main guest. To his right, indeed, sat a vivacious lady, fulfilling the role of the main companion. Wang Wei contemplated the acquisition of a vessel, acutely aware that Lao Zhang's extravagant display was a clear indication that he sought a favor. However, Wang Wei understood that despite the ostentatious arrangement, it bore no substantial significance. It was merely Lao Zhang's way of elevating Wang Wei's status in exchange for future obligations. The two young women from Haixing Factory, while lacking in striking figures and exquisite beauty, possessed an undeniable charm that enlivened the atmosphere of the gathering. Their exuberance was such that they could ignite the ambience even before a single drink was consumed. One of the ladies seated beside Wang Wei leaned in to whisper, inquiring if his cup was sufficiently large. This prompted Wang Wei to reference the popular phrase big bowl of wide noodles, leading to a shared, inexplicable laughter between them. Thus, the dinner commenced on a spirited note. Yet, it was not long before everyone appeared to reach their limits in terms of alcohol tolerance. If one were to depict the drinking capacity of each province on a national map, Inner Mongolia would undoubtedly be represented in deep black, the Jiaozhou Peninsula in rich purple, Izhou in vibrant red, and the Pearl River Delta in stark white. This white not only indicated the region's poor drinking capacity, but also implied a surrender to the drink. In this area, drinking is seldom regarded as entertainment. Nevertheless, due to the long-standing drinking culture, especially when dining with leaders from enterprises, one is obliged to partake, albeit minimally. While drinking with Director Zhou, Wang Wei mentioned, Lao Zhang told me you were considering selling a ship. Wang Wei nodded, indicating he was looking to engage in a modest venture and would require Director Zhou's benevolence. Downing his drink, Wang Wei honored Director Zhou's stature, aware that they all understood the current state of affairs in their factory. Director Zhou responded, given my personal relationship with Lao Zhang, if the ship were my private property, I could certainly offer you a discount. However, since it is public property, I cannot justify selling it at a lower price. Cannot justify? Wang Wei couldn't help but retort. If that old ship had any value, why not use it as collateral for a bank loan and leave the mess for the next in line? This indicated that the vessel was practically worthless. Yet, why did Wang Wei wish to purchase it? Because it merely served as a transitional tool. Lowering his voice, he proposed, Director Zhou, the price is not an issue. However, I have a suggestion. Let us arrange for a rental before the purchase. Each month, I will pay you rent. And we can agree that 1 year from now, you will sell it to me at today's price. Upon hearing this, Director Zhou was taken aback. Was there such a beneficial arrangement? To receive a year's rent without selling the ship or distributing funds, while still profiting from the rental, seemed too good to be true. Was Wang Wei foolish enough to accept a year of free rent? Financial calculations are not so simplistic. In the early stages of entrepreneurship, every penny must be meticulously allocated. Some individuals, who appeared quite rational during the seed round, become utterly extravagant by the time the angel round arrives, willing to splurge tens of thousands on an office chair. For Wang Wei, his current financial situation renders even a single vessel a significant asset. Investing all his funds into heavy assets poses an immense risk. After all, maritime ventures are fraught with unpredictable elements, strong winds, and towering waves. Should he encounter a natural disaster or man-made calamity, all could be lost in an instant. It would be unwise to recklessly plunge back into the stock market with a hasty declaration of return. Such a move would lack sagacity. Furthermore, after a year of renting, the decision to purchase that ship and its price can only be deliberated at the appropriate time. Is there not a contract in place? What does that matter? The company law was only enacted in 1994. As an individual entrepreneur, Wang Wei has ample room for negotiation. Wang Wei and Director Zhou agreed upon a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan. Director Zhou, however, deemed this insufficient and countered with a proposal of 1,500. Embracing a somewhat unscrupulous mentality, Director Zhou believed that any extra gain would be a profit, while any shortfall would not affect him, as the ship belonged to the factory. It was a situation where he would never incur a loss. Wang Wei acquiesced to the 1,500, insisting on receiving a qualified captain to operate the vessel. Realizing he may have undervalued the arrangement, Director Zhou regretted not proposing a 2,000 yuan fee instead. As Wang Wei observed Director Zhou's moment of hesitation, he pointed out another vessel docked nearby, which did not seem to belong to their factory. Director Zhou promptly acknowledged, stating it would cost 1 million yuan for him to provide a driver. With the essential terms agreed upon, the atmosphere at the table shifted back to joviality. Director Zhang, sitting nearby, was secretly scrutinizing Wang Wei. This young man, barely in his 20s, stood apart from the factory's other young employees, who either appeared timid or were busy catering to their superiors. Wang Wei's relaxed demeanor was a rarity. Previously, when he had called for a large drink, he accepted it with humor, yet his gaze never strayed towards the two women present. Director Zhang had encountered shrewd individuals before, but none so youthful as Wang Wei. Could it be that he hailed from a family of high-ranking officials? Wang Wei mused, contemplating whether he should return home and confront old Wang, hoping he might finally divulge long-concealed truths. After dinner, Director Zhou was carried away, while Director Zhang proposed relocating for further festivities. Wang Wei, taking a cigarette from Director Zhang, declined, citing prior commitments for the following day. Declining is not an option, Director Zhang insisted. We must facilitate connections and celebrate. Besides, there are still 2 large drinks waiting for you. Are you truly going to abstain? Wang Wei chuckled at old Zhang's insistence and stated, let us speak of matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang felt emboldened. Brother Wang, here's the situation. The prototype has been completed, yet upon reaching Hong Kong, there has been no response whatsoever. Previous communications have inexplicably ceased. I suspect there may be a connection between you and your girlfriend. Could you inquire as to what the company is currently engaged in? Are they still producing? Are there any orders? My workers need sustenance. These small factories may appear lucrative, yet the anxiety of the owners is palpable. They live with the constant dread of impending bankruptcy. Old Zhang, I understand your urgency, but can you please temper your impatience? Chapter 41. The 200 parrots have transformed. The ship has been rented with my hard-earned gold and silver. If you, Old Zhang, wish for my assistance, you must also attend to my needs in return. Wang Wei glanced around and inquired, Director Zhang, are there any idle warehouses nearby that I could borrow for a year or so? Director Zhang immediately nodded. Indeed, we have a warehouse that has been in use for the past 2 years. You are welcome to utilize it. Wang Wei replied, I shall not use it for free. I will pay the rent. I plan to set up my office there. He then continued, there are some individual business registration procedures. Could you assist in expediting those? Also, could you arrange for the postal service to install 2 telephones in the warehouse? As he spoke, Wang Wei handed over the necessary documents and forms to Director Zhang. The latter was taken aback, realizing that Wang Wei had come thoroughly prepared. It was evident that he had not recognized his role as merely a facilitator. Nonetheless, he accepted the materials, assuring Wang Wei, leave it all to me. While it wasn't a necessity for Director Zhang to handle it, each individual has their own network, and the interconnectedness of efforts leads to higher efficiency and swifter results. If Wang Wei were to tackle this himself, it would take no less than 20 working days to accomplish. Wang Wei asked, Director Zhang, how long will it take? 3 days. Director Zhang confidently replied. See, that is efficiency. Wang Wei remarked. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. But wait, what about my concerns? Director Zhang urgently interjected, Brother Wang, regarding the situation in Xiangjiang. Wang Wei responded, I must return to make some inquiries myself. 3 days. I will provide you with an answer then. Business is all about mutual assistance. If Director Zhang cannot endure a mere 3 days, Wang Wei felt he would be powerless to assist him further. He muttered a harsh rebuke under his breath, realizing Zhang was rather oblivious to his own predicament. The young lady beside Director Zhang, known as Big Cup, expressed her disappointment. Director, why not keep him around for a drink? Director Zhang shot her an exasperated glance. Forget it. He is merely toying with you. Hasn't he given you a second glance? Why are you getting so worked up? Big Cup pouted, feeling dejected. Who can blame him for being so handsome? Handsome? What use is that? I tell you, the more handsome they are, the shorter their stay. Director Zhang retorted. Big Cup scrutinized Director Zhang. Then you must have quite a lengthy stay. With indignation, Director Zhang shouted after her, what kind of attitude is that? You are so rude. Salary deductions. After a day of rest, Liang Zixiong returned to Zhuhai, embarking on the exploration of unfamiliar territories. As he navigated through the towering buildings, he was constantly engulfed by an unsettling feeling of impending danger. The thought that soon, Brother Wei's business would encounter conflicts of interest with the smugglers made him feel increasingly anxious. And Yuan was like a perpetual motion machine, tirelessly darting up and down. The map was densely marked with his annotations. If his actions caught the attention of national security, they might mistakenly believe him to be a spy from across the strait. With each building he surveyed, it felt as though he was inching closer to his sister. The reactions of the two individuals were entirely within Wang Wei's expectations. However, what could be said about Li Jiawang? In recent days, Li Jiawang has been behaving like a mad dog, emerging early and returning late each day, exuding an air of determination to conquer the world. This was in stark contrast to his previous disheveled appearance, often with sleep crusted in his eyes. Wang Wei had sought out Li Jiawang twice during this period. Sheng Fan, in jest, remarked, "Isn't it you who whisked him away? How can you, as the boss, be so leisurely?" Wang Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment at Sheng Fan's words. The Li household is remarkably tidy lately. There isn't even any trash left, he replied. Sheng Fan retorted, "If you think it's dirty, why don't you lend a hand in cleaning?" Wang Wei's words held truth. The gaming room and ballroom had been notoriously filthy, strewn with cigarette butts and spittle. Yet, over the past few days, the floors had been meticulously cleaned, with traces of water still visible. It was puzzling. Hadn't the humid season already passed? Wang Wei chose not to engage further with Sheng Fan. He simply couldn't afford to dawdle. The employees were all fervently striving for an IPO, while the boss roamed about aimlessly like a street urchin. Even the parrot he kept had taken on the role of a makeshift operator. With his parents long gone for the day and Wang Wei absent from home, the parrot would first sing, then curse, followed by a monologue. If no family members returned, it would repeat the cycle. One day, the phone rang, prompting the parrot to mimic the ringing sound. Strutting over to the phone, it lifted the receiver with its beak, successfully connecting the call. Lu Qingqing inquired, "Is Wang Wei home?" From within, voices could be heard calling, "Baby, give me a kiss, a kiss." Lu Qingqing felt her cheeks flush. She didn't assume it was Wang Wei mimicking the bird. However, could it be that he intentionally placed his parrot by the microphone to greet her? Tentatively, Lu Qingqing asked, "Are you the parrot?" The parrot replied, "Good, call me daddy." Amused and exasperated, Lu Qingqing responded, "Where's your father?" The parrot replied, "He's a street rat, he's dead." Listening to this, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't it said that birds had small brains? Parrots merely mimicked sounds, incapable of true communication. Yet, this parrot seemed to genuinely comprehend human speech and engage in seamless conversation. Struggling to suppress her laughter, Lu Qingqing asked, "Parrot, isn't your father around?" The parrot repeated, "He's a street rat, he's dead." She then queried, "Do you know who I am?" The parrot replied, "Look closely. This girl is called Xiaomei. She has beautiful legs." Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes. "I am not Xiaomei. My name is Lu Qingqing. Remember it, Lu Qingqing. Repeat after me, Lu Qingqing. When we meet again, you'll recognize me by this name, correct?" The parrot squawked. On a foggy Sunday morning, Wang Wei's team, armed with submachine guns, stormed the women's restroom, undressing and behaving lewdly. Sighing deeply, Lu Qingqing realized that perhaps she had been overly idealistic. Pets were rarely this astute. This parrot was just like Lu Jiala in his childhood. When directed east, it would stubbornly head west, utterly unmanageable. There is a certain charm to this parrot, which appears rather mischievous. Yet it seems that pets are meant to possess such endearing quirks. 200 Parrot. I shall end the call now and reach out to you again tomorrow. The parrot chirped, "Sister Peipei, goodbye." Sister Peipei? Lu Qingqing furrowed her brow, pondering the identity of this individual. Good job, 200 Parrot. When Chun Yujiao returned, she discovered the microphone had fallen to the ground. She picked it up, listened for a moment, then hung it up. Glancing at the parrot, she remarked, 200 Parrot, you've become quite adept at answering calls. The parrot mimicked a woman's voice. 200 Parrot, I shall end the call now and reach out to you again tomorrow. Chun Yujiao found herself both amused and exasperated. In this day and age, Beasts seem increasingly human, while humans increasingly resemble beasts. She fed the parrot a small treat and inquired, "Who called you?" "Lu Qingqing." The parrot replied. Chapter 0042. Remote Birdkeeping. Lu Qingqing? The name was unfamiliar, though the surname felt somewhat recognizable. The evening her son returned home, he received a call from a girl with the surname Lu, perhaps? Qingqing? Such a lovely name. Likely belonging to a strikingly beautiful young woman. Chen Yujiao teased the parrot. So it was your mother who called. Upon entering the house, Wang Wei first consumed a significant portion of the bitter and unpalatable herbal tea. Oddly enough, it quenched his thirst remarkably well. Drink slowly. There's no one else competing with you for it. Leave a bit for your father, Chen Yujiao said, her tone almost playful. Wang Wei replied, I've had enough outside. There's no room for anything else. Chen Yujiao continued, he was running errands for your sake today. Didn't you ask him to handle that certificate? He should have made some progress. Old Wang was generally reliable in his endeavors, albeit a bit lazy. However, when it came to family matters, he would go to great lengths if prompted. Fortunately, his mother's steadfast decision to marry his father severed ties with her family, consequently alleviating many petty troubles. Yet, there were downsides. When issues arose, there was no clan to intercede on the family's behalf. But such matters were trivial. Every task relied on one's own efforts. Even living off parental support could be seen as a self-made journey. And Wang Wei would undoubtedly claim he started from scratch in the future. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge old Wang's pivotal role behind the scenes. What use are certain connections and relationships if not utilized? Who are you? Is your father home? Read after me. Puggy. The parrot was once again showcasing its vocabulary. This little African gray is touted as the monarch among parrots, reputedly possessing astonishing intelligence. While other parrots might merely mimic sounds, this one truly engages in conversation. Initially, it could only squawk, then progressed to uttering words in pairs, and now it constructs complete sentences. In due time, it would probably tackle multiple choice questions. Which mother do you choose? What? You want them all? Wang Wei chuckled as he played with the parrot. The African gray, aside from its somewhat unappealing gray feathers, exhibited no flaws in other aspects. Perhaps this aversion to its plumage stemmed from Wang Wei's penchant for white and pink feathers. It seems that not only Wang Wei harbors such an obsession, but also a group of individuals. When Lao Wang returned home in the evening, his cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and he chuckled in an endearing manner. Wang Wei inquired, haven't you washed your feet? This question not only startled Lao Wang into silence, but also roused him from his stupor. Upon closer inspection, Lao Wang's gaze had transformed into one of clarity. As he earnestly began to impart wisdom to his son, let me be frank with you. No matter how grand your business becomes in the future, you must maintain a respectable image. Do not bring any of those unsavory influences into our home. Our family does not rely on the money you earn from your business for our livelihood. Wang Wenwei's stern admonition deftly sidestepped the chilling glances shot at him by Chen Yujiao from behind. Wang Wei retorted, the moral decay in our household stems from the 200 parrots brought home. Besides, I merely mentioned washing feet, a practice instigated by those within your system. They often send the small business owners outside to wash feet. Washing feet at home is simply washing feet. What they call foot massage outside is also a form of art. The technique is a craft, and as the saying goes, the way follows nature. Wang Wenwei's face flushed with indignation. They had spent every day together at work, yet after only a few days apart, the conversation had taken such a turn. He genuinely feared that his son would become estranged after wading into the turbulent waters of commerce, worried that he might not fit in with the family anymore. With a heavy sigh, Wang Wenwei resigned himself to the reality that his son had chosen this path. It was his destiny. Softly he asked, how are preparations on your end? Wang Wei replied, the ship has been purchased, and the warehouse has been rented. Wang Wenwei had initially thought his son was merely dabbling in small ventures, never anticipating such a significant development. Now, with the ship acquired, what more could be said? He sighed, there shouldn't be any procedural issues. Just provide your company's name, and it can be processed within a week. It was imperative to secure the ship promptly. Merely resolving matters on the mainland would not suffice. Space at the Hong Kong dock was also necessary. In the preliminary stages of express delivery, door-to-door pickup and delivery were not feasible, which implied substantial manpower and financial investment. Furthermore, there was a stringent regulation stipulating that individual business owners could only employ 7 people. Without a certain level of influence, one could not afford to test the limits of the rules. At this juncture, one must engage in strategic thinking and adopt a different approach. First and foremost, the goal should be to earn 1 million. The leap from 60,000 to 1 million might seem exaggerated. If it were merely about saving money, hope would be elusive. However, for Wang Wei, who was embarking on an entrepreneurial journey from nothing to something, the transition from 0 to 1 would undoubtedly be far more challenging than from 60,000 to 1 million. Wang Wei was now at 1, no longer associating with 0. Suddenly, his mother interjected, "I won't be home for dinner tomorrow night. If you two are at home, you'll have to fend for yourselves." Wang Wei inquired, "What plans do you have, Mom?" Chen Yujiao replied, "The courtyard is organizing a charity medical consultation with the armed police." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei immediately remarked, "Shouldn't this event be attended by young, attractive, unmarried doctors and nurses? Although you are indeed young and beautiful, you already have a son who stands at a height of 180 centimeters. It seems rather inappropriate for you to participate in such an event." As soon as Wang Wei spoke, Chen Yujiao realized her son was quite perceptive, casting a glance of reproach at him. "What do you know, really?" Wang Wei replied. "It is said to be an exchange of condolences, undoubtedly themed around fostering military-civilian relations. Essentially, it is about addressing the romantic concerns of our soldiers. However, soldiers here refer specifically to officers, not the rank-and-file troops." Only then did Chen Yujiao inform Lao Wang, "I initially had no intention of attending. Wasn't the son of the captain from that unit hospitalized recently, nearly succumbing to meningitis? I went to the hospital at 2 in the morning to fetch him. His spouse called me, and the leadership of the unit insisted I lead the visit, claiming our family's warm atmosphere would provide an excellent example for those young ladies on how to choose a partner." Wang Wei interjected, "Is that really a choice? It feels more like a gamble. To marry a man during one's prime who lacks status, wealth, and even looks, may not even qualify as a gamble. It's simply a loss." His expression darkened, while Lao Chen surely found it amusing. The only reason Wang Wei managed to amuse his mother was that he wished to accompany her on the visit the following day. Chen Yujiao chuckled and asked, "Are you hoping to find someone?" Wang Wei was not interested in matchmaking. Rather, he was intrigued by the unit captain, who was a prominent figure in the region. He contemplated whether he might procure some advantages from this connection. Even if he obtained nothing substantial, holding a trump card would always be beneficial. Chen Yujiao inquired, "Aren't you already in a relationship?" Wang Wei feigned innocence. "What partner are you talking about?" Just then, a parrot squawked, "Hey, I'll hang up now and call you tomorrow." The parrot shrank back, announcing, "Li Jiawang." Both his parents turned to Wang Wei in unison. He wore an expression of feigned innocence, thinking, "I know about remote dog care, but what on earth is remote bird care?" Chapter 0043. I sat at the children's table. His mother recounted to Lao Wang and Xiao Wang how she discovered the telephone receiver on the floor when she returned home that afternoon. The family likely pieced together what had transpired. Wang Wei found it amusingly exasperating. "How did you learn to answer the phone? Perhaps I should enroll you in a class. Your grades would surely surpass Li Jiawang's." Suddenly, Chen Yujiao regarded Wang Wei with utmost seriousness. "Son, Li Jiawang is the girl you met in Binhai, isn't she? Have you been in frequent contact recently?" Wang Wei, bewildered, replied, "I have no idea. I'm constantly out and about. However, I am free tomorrow. I'll attend the activity at your workplace." Wang Wei and Chen Yujiao were puzzled. Given their son's qualities, a normal romantic pursuit should pose no challenge. Why must he immerse himself in such gatherings? Marriage indeed presents a significant challenge within the military, and the hospital is not dissimilar. Some believe that by merging two challenging issues, a solution will magically materialize. For instance, urban elite women of a certain age paired with rural bachelors. These are two formidable issues. Can they be reconciled? Perhaps not. Nonetheless, the military and hospitals do not face such extremes, so there remains a possibility for success. Wang Wei accompanied his mother to the hospital, where all the staff on duty were married colleagues. The young nurses were all replaced. Upon hearing they would be interacting with the soldiers, their hearts raced, and they gathered in small groups, whispering excitedly. Some were already envisioning the moment they would meet, while others lamented their inability to wear casual attire today, feeling quite discontented. The uniformity of their outfits made it challenging to stand out, which became a significant concern for them. They thought to themselves, "This nurse uniform is detracting from my overall image." Wang Wei truly wished to shout at them, "No, no, no, keep the nurse uniforms." Suddenly, an elderly woman shouted at the clustered young nurses, "What are you doing? Stand properly. This is a disarray, showing no decorum. You represent the hospital's overall image." We are here to provide free medical consultations for the troops today, so tone it down. Wang Wei clicked his tongue, thinking, goodness. It's 1993, and some people still take things so seriously? Chen Yujiao tugged at her son's sleeve and shot him a glance. That's just how it is. Every time we go out, there's always someone who pops up to ruin the fun. Their usual form of expression is, mind your image. If you can't take a decent photo, why are you here? I said I wanted to see the sunrise, and you woke me at 9? Stop fooling around. Remember to submit an 800-word reflection on Monday. Wang Wei thought. Why must they douse everyone's joy with a bucket of cold water, trying to act superior? As the elderly woman approached, upon seeing Wang Wei, she turned to Chen Yujiao and said, Director Chen, your son is quite handsome, just like you. Wang Wei suddenly found the elderly woman to appear quite amiable. Chen Yujiao replied, This is Aunt Lin, a colleague of my mother's. You might not remember her from your childhood. Hello, Aunt Lin. Wang Wei nodded in greeting. Behind Aunt Lin, the group of nurses began to stir again. Aunt Lin's face darkened, and as she prepared to reprimand them, Chen Yujiao interjected, Old Lin, we can afford to be a bit more relaxed at work today. There's no need to be so serious. Let these girls show some of their true selves. Precisely. This is supposed to be a matchmaking event. If we take it too seriously, what is the point? Chen Yujiao smiled at Aunt Lin, then approached the nurses, saying, All right, everyone, relax a bit. But don't go overboard. The nurses erupted with excitement, as though a seal had been broken. A few surrounded Chen Yujiao and exclaimed, Director, is that handsome guy your son? Mom, do you think I have a chance? Could you have a bit of self-respect? Director Chen Wunti let you become her daughter-in-law. Chen Yujiao sighed, half amused and half exasperated, looking at her son as if to say, Is it really necessary for you to be here? Wang Wei returned her gaze, as if to say, You gave birth to such a handsome son. Whose fault is that? He glanced at Aunt Lin, noticing the prominent veins throbbing at her temples. Such a personality seemed to be at odds with joy, possibly stemming from deeper psychological issues, which must be quite a burden. A bus was dispatched by the military to fetch them. As Wang Wei boarded, he noticed the nurses eagerly attempting to push their female colleagues aside, all while casting infatuated smiles in his direction. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped him, akin to being subjected to lascivious gazes. One nurse, leading the charge, called out, Wang Wei, come sit at the back. Her remark elicited a chorus of laughter from the group. Aunt Lin, unable to contain herself, abruptly stood up, plunging the area into silence. The nurses concealed their heads behind the backs of their seats, rolling their eyes and making faces at the older lady. Chen Yujiao whispered, You shouldn't have come. Wang Wei replied, I'm here to see the soldiers. Chen Yujiao raised an eyebrow at her son. Is it a female officer? Wang Wei broke into a cold sweat. Mom, I genuinely have official business. Chen Yujiao couldn't comprehend what legitimate matters her son could possibly have with the unit. The bus rolled through the gate, where the sentry stood at attention, saluting. The bold characters on the stone wall proclaimed their unwavering loyalty to the party and the people. The previously chattering nurses fell silent, gazing out the window at the scenery. It was a sea of shirtless men. Wang Wei felt compelled to ask them, Do you still fancy me? Who was Wang Wei to them? Their minds were filled with images of muscular men. The training exercises on the field were in full swing. The rhythmic pounding of feet on the asphalt reverberating through the ground. The slogans echoed in their ears. Wasn't he at Sunday? Were they not entitled to a day off? Wang Wei shook his head with a wry smile. The bus finally arrived at the regiment's headquarters, where Wei Feng and several key leaders awaited their arrival. They graciously extended courtesy to the young nurses from the hospital. Director Chen, welcome to guide our work. Wei Feng greeted warmly, shaking hands with the older Chen. Chen Yujiao waved her hand with a smile. We are the ones causing you trouble. After Wei Feng introduced the leaders beside him, Chen Yujiao introduced her colleagues from the hospital. When it came time to introduce her son, she felt a twinge of helplessness, stating, My son has always dreamed of a military career. I thought this would be a good opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. I hope he won't cause any inconvenience. Wei Feng shook Wang Wei's hand firmly, exclaiming, Having a military dream is commendable. The recruitment efforts for the latter half of the year will commence soon. Remember to sign up. A few years of rigorous training will mold you into a qualified and loyal guardian. Wang Wei nearly yelped from the pressure, struggling to maintain composure as he glanced around and inquired, Commander Wei, where is your son? Wei Feng paused. He and his mother are upstairs. Why do you ask? Wang Wei replied, No particular reason, just that I'll be sitting at the same table as your son when the meal starts. Wei Feng and Chen Yujiao exchanged glances. Chapter 0044, The Window Period. Wang Wei was resolute in his demeanor. Military leaders tend to exhibit a particular courtesy towards women and children. Upon encountering adult males, they expect them to stand at attention. To them, everyone is a soldier. Wei Feng nearly orchestrated a special welcome for Wang Wei to spring him into training. It was only when he realized Wang Wei's submission that he understood. Wang Wei was merely a child, barely 200 months old. At the moment Wei Feng released his grip, Wang Wei exhaled in relief and cast a glance at Chen Yujiao, contemplating. So, this is how you choose to ensnare my son? Chen Yujiao chuckled softly, retracting her neck, playfully embodying youthful innocence despite her age. The group proceeded to the conference room of the regiment, where a brief discussion ensued, followed by arrangements for numerous young officers to undergo physical examinations. Was this truly a health check? Each stood tall before the female nurses, as if undergoing a grand inspection. The nurses appeared solemn, diligently measuring blood pressure and waistlines, though their hearts raced with anticipation. Chen Yujiao had already struck up a lively conversation with Wei Feng's spouse. Wei Feng's son, barely over 10, clung closely to Chen Yujiao, who had offered him special attention during his hospitalization. It must be noted that Chen Yujiao had a way of making every child feel uniquely cherished, possessing an innate affinity for the young, who were invariably drawn to her. Wang Wei recalled his own childhood outings with his mother, where he often found himself surrounded by a gaggle of children, girls eagerly showcasing their talents to Chen Yujiao, while boys listened intently to her words. This, perhaps, encapsulated the essence of charm. Wang Wei sighed, realizing that his ability to attract others was a hereditary gift from his mother. Wei Feng's son showed little interest in adult conversations. Among the throng, only Wang Wei was dressed casually, making them appear as kindred spirits. Hesitantly, the boy approached Wang Wei. Uncle. Wang Wei replied, Call me brother. I'm Dr. Chen's son. Oh. Wei Zheng nodded, Brother Chen. Wang Wei corrected him, My surname is Wang. Call me Wang Wei. Wei Zheng nodded, Understood, Brother Wang Wei. Are you a doctor? Wang Wei shook his head, I am not a doctor. Wei Zheng continued, If you're neither a doctor nor a nurse nor a soldier, what are you doing here? I'm here to relieve myself. Is that satisfactory? Wang Wei retorted, glaring at Wei Zheng. Aren't you a doctor or a soldier? You're here too, aren't you? Wei Zheng replied, But my dad is the team leader. Impressive, so you're trying to put me in my place? Wang Wei rolled his eyes. Then you must not embarrass your father. Shall I quiz you on some academic subjects? The school is 1,000 meters from your home. Passing 3 arcades. How many tokens can you buy for 1 yuan? 5. Wei Zheng proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin at Wang Wei, only to notice a mischievous grin forming on Wang Wei's face. As Wang Wei shifted his gaze towards Wei Feng, Wei Zheng instinctively tightened his grip. When Wang Wei feigned a shout for Wei Feng, Wei Zheng clung to him. Brother Wang Wei, give me a chance. Not putting on airs anymore. Wang Wei glanced at Wei Zheng, acknowledging his quick wit and prompt responses. Wei Zheng's first encounter with discipline was at the hands of his father. However, the harsh lessons from society were likely dealt by the hands of the streetwise Wang Wei. Very well, let him learn the harsh realities of life. Let's see if he dares to flaunt his father again. Wang Wei lifted his chin towards Wei Zheng. How are your grades? Wei Zheng replied, I'm among the top 3 in my class. Wang Wei smirked. Ah, a scholar in the making. Perhaps you can barely befriend the elite. Wang Wei gazed earnestly at Wei Zheng, proposing to pose a few questions given his impressive academic performance. Wei Zheng could hardly suppress an eye roll, pondering the uniformity of these adults. Were they genuinely concerned about the children, or were they simply fixated on grades and examinations? It felt rather absurd. Wang Wei declared, Please listen to the first question, a mathematics inquiry. How old is your father? What? Wei Zheng mentally summoned the multiplication table and all forms of arithmetic, only to be met with such a simplistic query. Finding it somewhat tedious, he replied, 38. Wang Wei continued, Now for the second question. Concerning moral education, how often do you see your grandfather and maternal grandfather? Wei Zheng answered, I see my grandfather every week. It has been quite a while since I last visited my maternal grandfather. He anticipated Wang Wei would increase the difficulty of the questions, but Wang Wei appeared disinterested in continuing. Thus, Wei Zheng's expression mirrored his dissatisfaction. Is this truly it? This is what constitutes mathematics and moral education, Wei Zheng remarked. You do not grasp the essence of mathematics and moral education. The comments from onlookers chimed in. It is you who does not comprehend, Ah Wei. Despite being a clever child, Wei Zheng remained oblivious to the complexities of adult interactions. The significance of a 38-year-old regiment commander is not to be underestimated, especially when considering the esteemed status of the elite division under the provincial headquarters. The question regarding his grandfather and maternal grandfather served to probe their respective influences. However, Wang Wei had no leverage in this matter. His words carried little weight, and those in authority were unlikely to heed him. From the outset, he had declared, "I will sit at the children's table." It was a Sunday, and the officers and their families filled the bustling mess hall. Before lunch, Wei Feng inquired of his son, "You seem to get along quite well with the brother from Aunt Chen's family. What do you talk about?" Wei Zheng replied, "He quizzes me about my studies." Curiosity piqued. Wei Feng asked, "What subjects?" Wei Zheng stated, "Mathematics and moral education." Pleased, Wei Feng affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Wei Zheng added, "Brother Wang Wei sat at our table during lunch." Consequently, all eyes in the officers' mess hall were drawn to the table occupied by the children. Wang Wei surveyed the group of youngsters with his chopsticks, exclaiming, "What are you all staring at? Serve yourselves." He also opened a bottle of sports drink, guzzling it down with gusto. At another table, Chen Yujiao and Wei Feng, along with other military leaders, did not spare a glance at her son. Wei Feng remarked, "Little Wang retains his childlike spirit." A childlike spirit? Merely a facade. Today was a day for the troops to shine, and if he did not play the fool, would he become a target instead? Such sentiments were not easily voiced by Chen Yujiao. She felt her son's sudden display of maturity left her. A mother overwhelmed with affection, somewhat at a loss. It is often said that a mother knows her child best. Wang Wei had previously garnered attention, but this was not his arena, and he had little room to show off. After lunch, the team organized 2 basketball games, with officers participating. In the past, it was the soldiers who took to the court, but today was different, with matters concerning their future spouses at stake. How could the brothers be expected to take their place? Wang Wei, without even glancing, was fully aware that the afternoon would unfold as a match devoid of strategy, relying solely on raw confrontation. The enthusiastic cheers from the nurses on the sidelines only heightened the atmosphere, making it feel almost sacrilegious to leave without enduring a battle. Yet, before the match commenced, Wang Wei confided in Wei Feng, "Chief, I plan to take Wei Jing out for a bit of fun. I promise to return him safely to your doorstep by nightfall." Wei Feng, naturally reassured, offered, "Should I have someone accompany you?" Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. We can manage on our own." He then cautioned his son, "Don't cause any trouble, understood?" Thus, a window for a private visit had been opened. Chapter 0045. Even children have their schemes. Wang Wei greeted his mother briefly before leading Wei Feng away. Chen Yujiao found her son increasingly perplexing. He wasn't there to see the nurses or the female soldiers, yet he ended up taking a child with him? What was his true intention? Wei Feng was even more bewildered, sitting at the children's table during dinner and playing with them afterward. What a whimsical scene. Thank goodness the child wasn't one of his subordinates. Otherwise, he would have trained him well. For anyone who had spent time in this unit over the past few years or the next decade, the memories would surely be vivid. The squad leader treated you like a brother, the company commander like a son. Your life in the ranks felt as natural as water to a fish. These would be the most joyous moments of your life. Wang Wei and Wei Zheng had already stepped beyond the walls, where the chants from within crescendoed, and the pent-up hormones finally found an outlet. Outside the military, Wei Zheng was bursting with energy. Wang Wei casually inquired, "Does your mother have a job?" Wei Zheng shook his head, and a flurry of questions erupted. "Brother Wang Wei, where are we going? How old are you this year? Are we going to play video games? Do you know who our squad leader is? The girls in our class are so annoying. They always use the teacher's words to boss us around." Wang Wei, observing Wei Feng, earnestly advised, "You will one day wield your words to assert dominance over them." Wei Zheng's innocence shone through as he asked, "Why does someone from Guangzhou speak with a soft tone?" Wang Wei brought Wei Zheng back home. Confused, Wei Zheng exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to take me out to play?" Wang Wei replied, "We can play at home too." He fetched the parrot and introduced it. "This is Wu. Meet Wei Zheng. You two can entertain yourselves while I take a nap." With that, Wang Wei shut the door to his room and drifted off to sleep. Wei Zheng was left bewildered. What did it mean to be handed a bird instead of companionship? He stared at the parrot, which cocked its head in return, both feeling a hint of shyness. After a prolonged gaze, the parrot suddenly asked, "Hey, can you talk?" Wei Zheng retorted, "You're the one who can't talk properly." The parrot responded playfully, "You little brat. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the banter between the boy and the bird, Wang Wei felt a wave of relief. If they didn't stir up some commotion, he would find it difficult to sleep. The parrot, being quite chatty, needed company, and it seemed he had found a free companion to engage in conversation. Amidst the playful chaos, Wang Wei, in a daze, heard someone calling him away. "There's a phone call for you." As Wang Wei rose from his slumber, he gazed out the window to behold a fiery sky, ablaze as if the heavens themselves were set alight. Could this be a portent of the dominion I am on the verge of seizing? Stepping outside to answer the landline, he greeted, "Hello, General Wang, it's me, old Zhang." The title had shifted from Brother Wang to General Wang, indicating a subtle demotion of status. Wang Wei anticipated the forthcoming news. On the line, Director Zhang announced, "All the paperwork is in order, the permits have been secured, and the installation will occur tomorrow. When will you come by?" Wang Wei expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Zhang. I shall arrive first thing in the morning." Zhang replied, "Excellent. I'll send a car to fetch you." Wang Wei insisted there was no need for inconvenience, as several original shareholders could easily fit into a single Santana. After ending the call, the spirited banter between Wu and Wei Zheng escalated into a competition. Wu boasted, "I can sing." Wei Zheng retorted, "I can sing too." This back and forth continued with both claiming talents until Wu exclaimed, "I can fly." To which Wei Zheng boldly asserted, "So can I." Laughter bubbled forth from Wu. "You're talking nonsense." Wei Zheng darkened, "I can even make parrot soup." Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can fly, you can fly." Wang Wei chuckled at the absurdity of entertaining such youthful exuberance, feeling utterly drained and wishing for the children to engage with something else. He mused that he might qualify as a childcare expert. Just then, Wang Wenwei emerged from the kitchen, glancing around and inquiring, "Whose child is this? Why are they in our home?" Wang Wei replied, "Just having some noodles. It appears a bit meager." Wang Wenwei huffed, "You return home early and don't bother to buy groceries or cook. I've prepared everything, and yet you find fault." Wang Wei shrugged, "I'm indifferent. But I fear that the young master from Commander Wei's household may not be accustomed to our simple fare." "What's wrong with noodles?" Wang Wenwei countered. "They provide balanced nutrition. Add a squab, some roasted meats, and beef meatballs, and it's nearly perfect. Just wait, I'll go purchase some." Perhaps weary from his earlier antics, Wei Zheng indulged heartily that evening. Wang Wei inquired, "What did we have for dinner?" Wei Zheng recounted the meal. Wang Wei teased, "I shall quiz you in a few days. Even our parrot remembers the menu better than you." Wei Zheng was oblivious to the fact that the adults in this world often played intricate games, even against children. Wang Wenwei was puzzled why Wang Wei, who had expressed a desire to participate in activities, had only brought along a child. It seemed he was subtly coaxing the child into some scheme, as if he had seen through it, yet remained uncertain. After dinner, Wang Wei received a call from his mother. "Are you with Wei Zheng?" He replied, "Indeed. We took some time to eat. I will see him home shortly." "Are you returning?" Shen Yujiao informed him. "The car is waiting downstairs." "Then please take care on the road," he urged. Wang Wei prepared to escort Wei Zheng, who was preoccupied making faces at the parrot. As he grabbed 2 boxes of tea leaves to place in a bag, he nudged Wei Zheng with his foot, asking, "Did you say goodbye to your elders?" Wei Zheng nodded to Wang Wenwei. "Uncle Wang, I'll come back to play with your birds next time." Wang Wenwei immediately retorted, "That's your brother Wang Wei's bird." Wang Wei instantly felt that the entire room was filled with less than respectable individuals. Rather than promptly escorting Wei Zheng home, Wang Wei decided to take a stroll around the billiard room at Li Jiawang's house. There, he caught sight of a delicate profile diligently clearing the dishes. Uncle Li approached to greet her, momentarily obscuring Wang Wei's view of the girl's features. She soon retreated to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Wei Zheng was captivated by the array of arcade machines surrounding him. "How could you not bring me to such a fun place? Leaving me to play with birds at home all afternoon?" After lighting a cigarette for Uncle Li, Wang Wei inquired, "Has Jiawang not returned yet?" Uncle Li replied, "I was just about to ask you. He has been rushing in and out like he's in a battle, claiming he hardly has time to eat." "I'll wait. Just tell your uncle what you all are planning. It would ease my mind." Wang Wei chuckled. Matters of the young are best left to the young. He instructed Uncle Li to inform Jiawang to notify Zixiong and An Yuan that they would set off for Shund early tomorrow morning. Wang Wei intended to ask about the girl he had just seen, but Wei Zheng was already seated before the arcade machines. He swiftly grabbed him, declaring, "Let us go home." Just as Wang Wei departed, Li Jiawang rushed in, drenched in sweat. The table bore remnants of uneaten dishes, and he seized a pair of chopsticks to dig in. Yang Yu emerged from the kitchen with a platter brimming with food, saying, "I saved this for you. I hope it's enough." Dog, dog, dog. Li Jiawang was already salivating. Chapter 0046. The Wang family does not accept freebies. Previously, Li Jiawang was merely obstinate. Now, he felt an undeniable warmth. It was a sensation difficult to articulate. It resembled the gentle caress of spring sunshine, akin to warm water with a hint of sugar, or the delightful aroma of freshly steamed dumplings. Perhaps it was like a solitary light left on when returning home late at night. While they may not be overpowering sensations, they enveloped Li Jiawang in a comforting embrace, the perfect temperature for his soul. Li Jiawang gazed at Yang Yu's face for far too long, causing her to lower her head, uncertain of where to direct her gaze. Realizing this, he hastily took the plate from her hands and began to devour the food voraciously. Witnessing this scene, his father couldn't help but exclaim, "Could this be a fateful blessing? Jiawang, Wei just came by and asked you to inform Zixiong and that other person, on Yuan, to head to Shund early tomorrow." With his mouth full, Li Jiawang nodded vigorously, stealing another glance at Yang Yu, who was wiping down the arcade machine. Achieving great success in career and love, I aim to accomplish both in one go. At that moment, Li Jiawang felt a surge of elation even greater than Wang Wei's. Wang Wei was halted by the sentry as he escorted Wei Zheng to the entrance. More specifically, it was only Wang Wei who was stopped. The sentry recognized Wei Zheng, having previously accompanied him to and from school. He called out to the guard, "He with me. Why are you stopping him?" Wang Wei kicked at the ground and addressed the guard, "Comrade, please call Wei Tuanzhang. I am escorting Wei Zheng inside. By the way, I am Wang Wei." The guard smiled at Wang Wei, turned to make a phone call, and subsequently allowed him to pass. Given the nature of the relationship between Wang Wei and Wei Zheng, it was already expected that the guard would grant passage. However, rules are rules. Wang Wei must not be allowed to undermine them, nor should the guard bear the consequences. Perhaps many are unaware that the armed police excel in physical punishment and training, surpassing the three armed forces. This might indeed be a nightmare for many. As Wei Zheng entered through the gate, he shouted at Wang Wei, "Do I not care about face?" Wang Wei, indifferent, refused to regard Wei Zheng, for the favors bestowed upon him were merely due to his father's influence. If one desires respect, one must earn it. With poor grades and a temper larger than his stature, what right does he have to seek respect? A child seldom heeds reason, merely perceiving Wang Wei as foolish. Yet he dares not voice such sentiments, remaining oblivious to the underlying truths. Wang Wei escorted Wei Zheng home, where Wei Feng's partner answered the door. "Aunt Zheng, I've brought Wei Zheng back," he announced. Zheng Yi called from within, "Old Wei, young Wang has arrived." Wei Feng, from inside, beckoned, "Come in, young Wang." Zheng Yi led Wang Wei inside, instructing Wei Zheng, "You chat with old Wei. I'll take the child to wash up. He has school tomorrow." Wang Wei offered tea leaves to Zheng Yi, stating, "My father insists that one should never visit empty-handed, so I brought 2 boxes of tea." Zheng Yi hesitated to accept, casting a glance at old Wei, who nodded before she finally took the gift and led her son away. Upon entering the Wei residence, one might initially perceive it as rather small. Yet, if one were to realize that this dwelling spans over 100 square meters, one might question its modest appearance. Such buildings were originally designed with priority on habitation rather than comfort. Consequently, the rooms are small, yet numerous, ensuring that each child has their own private space. Wei Zheng, born in 1982, is the sole offspring of the family planning policy, making his father's presence here entirely reasonable. As soon as Wang Wei sat down, old Wei offered him a cigarette. Wang Wei retrieved a lighter, bending slightly to light a cigarette for the sharply featured head of security, while he himself remained unlit, sitting upright as if awaiting a reprimand. In truth, Wang Wei was not overly anxious. He merely maintained a composed demeanor, not wanting to appear overly relaxed in the face of perceived pressure. Old Wei showed no signs of pretentiousness. Wei Feng was generally satisfied with Wang Wei's conduct thus far. Yet he still sternly remarked, "At lunch, you will sit at the children's table. In the afternoon, you will accompany Wei Zheng for some leisure." He added, "Director Chen mentioned that you are here to broaden your horizons." Wang Wei replied, "Sir, my mother was simply at a loss for a good excuse, and I hadn't informed her of my accompanying reason. This event is primarily arranged for cultural exchanges between medical personnel and young officers. Why should I intrude? If I do not sit at the children's table, your soldiers might insist on toasting to Director Chen's honor, and then what am I to do? If I drink too much and embarrass myself, it would not only shame my mother but also diminish your standing in the eyes of others. Moreover, in the afternoon's activities, I hold neither status nor position, thus I cannot participate. In summary, it is simply a matter of stating that I should not be in the limelight. What glory is there for me to seek? It is essential to understand one's position and act accordingly. Wei Feng's expression softened as he relaxed slightly and inquired about the purpose of Wang Wei's visit. Wang Wei explained that he had established a company focused on the transportation of goods between the mainland and Hong Kong, primarily dealing with letters, samples, and other small items. He expressed concern about the potential for illicit substances, particularly drugs, being smuggled within these shipments. With a view toward preventing criminal activity, he sought to collaborate with border control to adopt a working dog. Wei Feng's perspective underwent a noticeable shift. Initially, he assumed that Wang Wei was seeking protection, and his first reaction was disbelief at the audacity of such a request. However, upon hearing the details, he pondered, "Is that all?" Nevertheless, Wei Feng jestingly remarked, "Your appetite seems rather large. The dogs trained by the military are fed according to military standards. You do realize this, don't you? In essence, even dogs have a formal classification. Not only do they enjoy rations above the standard for humans, particularly at the border." Wang Wei acknowledged this fact, adding that during the annual demobilization period, certain working dogs are unable to continue in high-risk, strenuous roles and are consequently retired. Wei Feng countered that such dogs typically accompany the veterans upon their discharge. Wang Wei assured him that he could accept both the dogs and the veterans. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Feng conceded that this matter was not particularly significant. The military always has veterans requiring special consideration, and the same applies to the dogs. Wei Feng stated, "As for whether I have suitable dogs available at the moment, I cannot say. Nevertheless, I shall take note of your request, and should anything appropriate arise, I will inform you." He added that if it comes to fruition, it would be wonderful, but if not, it was of little consequence. Wang Wei had his paperwork in order. As long as no contraband was found, any inspections at sea would only result in a delay. His real fear lay in the potential interference from postal inspectors. In such an event, he would need to leverage Wei Feng's connections. And today's visit served to establish familiarity, making future requests easier. Thus, whether or not he secured a dog was inconsequential. Having a dog would signify a stable long-term operation, while lacking one meant relying on Wei Zheng's capabilities. You might think that the Wang family provides hospitality without expectation. But that is not the case. The Wang family does not entertain free rides. Chapter 0047. How delightful it would be to have a fair and beautiful sister-in-law. I won't disturb the commander's rest any longer. Wang Wei rose without hesitation to bid farewell to Zheng Yi and Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng shouted, "Come and take me out to play in a few days." Wang Wei flashed a grin at him, responding that it depended on whether he behaved himself. Zheng Yi pulled her son closer, urging, "Little Wang, come and play again." After Wang Wei descended the stairs, Zheng Yi encouraged her son to sleep. However, Wei Feng asked his son to wait a moment. "Come here, I have something to discuss with you." Wei Zheng leaped onto the sofa to grab the remote control. "Tut!" Wei Feng clicked his tongue, and as if the remote were scalding, Wei Zheng tossed it aside. Wei Feng inquired, "Where did your brother Wang Wei take you to play?" Wei Zheng replied, "To his home." "His home? What is there to do there?" Wei Feng wondered if Wang Wei had taken the child to some unsavory locale. Wei Zheng remarked that Wei Ji's family possessed a parrot, which was quite amusing and remarkably intelligent, capable of reciting poetry and singing. "I spent an entire afternoon playing with it." Old Wei was also keenly observing his son's expressions, particularly his eyes, which sparkled at the mere mention of the parrot. Wei Feng commented, "No matter how entertaining it is, you ought to return home early. Are you truly lingering at someone else's house for dinner, when their food is more delectable than ours?" Wei Zheng replied, "Not at all. The food is merely noodles." "Noodles?" Wei Feng inquired, perplexed, "But you don't even like noodles." Wei Zheng nodded. "Indeed, I do not favor noodles, yet I relish squab, roasted meats, and fist-sized beef balls." Little Wei recited the names of the dishes. And with each passing moment, Wei Feng's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So, did you visit anywhere else afterward?" he asked. "No," Wei Zheng replied, "after dinner. Brother Wang Wei escorted me home." Suddenly, Wei Zheng looked seriously at Wei Feng. "Dad, may I visit Brother Wang Wei again?" Wei Feng nodded. "It depends on your behavior. By the way, when you returned home, why did you not just enter through the main gate, but instead had the sentry call back?" Wei Zheng explained. I initially thought entering was sufficient, but he kicked me and said the sentry recognized me, but not him. He insisted that the respect was due to my father being the commander and mentioned that if one wants respect, one should earn it. Rules must be adhered to. Wei Feng was thoroughly satisfied and told him to go to bed. Wei Zheng turned and dashed towards his bedroom, omitting any mention of his later visit to the arcade. Merely passing by without reporting, which shouldn't count as a mistake, right? With a chuckle, Wei Feng picked up the phone and dialed. A female voice answered, "Hello, switchboard." Wei Feng said, "This is Wei Feng, connecting to Team 2's 2U. Good evening, Captain," came the response. "I will connect you with Team 2's Captain 2U shortly." Once connected, Wei Feng inquired, "2U, are there any retired working dogs available from the canine training unit at the border?" 2U replied, "Report. If the boss says there are, then there are." Wei Feng frowned. "Do not give me that cheeky demeanor. If there are none, then there are none. Do not disrupt the established order." He continued, "There is a young boy in need of a working dog. Privately, you should look into it. Didn't one of your soldiers sustain an injury during a mission? If he insists on leaving, we cannot let his comrades down. Should he wish to proceed, arrange for him to take the dog with him, but you must ensure the conditions are suitable." After finalizing his arrangements, Wei Feng hung up the phone. Upon returning to the sofa, Zhang Yi emerged from their son's room, turning the television volume to the lowest setting. "You typically do not engage with local individuals. Why are you so proactive today?" Zhang Yi inquired curiously. Wei Feng responded, "Every year, there are no fewer than 800 individuals attempting to gain entry to my household. They all seek favors. This is the first time I have encountered someone requesting me to tighten control over him. My soldiers, while in uniform, receive a measure of respect from those nouveau riche outside. But once they remove their uniforms, one can see the true faces of those people, eager to take advantage. I cannot manage the local resettlement policies. However, I am willing to assist in providing my brothers, who have fought alongside me, with a suitable future." Wei Feng suddenly chuckled again. Unlike the ruffians in his team, he did not bring his son to the gaming room for frivolity. This at least proves that he is not two-faced in front of me. He is a principled young man who possesses discretion and understands decorum. His mother had rushed to the hospital at 2 a.m. last time, staying there for nearly 3 days to accompany my son. How could I not help? However, Wei Feng was not merely repaying Chun Yujiao's favor. He simply found Wang Wei to be quite likable. With his naive demeanor and worldly wisdom, it was evident that such traits were not cultivated overnight. Was it smooth sailing? Wang Wei felt that today had already been sufficiently smooth. If emotions could be manipulated, then manipulation would be the key. Wang Wei could indeed showcase even more audacious maneuvers, such as bringing Aunt Zeng aboard and securing a position for her in the company's future. Such scenarios are not uncommon and are certainly the most expedient in yielding results. Yet the risks were too great. Society is evolving rapidly, rife with temptations. One could never ascertain whether Aunt Zeng's character would allow her to return to a mundane life after witnessing the splendors of the world. Should any issues arise, all responsibilities would inevitably fall upon Wang Wei, potentially leading to dire consequences. On his way home, Wang Wei felt a twinge of regret. Why didn't Wei Feng have a daughter around 18 or 19? Or why didn't Wei Zheng have a stunning, fair-skinned, divorced sister-in-law in her 30s? If that were the case, it would have been utterly perfect. Alas, Wang Wei thought he could only go this far. Any further, and he would become bothersome. Wang Wei arrived at Li Jiawang's standalone house. Li Jiawang stood under the rolling shutter, smoking, his fingers poised to flick the ash. Each time he prepared to do so, he noticed there seemed to be a bit left, prompting him to take a deep drag before glancing back indoors. The seemingly delicate girl was spreading a tablecloth over the pool table. Li Jiawang's face radiated a foolish grin. Wang Wei did not advance, but observed the scene. At that moment, the pool table seemed to have transformed into a couple's business. Wang Wei recognized the girl's identity. Wasn't she the reserved girl from version 0? How intriguing. No wonder the pool hall had been remarkably clean lately. It appeared there was a homemaker at work. Once she had tidied up and cleaned the table, she cast a shy glance at Li Jiawang, and Wang Wei knew that Li Jiawang's comeuppance had arrived. Li Jiawang flicked the cigarette down to the filter, which landed right at Wang Wei's feet. He smiled at Yang Yu, pulling down the shutter with a casual air. As Li Jiawang elegantly swung the door down, he happened to glance back and saw Wang Wei standing outside. In that instant, he felt a tightening in his stomach. This was bad. Chapter 0048. 3 days, is this it? When Li Jiawang closed the rolling shutter, he squatted on the ground for a moment, his heart racing. This was not good. The boss had never been fond of the two of them and had voiced his discontent. Did he spot Yang Yu? Would the boss ask her to leave? Li Jiawang felt a surge of anxiety as he slowly rose to his feet. Turning around, he met Yang Yu's gaze, which held a hint of reproach. Please refrain from carelessly discarding cigarette butts in the future, she remarked, gesturing towards the ashtray nearby. She implied that all ashes should be properly disposed of within it. Consequently, Li Jiawang reflected on their initial encounter and all the moments leading to this very instant. Naturally arriving at a conclusion, what reason could the esteemed one have to dislike Yang Yu? She merely befriended an ill-fated companion and shared a hometown with him, leaving her with little choice. Now that they had parted ways, Yang Yu's gentle and kind nature would only flourish further. The esteemed one had no grounds for dissent. In that moment, Li Jiawang offered Yang Yu a warm smile, acknowledging his commitment to no longer carelessly discard cigarette butts. However, Wang Wei did not leave immediately. He merely observed the smoldering cigarette butt on the ground and chuckled, "Quite the throw, isn't it?" The following morning, Wang Wei received a page while heading out. Upon returning the call, the man on the other end introduced himself as Tu Yu, stating that the team leader mentioned Wang Wei was interested in acquiring a soon-to-be retired working dog. Wang Wei replied, "Commander Tu, please feel free to outline any requirements." Tu Yu responded, "Let me know when you have time. I would like to visit and assess your conditions." Wang Wei calculated the time and suggested, "Commander Tu, since you typically have training and missions, how about this Sunday?" Tu Yu agreed. "Very well, see you on Sunday." After hanging up, Wang Wei glanced at his parents. "What are you looking at me for?" Old Wang and Old Chen simultaneously shook their heads. Once their son had left, Wang Wenwei remarked, "I had a feeling that bringing Xiao Wei home yesterday was no trivial matter. Do you think he made any unreasonable requests to Captain Wei?" Chen Yujiao replied, "If he had made any unreasonable requests, he would have done so in my presence." She added, "If that person is merely repaying a favor, it would be awkward for him to refuse. It could be something minor. He doesn't need to consider my feelings, as agreeing or refusing wouldn't affect the relationship between adults. Rest assured, I have a good grasp of my son." Wang Wenwei was principled, while Chen Yujiao was more gentle and affectionate. The couple complemented each other in raising Wang Wei, embodying the notion that family education is indispensable in nurturing children. Yet, even with such an approach, Wang Wei was not immune to moments of recklessness. Chen Yujiao smiled at Wang Wenwei. "I don't have duty tonight. What would you like to eat? I can buy groceries after work." Wang Wenwei suggested, "How about dining out since our son isn't home?" Chen Yujiao nodded, leaving the parrot bewildered. The streetwise bird had been ignored when the couple left, and it remained unacknowledged as they indulged in their affection. Was the parrot's existence of no consequence? Little Gray seemed to have yet another reason for its melancholia. Wang Wei made a trip to the post office to withdraw the remittance before hastening to the bus station, where Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan had been waiting for some time. The three clutched maps in their hands, while Li Jiawang repeatedly muttered to himself, "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. For heaven's sake, don't look at me." However, when he finally raised his gaze, he found Wang Wei's eyes fixed upon him. Li Jiawang tensed. "What is it?" Wang Wei inquired. "Where's your yellow hair?" Li Jiawang had dyed his hair black and had cut it short. Li Jiawang gently brushed his hair and remarked, "Did I not mention that the boss intends to engage in legitimate business? The blonde hair is inappropriate. I should resemble you all, appearing as upstanding gentlemen. Otherwise, how could anyone trust us with their goods for transport?" Wang Wei took the map from Li Jiawang's hands, commenting, "Previously you had blonde hair, and now you sport a buzz cut. The transformation gives me the impression of a rogue turning over a new leaf, akin to someone released from prison." As I playfully chided Li Jiawang, my spirits lifted, and I no longer worried about the boss discovering the incident with Yang Yu from the previous night. Although he had prepared a comprehensive explanation for Yang Yu, he felt uncertain about immediately elucidating the matter to Wang Wei. He contemplated the idea of persuading the boss to accept Yang Yu while also wishing to postpone any confrontation for as long as possible. Such conflicting emotions were his alone to bear. Upon arriving in Shund, Wang Wei's first stop was Haixing Factory. An anxious Director Zhang hurriedly approached them, distributing cigarettes. He then urged Wang Wei, "Come, let me show you the warehouse. I've even added some office furniture. Xiao Zhao is over there tidying up. How could I possibly accept?" Wang Wei replied with a smile, yet he showed no hesitation in accepting the hospitality of Director Zhang. "You're too modest. Your skin is thicker than anything," Director Zhang retorted. Feeling quite vexed, These past few days had deprived him of a good night's sleep, with his dreams haunted by thoughts of Haixing Factory's collapse. If you don't arrive soon, I'll be lovesick. Director Zhang forced a jest to lighten the mood. Wang Wei responded, Director Zhang, you haven't been sleeping well. You ought to head to Guangdong and compare your woes with those young ladies. In comparison to their tragic tales, you'll realize you are quite fortunate. At least you're not selling your body. Old Zhang was also unfazed, declaring, if Boss Wang is in good spirits, so shall I be. Wang Wei nearly retched at the thought, silently cursing, old skin swallow. As the group conversed, Director Zhang led them to a warehouse not far from Ranji Port. Over the past year, Haixing Factory had no inventory, rendering the warehouse unused. They had furnished the space with office supplies, and a call to the postal service was made for installation later that afternoon. Xiao Zhao, the lively young lady who had accompanied Wang Wei during drinks, stood by his side as Director Zhang retrieved documents from the drawer, casting a playful glance at Wang Wei. Handing over the documents, Director Zhang stated, Mr. Wang, all the necessary operating documents are here. Upon receiving the documents, Wang Wei presented Director Zhang with a red envelope. Director Zhang hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, no, no. Boss Wang, how can I accept this? Wang Wei replied, Director Zhang, the money in this envelope partially covers the necessary fees for the documents and serves as a token of gratitude for your connections. There is no need for hesitation. If you wish to give a gift, save it for the day of our grand opening, and I will gladly accept it then. Having said this, Wang Wei left no room for refusal, and Director Zhang had no choice but to accept. Wang Wei glanced outside the warehouse, and Director Zhang understood, accompanying him to the dock, with Xiao Zhao putting down her cloth to follow suit. Director Zhang, you should be aware that the company in Hong Kong has sold the patent for electronic pets to a Japanese firm. Director Zhang nodded. Wang Wei continued, stating that the Japanese company would not be placing orders in the immediate future. The expression on Director Zhang's face revealed his profound discomfort. His spirits plummeted in that instant. After I had tirelessly run around for 3 days, this is the news you present to me? Director Zhang's gaze fell upon Xiao Zhao's face, as if to convey, you see, being handsome is of no use, neither in bed nor out of it. Chapter 0049. Riding the winds and breaking the waves. Wang Wei did not prolong the suspense, offering 3 pathways for consideration, assuring that each could lead to financial gain. Director Zhang exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? I nearly cursed your inadequacy. Wang Wei explained that the Japanese possess an almost obsessive philosophy regarding electronic products, encompassing design, quality, and user experience. They would take the electronic pets back to redesign and optimize them before reintroducing them to the market. This process could take 3 months, or even half a year. Even if they sought local manufacturers, did Director Zhang truly hold any hope? Setting aside hope, merely the timeline itself was unsettling. Even one day without progress would keep him restless. Director Zhang awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Boss Wang, please spare the suspense and guide me towards a clear path. Wang Wei replied, I will only provide the ideas. Thus, there is no need for you to share your thoughts with me. The first option is to continue mass production of the electronic pets in their current design and seek out sales channels independently. The second option is to consult professionals from Guangdong and Shenzhen University to optimize the design of the electronic pets, reducing them to the size of an egg, suitable for keychains or bags. The third option involves simultaneously producing the existing electronic pets while hiring someone for optimal design, using the profits from the first generation to subsidize the second generation's products. Director Zhang's expression gradually became more animated. He nodded, thank you, Boss Wang. I want to take up more of your time. Let me treat you to a meal another day. Director Zhang planned to return for a meeting to arrange the next steps. Xiao Zhao took a few steps, her thoughts on Wang Wei growing increasingly intriguing. She occasionally cast glances at him, savoring the sight like a delicacy. Those older men spoke more sweetly than a song. In the moments of anxiety prior, it was either exhaustion from the days or a bit too much drink that dulled her senses. Yet, Boss Wang was different. His eloquence was sharp, his words pleasing, and his actions decisive. Each of his statements seemed to bring her enjoyment. Unable to restrain herself, she turned abruptly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and approached Wang Wei. Boss Wang, I also have 3 paths for you to choose. Wang Wei chuckled. I apologize. I am a professional jungler. I can provide support across the top, mid, and bottom lanes at any time, occasionally lurking in the top lane, sometimes in the mid, frequently in the bottom, but more often than not, I prefer to lie low. Xiao Zhao still believed he had successfully teased Wang Wei, wearing a mischievous grin as he caught up with Director Zhang, playfully declaring, "Director, Boss Wang is quite reliable both in and out of bed. Who says that lecherousness is a male prerogative? Gender equality demands we respect every flirtatious woman." Wang Wei returned to the warehouse, where Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong were still basking in excitement, unable to compose themselves, and Yuan remained comparatively quiet. Upon Wang Wei's return, the three naturally gathered around, awaiting his announcement of significant decisions. Wang Wei declared that the company would officially commence operations next Monday. "We have much to accomplish within this week. Zixiong, in a couple of days, I may need you to make a trip to Hong Kong to distribute our flyers to the merchants who frequently entrust you with their goods. I will first visit the Hong Kong pier to negotiate with the management about leasing a storage area there. Goods transported from the mainland will be stored at this location, and we will also collect items destined for the mainland." Liang Zixiong was quite familiar with the environment in Hong Kong, considering it a mere trifle. "Brother Wei, as soon as you return, I will head over." Wang Wei added, "By the way, during your visit, please assess potential locations for establishing an office in Hong Kong." Without factoring in rent, the expressions of the three varied, and Yuan was somewhat perplexed, wondering why there seemed to be plans for further development in Hong Kong. Liang Zixiong, on the other hand, was eager, aware that if things progressed in this manner, the company's future would likely extend beyond mere merchandise transportation. As for Li Jiawang, he was already contemplating boasting to Yang Yu about their high-end ambitions. Yet, none of the three could fathom Wang Wei's true intentions. This step could only be seen as a precautionary measure. The year 1993 represented a pivotal yet awkward juncture. Following the elder's speech in 1992, the market was in a phase of rapid liberalization. At this time, there were two choices: either to stay ahead of the policies, where the bold could thrive while the timid perished, or to wait for policies to be established, ensuring all subsequent plans were compliant. The advantage of the former was swift market capture, allowing for the rapid establishment of frameworks and market presence, thus reaping the initial wave of profits. However, the downside was the absence of policy guidance and legal protection, making one vulnerable to arbitrary regulations, with the risk of severe consequences. The latter option offered the benefits of established policies, regulations, and legal safeguards for compliant operations. Yet, the downside was that the perceived opportunities could either be snatched away or prove elusive, leaving one with nothing but disappointment. In this crucial developmental stage, focusing solely on the mainland posed significant risks, such as interference from officials or suppression from competitors, issues that Wang Wei, as a business owner, had to contemplate. Thus, establishing a company in Hong Kong, leveraging its capital to control mainland operations, emerged as the most prudent course of action, particularly in light of the impending significance of the year 1997. The administrative departments in the mainland are wholeheartedly embracing the goodwill of the capital from Hong Kong. They arranged a task for Liang Zixiong, while Wang Wei communicated with Li Jiawang and in Yuan. "I will take charge of the area assigned to Zixiong in the next couple of days. You two are responsible for delivering flyers to every merchant in your respective areas. Ensure that every factory, big or small, receives our flyers." Wang Wei presented the documents in his possession to the original shareholders for their perusal. Having secured the necessary licenses for individual businesses and related documentation for transactions between Hong Kong and the mainland. Regardless of the names of today's individual entrepreneurs or the future company's name, I have decided to name it Shunda. This name is derived from the Cantonese pronunciation of, signifying smooth and successful arrival. Whether it pertains to goods, our lives, aspirations, or expectations, may everything reach its destination as promised. At this moment, Wang Wei felt compelled to express his sentiments through a line of poetry. Long winds and breaking waves will come, as the clouds sail high to navigate the vast seas. In tune with the occasion, the inspiring aura emanating from Wang Wei elicited a shared look of anticipation from Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and in Yuan. Wang Wei declared emphatically, "Tonight, in Guangdong, let us engage in a spirited battle." Chapter 0050. The first deep affection of Li Wan, let us say goodbye. Li Jiawang was the first to voice his opposition. Three pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards the dissenting individual. What does this mean? And Yuan, lacking insight, remained oblivious. He could refuse. Liang Zixiong, being an honest man with a girlfriend, would never wish to betray her, so he too had the option to decline. Yet, how could Li Jiawang, who at the tender age of 15 had confidently donned a nitrile glove and proclaimed it a safety measure to educate everyone on physiological matters, justify his refusal? Wasn't he guanching his territory? Li Jiawang noticed Wang Wei silently placing a cigarette between his lips, taking a puff, and wearing an enigmatic smile while observing him. And Yuan remained silent. He was not foolish. Liang Zixiong, though honest, was no simpleton. The gaze of each individual was filled with skepticism towards Li Jiawang. Wang Wei took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a wisp of smoke, and inquired playfully, "What's the matter?" Feeling overwhelmed. Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan. Li Jiawang's face flushed with embarrassment. "I am speaking on behalf of Zixiong. He has been with Xiaoli for 2 years. How could he face her if he were to go to Guangdong?" Wang Wei continued to gaze at Li Jiawang with a smile, not waiting for an explanation as Liang Zixiong interjected, "Wang Gu, you only have a few minutes. I can wait for you in the lobby." Li Jiawang felt vulnerable, continuing to pull in Yuan into the fray. "What about that big guy? Shouldn't you consider his feelings too? You want to take such an honest person to visit a lady of the night? How barbaric of you." And Yuan retorted, "I plan to engage with all walks of life. I don't need you worrying about me." Li Jiawang felt as if he were being targeted from all sides. Overwhelmed by a sense of being undermined, Li Jiawang was filled with ire, yet he dared not confront Wang Wei. His heart was heavy with guilt, and several words swirled in his mind. He yearned to speak, but hesitated, wishing to rally others as scapegoats, only to be deftly thwarted by Wang Wei at every turn. After much internal struggle, Li Jiawang finally resolved to confess. He swallowed hard and said, "Boss, I have something to discuss with you. It concerns the 2 girls we encountered on our return from Binhai. The quiet one got separated from her friend at the station and ended up seeking me out. She is now working at my family's shop." Liang Zixiong and Yuan were not easily startled, yet a flicker of surprise crossed their faces. In the vast sea of humanity, countless individuals brush past each other daily, akin to intersecting lines that, once crossed, may never meet again. However, the mere fact that the introverted girl could encounter Li Jiawang once more was nothing short of remarkable. Nevertheless, Liang Zixiong and Yuan could not fathom why Li Jiawang was in such a hurry. His urgency was palpable. Wang Wei seemed to intuitively grasp Li Jiawang's vulnerabilities, deliberately pressing on them. "Why does it matter if she seeks you out? What difference does it make if we head to Guangdong together?" With the pressure lifted, Li Jiawang's courage swelled. Looking at his 3 brothers, he declared, "Boss, I have feelings for her. This time, I am serious. I have never been this sincere before." At that moment, the questions lingering in everyone's minds unraveled. After a brief silence, Li Jiawang quietly continued, "Boss, I did not intend to conceal anything. I merely believe you harbor too much animosity towards Yang Yu. She only has a sister of poor character, and that woman is long gone. Yang Yu is virtuous. Without her sister's negative influence, she can only become better. She is gentle and diligent. You've seen how tidy she keeps the billiard room. Moreover," he added, "she is so fragile. If she were to venture out and be deceived, what would happen then? Though I have yet to express these sentiments to her, I now consider myself as someone with responsibilities. Therefore, boss, forgive me for declining to partake in those morally corrupt activities with you." Wang Wei, observing the earnest expression on Li Jiawang's face, could envision the younger brothers of years to come, lamenting during their morning shifts at the club, shaking their heads in disillusionment. "I deleted Mom's WeChat. I was such a fool to believe she had only recently started working. Brother, if I go back tonight, you have my permission to slap me. If I return, I am no better than a dog." Their faces, filled with regret and sincerity, would make one feel as though they were committing a crime if they did not believe them. Yet, after a few drinks that night, they would revert to a frenzied state, barking, "Brother, slap me in the morning. I must hear her tell of her tragic past tonight." What difference was there between this behavior and that of friends who had just completed their first day of sobriety, only to fail the next? Li Jiawang found himself in precisely this predicament. After expressing the thoughts that had long been confined within him, Li Jiawang felt a significant sense of relief. He had braced himself for a reprimand from Wang Wei, yet to his surprise, Wang Wei greeted him with a warm smile, showing no signs of reproach. In just a few days since accommodating Yang Yu, it was evident from Wang Wei's words that she had made a favorable impression on him. This indicated that Yang Yu had indeed invested some effort into getting to know Li Jiawang during this brief period. Wang Wei understood that regardless of what he said, Li Jiawang would not be receptive at that moment. Wang Wei inquired whether they had officially established a relationship yet. Li Jiawang, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, shook his head and replied, "Not yet. I sense that she might be a bit intimidated by me. Therefore, I have decided to allow her some time to acclimate, so she can see that I am, in fact, a good person before I convey my feelings." Wang Wei nodded, expressing satisfaction as your mentor. "Witnessing your transformation brings me great joy. Thus, we must celebrate this evening in Guangdong. It is time to bid farewell to your past and set a promising tone for your future. Every transition in life deserves a formal ceremony to mark its conclusion and commencement." Li Jiawang shook his head in refusal. "Regardless of your decision, I will arrange everything for you," Wang Wei asserted. "If you choose not to bid farewell, I shall step in on your behalf." Li Jiawang quickly interjected, "Boss, there is no need for such formality. You are right. I should indeed say goodbye to my past. Besides, since she and I are not yet together, it wouldn't be unfair to her, would it? Let us hurry over. Business is thriving there, and if we delay, we might miss the warmth and essence that others have left behind." He dashed out, only to find no one by his side. Turning around, he was met with expressions from Wang Wei and the others that seemed to convey, "A little jest among friends is acceptable, but do not deceive yourself." Chapter 0051. Words of all kinds. It appears that women are often drawn to the allure of bad men, while men gravitate towards good women. Particularly for someone like Li Jiawang, who considered himself jaded from the tumult of life. The sudden impulse to reform upon encountering a vulnerable girl stirred within him a desire to embrace and care for her. Upon realizing that this girl, beyond her pitiable state, exhibited a gentle and considerate demeanor, untouched by the harshness of life, he felt an immediate urge to change his ways, preparing to embark on an unprecedented romance with the intention of marriage. However, the outcome was not as splendid as one might hope. Wang Wei, at present, had no time to ponder the complexities of Yang Yu's character. Even if he pointed out some flaws in her, Li Jiawang would remain unyielding. In a few days, Wang Wei would personally address her. When Li Jiawang discovered that Wang Wei had merely used the farewell celebration in Guangdong as a ruse to provoke him, he cursed lightly, yet felt no anger. In fact, he jokingly remarked that he had almost lost his virtue for her. Wang Wei scoffed. "Your virtue is not something you guard. It is honed through experience, perhaps even chipped away." Li Jiawang asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" Wang Wei replied, "Lack of education. One does not achieve mastery without enduring trials." Liang Zixiong and Yuan and Li Jiawang wore peculiar expressions, leaving one to ponder the essence of culture. Wang Wei visited the sugar factory and met with Director Zhou, signing an agreement to lease a small cargo vessel at the rate of 1,500 yuan per month. At the moment the contract was sealed, Wang Wei observed old Zhou pursing his lips several times, endeavoring to flatten the corners of his mouth. His inner turmoil must have resembled a pale visage, trembling hands clutching at sparse hair, vociferously lamenting his own folly. Director Zhou grasped Wang Wei's hand, exclaiming, "Boss Wang, you cannot fathom the pressure I endured to resolve this matter for you. I too wish for your prosperous success, hoping you can acquire this vessel soon." Old Zhou smiled. For the ship languished at the dock, yielding no profit and depreciating daily. Although the rental income was modest, it sufficed for them to enjoy a couple of meals and indulge in fine cigarettes. A year later, they could sell the ship back to Wang Wei at the original price. Astonishingly, a vessel that no one desired to salvage could fetch over 60,000 yuan. Old Zhou had not anticipated such a turn of events. He mused whether this young man would see his business collapse within a few months. Considering Wang Wei to be somewhat naive, yet he harbored a reluctance for Wang Wei's venture to falter so swiftly, creating a curious dichotomy within him. In old Zhou's smile lay a condescension towards Wang Wei's intelligence, while Wang Wei perceived the same smile as indicative of ignorance. Wang Wei yearned to fast forward to the same time next year to discern who the true fool might be. "Director Zhou, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Wang Wei could not resist interjecting. Director Zhou patted Wang Wei's hand reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, Boss Zhang, I've arranged everything for you." He summoned the cargo ship's captain, who entered, a seasoned mariner, rough-skinned and dark, with years of nautical experience. Director Zhou, seeking to take credit, remarked, "Boss Wang, old Zhao's salary is covered by the factory." He raised his eyebrows as if to say, "Brother, am I not generous?" However, Wang Wei detected a hint of reluctance in the captain, Xiao Jiachuan. After bidding farewell to old Zhou, Wang Wei led Xiao Jiachuan to the dock. "Master Xiao, you are the expert in navigation. I dare not inquire into the intricacies, nor could I ever learn them. Just tell me what we need to do. The regions of Nan, Shun, and Fan had flourished in recent years, yielding profits in various enterprises, while state-owned enterprises faced hardships. Xiao Jiachuan had long harbored aspirations of earning a living elsewhere. With no suitable opportunity at hand, he resolved to proceed one step at a time. Wang Wei genuinely wished to comfort Xiao Jiachuan, believing that with his skills, particularly amidst the robust infrastructure development in the Zhusanjie region, he could easily earn a fortune if only he dared to venture forth. Yet, Wang Wei hesitated to elevate his stature too high, for with increased value came vulnerability, akin to a dulled edge, lacking the requisite stimulation, rendering both mental and physical states somewhat languid. He could be of use, yet he was not particularly efficient. Thus, Wang Wei now merely maintains a sufficient level of respect for Xiao Jiachuan. The rest of the matters must be gradually uncovered by Xiao Jiachuan himself. Xiao Jiachuan examined the condition of the diesel engine. Whatever was needed, Liang Zixiong noted it down nearby. Being from Shun, he was well aware of where to procure supplies. He called in Yuan to accompany him to fetch a few more barrels of diesel. Wang Wei proceeded to the warehouse, where personnel from the Postal Bureau were adjusting the landline telephone. At present, the cost of a single landline telephone stands at 3,000, with installation fees. It could easily reach 7 or 8,000, and charging over 10,000 would be quite reasonable. Even at such a price, in the absence of complications, one must still queue for installation, leaving one uncertain as to when it might actually be set up. In short, in this era, any endeavor that could be profitable or display ostentation necessitates leveraging connections. The installation technician handed the phone to Wang Wei, inquiring, "Boss, would you like to give it a try?" Wang Wei did not rush to test it. Instead, he discreetly slipped a pack of Marlboro cigarettes to each of the two technicians. Only after they accepted did he say, "It seems that one phone may not suffice. Could you please leave a pager number? Before long, I might need to install 2 more units." "What conditions?" questioned the technician in the nearby factory. "There are only 2 phones. How can you require 3 for just this warehouse?" Yet, Wang Wei remained courteous, with cigarettes to smoke and money to earn. There was no reason for refusal. After leaving him their contact information, the technicians gathered their tools and departed. Wang Wei was just about to test the phone when he received a page. He returned the call. "Hello, who is this?" "It's Ding Ran, an old classmate." The voice on the other end was soft and melodious, almost playful. "You're quite prompt. And you're quite dark," Wang Wei retorted. Ding Ran paused momentarily before playfully scolding. "What are you talking about?" Wang Wei countered. "What are you talking about?" "I meant to say, you return calls quickly." Ding Ran replied. "I said that you called me. It must be that you've encountered some trouble again, hence the gloom," Wang Wei jested. Ding Ran, however, was not swayed by his banter. "Where are you? Do you have time to grab a meal together?" Wang Wei responded. "What a coincidence. If I had waited another half hour, I might have been the one inviting you to dinner." Ding Ran found Wang Wei peculiar. He seemed to have a retort for everything, a notable change from his previous demeanor. Yet, she soon smiled, as if recalling past playful exchanges with him. Suddenly, her mood shifted slightly. She was certainly not gloomy. Chapter 0052. The little minx. The roar of the diesel engine abruptly interrupted Wang Wei and Ding Ran's conversation. Ding Ran inquired, "What is that loud noise?" Wang Wei replied, "I have some matters to attend to. Let us reconnect during dinner." After hanging up, he made his way to the dock, where the Shunda cargo ship had already started its engines. Xiao Jiachuan removed his soiled knitted gloves and stuffed them into his back pocket. Wang Wei offered him a cigarette and lit it for him. He leisurely leaned towards Wang Wei's flame, shielding it with one hand, his eyes half closed, brow furrowed. This demeanor appeared to convey both impatience and an air of bravado in Wang Wei's presence. Perhaps it is the identity of the employees within the company that contributes to this perception. Another significant reason lies in his belief that Wang Wei's business will not endure. Although he remains unaware of Wang Wei's forthcoming ventures, he merely observes Wang Wei's youth, along with the immaturity of his few companions, and wonders what monumental achievements such a group could possibly accomplish. Standing alongside them, Xiao Jiachuan feels akin to a tutor accompanying a prince in his studies. Wang Wei perceives the dual sentiments of superiority and disdain reflected in Zhao's eyes, but remains unperturbed. Those skilled in their craft often carry an air of pride. After all, how else can one substantiate their prowess? If one possesses little yet maintains a haughty demeanor, is that not a farcical contradiction? Master Xiao, Wang Wei instructed. Please rest early today. Tomorrow at 8:30, we shall depart from here to Xiangjiang. Xiao Jiachuan nodded in agreement, returning to the vessel without further ado. Resuming his inspection of the engine's performance, he diligently checked various components, tapping and repairing as needed. Wang Wei discerned that Xiao, despite his arrogance, harbored a genuine affection for the ship. Consequently, the preliminary preparations for Shun De were nearly complete. Li Jiawang beamed with exuberance, his smile wide. Previously, he had lived life without a care, finding joy solely in his brother's happiness. Now, he felt he had reason to celebrate for himself, believing that with a bit more diligence, he might be worthy of her affection. Liang Zixiong's greatest desire was marriage. He had faith in Wei Ji's capabilities and envisioned a future where, after saving enough money, he could wed Xiaoli next year. And Yuan, however, exhibited a different demeanor. He quietly cleaned the ship, his expression somewhat dazed. Jiawang, Zixiong, you stay behind and keep an eye on the warehouse. Assist Master Xiao with tidying up the ship and see what else he requires, Wang Wei called out. Olden, return with me to Zhouhai. And Yuan set aside his tasks and calmly accompanied Wang Wei back, harboring numerous unspoken thoughts and sentiments, unsure of how to articulate them. Wang Wei made a brief detour home, where Erbawu answered the phone again, only to find the caller had already hung up. The parrot continued to stretch its neck, exclaiming, Thank you, thank you. Erbawu had undoubtedly become a linguistic savant among parrots. Its abilities extended beyond mere mimicry. Subsequent studies revealed that it could merge thoughts with language, facilitating basic communication with humans. This cross-species dialogue made it truly unique. Erbawu belonged to a breed known for its high intelligence, and like most of its kind, it had a playful, mischievous nature that endeared it to many, especially women. It could accomplish feats beyond human capability and articulate sentiments that humans often struggled to express. Now, faced with the enchanting Ding Ran, it showed no signs of trepidation, nuzzling and pecking at her while occasionally chirping, You smell delightful. Ding Ran laughed heartily while casting an exaggerated eye roll at Wang Wei, as if reproaching him for keeping a rather frivolous bird. In the presence of women, one can appear serious, yet it must be a fade, never genuine. In this day and age, dining out lacks any semblance of privacy. In a few years, influenced by films from Hong Kong and Taiwan, the dining atmosphere will become increasingly prestigious and private, allowing for more candid conversations. However, for now, the task of engaging in risque banter is best left to the 200 parrots. Since their meeting began, Ding Ran had not ceased smiling. She wore a light yellow sleeveless top, casually styled her curly hair into a bun at the back of her head, with a few strands of hair delicately cascading down her cheeks. From the moment she entered, she had drawn countless gazes. The earlier clamor in the venue abruptly quieted at that instant, and they would occasionally steal glances her way. When Ding Ran smiled, those around her instinctively curved their lips upward, only to quickly feel foolish for doing so. Yet, they could not help but steal another glance, nor suppress their smiles. Observing the frivolous bird, one might conclude, I cannot pursue such a beautiful woman. I only lack a talking parrot. Ding Ran was aware that her actions attracted attention, and she suddenly chided, Wang Wei, your parrot is quite bothersome. Had Yuan not been present, her remark would have transformed into, Wang Wei, your bird. Ding Ran felt a tinge of annoyance towards Wang Wei for bringing along someone she was not well acquainted with. However, with the mischievous little creature on her shoulder, the atmosphere remained pleasant. Wang Wei replied, If it's so bothersome, why not return it to me? Since we met, you've been playing with it, and you've even ruffled its feathers. The parrot had a peculiar quality that often evoked strange thoughts. Ding Ran's expression turned slightly odd, and she shot Wang Wei a playful glare. Girls simply adore fluffy little creatures. Wang Wei looked at her earnestly, really? Although he only asked 2 words. Ding Ran struggled to contain her laughter, her face flushing red, her gaze shifting. Wang Wei interrupted, You came to see me for a reason today, didn't you? Ding Ran recalled the matter at hand. After you visited the Oriental building, our sample garments have not been collected by those shady dealers. Wang Wei inquired, Are you blaming me? Ding Ran nodded, gazing intently at him. Yes, I am blaming you. Don't you feel responsible? At that moment, she resembled a scorned woman, accusing Wang Wei of being a cad who indulges and then departs. It was evident that Ding Ran's playful demeanor had captivated him, despite her apparent disdain. Wang Wei recognized that each of her words tugged at his emotions, and with a tinge of jealousy, he retorted, There are plenty who wish to be responsible for you. I am not irreplaceable. Upon hearing Wang Wei's words, Ding Ran felt an urge to explain herself. Oh, are we beginning this self-justification phase? Wang Wei mused inwardly, contemplating whether she was trying to ensnare him. I am not easily deceived. The true discomfort at that moment, however, lay within Yuan. Although he had never experienced matters between men and women, it did not imply that he was emotionally inept. The two engaged in conversation, each exchange resembling playful banter. If you are intent on such flirtation, why bring me along? Had I known this would be the atmosphere, I would have preferred to remain aboard. Tidying up the vessel meticulously. At that moment, Ding Ran realized that her emotions were being influenced by Wang Wei, which filled her with trepidation. How long had it been since she last saw Wang Wei? 6 years or 7? His transformation was such that he seemed an entirely different person compared to the boy she once knew in class. The charm he once possessed was shy and refreshing, while now it bore a hint of mischief. His casual remarks seemed laden with ulterior meanings, provoking flights of fancy. Ding Ran pondered whether her own overthinking was responsible for such a reaction. She quickly reproached, "What am I saying? What are you talking about?" Wang Wei, feigning innocence, replied, "I don't know. Since the moment I saw you, my mind has been a jumble." Ding Ran internally cursed at his flippancy. He appeared entirely composed, devoid of any confusion. Although she was acutely aware of his unserious demeanor, his words left her momentarily speechless, her emotions swirling in complexity. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "Let us not jest. You mentioned introducing me to a certain courier service that could deliver samples to Hong Kong within a day. It has been several days, and I have been waiting for your introduction." Wang Wei responded, "The company is called Shunda. If you require their services, you can have goods sent to the Shunda warehouse at Rongguwei Pier in Shund. You simply need to contact the company on the Hong Kong side to arrange for pickup at the pier. There are freight vessels operating twice daily, shuttling between Hong Kong and Shund." Shunda? Ding Ran repeated the name in her mind, realizing she had never heard of it before. She inquired, "If such a company exists, shouldn't it be well known? Why have I never heard of it?" Wang Wei explained, "Because this company has just been established and will officially commence operations next Monday." "No wonder," Ding Ran murmured softly. "If this company had opened sooner, it should have gained notoriety by now. That's why I hadn't heard of it." Wang Wei gleaned from her words the burgeoning demand for courier services, particularly in the past 2 years, as the front and back shop model in Hong Kong had led to an increase in the exchange of goods between stores. The demand for capacity and efficiency had reached unprecedented heights. A parrot pecked at Ding Ran's ear, causing a slight tickle. She retracted her neck, squinting and smiling as she rubbed her head against the parrot's feathers, eagerly asking, "How do I contact the owner of Shunda?" Wang Wei replied, "Aren't you in the process of doing so now?" Ding Ran furrowed her brow slightly, tilting her head in inquiry. Wang Wei clarified, "I just completed the preliminary preparations. Although the timing is a bit rushed, seeing how eager you are, I suppose I must attend to business sooner." As Ding Ran let out a soft chuckle, she cast a glance at Wang Wei, her old classmate, who had now become a business owner yet still lacked decorum. Such significant matters in business, and he hadn't even thought to inform his former classmates? Wang Wei had never been one to engage much with their peers. Had it not been for his striking looks, he would have been nearly invisible during their school days. In stark contrast, Ding Ran was a vibrant presence. As an art student, her attire and style outshone those of her female classmates, and her artistic talent was exceptional. In the classroom, she was the center of attention. Typically, if Ding Ran had any news, her classmates would undoubtedly be aware of it. However, Wang Wei's endeavors were likely unknown to their high school acquaintances. Thus, Ding Ran interpreted her earlier words as playful reproach, questioning why he hadn't notified her. Wang Wei replied, "Well, didn't I just inform you today?" Ding Ran inquired, "In the future, can we entrust the delivery of our factory's goods to your courier company?" Wang Wei shook his head. "That won't be feasible." "Why not?" Ding Ran felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, her resistance rising swiftly. Wang Wei explained, "The company's signage hasn't even been designed yet." Suddenly, Ding Ran laughed, arching an eyebrow, her lips gently parting as she sweetly teased, "I have never seen anyone so earnestly seek assistance. Go ahead, tell me how I can help you." Wang Wei said, "Ding Master, could you assist in designing a minimalist logo for Shunda?" Ding Ran replied, "I specialize in painting. Why would you think of me for logo design?" She playfully criticized Wang Wei, stating, "Women, after all, enjoy flattering you while speaking the truth. Your talent in painting and design was undeniable. When the country bid for the Asian Games, our school held a competition for the event's emblem design, which every student from elementary to high school was required to participate in. Your design won first place without contest among thousands of students. Doesn't that speak volumes? Ding Ran smiled. You still remember that after all this time? Wang Wei sighed. Memories remain silent, and time cannot be reclaimed. Classics are eternal. I wish I could forget. But these reminiscences, like aged wine, always intoxicate the senses. An expression of change began to appear on his typically stoic face. Ding Ran's eyes sparkled. Listening to Wang Wei spoke evoked a vivid imagery of poetic elegance. Yet she felt this level of sophistication was not something typically found in someone just over 20. Ding Ran, with a hint of playful resentment, remarked, Wang Wei, why do I feel that the intoxicating aged wine isn't referring to me? Who else could it possibly be? If you don't state it plainly, I want to explain. The ambiguity makes it all the more intriguing. The nuances in their exchange were rich with detail, allowing ample space for imagination. Ding Ran subtly hinted and flirted before becoming serious, stating, all right, I will help you design this logo. However, you must ensure that our sample garments are delivered punctually to Xiangjiang. Wang Wei assured her, rest assured. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, the company will provide compensation. Ding Ran probed further, compensation for what? Wang Wei placed the newly served dishes in front of Ding Ran, saying, now, it depends on what you desire. Ding Ran chuckled mischievously, your delivery was tardy. As the boss, you ought to be punctual. Thus, I impose upon you the penalty of appearing before me on time as compensation. Wang Wei retorted, your notion of compensation seems rather akin to a taste test. Does it not? And Yuan interjected, who am I? Where am I? I long to escape. Chapter 0054. Professional for Yuan. Such an occasion was purely torment. What was Wang Wei's intention in bringing in Yuan here? To have him witness their flirtations? Wang Wei glanced at Yuan, who had barely touched his chopsticks, and remarked to Ding Ran, I recall during high school, when the city bureau's officers came to school seeking your assistance once. Ding Ran nodded, responding, how is it that you remember my affairs so vividly? Wang Wei then ceased his playful banter with Ding Ran and spoke earnestly. They requested your help in sketching a portrait of a suspect. Indeed, this event transpired, and subsequently, the suspect was apprehended, with the bureau privately commending Ding Ran. However, considering her status as a student, public acknowledgement would have jeopardized her safety. Ding Ran lamented the missed opportunity. Had it been publicly recognized at school, she would have surely overshadowed Yuan Peipei. Yet, in comparison to seeking fame, the preservation of one's life held far greater significance. Years later, when Wang Wei brought it up again, Ding Ran wore a proud expression, though she feigned indifference while toying with the parrot. Curiously, she inquired, why bring this up all of a sudden? Wang Wei replied, I would like to request your assistance in creating a portrait of his sister. Ding Ran readily agreed. This is my forte, but how do you intend to compensate me? Wang Wei cautioned her, allow me to explain further. And Yuan's sister, and Ran, had been teaching at a school in Binhai, but went missing last year. And Yuan had spent 6 months waiting at the school entrance, with no information from either the school or the authorities. Lacking a photograph of his sister, he sought the expertise of a professional like you to help create her portrait. Ding Ran, intrigued, asked, are you planning to publish a missing person's notice? And Yuan suddenly stiffened, looking at Wang Wei, then turned his gaze toward Ding Ran, his once calm demeanor transforming. His eyes glimmered with the frost of winter, igniting with hope upon encountering a spark. In the 1990s, the influence of the two major media outlets was formidable. A single television program could catapult a song or a person to instant fame across the nation. Although newspapers had somewhat lesser promotional power, they could achieve similar results. The requirements for broadcasting information on television were stringent. In contrast, publishing in newspapers required only financial means. Aside from the initial pages reserved for significant national matters and speeches by leaders, as well as local critical decisions and important news, the latter pages showcased a different narrative. The tone shifted to commercial advertisements, missing persons notices, lost items announcements, and matrimonial ads. The most common were, first, requests for identification cards. Second, advertisements seeking a 38-year-old married woman, fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessing a good temperament, who, due to her husband's tragic accident resulting in infertility, sought a healthy man of good appearance to conceive a child together. offering substantial monetary rewards upon success. Some scoffed, exclaiming, "Humph, who would bother with such trash?" In reality, however, one might feel a tightening in their chest, recalling the calls they once made and the painful costs incurred. It appears far-fetched, yet often. The final edition holds more weight than the front page. Thus, seeking a person through public notices proves to be a reliable avenue. And Yuan, slightly agitated yet somewhat stiff, expressed, "Comrade Ding Ran, if you could assist me, I would be willing to do anything you ask." Ding Ran smiled politely at Yuan, responding, "This matter concerns both Wang Wei and myself. I shall help you first, but the return of favor is up to Wang Wei. Brother Yuan, please describe your sister's features." Ding Ran raised an eyebrow at Wang Wei and promptly retrieved a sketchbook to lend his assistance. As Yuan recounted details from his memory, Ding Ran sketched a rough likeness of a face in the book. When painting, Ding Ran entered a different realm, captivating yet focused. Wang Wei preferred this state of concentration and professionalism. If in a private studio, clad in a tank top revealing a hint of curves and shorts, with one leg crossed over the other, she appeared utterly at ease. Damn, my imagination suddenly conjured vivid images. Wang Wei couldn't help but comment. After several detailed descriptions from Yuan, he tremulously accepted the sketchbook from Ding Ran's hands, his eyes widening at the portrait. Without needing to ask, he could tell from Yuan's expression that it closely resembled his sister. Wang Wei glanced over, his expression complex, questioning, "Aren't you two siblings?" Once Ding Ran finished her sketch, she took the 200 yuan from Wang Wei, pouting, "My hands are tired, and no one is here to give me a massage." It's no wonder that Ding Ran is often surrounded by rumors. With her alluring demeanor and playful charm, who could resist? Back in school, she had effortlessly ensnared those youthful boys who believed they might share a story with her. Yet afterward, Ding Ran showed no further interest. Perhaps this is what is referred to as a heartbreaker, seeking thrills and novelty amidst the tugging emotions. Coupled with her identity as an art student, it seemed only natural for incidents to occur. In such moments, fervent young men would go to great lengths to please Ding Ran. Yet, the typically charming and coy Ding Ran would suddenly become unresponsive, prompting these boys to reflect on their shortcomings, questioning if they had erred in their words or actions, leading to a cycle of self-doubt and denial. At this crossroads, gamblers would choose to seek favor early and report later, offering breakfast at best or a gift at worst. Those attempting to gain her attention would greet her in the morning and evening, urging her to drink warm water and to eat well. "Are you there? Have you slept? Don't stay up too late. Please respond." A somewhat muddled group would sense something amiss, retreating to protect themselves. Undoubtedly, Ding Ran had made these innocent boys suffer greatly. Fortunately, she accepted no gifts, for her true aim was not monetary gain, but rather emotional fulfillment. She continually seeks to prove her excellence through repeated confrontations. Even after Yuan Peipei graduated from high school and they lost contact, she persistently demonstrated that she surpassed Yuan Peipei in merit. This kind of pettiness is likely rooted in emotional turmoil. Even now, in the presence of Wang Wei, she anticipates a shift in his affections, akin to claiming the first blood in a battle, which would grant her a significant advantage over Yuan Peipei. Does this mean Ding Ran has Wang Wei firmly in her grasp? Not quite. Ding Ran remains quite rational. Wang Wei is indeed remarkable. His conversations are engaging, and he possesses a well-behaved parrot, demonstrating all the qualities a man should have when tackling challenges with both strategy and tenacity. Yet, there seems to be something lacking in him. Perhaps it is his career. The so-called Shunda is merely the leader of a mediocre crew. How much can he truly earn? What social standing does he possess? Ding Ran feels a tinge of regret. If only Wang Wei's career were a touch more respectable. How splendid that would be. While she is amused by the antics of the parrot, a part of her quietly laments this fact. Chapter 0055. So, you were angry after all. Ding Ran excused herself to the restroom, bringing the parrot along. Wang Wei could only remind her internally that the parrot could mimic any sound, including the act of urination. "Well, I've warned you. Whether you heard it is your concern," he muttered before turning to glance at Yuan, who was lost in contemplation of the portrait. Wang Wei remarked, "This is merely a sketch. Once colored, it will resemble a vibrant photograph." And Yuan responded solemnly, "Thank you, boss. I don't know if I can find my sister, but I am already quite satisfied with what you've done for me." Wang Wei looked toward the restroom and replied calmly, "Is this truly sufficient?" Lauan, You can't seriously believe that presenting this picture to the newspaper will suffice? And Yuan appeared puzzled, not to be published? Should we perhaps create small advertisements to plaster across the streets? Wang Wei countered. I brought you to the south not out of a lack of manpower. As I mentioned, the industry I am entering can enhance your chances of finding your sister. Have you not pondered why? Indeed, and Yuan recalled that this was a topic Wang Wei had emphasized repeatedly. However, he struggled to connect the two matters entirely. Wang Wei took the portrait from Yuan, examining it closely while murmuring to himself, a portrait, along with the individual's information and our contact details. Then affix it to the envelopes and packages from Shunda Laoan. Do you not think this is far more effective than a newspaper advertisement for seeking someone? Suddenly, Yuan's gaze flickered, and the figure of his boss seemed to blur before him. After a brief lapse in concentration, his heart raced, his teeth clenched tightly, and his entire being trembled. Such a substantial individual found his eyes welling with tears upon hearing Wang Wei's plan. When he followed Wang Wei, he only knew that there was a possibility of finding his sister, feeling somewhat desperate in his search. A few days ago, as he dashed about, it seemed he hardly engaged his mind, perpetually believing that encountering more people would somehow lead him to his sister. Yet, when he took a moment to reflect, he pondered why an increase in acquaintances would heighten the likelihood of finding her. In essence, it was clear that Yuan had not unraveled this logic. Therefore, when Wang Wei announced the official establishment of Shunda, Yuan found himself unable to stir his emotions. However, upon hearing Wang Wei's plan, a sudden clarity washed over him. A large envelope emblazoned with an image could traverse numerous locations, be entrusted to countless hands, and be seen by myriad eyes. 10, 100, 1,000. Ultimately, Yuan possessed but a single pair of eyes and hands. How far could he truly roam? How many people could he meet? And how many answers could he glean from their lips? Whether loitering outside the school gates or following Wang Wei southward, every action he took merely sought psychological solace. It was all in hopes that when he stood before his parents' graves, he could honestly declare that he had done his utmost. Yet, the impact of his efforts was almost negligible. However, with Wang Wei's idea to leverage his company for widespread dissemination, the situation transformed entirely. For Yuan, finding his sister was the most paramount task in the world. For Wang Wei, Yuan's quest was merely one of many objectives. Wang Wei also valued social influence. With Shunda newly established, a sufficiently positive and elevated corporate culture was essential. Regardless of his intentions, as long as this influence existed and imparted a genuinely positive impact, it was worthy of Wang Wei's commendation. Ding Ran returned with 200 parrots, yet she shot an eye roll at Wang Wei, urging him to leave. Then I shall settle the bill, Wang Wei replied. I've already taken care of it, Ding Ran countered. The innocent young man could hardly fathom this. She had taken the initiative to pay? How much had he spent on her? One must view shared expenses between genders with equanimity. She could treat during meals, while he could cover the costs when they took a room. Ding Ran retrieved the portrait from Yuan, suggesting she would add some color over the next few days. Suddenly, she turned to Wang Wei, saying, I've done you a significant favor, so you can take me upon you as a token of gratitude, all right? There was nothing amiss with this request, and Ding Ran's demeanor seemed to hint at forthcoming good fortune for Wang Wei. Yuan, suppressing his excitement, stated gravely, Boss, I must return to Shund. Someone needs to guard the warehouse tonight. After Yuan departed, Wang Wei escorted Ding Ran back to Panyu. The two should have shared laughter and conversation. However, Ding Ran remained silent, as if Wang Wei had committed some grave error. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't Wang Wei be alarmed? Shouldn't he reflect on what he might have done wrong? Some might hastily seek to appease her, acknowledging any fault before clarifying the reasons behind it. Yet, it was likely that he would find no explanation for her displeasure from her at all. The source of her anger remained a mystery. How to appease someone remains a mystery. However, this tactic proves ineffective on Wang Wei. If you choose silence, I, too, have no desire to speak. The parrot, an unreliable creature, typically chatters incessantly, yet during crucial moments, when it ought to enliven the atmosphere, it feigns silence, uttering not a word. The parrot's current demeanor mirrors that of a child caught in the crossfire of a marital quarrel, glancing left and right, fully aware that their conflict poses no threat to itself, yet trembling as if it had committed a transgression. I have arrived. Ding Ran retrieved the key from her bag, preparing to enter the house. Would she go in for a drink of water? To use the restroom? Perhaps to make a phone call? Any excuse seemed plausible. Yet, Wang Wei stated, I'll take my leave first. Ding Ran turned to see only Wang Wei's retreating figure. Wang Wei, won't you come in for a moment? He inquired. Is it convenient? Ding Ran turned to unlock the door, murmuring in discontent. What is inconvenient about it? Are you afraid of upsetting Li Jiawang? The case was solved. It turned out that it wasn't a test of compliance, but rather a result of his irritation with Li Jiawang. Wang Wei chuckled and followed Ding Ran into the house, only to discover that the courtyard was vast, filled with numerous easels and an abundance of painting materials. There were piles of discarded works, which, in Ding Ran's eyes, resembled nothing more than refuse. This is my studio, primarily utilized for teaching students how to paint, she explained. Wang Wei inquired, can I also enroll in your classes? As Ding Ran tidied the room, she replied, my students are all preparing for art examinations. Do you intend to apply to the State Art College? After a brief exchange, she turned to see Wang Wei sketching something on paper. She leaned closer, and he asked, what do you think? Do I possess any talent? With just a few strokes. Wang Wei had completed a full artwork. Ding Ran, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment yet undeniably charmed, retorted, Wang Wei, you are so infuriating. In such a scene, one could hardly suppress a smile. What on earth is this you've drawn? Ding Ran playfully chided. Wang Wei shrugged, my skills remain at a high school level. Speaking of school days, Ding Ran naturally recalled the group of rascally boys who would doodle lewd images on the blackboard. They would draw a pair of balloons and then hastily alter the drawing when the teacher approached, all while eliciting blushes from the girls, reveling in their mischief. Feeling flushed by Wang Wei's drawing, Ding Ran snatched the pen from his hand with a huff. Her reaction to the artwork revealed much about her sentiments towards Wang Wei. A hint of aversion would have been evident, yet she harbored no such feelings. If she were fond of him, her tolerance would undoubtedly be significantly greater. If every word or action he took were met with her disapproval, impatience, or dismissal, it would be wise to turn and flee, seeking no justification. However, observing Ding Ran's current demeanor, she displayed no animosity towards Wang Wei. On the contrary, she seemed to relish the moment. It seems as though a taste of sweetness lingers. Yet perhaps it does not. Ding Ran pondered whether Wang Wei was intending to probe further. Men, they appear to be creatures governed by their baser instincts. Every gesture and word from Wang Wei seemed like an exhibition of his map of Yin Kingdom to Ding Ran. She found herself curious about the expanse of this map and what lay at its terminus. However, Wang Wei suddenly produced some money. Ding Ran stared at him. Bewildered, what did this mean? What were his intentions? How did he perceive her? Wang Wei extended the money towards Ding Ran, requesting a small favor. Ding Ran took several steps back, clutching her chest. Wang Wei, what do you mean by this? What does your offering imply? Wang Wei seemed momentarily taken aback, then enlightenedly replied, your thoughts wander too far. Offering money changes the nature of our interaction. I merely wish to exchange some Hong Kong dollars. As your family conducts business with the region, I presume you have some on hand? Oh, I see. Ding Ran could not help but chuckle as realization dawned upon her, hastening to fetch some Hong Kong notes. After Wang Wei exchanged several thousand, he remarked, please, dear classmate, extend your efforts regarding an Yuan-S matter. Ding Ran nodded. It's a trivial task. Yet, she felt compelled to caution Wang Wei, asserting that even a newspaper advertisement for a missing person would yield lackluster results. I suggest you consider the radio instead. Its influence is quite significant now, and the cost is not vastly different from that of newspapers. In the context of Guangdong East, its reach may even surpass that of print media. The radio stations here are among the first in the country to adopt a premier broadcasting format. Being at the forefront of development, and with a view across the river to Hong Kong, they are heavily influenced by the culture from there. Once the radio began airing, interest in other pursuits waned considerably. Presently, radio listenership has surpassed that of television by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had no intention of using the radio to search for anyone. Ding Ran, unaware of Wang Wei's true thoughts, merely offered a reasonable suggestion. I have delivered you to your destination. I shall take my leave now, Wang Wei noted, glancing at the time. It was nearly time for him to depart. Ding Ran, taken aback by his abruptness, wondered what this signified. A retreat as a strategy for advance. She replied in accordance with Wang Wei's words, very well, travel safely. Should you need assistance with the radio, do not hesitate to reach out. Additionally, I wish you prosperous business endeavors. I shall promote you among our classmates. Do your best. Wang Wei expressed his gratitude and departed with resolute swiftness, leaving Ding Ran momentarily stunned. whether it was the tugging during their meal or the teasing exchanges. She contemplated what Wang Wei might do next, approaching with intent, seeking opportunities for physical contact, perhaps confessing his feelings, trembling with excitement, and embracing him tightly. You think too much. If Wang Wei were to act on such inclinations, Ding Ran would simply retreat, exclaiming, "Old classmate, what are you doing? We are merely friends. Have I done something to lead you to misinterpret our relationship? I apologize. I truly harbor no ulterior motives. Matters of the heart should unfold gradually, should they not? I do have feelings for you. Yet, do you not think this is a tad too hasty?" Many individuals, upon hearing such words, become exhilarated, offering apologies while taking a step back, only to return home and contemplate the next encounter. However, this time may very well be the final clandestine interaction, a fleeting opportunity that may never present itself again. No matter how hard one ruminates, the misstep remains elusive. Ding Ran sat in the art studio, furrowing her brow, pondering where she had faltered. Was it due to Lu Qingqing? The situation with Yuan Peipei had yet to conclude. Why, then, had Lu Qingqing suddenly emerged? Who was Lu Qingqing? Surely, she could not be more exceptional than I. The parrot perched on Wang Wei's shoulder squawked, "Lu Qingqing." Wang Wei responded, "Who is Lu Qingqing?" The parrot continued to chant her name, inexplicably recalling it with remarkable clarity. Wang Wei's impression of the girl he had met only a few times was already somewhat hazy. The following morning, at the Rongji dock, Wang Wei arrived equipped with the necessary documents, embarking from Shund toward Hong Kong. In those days, navigating with a compass relied heavily on the seasoned experience of the old captain, unlike the navigation systems available in later years. Although Xiao Jiachun was not particularly loquacious, his expertise in piloting the vessel was indisputable. The ship had been meticulously cleaned, with a faint scent of fresh paint lingering. Wang Wei noted that the previously rusted areas had been coated with paint. Despite its age, the ship was tidy and functioned without issue, reflecting Xiao Jiachun's affection for it. However, he held little regard for Wang Wei, perceiving him as too youthful and lacking in business acumen. Unaware of the depths and complexities of transportation, Wang Wei's endeavors were fueled solely by youthful exuberance, yet enthusiasm is ephemeral. The perils of the trade would soon impart a harsh lesson. If conducting business were truly so effortless, everyone would be entrepreneurs, and the streets would not be bustling with countless individuals toiling day and night. Wang Wei brought breakfast for Xiao Jiachun, who glanced at the numerous boxes of pastries in the nearby bag, puzzled as to the intent behind such an abundance of food. The cargo ship glided down the Rongqi waterway, merging into the main current before heading southward into the sea. At the estuary where rivers meet the ocean, waves surged, and seabirds dove from the heights to seize their prey. While Wang Wei reveled at the bow of the ship, he was suddenly startled by the blaring of alarms. A voice echoed over the loudspeaker, declaring, "This is the Chinese Border Patrol. Cargo ship Shunda number 2, please stop for inspection." Chapter 0057. The ubiquitous nature of human relations sighing. Xiao Jiachun killed the engine and allowed the small cargo vessel to drift upon the waters. Upon stepping outside the cabin, he felt it his duty to reassure his current employer. A typical individual unaccustomed to such situations might be overwhelmed, even struggling to articulate their thoughts. Having never braved storms or encountered such scenes, the gravity of the matter was lost on them. Wang Wei's assertion that they would arrive at the Hong Kong dock within a couple of hours sounded naively simplistic, especially considering the substantial cargo the ship was carrying. Once confronted by border inspection, how much time could be wasted? Moreover, if any contraband were discovered among the goods, the entire vessel would be brought back for investigation. The degree of complication is far beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. Xiao Jiachun initially assumed that Wang Wei would be in a state of panic. However, not only did he not display an ounce of fear, but he also bore a cheerful smile. The armed police vessel circled around before gradually approaching on the left side. A soldier first leapt onto the boat to secure the mooring line, followed by several seasoned veterans, all armed with live ammunition. Wang Wei handed a brown paper folder to the commanding officer, stating, "Comrade, here are all the documents required for our journey to Xiangjiang. Today, our primary purpose is to familiarize ourselves with the navigation route while attending to some matters at the Xiangjiang dock." As the commanding officer examined the documents, he also kept an eye on the soldier's inspection. He did not acknowledge Wang Wei. Nevertheless, Wang Wei continued to speak, "Comrade, we appreciate your contributions to national security on the border. In the past, This vessel has welcomed comrades aboard for inspections at any time. And we welcome your criticisms as well. Our company is named Yuanda, and our temporary office is established at Rongqi Dock in Shund. We invite the leadership of the Border Defense Forces to come and educate us on contraband and fire safety, to always keep us vigilant. Last Sunday, I visited Captain Wei Feng of the State Maritime Detachment, requesting that a retiring service dog be entrusted to our company for care. As the primary responsible person of the company, I pledge to uphold the highest standards, resolutely responding to national policies and preventing the transportation of contraband and other significant issues. Xiao Jiachuan's eyes widened. No way, boss, you truly are something. Upon hearing Wei Feng's name, the commanding officer realized that Wang Wei was not jesting. After the document inspection was completed, the remaining soldiers reported no findings. The commanding officer saluted, instructed to control the vessel's speed, and ensured navigational safety, advising to call for help in case of emergencies, wishing them safe travels. Xiao Jiachuan was even more bewildered. Really? When I faced inspections before, no one ever said such things to me. Why are they so polite today? I'm stunned. Wang Wei quickly offered the snacks he had prepared for the soldiers, saying, "These are refreshments I specially bought this morning. Knowing I would encounter you, I prepared some extra. You work hard. Take a moment to enjoy." The soldiers were reluctant to accept, but Wang Wei insisted, "The military and the civilians are like fish and water." The collaboration between the military and the people has long been a resounding slogan. It should not merely remain a slogan in reality. Please do accept. Seeing Wang Wei's enthusiasm and the mention of Wei Feng, the commanding officer thought accepting the snacks would not be a significant matter. Thus, he allowed the soldiers to take them aboard their vessel. After bidding farewell, he jumped back onto his boat to continue patrolling. Xiao Jiachuan then realized that those snacks had been prepared by the boss specifically for the border defense officers. Yet the issue is that they had previously offered gifts as well, yet those had never been accepted. Furthermore, why are the border guards particularly courteous to the boss? They exhibit politeness, yet I was unaware of it. The team leaders often encounter numerous registration numbers. However, it is typically a matter of familiarity. You know so-and-so, right? We have an established relationship. Let's share a drink sometime. Yet, someone like Wang Wei, who registered and is welcomed aboard for inspections, as well as requesting military personnel to conduct safety education on prohibited items, is truly unprecedented. This situation indicates either a profound understanding of the field or connections within the military. If the team leaders do not extend courtesy, what if future transfers are impeded? They must also consider their own futures. Wang Wei, without prior preparations, maintained an impeccable demeanor, strategically presenting a prominent figure to establish authority. As long as interactions today are amicable, future encounters will only grow more pleasant. However, all of this cannot be succinctly explained to Xiao Jiachuan. It is better to retain an air of mystery, leaving Xiao Jiachuan perplexed. Initially, Xiao Jiachuan perceived Wang Wei as a youthful and impetuous individual, eager to make a name for himself through fervor. Yet, following Wang Wei's maneuvers, Xiao Jiachuan was genuinely taken aback. As they continued onward, Xiao Jiachuan adopted a much more humble demeanor, saying, "Boss, we will arrive in 1 hour." Without some means or strategy, how could one command subordinates effectively? An hour later, the cargo ship docked at a freight terminal in Hong Kong. Wang Wei instructed Xiao Jiachuan to wait on the ship while he brought up a remaining bag of refreshments. Upon encountering some staff at the dock, he offered them a box of snacks, seaweed from Zhao, still warm. The dock workers regarded Wang Wei with a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Nevertheless, food is not unwelcome. After some inquiries, Wang Wei located the terminal manager in the office. The manager, in his 30s, donned a dress shirt and slacks, adorned with a watch that appeared to be gold. He was in the midst of reprimanding someone. What would happen if those items are not dealt with promptly and a fire breaks out? Those on the night shift are either playing cards or sleeping. You were brought here to work, not to lord over others. Upon hearing this melodious dialect, Wang Wei recognized the manager's frustration. After a few more reprimands, the manager moved to grab a cup, only to discover it was empty, slamming it down on the table in frustration. Wang Wei entered the office and filled the manager's cup with water from his kettle. The manager scrutinized Wang Wei, realizing he did not recognize him, and waved dismissively at the dock workers, instructing them to get back to work. As they exited, Wang Wei hurried after them, offering snacks to lighten their mood. They were puzzled by this seemingly foolish stranger who offered them food, but who could refuse a treat? Wang Wei then placed the final box of snacks on the manager's desk, greeting him in the local dialect. The manager remained silent, eyeing Wang Wei with suspicion. Wang Wei quickly introduced himself. Manager, I am the owner of Shunda Express. I had to leave in haste today and forgot my business cards. Here are the documents for our transactions between the mainland and Hong Kong. In the future, our small cargo ships will make brief stops at the terminal to unload goods. And I require a small area to store some items. Upon hearing this, the manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, thoroughly startled, fearing that someone from his hometown had come to seek refuge, which sent him into a flurry. The manager remarked, "The dock has its regulations. It is quite challenging for me." Wang Wei offered the manager a cigarette, saying, "Manager, I am not exploiting your goodwill. I am paying rent and operating 2 shifts daily, totaling no more than 10 hours. He implored the manager to consider their shared origins and extend a helping hand. Just as the manager was about to respond, the phone on the table rang. Upon answering, he heard, "The second young lady has arrived." After receiving the call, the manager hurriedly urged Wang Wei, "Quickly, leave at once. Do not let the second young lady see you." "What's the matter? Is your second young lady a domineering figure, employing ruthless tactics against both men and women?" Chapter 0058. The second young lady. The sound of high heels clacking rhythmically against the steel structure approached, followed by a rather deep female voice calling out, "Old Fu." As Manager Fu was pushing Wang Wei out the door, they coincidentally encountered a woman dressed in a professional outfit, striding towards the office. The woman's skirt was tightly fitted, resembling the neck of a vase, accentuating her slender waist and ample hips. However, this design made navigating stairs rather cumbersome. After ascending the staircase, she appeared visibly irritated, exclaiming, "Old Fu, what on earth are you doing? I've been calling you for ages. Can you not hear me?" As Manager Fu pushed Wang Wei past the second young lady, he repeatedly bowed in apology. "I am sorry, second young lady." As Wang Wei walked by her, she didn't even cast a glance in his direction, let alone exhibit any intimidation. Wang Wei, now reduced to a mere average man in their eyes, descended the stairs with a bitter smile. He was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he lingered in the area where dock workers congregated, distributing cigarettes and taking a moment to rest. It was imperative to resolve the matters at the dock today. Otherwise, it would become quite troublesome to commence operations by the following Monday. Of course, there were alternatives. Zixiong could enlist the help of laborers from Xiangjiang to assist with errands. However, the labor costs were steep, and Wang Wei was under significant financial pressure. The expenses incurred from renting a ship, leasing a warehouse, installing phones, printing flyers, and business cards amounted to a considerable sum. Wang Wei was unafraid of the initial financial outlay. What he truly valued was the cost of time. Only by securing a space at the dock could he facilitate the vessel's bidirectional journeys between Xiangjiang and the mainland. Such efficiency was crucial to stand out amidst the impending influx of courier companies. A slight delay in capturing the market would render it exceedingly difficult. Now, an opportunity lay before him. Clearly, the second young lady was more resourceful than Old Fu. How could he engage her in conversation? Flirting with an ordinary woman would be simple, but establishing rapport with someone of her stature required finesse. Manager Fu, accompanied by the second young lady, descended towards the cargo containers. Nearby, several dock workers were disparaging Manager Fu, jesting that he seemed like a dog before the second young lady. This remark elicited laughter from those around. The midday sun blazed fiercely, and the second young lady stood exposed to its rays. The group of jesters laughed heartily, epitomizing their perpetual mediocrity. "Allow me to teach you all what it truly means to seize an opportunity." Old Fu waved at the dock workers to come over and lend a hand. The dock workers, indulging in their cigarettes and roasted goose, were in no mood for cooperation. Old Fu, distressed, furrowed his brows and rushed over, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Miss Number 2 is retrieving goods from the container. Please help her." The workers in Hong Kong had always been rather arrogant. One pointed to the time and said, "Manager, it's lunchtime. Do you understand labor laws?" If this were a foreman from the mainland, he would be cursing up a storm. Of course, these days, workers from the mainland had to rely on connections to get jobs, and any disagreement could lead to encounters with unscrupulous agents. Forget labor laws. In the black factories, surviving to walk out alive was a feat in itself, let alone worrying about labor rights. But this was Hong Kong. If you dared to insult me, the best outcome would be a retort, while the worst could involve a lawsuit, potentially costing you money. If you made a mistake during working hours, the supervisor might scold you, which was acceptable. But during break time, if you dared to complain, you were merely inviting trouble. Looking at old Fu's demeanor, one could see how congenial he was being. Ping Zai, please help out. Miss number 2 is in a hurry. I can grant you 2 days off with full pay. How does that sound? Ping Zai merely grinned, disregarding Manager Fu's words, tossing the roasted goose aside and closing his eyes to rest. With no other options, old Fu turned to a few nearby workers for assistance. Fortunately, they agreed to help him unload the goods, albeit with a distinct air of lethargy, which was quite frustrating to witness. Flatterers, Ping Zai muttered, disdainfully remarking how they were destined to serve the wealthy all their lives. Wang Wei glanced at Ping Zai, who seemed to believe he alone was enlightened in this world. Yet, individuals like him would be plentiful in the mainland 2 decades hence, lounging on sofas, resenting the rich, lamenting societal injustices, while simultaneously dreaming of easy gains. In the adult world, nothing came easily. Wang Wei pulled out a $200 bill. Brother, do you have an umbrella? Ping Zai, initially ready to berate Wang Wei for being foolish on such a sunny day, reconsidered when he saw the money. He shrugged, grabbed an umbrella, and effortlessly pocketed the cash, all the while cursing Wang Wei under his breath. Wang Wei, with the umbrella in hand, approached Miss number 2, who was standing by the container, exposed to the blazing sun. Today, I will be the epitome of a sycophant, he thought. When old Fu saw Wang Wei approaching, he nearly lost his composure. Leave. Don't come over. Are you trying to get me killed? Old Fu assumed Wang Wei was there to speak with Miss number 2, who would hardly acknowledge someone like him. Ping Zai, on the other side, scoffed. You think you can rise to prominence like Lei Lao Miao? You're not worthy. Even with her sunglasses on, Miss number 2's frown was unmistakable. Wang Wei swiftly opened the umbrella over her head. Old Fu, witnessing this scene, tensed up, bracing for Miss number 2's wrath. However, she merely lifted her head slightly and did not react further. Old Fu and Ping Zai were left speechless, and old Fu nearly slapped himself in realization. How had he not thought of this? Upon witnessing Wang Wei fill in that gap, old Fu could not help but feel a sense of relief, simultaneously elevating his regard for Wang Wei. Ping Zai merely huffed, a sycophant, closing his eyes in disgust. Wang Wei, indifferent to the opinions of others, introduced himself with great candor. Miss Second, my name is Wang Wei, the proprietor of Zhouhai Shunda Express. Our business primarily involves the expedited transportation of goods between Hong Kong and the mainland. I am here today to request the rental of a few square meters of dock space to store some cargo arriving from the mainland. I hope you can accommodate my request. Miss Second, however, did not even spare Wang Wei a glance. Yet, this was inconsequential. Did you think I was fawning over Miss Second? In truth, I was merely cleaning up old Fu's mess. If Miss Second were to grant me an opportunity, it would be a boon. If she chose to ignore me, what of old Fu? Thus, this maneuver by Wang Wei was intended for old Fu's benefit. After several workers dismantled some wooden planks inside the container and brought out a heap of packaging, they ceased their efforts. With Miss Second silent, old Fu grew anxious. What are you doing? Bring the vehicle out. Are we to let Mississippi Second drive it in here? Inside the container sat a Porsche 964, a coveted charm for the young gentleman. Even 30 years hence, it remains a striking sight, albeit slightly antiquated. However, young elites revel in collecting such treasures. Extracting it from the container posed a challenge. The space was too confined for a person to comfortably enter the vehicle. One would have to wriggle through the window. The workers could manage both tasks, yet they were far more intrigued by the prospect of watching Miss Second squeeze through the window. Not only did they wish to see this, but Wang Wei too found himself contemplating the image of Miss Second sans her high heels. Recalling that she wore nude stockings, were her feet aching, he wondered? The workers shrugged their shoulders. Manager Fu, we cannot drive. Manager Fu, his face flushed, turned to Miss Second. I also cannot. Miss Second's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased. Let me handle it, Wang Wei offered, but only if Miss Second personally holds the umbrella. At last, Miss Second turned to regard Wang Wei, her expression suggesting that the mere thought of holding the umbrella herself was akin to asking for her life. Wang Wei's audacious maneuver was swift. Did Miss Second not wish to hold the umbrella? Very well, he would retract it. Behind her sunglasses, Miss Second's countenance darkened. While she was undeniably vexed, there was an unmistakable hint of satisfaction as well. Chapter 0059. A touch of sourness. Manager Fu's mind was in turmoil. He had prepared to fetch the umbrella. Yet, he observed Miss Second raise her hand to catch it. Manager Fu's mouth hung agape, his gaze bewildered. It seemed he had never witnessed this side of her. This could be described as acquiescence, perhaps. Manager Fu could not fathom the intricacies of the situation. Firstly, Miss Second had no inherent need. The necessity had been conjured by Wang Wei. For instance, if the sun blazed mercilessly overhead, who decreed that one must seek shelter? Yet, Wang Wei had positioned the umbrella above Miss Second's head, thus creating this need. In the act of generating this demand, Miss Second may not have felt its weight at all. However, Wang Wei unexpectedly withdrew the umbrella, yet the psychological needs of the second young lady remained unfulfilled. His entrance and exit created a psychological disparity for her, leading to the emergence of negative emotions. There exists a psychological term known as the chasing snake effect. When someone criticizes you, counters you, or leaves you feeling unappreciated, you develop a habit of retaliating, countering, or contemplating how to seek revenge or appease them to restore your sense of satisfaction. This period of intense mental exhaustion can be quite distressing. The truly correct approach is to identify the underlying needs behind these negative emotions and subsequently fulfill them. For instance, if you invite a lady to enjoy a day of leisure, only for her to return home afterward, and you find yourself feeling irate, what should you do? Naturally, you should reward yourself, which instantaneously alleviates the issue. Thus, reflecting back on the moment when the second young lady experienced negative emotions, it becomes evident that Wang Wei inadvertently created a need for her. The umbrella that satisfied this need hovered above her, and she instinctively reached for it. The instant her need was met, she would undoubtedly experience a fleeting sense of pleasure. Seemingly casual interactions led to Wang Wei's resounding victory. Do you understand? In both the workplace and matters of the heart, actively creating needs for others and repeatedly suggesting them over time ensures that their desires remain firmly within your grasp. However, there are suspicions of price inflation involved. Upon entering the container, Wang Wei opened the door and squeezed through the window, only to quickly realize that he had chosen the wrong opening. To his dismay, it was a right-hand drive vehicle. The car swayed within the confined space, and before long, he was drenched in sweat. At the moment the deep, powerful roar of the engine echoed, Wang Wei truly felt the allure of the mechanical beast. He mused that if this car were to cruise through the streets of Zhouhai, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Such flamboyance. As he slowly backed the car out of the container and turned off the engine, he was met with disdainful glances from the dock workers. The spectacle they anticipated had not materialized, and Wang Wei became the target of their scorn, with silent curses of a foolish mainlander echoing in their minds. With insufficient fuel to reach the city, if the second young lady intended to drive, she would need to fill the tank. As Wang Wei handed her the car keys, he also took the umbrella back, continuing to hold it over her head. It was evident that she was quite vexed. The sound of her water bottle chimed. And after answering a phone call, even behind her sunglasses, one could sense her ire. She subsequently made another call. Where have you delivered the documents I asked you to send? It has almost been a week. Zhouhai has not received anything. Let me tell you, if there are any unexpected issues with the qualification approval for this land, your entire project team will be held accountable. After hanging up, she immediately dialed another number. William, come retrieve your own car. Without fuel, how am I supposed to drive it to the city? Father is angry. The materials related to the qualification review for Zhouhai have not been delivered. I need to attend to this matter, so please don't bother me. Wei Wei felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. When one thing goes awry, everything seems to follow suit. As she ground her teeth in frustration, the man before her spoke. Miss, if you need the materials urgently delivered to Zhouhai, I can assist with that. Raising her gaze to Wang Wei, the second young lady recalled that this man claimed to be the owner of a courier service. If there were other options at her disposal, she might not have considered Wang Wei at all. However, she was currently overseeing her first major project at the group, a pivotal stage in the inland development of an enterprise bequeathed by her grandfather. Any misstep could serve as a pretext for her uncle's family to undermine her. Wang Wei gestured toward a cargo ship docked nearby. We are departing for the mainland shortly. If you trust me, you may wish to give it a try. You simply need to notify Zhouhai that the materials will be picked up at the Shunranji dock by Xuanfa Express. The second young lady coldly inquired. What about your business card? Wang Wei replied. I left in haste today and did not bring any, but I shall provide it next time. Here are the relevant documents from our company for transactions between the mainland and Xiangjiang. Should there be any losses, I will take full responsibility. She called her company. Peipei, I'm at the dock. Please fetch a copy of the backup materials for the Zhouhai department store project and send it over promptly. After making the call, she turned to Manager Fu. Please assist Mr. Wang with the necessary formalities and provide him with a space. Manager Fu hurried ahead. This way, miss. Wang Wei nodded to the elder Fu, continuing to hold the umbrella over the second young lady. The three of them proceeded to the office to enjoy the cool air conditioning. Meanwhile, the dock workers led by Ping Zai felt a pang of bitterness. They believed Wang Wei was unworthy of providing the second young lady with an umbrella, and they resented her for her affluent demeanor. Ping Zai was particularly incensed. The thought of that umbrella being used for the second young lady made him feel nauseated. The 200 yuan earned from buying the umbrella felt sullied. In his heart, he cursed Wang Wei, calling him a sycophantic dog. Throughout the evolution from the animal kingdom to human society, the underlying essence remains a struggle for resources, though the methods may change. Internal resource competition within a nation is termed competition, while competition between nations ultimately escalates to warfare. Competition has existed throughout history and becomes increasingly fierce as resources dwindle. One may choose not to compete, to lie idle, yet one must accept the prevailing circumstances. It is unreasonable to desire the freedom of a dog, roaming freely and resting wherever, while lacking the moral integrity of a dog. Such negative emotions are often vented upon others. Is this not a state beneath even that of a dog? Wang Wei could discern the thoughts reflected on the faces of those dock workers. Yet, what did it matter? He remained unaffected by their disdain, refusing to succumb to guilt or negativity. From the outset, he understood that his objective was to secure the usage rights to a small area of the dock. Once the paperwork was completed, he rented a space for 1,000 yuan a month to store goods bound for Xiangjiang. With Xuanfa Express now established, the final piece of the puzzle fell into place. In that moment of satisfaction, the negative emotions incited by the so-called snake-chasing effect seemed inconsequential. Wang Weichao smiled at the dock workers, having already found his point of leverage, while they continued to wallow in their bitterness. Chapter 60. You are departing just like that. In Wang Wei's hand lay a document adorned with a crimson seal, bearing the name of Global Shipping Corporation. Global Shipping? Is it a subsidiary of the Bao family? A mere recollection brought to mind that this was indeed the enterprise of the shipping magnate, Bao Xiangyu. So what lineage does this second young lady hail from? The shipping king has 6 daughters. The eldest married a foreigner and bore a son, while the majority of the Bao family's significant assets were consolidated by this son-in-law. They command the largest container terminal in Binhai and have integrated global shipping operations, boasting the foremost shipping business both domestically and internationally. Many of the natural gas transport vessels one encounters are predominantly from their fleet. Back in 1993, this foreign son-in-law's son was barely 30, and he must be of mixed heritage. Thus, it stands to reason that this second young lady has no ties to the eldest son-in-law's family. From her recent phone conversation, it was evident that she had a younger brother of comparable age. The discussion also touched upon land quality and project matters in Zhuhai, inevitably leading to the realm of real estate. Under the Bao family's umbrella, the only real estate entity is the Jiawang Group. Coupled with the mention of the siblings, the identity of this second young lady became clear. She is Wu Weian, the eldest daughter of Jiawang Group. Ah, so it is her, Wang Wei mused, akin to the universal exclamation upon hearing Trump's name, evoking a sense of familiarity. Indeed, he recognized her, yet she remained oblivious to his existence. Fortunately, during his time in private equity, Wang Wei had dealings with Jiawang Group. Their stock had held some value a few years prior. His frequent operations in the secondary market necessitated thorough background checks on every company, and he was well versed in the affiliations of Global Shipping, Jiawang Group, Chaoyang Trust, and all related enterprises. Understanding the intricate relationships between the actual controllers of these companies was paramount. Otherwise, one would be far from gaining any advantage in the capital markets of Hong Kong. This so-called second young lady, Weian, actually holds a notable position among the 3 generations of the Bao family. Bao Xiangyu, the shipping tycoon who transitioned from the mainland to Hong Kong, has 6 daughters. The second daughter is wed to Wu Jingying, also a scion of Hong Kong's elite. Wu Weian is their eldest daughter. Previously, she was referred to as the eldest young lady of the Wu family, as she indeed held that title among her generation. However, following the passing of old Bao last year, the eldest daughter now faces the specter of inheritance disputes. Although the lawsuits have yet to surface publicly, the competition for wealth among Hong Kong's affluent families has been a topic of intrigue since the 1960s and into the 2020s. Amidst the overt and covert struggles of the elite, Weian no longer claims the title of eldest young lady of the Wu family. Now, from top to bottom, She is recognized as the second young lady. Wang Wei extended his hand, holding the agreement. Miss Wu, I appreciate your assistance. Wu Weian grasped his hand, but did not release it immediately. Instead, she inquired, do you know me? Wang Wei's initial reaction was akin to witnessing a divine figure inquiring. Have you heard my story? A smile involuntarily crept across Wang Wei's face as he thought, Miss Wu Weian, it would be quite challenging not to recognize you. Wu Weian shook her head, asserting, it is one thing to know my grandfather's name, or even my cousin's, but to know me personally is rather unusual. In Wu Weian's understanding, the mainland is still in an era of collective efforts to eradicate poverty. The majority remain largely unaware of the enterprises and personalities associated with Hong Kong. Wu Weian's perspective is not unfounded. In recent years, a steady influx of individuals has surged into the economic special zone, primarily in pursuit of a decent livelihood. The affairs of tycoons and affluent magnates hold little intrigue for them. A worker at the Shekou toy factory can earn a monthly wage of a mere 1,000. Yet the partners they find often outshine those of civil servants by tenfold. Who truly cares about your identity? In present-day Guangdong East, wealth is revered more than the individual. Thus, it is indeed surprising for Wu Weian that someone like Wang Wei knows her name. More critically, Wu Weian had just returned from an overseas university, freshly entered into the company, and few were aware of her identity. This was readily explicable. As Wang Wei mentioned, he had inquired among the dock workers. That seemed plausible enough. Wu Weian replied, the dock may be at your disposal, but you must ensure the documents are delivered punctually. Wang Wei responded, the company relies on this business for profit. Lacking this capability would tarnish our reputation. Rest assured, Miss Wu, I shall make a resounding impact. Manager Fu, Wu Weian, what are your expressions? Do you think I am joking? Wang Wei silently mused about his own earnest demeanor. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A bespectacled young lady, engrossed in examining a document pouch, entered the office without acknowledging the people around her. Weian, I have already checked on the way here. There are no issues. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze, extending the documents toward Wu Weian. However, Wu Weian did not take them. Instead, she directed her gaze at Wang Wei, saying, just give them to him. Yuan Peipei followed Wu Weian's gaze and, as she prepared to hand over the documents, her eyes widened, her expression becoming entranced, and her lips trembled slightly. Gradually, a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she swallowed hard, attempting to quell a surge of inexplicable emotions. Her previously gentle smile faltered, becoming a quiver beyond her control. In that fleeting moment, all the grievances she had endured surged forth. Tears began to well in her eyes, rising in rippling waves, and when she could no longer contain them, they cascaded down her moonlit visage like comets trailing luminous tails. She did not reach out to pass the documents. Instead, Wang Wei gently brushed her cheek, dispersing the tear stains, allowing the subsequent tears to become trapped in her eyes, no longer hindering the joy of their reunion. Yuan Peipei's nose flushed slightly. She sniffed, overwhelmed with words she longed to share with Wang Wei. However, it seems they have all overlooked the environment around them. Wu Weian, Manager Fu, what is this, a melodrama? What should have been a simple action has yet to be completed, and if you two continue to gaze at each other like this, shouldn't a passionate kiss be next? Perhaps one involving tongues? Wu Weian asked, do you know each other? With those words, Yuan Peipei was pulled back to reality. Caught between joy and sorrow, Wang Wei firmly took the documents from Yuan Peipei's grasp and placed the umbrella in her hands, calmly gazing at her. Sister Peipei, the sun is bright today. Remember to use the umbrella and keep pushing forward. Wang Wei departed, leaving Yuan Peipei in a daze. At that moment, it felt as though something had been drawn from her very being. Strangely, Wu Weian felt as if something had been extracted from her as well. A sense of inexplicable anger bubbling within her. Chapter 0061. This time, I Am Brave. Yuan Peipei's former employer had sold the company's products to the Japanese, leaving her unemployed. Her roommate was always bringing her boyfriend home, creating a chaotic environment. Not only did she have to clean up, but her roommate also treated her with disdain. When she called her parents, she had hoped to find comfort and encouragement, but her father only insisted, come back and find a man to marry. He didn't even say to find a good man. Following that was silence, with her father's voice growing louder and increasingly harsh. Yuan Peipei attempted to reach Wang Wei 3 times, and Aunt answered once, and no one picked up the other 2 calls. She was uncertain why she called Wang Wei. Perhaps she longed to hear his voice. Or perhaps because he would never scold her and could always make her smile. She could also listen to the parakeets chirping on the line. All these thoughts could have brought her joy, yet she did not receive those comforting sounds. She pondered whether Wang Wei would simply vanish from her life entirely. This was the reason she had wept tears of joy upon seeing him moments ago. Subconsciously, she believed Wang Wei should share her feelings. However, Wang Wei's attitude stood in stark contrast. His demeanor led everyone to believe they were acquainted, yet not intimately. Yet he was the one who once pursued her, proclaiming he wished to marry her. Shouldn't there have been so much to discuss upon their meeting? Shouldn't Wang Wei have been excited? Yuan Peipei wished to share all her grievances with him, and he should have comforted her with tenderness, making her smile, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. In that moment, as Yuan Peipei listened to the unwavering sound of footsteps gradually fading away, panic set in. It felt as if she were on the brink of losing Wang Wei forever. Holding the umbrella in her hands, she remained lost in thought for quite some time. It was not only she who was gazing at the umbrella. Wu Weian was also observing it in her grasp. Shouldn't that umbrella rightfully belong to her? Why right did he have to give it to someone else? Wu Weian's current reaction resembles that of a child who has received a gift, only to find that it has been passed on to another without their consent. It is merely an umbrella, of little monetary value, so why the fuss? Yet, the inexplicable agitation within Wu Weian begs the question, could this be a deliberate act by Wang Wei? Under normal circumstances, had Yuan Peipei not appeared, whether Wang Wei took the umbrella away, discarded it, or otherwise, Wu Weian would likely have remained indifferent. The audacity of Wang Wei to present the umbrella to Yuan Peipei in Wu Weian's presence is what truly stings. A woman's possessiveness can be formidable. Items quietly disposed of from a storage room may never be missed, but bestowing them upon another in plain view is a surefire way to incite genuine ire. This umbrella, while inexpensive and somewhat worn, had indeed provided Wu Weian with shade from the scorching sun mere moments ago. When Wang Wei went to retrieve the car, she had even held the umbrella herself. Earlier, when they ascended the stairs, Wang Wei had taken the umbrella without eliciting any response from Wu Weian. This sequence of events subtly suggested that the umbrella was a personal belonging of Yuan Peipei. However, the act of transferring the umbrella to Yuan Peipei evokes a palpable sense of loss for Wu Weian, thus stirring her emotions. One moment, Wang Wei is a devoted admirer. The next, he appears as a callous rogue. This swift transformation of roles is second nature to Wang Wei. He could linger a few moments longer, allowing Yuan Peipei to voice her grievances and bask in the joy of their reunion. But what purpose does that serve? Women often proclaim, "I appreciate kindness." Yet the reality is that the more one lavishes attention upon them, the more subdued their responses tend to be. It is often the perfectly timed gestures of care, the measured withdrawal, and the restrained expressions of emotion that are crucial for the healthy evolution of a relationship. Thus, while adoration is permissible, the true peril lies in an unrestrained display of affection. Wang Wei's feelings for Yuan Peipei have accumulated over many years, and now he simply requires one initiative from her. Just one moment could signify eternity. As the cargo ship recedes from the dock, Yuan Peipei gazes on from afar. Beneath the blazing sun, Wu Weian stands alone, without anyone to shield her from the heat. The umbrella rests in Yuan Peipei's hands, cradled as if it were a treasure. Wu Weian inquires, "Peipei, are you quite familiar with him?" Yuan Peipei momentarily grapples with her response. "Alumni? Feels inadequate. Junior? Equally distant. He pursued me?" Strikes her as somewhat cold and feigned. As Yuan Peipei wrestles with her answer, memories of Wang Wei's past kindnesses during their school days begin to flood her mind. Waiting for each other after classes, sharing fruit before and after meals, the countless declarations of affection. Those moments are becoming increasingly vivid. At that moment, a sleek Mercedes pulls up to the dock, and a handsome young man emerges from the back seat. He takes the car keys from Wu Weian's hand and, addressing Yuan Peipei, declares, "Miss Yuan, shall we go for a drive? Tonight, we will dine by the sea. Sister, may I borrow your secretary for half a day? This time, allow me to be brave." Yuan Peipei removed her glasses and gazed at the hazy face of the affluent young man. "Mr. Wu, I have someone I cherish." This was Yuan Peipei's response, addressing Wu Weian's inquiry while simultaneously rejecting the courtship of the second young master of the Wu family. It was clean and decisive. Wu Weian cast a glance at her awkward brother and smirked, "Peipei, let us go." Yuan Peipei climbed into the back seat of the Mercedes with Wu Weian and could not help but ask, "Weian, do you know Wang Wei?" Weian shook her head, indicating unfamiliarity. Aware of Yuan Peipei's myriad questions, Weian candidly recounted why Wang Wei was present that day, though she refrained from mentioning the umbrella. Her attention subtly lingered on Yuan Peipei's tightly clenched grip around it. An inexplicable resentment loomed, casting a shadow over her day. As for Yuan Peipei, it was at this moment she learned that Wang Wei had established a company, one that would frequently traverse between the mainland and Hong Kong. Did this imply she might see Wang Wei more often in the future? With an inquiring tone, Yuan Peipei asked Weian, "May I request you to handle the document exchanges for the company's operations between the mainland and Hong Kong?" Wu Weian paused momentarily, replying, "I never said to entrust the document exchanges of the Kowloon Group to Shun." To Yuan Peipei's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing she might have assumed too much. Wu Weian, feeling disgruntled, sought ways to make herself feel better. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Peipei asserted, "Then may I ask you to entrust the shipments between the mainland and Hong Kong to Shunda?" Her determination was palpable, as if she had resolved upon something significant. Chapter 62. We are truly impressive with Director Wang as if afflicted by a compulsion for cleanliness, and Yuan meticulously tidied the warehouse multiple times, yet still felt unsatisfied. In an obsessive manner, she repeatedly ran her fingers beneath the table, as if no speck of dust could be tolerated. The warehouse was sweltering from the sun, making it difficult to breathe, the air thick as if it were solid, suffocatingly dense. Liang Zixiong paged several times, awaiting an important call that never came. Eventually, he seemed to surrender, squatting next to the anxious Li Jiawang outside the warehouse. Li Jiawang occasionally glanced towards the dock, chuckling at Liang Zixiong. "You should probably break up with that girl. A woman who makes you lose your composure is not worth your time." Liang Zixiong, who had once been too timid to retort against the bully Li Jiawang during their school days, now felt a lingering trepidation despite their brotherhood. However, when it came to matters of the heart, especially considering that Liang Zixiong had been in a relationship with Shaoli for 2 years, he found himself disagreeing with Li Jiawang's assertion. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Liang Zixiong countered, "Aren't you the same, losing your composure over someone named Yang Yu?" Li Jiawang chuckled to himself, reminiscing about the gaze Yang Yu had cast upon him that morning at the door. The once solid air had transformed into a thick, viscous honey. "You wouldn't understand. When Yang Yu is at home, my heart feels anchored. Is your Shaoli at your place?" he continued. "Who knows where she will end up next?" Liang Zixiong's face twitched. He was tempted to retort, "I wouldn't dare hit you, but if I did, it would be a daily affair." Instead, he could only sulkily smoke his cigarette. "Then why are you so distracted?" Li Jiawang felt a sense of security with Yang Yu, while his heart raced due to the presence of a powerful figure. "I worry that things aren't progressing smoothly for him in Hong Kong. Had I known, I would have accompanied him." Liang Zixiong thought to himself that if it were a brawl, he would have gladly joined, but for serious matters, what assistance could he provide? Liang Zixiong, too, harbored concerns for Brother Wei. The landscape of Hong Kong was likely devoid of the intricate human relationships that characterized the mainland. The rules there were stringent. Things were either permissible or not. Thus, Liang Zixiong surmised that Brother Wei's journey to Hong Kong might encounter significant obstacles. A Santana approached along the road outside the warehouse, and a woman alighted from the vehicle, clad in a long shirt dress and stylish flat shoes, clutching a handbag. She glanced at her wrist, adorned with a delicately designed women's watch, surveying her surroundings. She noticed the absence of a Shunda Express sign, and her expression soured with impatience. The sight of 2 unruly men squatting at the warehouse entrance, gazing at her like dogs, further aggravated her mood. Under ordinary circumstances, she would not even entertain a conversation with such individuals. However, today she was there for business. So she reluctantly inquired, "Is this the location of Shunda Express?" Li Jiawang flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and swiftly stood up. Yes, this is the place." "How may I assist you, madam?" the woman asked. "Has the document arrived?" Li Jiawang glanced at Liang Zixiong and then back at her. "What document?" "We have yet to commence operations." The woman's expression darkened. How could such an important document be entrusted to a company that hadn't even put up a sign? Would she be held accountable for any mishaps? What misfortune? She could hardly suppress her rising frustration. Liang Zixiong speculated whether Brother Wei had secured a deal in Hong Kong and remarked, "Pretty lady, the ship should be returning from Hong Kong shortly. It may take a little longer." The address of pretty lady irritated her. It felt like an unwelcome flirtation. She was there to collect a parcel and could only muster the patience to wait, taking deep breaths to calm her simmering emotions. However, her disdain for the shabby surroundings was palpable. Looking at the people before her, she questioned their ability to freely traverse Hong Kong. It was utterly laughable. And Yuan fetched 2 chairs from the warehouse, offering one to the man and placing the other beside it for the woman's bag. He then picked up the cigarette, but Li Jiawang had discarded and tossed it into the trash bin. The woman fanned herself with her palm, exclaiming, "Is there no fan?" The 3 men could only exchange bewildered glances. The woman shook her head in disdain, then returned to her car, instructing the driver to start the engine and turn on the air conditioning. In the office, the air conditioning was already in use. Yet this dilapidated warehouse lacked even a fan. Under such conditions, could one expect them to retrieve the documents? The woman had long since relinquished any hope. As the long whistle of a ship echoed, Li Jiawang and the other 2 stay-behind children exchanged glances before hastening toward the dock, where they indeed found the cargo ship had arrived. Wang Wei stepped onto the dock, with Xiao Jiachuan cheerfully following at his side. Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and in Yuan sensed a distinct change in Xiao Jiachuan compared to the morning they had departed. However, their primary concern lay with the outcome of Wang Wei's journey to Xiangjiang. Each of the 3 pondered questions, yet feared the potential for unfavorable answers. Thus, they wore expressions of anticipation tinged with trepidation, silent in their inquiries. Observing their nearly pained expressions, Xiao Jiachuan understood their unvoiced expectations. Several times, he felt an urge to divulge the results to these young men. But upon glancing at Wang Wei, who had yet to speak, he felt disinclined to breach the topic. Xiao Jiachuan perhaps did not fully realize that he had come to regard Wang Wei as a true superior, thus adopting a more disciplined demeanor. At the same time, he felt fortunate to have accompanied Wang Wei on this trip to Xiangjiang, being the first to witness how his boss navigated interpersonal relations and secured the rights to use the dock. Perhaps one day, at a prestigious banquet, he might reminisce, recalling how, in the early days of Wang's entrepreneurial journey, he had accompanied him aboard a vessel to Xiangjiang, clinching their first business deal. When Wang Wei sensed the discomfort radiating from the 3, he presented the agreement before them. They huddled together, scrutinizing it repeatedly, as if assessing its authenticity. Their expressions transformed from astonishment to joy, culminating in euphoric exclamations within the warehouse. This document signified that the cargo ship could now freely enter and exit Xiangjiang, utilize the freight dock, and temporarily store goods on the dock, significantly reducing docking time and enhancing efficiency. The final obstacle had been surmounted. Their excitement was entirely justified. In contrast, Xiao Jiachuan maintained a calm demeanor, thinking to himself that he had never boasted about the challenges he and his boss had overcome together. Wang Wei took the agreement from their hands, questioning its authenticity. Li Jiawang loudly proclaimed that a father reviewing his son's exam paper would examine it with equal scrutiny. In jest, Wang Wei playfully kicked Li Jiawang. The atmosphere was jubilant, and their thoughts aligned. They truly felt formidable alongside the illustrious Wang. Chapter 0063. A wave of 0 points. Xiao Jiachuan could not help but smile broadly, genuinely inspired by the current work atmosphere. His boss remained composed in the face of challenges, handling affairs with poise while also bonding with his colleagues. Who wouldn't he appreciate such a work environment? He suddenly wished to forge a closer bond with his boss and the others, yet his nearing 30s held him back from taking that leap. Wang Wei pinned Li Jiawang to the ground, striking him as Li pleaded for mercy. "Boss, I didn't take advantage of you. When I scored 7 points before, I simply added a 6 in front. That's how my father checked my work." Wang Wei released Li Jiawang, retorting, 7 points? How dare you claim that as an achievement? Your abilities do not warrant the term exam. You couldn't even guess beyond those 7 points. Yet you speak of taking an exam, you foolish fool. After berating him, Wang Wei turned to his uncle, Xiao Jiachuan, who was smiling. Xiao quickly suppressed his grin and nodded at Wang Wei, addressing him as boss. Earlier that morning, Xiao Jiachuan had worn a stoic expression, but now he exhibited a blend of admiration and humility towards Wang Wei. "Old Xiao, I won't trouble you further. In any case, I will still rely on you in the future." Wang Wei offered Xiao a cigarette, which he accepted with multiple nods, proclaiming, "It is my duty." Wang Wei noticed Xiao's discomfort, perhaps tinged with regret, yet he reassured him, "Old Xiao, there's no need for formality. We are all on the same team now." Xiao promptly replied, "Thank you, boss." It was then that Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, And in Yuan observed that Xiao Jiachuan had undergone a complete transformation after spending time with Wang Wei. It seemed that something significant had transpired during their trip to Xiangjiang, of which they were unaware. Suddenly, Li Jiawang recalled, "Oh no, boss, someone came to collect something. How could I have forgotten?" Earlier, when Wang Wei had returned, he had noticed a Santana parked nearby and wondered if it was there for a pickup. Wang Wei inquired, "Is the person in that car here to collect something?" Li Jiawang nodded. "It's a beautiful woman with a fierce temperament." He recounted the events that had just unfolded to Wang Wei. And Yuan suggested, "Boss, should I deliver the documents to her?" Wang Wei shook his head dismissively. "Leave her be." Huh. The boss had just secured his first business deal in Xiangjiang and should be eager to complete it swiftly to set a positive precedent. Why was he so unconcerned? In fact, the woman in the car had already spotted Wang Wei's return and likely deduced that they had brought him back. Shouldn't they have delivered the documents to her upon their return? As she sat in the car, cooling herself with the air conditioning, her impatience grew, and her expression soured with each passing moment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she forcefully pushed open the car door, only to have it bounce back and pinch her head. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, then immediately felt embarrassed, glaring ahead as the driver averted his gaze, pretending nothing had occurred. Flustered, she exited the vehicle, this time opening the door gently, but when she slammed it shut, it nearly rattled the car apart. Nevertheless, the driver found it amusing. Several times, she considered covering her head and rubbing it in frustration, yet she feared the driver would witness her embarrassment. A woman of strong will vented her frustration upon the shabby warehouse, marching inside and calling out, "Has the document from Jialong Group arrived?" Wang Wei held the document aloft, gesturing towards her. "It's right here." As she approached, she questioned him. "What do you mean by bringing back the document, yet not delivering it to me? Has no one mentioned that I am in the car?" In that fleeting moment, Wang Wei felt as though he had been transported back to the year 2024. What an extraordinary little fairy. However, Wang Wei was not one to frown when faced with challenges. He always maintained a cheerful demeanor. As a woman approached, she reached out to snatch the documents. Wang Wei swiftly withdrew the papers, having no intention of relinquishing them to her. After her attempt to seize them failed, she felt a sense of being toyed with, glaring at Wang Wei. "What do you mean? You opened the door to conduct business yet refuse to hand over the items to their rightful owner? You're worse than a smuggler." Wang Wei inquired. "Which company do you represent? Do you have your identification?" "To retrieve the items, it would cost 300 yuan. Once the documents are confirmed, I will issue a receipt. We bear no responsibility once you leave the counter." 300? The woman scoffed. "Why don't you just rob me instead? I don't have my ID. Will you give it to me or not? If the company suffers any losses, can you take responsibility for that?" Wang Wei replied, "I am uncertain about the company's potential losses. However, if crucial documents related to the vast project of the Kowloon Group fall into the hands of our competitors, our company would indeed be liable. While the procedure may be somewhat cumbersome, it is a practice that safeguards both parties involved. As for your opinion that 300 yuan is excessive, that is due to the urgency of the matter. The Kowloon project requires final confirmation either tomorrow or the day after. Efficiency comes at a price, and Shunda Company earns its living through this service." Despite his explanation, Li Jiawang and his companions couldn't help but murmur in disbelief. Wasn't the agreed-upon price for small documents and letters a mere 100 yuan? 300 was indeed outrageous. Wang Wei did not charge indiscriminately. The courier fee was indeed 100. However, he had purchased an umbrella for 200. Was he not entitled to reimbursement? The woman's cheeks puffed up, larger than her bosom, as she squeezed each word through clenched teeth. "Do you believe I won't report you?" Wang Wei nodded. "Go ahead. It is now 5 o'clock. At worst, I shall make another trip to Xiangjiang and personally inform Wu Weian that the Kowloon Group's Zhuhai project department will not accept the documents." Upon hearing the name Wu Weian, the woman's expression turned frantic, her heartbeat racing as if she had encountered trouble. Wang Wei's ability to articulate Ms. Wu Weian's name clearly indicated his familiarity with the project she was overseeing. A miscommunication regarding the dispatch of documents had already caused delays in the review process. If her negligence were to result in a further postponement of the project, not only would air conditioning be out of the question, but finding employment in any Hong Kong or Taiwan enterprise would become a distant dream. The woman's anger dissipated as she retrieved 300 yuan along with her identification from her handbag. Wang Wei offered her the notebook. "Please provide the company name, your name, and ID number." After she recorded the necessary information, He handed over the documents. Once you confirm everything is in order, kindly write a receipt here. Without a trace of irritation, the woman meticulously examined the documents for any discrepancies. Once she was satisfied, she awkwardly smiled. Everything is fine. Thank you so much. With her face flushed, she scribbled a receipt in the notebook and swiftly turned to leave with the documents in hand. However, after taking a few steps, she turned back with a sheepish smile and said to Wang Wei, "Boss, I sincerely apologize for my earlier haste and poor attitude. Please don't hold it against me." With that, she could no longer bear to stay, hastily fleeing the scene while inwardly cursing. If only you had mentioned your acquaintance with Miss Wu earlier. In a moment, she was engulfed in a tempest of anger and resentment, compounded by a throbbing headache that felt as though her mind was on the verge of bursting. What was intended to be a display of bravado had instead resulted in a dismal failure. Chapter 0064. The soon-to-launch Shun de vessel Wang Wei's expenditure on the umbrella was thus reimbursed by the unfortunate soul who had just departed. If Wu Weian were to discover this, she would undoubtedly chastise him as a scoundrel. However, for Wang Wei, it was merely a matter of saving a few coins while still accomplishing the task at hand. Suddenly, Wang Wei called out to Yuan. Yuan recalled that his original intention was to assist the woman in delivering the documents to her vehicle. Nodding, he responded, "Boss." Wang Wei continued, "Each of us has our designated roles. You should refrain from undertaking tasks that do not fall within your purview, such as deliveries." Yuan had been trained in a collective ethos during his time in the military. Believing one should act upon witnessing a need, there was no distinction between personal and communal responsibilities. Wang Wei remarked, "I understand that you value collective honor. Corporations too have a sense of collective pride, but it should be internal. Externally, we must maintain our dignity, self-respect, and confidence. A company cannot seek validation through self-deprecation. Thus, it is imperative to focus on your designated responsibilities." Li Jiawang wished to interject on Yuan's behalf, but as the leader was currently admonishing them, even with a smile, Li Jiawang dared not speak. Wang Wei then clarified, "I am not suggesting that your actions were incorrect. Rather, the timing was off. The company's services should remain consistent." At this, Wang Zai, an expert in the field, was mentioned. "Me?" Li Jiawang was taken aback at being singled out, unable to believe it was true. Back in middle school, being called out was a frequent occurrence for him, often resulting in reprimands. Now, Wang Wei was praising him for his expertise. Li Jiawang asked, "Boss, why am I considered an expert?" Wang Wei replied, "When you are in Guangdong and charge 198, would she provide you with a 298 service?" Li Jiawang rolled his eyes in disbelief, feeling utterly disheartened. Wang Wei continued, "Accepting 198 for a 298 service gives the impression of exceptional value to the customer. But what of the competitors? Certainly, clients like Wang Zai would be pleased, boasting about receiving a 298 service for just 198. However, if next time he pays 198 and only receives a 198 service, how do you think he will feel?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Li Jiawang, who exclaimed, "Don't look at me. I have no idea." It was evident that not only Li Jiawang understood this, but all present were aware of the implications. Experiencing an exceptional service at the same price effectively raised the expectations. If subsequent services fail to meet this heightened experience, the disparity between them becomes painfully apparent. The negative emotions arising from such disparities gradually transform into unfavorable evaluations, which, for the service industry, represent a significant taboo. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility of a standardized script, as one might casually unwrap a candy while saying, "This price is ordinarily non-existent, yet for someone as charming as you, consider it a gift." Thus, amidst the flattery, one loses a sense of self. Years later, a song would even be dedicated to this experience, Silver, when the girlfriend goes missing. Returning to the main narrative, Wang Wei patted Yuan on the arm and said, "Olden, do you understand now? You didn't err, rather, the timing was simply not right. The service of door-to-door collection and delivery represents an upgrade in the courier industry. By placing the service on display now, where else is there room for enhancement in the future?" Yuan finally comprehended that Wang Wei's earlier reluctance to allow him to deliver to the car was not due to any disdain for that woman, but rather because every decision and service detail would be uniformly dictated by Wang Wei. Li Jiawang remarked, "Boss, we understand. Our service content will be personally trained by you before we engage." When Wang Wei seized Li Jiawang, he immediately acquiesced. and the sounds of playful scuffles in the warehouse never ceased thereafter. The woman, who merely intended to collect a parcel, never anticipated that Wang Wei would transform her experience into a live tutorial, a hands-on guide to mastering customer engagement. Her smile did not vanish. It merely shifted from her face to Wang Wei's. For Shunda, that day marked an auspicious beginning. Firstly, interactions with the border control were quite pleasant. Next, they successfully navigated the dock. Subsequently, they met one of the successors from the Kowloon group and established a connection, potentially setting the stage for a riveting inheritance drama. It was rare to witness such a contented smile on Wang Wei's face. Li Jiawang, observing the 300 yuan Wang Wei held, commented, "Boss, even if one order nets 300, is it truly cause for such elation?" Wang Wei replied, "Today, I ran into Sister Peipei at the cargo terminal." What? Both Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong were taken aback. What a coincidence. This prompted reflections on the marvel of fate. Li Jiawang urged, "And then? What happened next?" Wang Wei said, "She cried." The expressions on Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong's faces grew particularly intricate. Li Jiawang inquired, "Why did Sister Peipei cry?" Wang Wei responded, "Perhaps she missed me too much." Initially, everything seemed normal, but from this point, the tale took a bizarre turn. Wang Wei reminisced about the scene. "I wiped her tears. I said nothing and simply walked away. She wept as she watched me depart from the dock, yearning to leap into the sea and swim to my vessel." Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and in Yuan collectively scoffed. "I can't believe you." If it had been yesterday's Xiao Jiachun who heard the boss utter such words, he would have deemed Wang Wei childish. Now, however, they recognized that the boss had a knack for creating an atmosphere, deepening the bonds among them through laughter and jest. Joy seems to spread contagiously. Once a single good event occurs, it appears that a cascade of good fortune follows. Coupled with psychological suggestion, individuals unconsciously align their own experiences of good fortune with those of their companions. The reunion of Wang Wei and Yuan Peipei inevitably made Li Jiawang think of Yang Yu, reflecting on his current efforts, as if he could glimpse love in its future form. Although this fool was oblivious to the nuances of English grammar, particularly the future tense, his thoughts brought a secret smile to his face. Liang Zixiong was already preparing for his marriage with Shaoli. He had subtly mentioned it to her. And though Shaoli did not openly agree, after spending a considerable amount of time together, isn't marriage and children a natural progression? Brother Wei's business would undoubtedly flourish. And I too would earn substantial wealth, allowing me to provide Shaoli with a better life. Meanwhile, Yuan was gradually becoming more optimistic amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere. Perhaps finding his sister was not such a distant dream after all. In any case, the ship named Shunda, carrying the hopes of many, was about to embark on its maiden voyage. Chapter 0065. Chocolate. The following day during work hours, Yuan Peipei received a call from the mainland and knocked on the door of the deputy manager's office. Upon entering, she felt a slight sense of relief as the Zhuhai project was now officially under review. In fact, Wu Weian had already received the notification the previous afternoon, which was undoubtedly great news for her. Following her grandfather's passing, the battle over the inherited assets among several aunts and uncles had reached a fever pitch. Wu Weian's father might be in a unique position. Returning from abroad, Wu Weian was perfectly poised to navigate this critical juncture. The project she held was particularly significant. "I understand. You go ahead with your tasks," Yuan Peipei said, preparing to leave when Wu Weian suddenly called her back, requesting her to fetch 2 cups of coffee. Upon returning with the coffee, Wu Weian presented a box of chocolates as a morning treat. Instead of sitting in her boss's chair, she moved around the desk, aligning her figure with the tabletop, her slight curves accentuating her presence. After taking a cup of coffee, she casually handed the chocolates to Yuan Peipei. Without pretense, Yuan Peipei accepted the chocolates, taking a small bite and quietly savoring the moment with her coffee. Wu Weian inquired, "Are you familiar with Zhuhai?" Yuan Peipei reflected on her time in that city, recalling only the extremes of cold and heat. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, stating, "I lived and studied there for many years." When Wu Weian obtained Yuan Peipei's information from human resources, it was her experiences in Zhuhai and her high education that caught her attention. Hence, this question was somewhat redundant. Wu Weian awkwardly shifted the topic. "It seems your friend is more familiar with Zhuhai." "Huh." Yuan Peipei appeared to misunderstand Wu Weian's remark. "What friend?" "Wang Wei," Wu Weian replied. Yuan Peipei's gaze dropped. Avoiding Wu Weian's eyes, "Perhaps. Was her response tinged with guilt? Wu Weian had heard her express her fondness for him just yesterday. Yuan Peipei was equally surprised by Wu Weian's sudden mention of Wang Wei. Their acquaintance had been merely fleeting, and it was highly unlikely they would intersect again in the future. Last night, while imbibing with friends in Lan Kwai Fong, a moment of joy was abruptly overshadowed by thoughts of Wang Wei, leading to a somber mood. Upon returning home and reflecting, she could not fathom why this man had left such a profound impression on her. However, one realization struck her. Over the years, numerous businessmen from the mainland have flocked to Hong Kong seeking collaboration, eager to engage with the local tycoons, invest in stocks, or pursue listings. These individuals, largely descendants of those who accumulated virtue, often lack business acumen and genuine expertise. Previously, the magnates of Hong Kong were reluctant to associate with them. Yet, with the evolving dynamics of supply and demand and the gradual opening of the mainland market, these well-connected youths have become increasingly sought after. By collaborating with them, one can gain access to mainland networks and receive enhanced policy support. This method allows for a swift establishment of capital ventures in the mainland. The prevalence of mainland businessmen flaunting their status in Hong Kong has become commonplace in recent years. However, individuals like Wang Wei, who navigate the waters of Hong Kong with full credentials, are rare. Wu Weian could not articulate why Wang Wei had intruded upon her thoughts so forcefully, but recognized that his commercial tactics and audacity were noteworthy. Lacking insight into Wang Wei's business prowess from Yuan Peipei, she shifted the conversation, inquiring instead about her relationship with him. Yuan Peipei nibbled on a piece of chocolate, chewing slowly and delicately, as if reminiscing about those seemingly busy yet carefree days of school life. She adjusted her silver metal-framed glasses, ultimately removing them. As her surroundings blurred, those tranquil times became increasingly vivid in her heart. Wu Weian observed that although Yuan Peipei's eyes lacked focus, the dreamy expression mirrored a soft glow, giving tangible form to her happiness. In the past, she lacked the courage to acknowledge Wang Wei's pursuit, feeling as though she were being coerced and constrained. Now, she did not wish to emulate her senior brother's antivirus software, indiscriminately eliminating both the good and the bad. As Wu Weian took a bite of chocolate, she heard Yuan Peipei murmur, "In high school, he was in middle school. He said, 'Once you graduate from university, I will marry you.' He said it every day." The taste of chocolate in Wu Weian's mouth suddenly fell off, as if it would choke her, a sensation akin to impending doom. This reaction was not unusual, after all. While chocolate is sweet for humans, it can be lethal to dogs. Shunda Express had entered the final sprint phase of its operations. Many harbor entrepreneurial dreams, not necessarily out of a desire to realize any lofty ideals, but simply from a reluctance to work for others. They aspire to be bosses, to rise above employees, directing, exploiting, and reprimanding them. Those who entertain such notions may not be entirely rational. The best templates for entrepreneurship abound in the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta. Although success cannot be replicated, commonalities can still be discerned among successful individuals, such as the boss personally engaging in business dealings. Wang Wei is no exception. He personally engages in printing, distributing flyers, and attracting clients. The scarcity of manpower and financial resources is one aspect, while the need to judiciously manage influence is another. In recent days, Wang Wei and Qin Yujie have barely seen their son. Either Wang Wei returns home only when his parents are already resting, or he departs before they have risen. Upon noticing the breakfast that Wang Wei has brought back, both parents feel a mix of gratitude and sorrow. They have raised a considerate and thoughtful son, yet they are saddened by their inability to assist him in his endeavors. Qin Yujie casually picks up several stray Shunda flyers left around the house, pondering whether they might know someone who could introduce their son to potential contacts. Business is seldom straightforward. During the opening, if there are no patrons, she fears he may struggle to cope with such a blow. Wang Wei remarks that he has nearly exhausted his list of friends with relatives in Xiangjiang. He has asked them to send any letters on the 7th via Shunda. Qin Yujie inquires with anticipation about their responses. Wang Wei sighs, noting that they did not say much. But he felt as if they regarded him as though he were mad. The couple sits in silence for a moment before Qin Yujie suggests that if all else fails, she might ask old Yuan, as Peipei is in Xiangjiang. Perhaps he has something to send, and she could reimburse him. This solution may not be particularly clever. Yet parental concern for their children often manifests in such clumsy ways, yet it is undeniably warm. Chapter 66. Thoughtful and attentive service. Wang Wei is acutely aware of his parents' concern for him, especially when he collapses onto his bed at night. His mother always tiptoes in to check on him. She brings warm water to wash his face, his body, and even his feet. While he is touched, the headache he experiences is genuine, and he sometimes cannot help but tease his mother about her use of a single towel. Although it is a man's cloth, using it for both his body and feet seems excessive. Wang Wei often intends to discuss this with his mother, yet he invariably forgets as he has to leave early the next day, much like forgetting that the towel had previously touched his feet. Wang Wei is exceedingly busy, scarcely having a moment to spare. The other original shareholders are not faring much better. Li Jiawang, who once would sleep until well past noon, now rises before 7. Ridiculously, his family's game room and billiard hall, which were not open in the morning, now welcome patrons early. One can often see a charming young woman sweeping, mopping, and tidying up. Neighbors who have lived on the same street as Sheng Fan for decades often inquire, "Is she your daughter-in-law?" Though Sheng Fan tells them to leave, his smile reveals his satisfaction with the young lady. Every morning, upon seeing Yang Yu, Li Jiawang feels invigorated, as if he has been electrified. The realization of having a goal and someone to await is indeed exhilarating. On that morning, as Li Jiawang stepped out, Yang Yu had already been waiting for him for a while, clutching a neatly arranged 20 yuan note in her hand. "My uncle just paid me my wages. This is the money you lent me on the train," she said, returning it to him. If Yang Yu hadn't mentioned it, he might have forgotten all about it. Li Jiawang hesitated to accept it, recalling that the 20 yuan had been taken by Tang Ping. If it were to be returned, it should be her responsibility. He soon realized he had misspoken. Although Tang Ping was not particularly likable, she was nonetheless a fellow townswoman of Yang Yu. Li Jiawang quickly composed himself, thinking that he would have her return it once he found her. He felt reassured when he noticed that Yang Yu's expression remained unchanged. However, Yang Yu seemed to have her own determination. She stepped forward, grasped Li Jiawang's hand, and swiftly pressed the money into his palm. Li Jiawang stared at the money in his hand, momentarily dazed, as if the scene were frozen in time. Previously, he had always been the one to give money to women, having offered 5, 10, 98, and 198 yuan before. This was his first time receiving money from a woman. More significantly, it was the first time Yang Yu had taken his hand, albeit just to place money within it. Yet, this undeniable act marked their first intimate contact. Did this imply that Yang Yu was no longer as frightened of him as she had been upon her arrival? Li Jiawang did not grin foolishly like a lovesick fool. Instead, he stood there in a stupor for quite some time. However, it seemed that good fortune was indeed on the horizon. Yang Yu produced a water bottle, declaring, "I bought this for you. It contains herbal tea. I've never made it before, just learned from the neighbors. You've been out in this heat. Make sure to stay hydrated." She placed the bottle filled with herbal tea into his embrace and turned to ascend the stairs. Li Jiawang stood there, momentarily overwhelmed, not bouncing around excitedly like a monkey, but rather filled with an unprecedented sense of stability and fulfillment. As he walked away from home, each step felt more grounded, as if he bore some responsibility or was entrusted with a certain hope. With each stride growing larger and quicker, it was as though he had pressed the fast-forward button on his life. He yearned to fast-forward to the sweet moments of love shared with Yang Yu. However, if Wang Wei were to comment on such sentiments, he would likely find them mundane. A mature man would perceive that which had been fast-forwarded as the only worthwhile aspect, while the segments where the fast-forward button was paused remained a blur of indistinctness. And Yuan was quite the character. During their lunch together, he remained unfazed, even as he encroached upon Li Jiawang's responsibilities. Li Jiawang covered the unfinished flyers he had been working on, recalling that the boss had emphasized that each person should manage their own area. "Why are you taking my work?" he protested. Wang Wei, holding the water bottle, poured the herbal tea into 3 preheated cups and remarked to an Yuan, "Wang Zai is striving for happiness with his own hands. By stealing his work, you are essentially partaking in his journey towards a joyful life. What distinguishes this from having slept with his woman?" My imagination regarding Li Jiawang's sword, conjuring an image of an Yuan pressing down on Yang Yu, her expression one of profound anguish. "Please, don't." At the height of his torment, he discovered that Wang Wei was still holding his water bottle, which only compounded his distress. In an impulsive act, Li Jiawang seized the cool tea from both Wang Wei and in Yuan's cups and drank it down. "This water bottle was brought to me by Yang Yu. I can hardly bear to drink it myself." Wang Wei found himself at a loss for words and attempting to counsel Li Jiawang. Should he say? You can't bear to ride your own bike, yet perhaps someone else could? How cruel. After lunch, Wang Wei summoned his colleagues to settle the bill and informed Li Jiawang and in Yuan that Zixiong would be returning from Xiangjiang that afternoon. There would be no need to distribute flyers in Zhuhai the following day. Instead, they would gather in Shund for a celebratory meal that evening. With his bag slung over his shoulder, Wang Wei made his way to Dongfang Building, diligently delivering flyers to those in charge, ensuring that they reached their intended recipients. However, it was not merely a matter of distributing flyers. For instance, on the third floor, there was a ceramic studio. When Wang Wei handed a flyer to the owner, the latter glanced at it and inquired, "Can you really deliver it the same day?" Wang Wei knew that merely boasting about speed would not suffice. It required assurance of security as well. He explained to the owner, "Our service at Shunda guarantees speed as a fundamental assurance. For your products, in addition to promptness, safeguarding against damage during transit is paramount. We at Shunda have prepared specialized packaging and cushioning materials to prevent breakage during transportation, ensuring both swift delivery and the integrity of your samples." He continued, "From port to port, we provide a 2-hour risk-free express service, operating year-round without interruption, even during holidays. You're welcome to visit our Shunda facility the day after tomorrow, just for a casual morning tea." Clearly, Wang Wei's words resonated with the owner. As he turned away, he spotted the beaming Ding Ran. With a playful smile, Ding Ran remarked, "Old classmate, how come I've never seen you exhibit such eloquence before? If ceramics require precautions against damage, what should we consider for shipping my lingerie to Xiangjiang?" Wang Wei replied, "When sending lingerie, they will need models for fitting. Hence, hygiene should be the primary concern." Ding Ran smirked, raising an eyebrow at him. "Then how can we ensure hygiene?" Wang Wei quipped, "I'll try it on first to ensure there are no allergic reactions before sending it out. That way, we can guarantee safety." Ding Ran was nearly in stitches, laughing at Wang Wei's absurdity. Chapter 67. Engage, but don't overindulge. You're utterly annoying. This is so disgusting. Ding Ran feigned disgust, yet laughter escaped her lips uncontrollably. This illustrates that one should heed a woman's actions rather than her words. Does a no truly mean no? Wiping away her tears of laughter, she urged, "Now, tell me seriously, how should we transport it while prioritizing hygiene?" Wang Wei ceased his jesting and replied, "Simply use sealable bags. They won't require much expense. At the very least, it will convey a sense of cleanliness to the front store." Thus, the collaboration with the stores in Hong Kong has become notably more reassuring. Ding Ran realized that Wang Wei was not jesting. This statement was sufficient to persuade her to utilize Shunda, even setting aside their former classmate relationship. This indicates that Wang Wei has indeed invested considerable effort into the express delivery project. Ding Ran proactively took a stack of flyers from Wang Wei, which bore the slogan of Shunda Express, "Born to deliver, mission accomplished." Shunda Express understands your needs better than a lover. The design of the flyer was crafted according to Wang Wei's specifications. The character for Da in the logo resembles a ship, with Shun elegantly resting atop it, harmoniously blending meaning and form, resulting in a stylish and avant-garde appearance. Ding Ran turned to Wang Wei and inquired, "Are you satisfied with the logo I designed?" Wang Wei replied, "My mom thinks I spent tens of thousands on a designer." Ding Ran immediately retorted, "Then you owe me a favor worth tens of thousands." Wang Wei responded, "I could owe you billions." Men truly have no bounds when it comes to boastfulness. Ding Ran mused silently. She simply did not comprehend. Had she understood, she would not have perceived Wang Wei's claims as mere bravado. Ding Ran raised the flyer in her hand, suggesting, "Let me help distribute some as well. My former teachers and classmates, many of them own factories or have relatives in Hong Kong. They often have a need for goods. It's better for you, my old classmate, to earn this money than someone else." Ding Ran winked at Wang Wei, playfully asserting, "I hope to collect my billions soon." This was her own declaration. She did not pressure him, Wang Wei thought to himself. However, Wang Wei understood Ding Ran well. She was a captivating presence, alluring in every way. Should one dare to pursue her, they would swiftly learn the meaning of unrequited affection. Well then, I shall be on my way. Wang Wei promptly left to distribute flyers at another factory. Ding Ran found Wang Wei increasingly inscrutable. Was he truly leaving without a backward glance? There was no lingering gaze. Wang Wei's words were flirtatious, his sketches equally so. Amidst such flirtation, could he not be hinting at something? Why was he so resolute in his actions? She completed the logo and painted a portrait of an Yuan, awaiting Wang Wei's arrival for collection. Ding Ran chose the evening for this meeting at the studio in Panyu. A solitary man and woman. Was this not precisely what these men desired? In her ideal scenario, Ding Ran envisioned Wang Wei capitulating to her charm. In reality, Yuan almost fell to her knees in gratitude. Such a splendid opportunity, and Wang Wei failed to seize it. Ding Ran found it challenging to articulate her feelings. The narration would accurately state that Wang Wei lavishly praised Ding Ran's beauty and allure. However, Ding Ran remained fixed on Wang Wei, her expression full of questions. Indifference and apathy might well be the most fitting labels for Wang Wei. Ding Ran did not delve deeper. She merely glanced at the flyer in her hand, pursing her lips. It seemed she had invested more thought into Wang Wei lately, striving to understand the disparity between his words and actions, yet felt it unnecessary. As though she had been driven to a state of irrationality by Wang Wei. When she first encountered Wang Wei, her competitive spirit was somewhat ignited due to his prior pursuit of Yuan Peipei. But where was Yuan Peipei now? Reflecting on Wang Wei's current situation, he must be aware of the disparity between himself and Yuan Peipei, and he will no longer regard her as the ultimate goal in life. During their school days, their statuses were relatively similar, yet even then, Yuan Peipei looked down upon Wang Wei. As they transitioned into society, each individual returned to their original trajectories, and the differences in their social standings became increasingly pronounced. It is even less likely that Yuan Peipei would harbor any affection for Wang Wei now. If she dismisses him, then I shall do so as well. Nevertheless, Ding Ran is determined to distribute these flyers, as any assistance to Wang Wei is warranted. Even if they cannot be romantic partners, mutual support among friends is a fundamental expectation, is it not? Despite the possibility of failure in his venture, the thought of having aided him during his low points should provide some warmth. Ding Ran glanced in the mirror, reflecting on the beauty and kindness she embodies. One must maintain composure. Wang Wei is well aware of this. Therefore, it is merely a game, and taking it too seriously would be misguided. Once all the flyers were disseminated within the Oriental building, Wang Wei encountered a few unscrupulous individuals, those he had previously admonished, who had almost set their belongings ablaze out of frustration. One would expect that adversaries would react with heightened animosity upon meeting. However, they averted their gazes, not due to a lack of recognition, but rather to avoid any potential conflict that might hinder their earnings. After Wang Wei walked past them, they muttered a few curses under their breath, referring to him derisively. One of them picked up a flyer from the ground, exclaiming, "Brother, this idiot is attempting to undermine our business." Another took a glance at the flyer and scoffed at the mention of Shunda Express and its address, dismissing Wang Wei as an amateur. In their eyes, if Wang Wei's express company had warehouses and storefronts, it would become an easy target. The competition in their line of work is fierce, with many leaders vying for clients, often resorting to violence to secure a few customers. Wang Wei's emergence could inadvertently unify these unscrupulous characters against Shunda, making it a prime target for their ire. They tore the flyer to shreds, spat on the ground, and declared, "Let us hope he doesn't interfere with our profits. Otherwise, I'll make his family's life miserable." Wang Wei, knowing the risks associated with this industry, is fully aware of the challenges he faces. On Sunday, the area outside the Shunrongji Wharf warehouse was bustling with activity as Old Wang and Old Chen arrived. Factory director Zhang had summoned a few people to lend a hand. Li Jiawang and Yuan were busy hanging the sign. Tomorrow morning, they planned to drape it in red cloth, preparing for an opening ceremony. Chen Yujiao had repeatedly urged, "Call your friends again to confirm their plans for tomorrow." Wang Wenwei reassured her, "I've already confirmed." Chen Yujiao sighed, expressing her concern over the grand preparations, fearing that if no one showed up tomorrow, it would be unfortunate to speak of such ill omens. Old Wang maintained a positive outlook, believing that in business, one must endure several failures to truly succeed. He regarded this as an opportunity to accumulate experience. Certainly, such words would never escape his lips. He would only cooperate actively and exert his utmost to assist him. Liang Zixiong had attempted several times to solicit his partner's assistance with various tasks. Yet, the woman, somewhat diminutive in stature with a protruding forehead, sat there like a monkey upon an offering platform, munching on fruit while incessantly fixating on her outdated pager. Liang Zixiong, feeling the strain of his dignity, could only strive to do a bit more and be a touch more diligent. As laughter and conversation filled the air, a white 212 vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the warehouse. Wang Wei and his companions observed a robust wolf-blue dog disembarking from the vehicle. its gaze calm and demeanor remarkably composed. However, upon spotting the 200 parrots perched upon Wang Wei's shoulder, the dog tilted its head in an endearing manner. Subsequently, a man dressed in a plain uniform without insignia descended from the driver's seat. A major leapt down beside him, patted his shoulder, and ruffled the dog's head. Then inquired of Wang Wei, "May I ask who is Mr. Wang Wei?" "I am." Wang Wei stepped forward. The major saluted and extended his hand, saying, "Comrade Wang Wei, I am to you. We have been in contact previously. The strongest support team has indeed arrived." Chapter 0068. The first trump card. Wang Wei would not venture to the team without reason. In this era, failing to secure an ample number of trump cards for oneself poses excessive risk when aspiring to expand one's business. Losing money is but a minor concern. One could very well lose one's life. Presently, it appears that Wang Wei has successfully acquired his first significant trump card, which carries considerable weight. Moreover, the second trump card is expected to materialize shortly. If utilized wisely, these two trump cards could serve as a formidable advantage. Major Tu, youthful yet resolute, bore a hint of rebellious wildness in his countenance. His appearance suggested that this major possessed commendable individual military prowess. Yet he also embodied the spirited camaraderie typical of youthful officers. Such a disposition often alleviates the pressures of the psyche, implying that he would have guidance on the path ahead. Otherwise, one ages rapidly and appears well beyond their years. How else could one discern the youthful essence still lingering in a major? Tu positioned himself slightly ahead of the veteran. Given this stance, if they were not merely a duo supporting each other, it indicated a desire to protect the elder soldier in their daily lives. "Hello, Captain Tu," Wang Wei greeted as they shook hands. Tu's gaze swept around the warehouse before settling upon Wang Wei's face. Initially, he had presumed Wang Wei to be in his late 30s, approaching middle age. However, upon closer inspection, he noted that Wang Wei had yet to grow facial hair. "I assure you, I am clean-shaven," Wang Wei retorted. Tu, harboring preconceived notions, believed that a clean-shaven individual lacked reliability in action. Moreover, given that he appeared more handsome than Tu himself, there was an inherent sense of unreliability attached to such a person. At that moment, the veteran behind him interjected, "Captain, it is my comrade Haizi and I who are seeking employment." Tu appeared somewhat reluctant, but nonetheless stepped aside slightly. The veteran smiled at Wang Wei, introducing himself. "Mr. Wang, my name is Xiechong, and this is Haizi." Wang Wei observed the wolf-blue dog being led by the man's right hand and extended his left hand for a handshake. In an instant, Tu's expression darkened considerably, and he even contemplated interrupting the conversation between Wang Wei and Xiechong. However, at that moment, Xiechong slowly raised his left arm. No, it should be his left limb. Initially, as Wang Wei saw him lift his arm, he only noticed the cuff and assumed that Xiechong had concealed his hand within his sleeve. Now at last, he discerned clearly. Xiechong slightly extended his wrist, which ended in a stump, and offered Wang Wei a faint smile, as if attempting to convey an explanation. Though it appeared there was nothing to elucidate, everyone around was momentarily bewildered, shocked by the sight of the veteran's severed arm, while simultaneously feeling anxious for Wang Wei. And Yuan, opting for a more direct approach, leaped down from the ladder and moved closer to Wang Wei, creating an awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, Wang Wei graciously grasped the veteran's stout wrist, giving it a gentle shake. "Hello, veteran Xie, my name is Wang Wei." The crowd watched as Tu's face darkened further. He raised his hand towards Wang Wei's collar, but his hand was caught by something, causing him to instinctively kick out, only to find it akin to striking a wall. Tu stumbled back 2 steps, and upon regaining his footing, he realized he had just kicked a person's abdomen. That person stood beside Wang Wei like a small mountain, utterly unmoved. For a moment, Tu couldn't gauge the depth of this burly figure, but he sensed a lack of intelligence in the man who dared to engage him. Did he not recognize the military uniform he wore? Li Jiawang harbored a deep-seated fear of individuals like Tu. Their soldiers would occasionally venture out, sometimes donning civilian attire. Yet one could discern their identities through their hairstyles and gait. If the local fools unwittingly provoked them, the consequences would be dire. Neither could they fight back nor escape, nor could they outrun their pursuers. Consequently, Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong dared not approach. Chen Yujiao was genuinely concerned that a sudden altercation might erupt. As she stepped forward, her husband restrained her, assuring her that their son would handle the situation. Wang Wenwei noticed his son standing rigidly, like a nail driven into wood. not wavering in the slightest. This was a confrontation instigated by him, initially filled with laughter, now marred by an unexpected conflict, likely stemming from some misunderstanding. If he could not navigate interpersonal relationships effectively, how could he ever hope to be a leader? Wang Wei urged Qin Yujiao to remain patient and watch. Wang Wei continued to hold onto Xie Chang's wrist, not relinquishing his grip. Captain 2, this is Yuan, who has just returned from the front lines at Laoshanshan. Veteran Xie will be staying here, so he won't be lacking in conversation. The implications behind Wang Wei's succinct words were manifold. First, Yuan feared neither death nor minor skirmishes. Second, having a veteran among them meant that accepting another veteran posed no problem. And third, veterans should have no trouble relating to one another. At this juncture, Wang Wei disregarded Tu Yu's expression and inquired of Xie Chang, "May I pet him?" With a smile, Xie Chang nodded. "Haizi, sit." The dog retreated slightly and settled down, raising its gaze to meet He Chang's. Wang Wei knelt down and gently patted Haizi's head, saying, "From now on, we are family. Your dietary standards will be based on military provisions." Haizi seemed to comprehend, though it was the 200 parrot perched on Wang Wei's shoulder that captured its attention. It tilted its head, displaying a furrowed brow. Initially, the parrot was somewhat reserved, but upon noticing Haizi's gaze, it began to sway its neck playfully in front of Haizi, shifting from side to side on Wang Wei's shoulder. When the parrot realized Haizi was intently watching it, it locked eyes with Haizi for a few seconds and, somewhat bashfully and cautiously, leaned forward, lowering its voice to say, "Daddy." The crowd reacted. Wang Wei immediately retorted, "Who are you calling daddy?" Xie Chang couldn't contain his laughter at this unexpected moment. Tu Yu, who had been irritated moments before, was taken aback, having not seen his brother smile in a long time. Wang Wei rose and called out to Xie Chang, "Old Xie, welcome to Shunda. Whether it's good or bad, you should give it a try." Tu Yu interjected, "We haven't agreed yet." However, Xie Chang smiled at Tu Yu and responded, "Captain, I find this place quite appealing. I wish to stay." Tu Yu was genuinely surprised by his soldier's quick acceptance and intended to discuss a few matters with Wang Wei, but Wang Wei preempted him. Turning back to Xie Chang and saying, "Old Xie, we have limited personnel here, and the opening is tomorrow. Tonight, we should all have a meal together. Since you want to stay, it's time to get to work. Go to Qingwei Garden and reserve a table. We'll head over for dinner." Both Tu Yu and the others were left in stunned silence, while Wang Wei turned to Xie Chang, asking, "Are you unwilling?" Xie Chang nodded emphatically, declaring, "I am willing." Chapter 69. The flaw common among parents. Are these soldiers really this cowardly? Xiao Li initially anticipated a confrontation between Tu Yu and Xie Chang, hoping they would challenge Wang Wei. But what was happening now? The one with a severed hand was actually taking the dog and going to work? With a severed hand, surely it wouldn't lead to a complete loss of vitality? Xiao Li sneered, thinking that if she were in his position, Wang Wei, the foolish one, would already be lying on the ground. Damn it, they are all useless. Xiao Li believed Liang Zixiong, a good-for-nothing, had no future and was quite inept. Previously, she may not have harbored such strong negative feelings, but when given a choice, and realizing Liang Zixiong was not the best option, her discontent grew. This sentiment even extended to Wang Wei and Li Jiawang. Wasn't Li Jiawang just a guy with a dilapidated building, running a gaming room instead of pursuing a proper career? He was bound to achieve nothing. Wang Wei was no better. Wasn't he relying on his father to work at a printing factory? What did it matter that his mother was a doctor? Wang Wei could lean on his parents now, but if they were gone, who would he turn to? Furthermore, this Shunda Express was merely turning a good-for-nothing venture into a business. Damn it, they were all a bunch of failures. From this, it is evident that if a woman looks down upon her boyfriend, she will similarly disdain his friends. Thus, it is evident that Xiao Li harbors a profound desire to witness Tu Yu and Xie Chang subdue Wang Wei, forcing him to confront the darkness of this world. She wishes to demonstrate that, despite the shared pursuit of business, not everyone possesses the qualities requisite for leadership. Xiao Li seeks to utilize others to validate her assertion that Liang Zixiong is a mere inept, thereby affirming that her decision to abandon him was astute, and that her foresight is indeed remarkable, placing her on the 5th tier of insight. However, contrary to her expectations, Wang Wei not only remains unscathed, but appears to have gained the upper hand. Consequently, she finds herself frustrated with Tu Yu and Xie Chang, questioning why they did not engage in conflict and why Wang Wei remains unharmed. A sense of disillusionment washes over her. The arrival of conflict, its resolution, and the orchestration of duties all transpire abruptly. To outsiders, the situation appears grave and complex, potentially fraught with complications. Yet, Wang Wei navigates it with remarkable finesse. Zixiong displays no reluctance in resuming his duties, while Wang Wei encourages Yuan to attend to his responsibilities. Subsequently, he hands over 200 parrots to his father and proposes to Tuyu. Captain Tuyu, shall we take a stroll? Tuyu, momentarily puffing his cheeks, ultimately accompanies Wang Wei to the dock. Earlier, amidst a crowd, Tuyu had afforded Wang Wei a modicum of respect. When offered a cigarette by Wang Wei, Tuyu swats it away, seizing it instead, and inhales deeply, embodying the very essence of frustration. Once Tuyu organizes his thoughts, he inquires, "Isn't it true that those in positions of authority have grown accustomed to commanding others?" At this juncture, he falters, unable to articulate further. Wang Wei, with a smile and a cigarette between his lips, prompts, "Captain Tuyu, why the hesitation? What of his hands? Are they broken? Disabled? Incapable of self-care? Or does the military believe he is unfit to lead a proper life?" Tuyu, already agitated, finds Wang Wei's retort tinged with sarcasm. In the absence of witnesses, Tuyu harbors a fleeting wish to unleash his wrath upon Wang Wei, knowing that no one would be the wiser. As for the captain, the worst consequence would merely be a reprimand, with little actual repercussions. Ironically, Wang Wei's demeanor appears almost inviting to a confrontation. He teases Tuyu, suggesting, "If you refrain from striking me, I shall continue." Tuyu inhales silently from his cigarette, remaining mute. Wang Wei seizes the moment to inquire further. "Allow me to speculate. Has the military arranged for the veterans to receive certain supportive positions? Perhaps a quartermaster role? Or perhaps logistics? If he so wishes, could the military sustain him for life?" At this moment, a subtle change flits across Tuyu's expression. "Did the captain share this with you?" Wang Wei shakes his head dismissively. "I merely seek a working dog." The ensuing operations, traversing between Hong Kong and the mainland, must not involve any contraband. However, relying solely on manual inspections proves inefficient and raises concerns over concealment, increasing the risk of undetected issues. Should any discrepancies arise during transit, the repercussions could be dire. It appears that the captain hopes for the veteran to secure a position within the brigade's jurisdiction, thereby enabling former comrades to assist him as best they can. Would it not? Tuyu nodded, acknowledging that Wang Wei had hit the nail on the head. "You are correct, but that does not justify your condescending treatment of Zixiong." Wang Wei chuckled. "I am in the business realm. I need capable hands to execute tasks. He is here to work. If he does not perform, who will? Furthermore, as the boss, I cannot be idle. Surely, you do not expect me to revere Xia Laobing as if he were a deity?" Tuyu contemplated retorting, but soon realized that Wang Wei's arguments were cogent. Despite feeling justified in his stance, he found himself at a loss in the face of Wang Wei's reasoning. Thus, he took a deep breath and inquired, "Could you possibly assign him some tasks within his capacity?" "What do you mean by within his capacity?" Wang Wei countered. "Are you suggesting we treat him as if he were disabled? You have already tried that in the army. If he were to accept such a fate, he would likely choose to retire there. Why would he want to leave?" "Captain Tu, my words may sound harsh, but you must listen. You believe that old Xia has psychological issues, that he cannot adapt to societal life, that his existence is drab, and that he cannot confront an uncertain future. But have you ever experienced such a plight? Might it be that you are the one struggling to accept reality? Perhaps old Xia merely wishes to be regarded as an ordinary person?" Tuyu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, as if many perplexing matters suddenly became clear at that moment. The team had spent the past year pondering a singular question: what does Zixiong truly desire? Some had lost money, others had attempted to rearrange his work assignments, and yet others had sought a suitable job for him in the local area. Yet in the end, Wang Wei merely suggested he book a table at Qinghui Garden, and that alone brought him joy. As Tuyu recalled the confident strides he took when he left with Haizi, it felt reminiscent of the assuredness and vigor from their training days. Initially, he had little faith in this dilapidated warehouse, but from that moment on, a sense of respect for Wang Wei began to manifest in his eyes. It was no wonder that a veteran, having returned from the front lines of Laoshan, would willingly follow Wang Wei as an enforcer. Wang Wei remarked, "Old Xia can stay with me, and Captain Tu can visit him occasionally," treating it as a form of therapy. Tuyu responded with dissatisfaction, "What illness do we have?" Wang Wei retorted, "The obstinate ailment of overprotective parents." His poignant words illuminated the crux of the matter. Chapter 70. The patch must be applied in advance. Compassion is indeed precious, yet an excess of it can be alarming. Wang Wei gazed at the pensive Tuyu and asked, if I were to tell people how exhausted and burdened the soldiers in the army are, and that they have not received the treatment they deserve, would you agree that I am speaking fairly? Tuyu, with a complex expression, regarded Wang Wei and replied, I would think you are unwell. The guardians of the people are not here to enjoy luxury. The soldiers under my command are treated like princes at home. In my battalion, who is not a man of iron and resolve? Wang Wei nodded. See, you understand the rationale quite well. So why does it falter when it comes to old Xie? The example provided by Wang Wei is profoundly realistic. The nature of various groups and professions underscores the necessity for concern, albeit not excessive. What is required is equality, mutual respect, and a sense of reverence. Furthermore, a multitude of individuals exploit the widespread empathy of others to pursue ulterior motives. Such individuals are not foolish. Rather, they are inherently malevolent. Any mentally mature and rational person simply wishes to avoid being treated as exceptional. Over the past year, Lao Xie has received equitable treatment from a stranger for the first time, and he is quite content. Upon their return from the dock, Lao Wang and Lao Chun felt a sense of relief when they observed that neither of their faces bore injuries, nor were their clothes soiled. Wang Wei introduced Tuyu to his parents. At this moment, Tuyu was smiling and greeted Lao Wang and Lao Chun warmly. Chen Yujiao remarked with a smile that it seemed they had a pleasant conversation. Wang Wei explained that during an event at the hospital with the support team, Captain Tu was absent, and he wanted to ask his mother if she could introduce someone suitable for him. How could you just say that? Tuyu found himself both amused and exasperated. Chen Yujiao quickly nodded, assuring him that she would indeed introduce someone to Captain Tuesday. Wang Wei then introduced the members of Shun Da Express to Tuyu. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong appeared somewhat intimidated by him, while only Yuan maintained a demeanor of balanced respect in his presence. Tuyu felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding the earlier altercation. It was out of the question for him to apologize or admit fault. After all, he was a major, and it was not fitting for him to lower himself so easily. His status was evident, and Yuan observed Tuyu struggling to respond, and suddenly spoke up, Captain Tu, I hope I didn't hurt your foot. Tuyu felt a surge of indignation, and Yuan's innocent remark, while not physically damaging, was highly insulting. Wang Wei and the others stifled their laughter and quickly turned to their respective tasks, not daring to make light of Tuyu's embarrassment. Only Shaoli, with a crooked smile, remarked on the incompetence of officials, questioning how such individuals could hold their positions without any semblance of authority. Tuyu did not leave immediately. He lingered like a parent reluctant to let go. Even as Wang Wei spoke eloquently, his parents remained there, didn't they? He wished to converse further with Xie Chang. Puffing on a cigarette, he occasionally glanced toward the entrance. Wang Wei inquired, are your soldiers lost? Tuyu shot him an irritated glance. Wang Wei continued, do your soldiers not speak? This time, Tuyu couldn't be bothered to respond. Wang Wei observed, his prominence among you indicates that he must have been a formidable soldier in the past. Was it truly the case that a distinguished soldier required assistance merely to reserve a table? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. As it turned out, Wang Wei was correct. Although Xie Chang took a bit longer, he managed to secure the reservation without issue. Shunda would officially commence operations tomorrow, and tonight they would gather for a meal at Qinghui Garden. Liang Zixiong had initially invited Shaoli to assist, but she had arrived late that morning and spent the afternoon engaged in a phone call. Liang Zixiong suggested, why don't you check the warehouse for anything that needs doing? Shaoli immediately frowned. What do you mean, Liang Zixiong? Why should I help? This is your affair, not mine. I never intended to come in the first place. Shaoli stood up to leave, and Liang Zixiong grew somewhat anxious, reaching out to grasp her hand. However, Shaoli swiftly shook him off, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who could only feign ignorance. Despite Liang Zixiong's diligence and resilience in the outside world, he was acutely aware of social propriety. In moments like this, he genuinely wished his girlfriend would exhibit a modicum of understanding and consideration for the feelings of others. Yet, Shaoli's outburst felt as if she had placed Liang Zixiong upon a scorching pyre, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Shaoli was too disinterested to engage in conversation. Intent on making her exit, Liang Zixiong took a step forward, but with so many eyes upon them, he hesitated, fearing that a scene would reflect poorly on Shaoli. After all, he intended to marry her someday. If this escalated, how could they ever blend into their social circle? Wang Wei, with a genial smile, called out to Xiaoli, suggesting that there was nothing amiss, and that Zixiong should take her to Qinghui Garden, promising they would join shortly. Xiaoli forced a semblance of a smile in response, thinking to herself, what is so special about Qinghui Garden? It's merely a meal, yet you act as if it belongs to you. Despite her grievances, the meal still had to be consumed. After all, Qinghui Garden held a prestigious reputation. A few years prior, the elder had visited and famously remarked on the adage concerning the white cat and the black cat. Coupled with the fact that Qinghui Garden was a quintessential representation of Lingnan landscape architecture, its allure had led many to perceive it as somewhat unattainable. In reality, as long as one had the means, dining there, hosting a wedding, or even staying overnight was entirely feasible. During dinner, Wang Wei primarily expressed gratitude to family, friends, and brothers, warmly welcoming new colleagues Zixiong and Haizi. Wang Wei even requested a rib bone from the kitchen for Haizi to gnaw on outside. Zixiong, along with Yuan, Liang Zixiong, Li Jiawang, and Xiao Jiachuan, engaged in a series of toasts. Tu observed Zixiong's unrestrained demeanor, gradually loosening his own tensions. However, all of this was, of course, attributed to the capable leadership of Wang Wei aboard the shunned vessel. One could not help but remark on how Tuyu's perception of Wang Wei had soared to new heights in just a few hours, akin to a market reaching its zenith. During a mission, Haizi had attempted to flee with homemade explosives. Zixiong managed to pry the explosives from Haizi's mouth, and fortunately, the makeshift explosives were not particularly powerful, resulting only in the destruction of his palm. When I served as the squad leader, he had followed closely behind me. If he emerged unscathed from this mission, promotion was imminent this year. Tuyu succinctly relayed the details of Zixiong's situation, yet he could vividly imagine the chaos of the moment, which was far from the calmness with which Tuyu recounted it. Tuyu clinked his glass with Wang Wei's, stating that if any needs arose in the future, he could simply give him a call. As long as no rules were broken, he could arrange matters. While Wang Wei and Tuyu shared drinks, Liang Zixiong urged Xiaoli to join him in toasting Wang Wei. However, Xiaoli was utterly disinclined to participate, questioning the necessity of toasting over what was merely a meal, as if it were something monumental. Nevertheless, she begrudgingly approached. Liang Zixiong, holding a wine glass, raised it towards Wang Wei with a smile, saying, Brother Wei, thank you for your care over the years. I toast to you. Wang Wei drank his wine and glanced at Xiaoli, who was sipping a health drink, and inquired with a smile, when are you two getting married? Xiaoli frowned. Her teeth clenched in displeasure. However, Liang Zixiong replied, we plan to get married by the end of the year. Wang Wei observed Xiaoli's expression and remarked, Xiaoli, we will be family from now on. How about coming to work at Shunda? There's a salary and bonuses you can earn alongside Zixiong. While I can't promise great wealth, a modest living is certainly assured. Great wealth? What nonsense. Xiaoli scoffed, shaking her head. No need. I plan to work at Shiko. With that, she made her exit, dismissing the guests at the table without a second thought. Liang Zixiong stood there, hesitant to follow, his heart racing with concern. Wang Wei suggested, Zixiong, why not see her off? After a moment's contemplation, Liang Zixiong shook his head. Brother Wei, she knows her way home. Why keep this stubborn woman around? You think I'm inviting her back to work? Wang Wei retorted, seeing Zixiong's reluctance. You know she won't come tomorrow if you don't see her off today. Noting the time, Wang Wei concluded, it's getting late. Rest up. We have a tough battle ahead tomorrow. Here's to a prosperous future for everyone present. Chapter 0071. True feelings are revealed in adversity, Old Xia. Go confirm the arrangements with the manager of Qinghui Garden. Prepare some tea and snacks for the warehouse tomorrow morning. After dinner, Wang Wei continued to assign tasks to Zixiong. Tuyu wanted to interject, but held back, recognizing Zixiong's enthusiasm. Once Zixiong finalized the catering for the opening the next morning and exited Qinghui Garden, he noticed the squad leader waiting outside. Tuyu squatted down, as if bidding farewell to a comrade with short hair. Rising, he offered Zixiong a cigarette, lighting it for him. Decided? Zixiong responded with a deep nasal tone. Yes, Tuyu remarked. The army has prepared numerous suitable positions for you, yet you still choose to leave. Even if you're no longer in the military. I respect your decision. It wouldn't be difficult to find you a job that ensures you'll never worry about food or clothing. With Wang Wei, are you afraid of going hungry? Zixiong turned to glance back at Qinghui Garden. Tuyu assumed Zixiong was impressed by the venue's grandeur. Having visited several times, he understood the clientele it attracted. It's normal to create a spectacle for the opening, he thought, yet questioned the sustainability of a business reliant solely on appearances. Zixiong waved his hand dismissively. Captain 2, it's not the grandeur that I admire. It's the experience of independently completing a task in a new place. Reminiscent of my early days in the military. There's a bit of nervousness, but also exhilaration. Captain 2, Boss Wang treats me like a regular person. That's the feeling I've yearned for this past year. 2 you pondered, isn't it just treating you like a normal person? From top to bottom. Who hasn't he treated you as such? However, these words are truly difficult to utter. Over the past year, although none of the comrades have openly expressed it, they have long regarded Zixiong as the most exceptional among them. 2 you refrained from further persuasion and instead glanced at Wang Wei, who was preparing to escort his parents. Xiao Wang, let me see off Uncle and Auntie, it's on my way. Uncle and Auntie, please get in the car and wait for me. 2 you pulled Wang Wei aside and whispered, my words may not be pleasant to hear, but I must say this. If business becomes challenging, remember to give me a call. Wang Wei chuckled and asked, what's this? 2 DUI is going to introduce clients to me? 2 you tilted his head, what clients? I meant, if your business is struggling, let me know in advance so I can come and take Zixiong away. Wang Wei nearly choked with laughter. All right, let us go. Drive slowly since you've had a drink. Old Wang and Old Chun reached out to take the parrot away. The parrot flapped across Wang Wei's shoulder, squawking loudly. Eat, drink, ticket skills. Wang Wei, Chun Yu Jiao. 2 you. Wang Wei noticed 2 you staring at him with wide eyes, feeling awkward. He knew there was no way to clear this misunderstanding. Wang Wei was too lazy to explain, I'll take care of the parrot from now on. You 2 are always busy at work, and when I'm not home, I'd rather it not pluck its own feathers out again. 2 DUI, I appreciate your help. I'll treat you to drinks another day. 2 you glanced back at Zixiong, who waved goodbye with a hand that lacked a palm. It is worth noting that he had come today in a spring and autumn uniform to conceal his appearance. Nonetheless, he was now confident enough not to hide anymore. Thus, 2 you pressed the accelerator without a moment's hesitation. Old Wang and Old Chun sat in silence in the car, both preoccupied with thoughts of the opening tomorrow. Although outwardly everyone seemed confident in their sons, inwardly, there was more concern. Is it truly that easy to run a business? The couple could only sigh quietly, hoping their son would be able to accept any consequences. Liang Zixiong caught up to Xiao Li's house and called his girlfriend out. Xiao Li, irritated, asked, what is it? Liang Zixiong replied, I'm sorry, I originally intended to pursue you. However, Wei Gu is opening tomorrow, and with so many guests, it wouldn't be good for me to just leave. Xiao Li scoffed, are you done talking? Liang Zixiong hastily continued, Xiao Li, actually, Wei Gu invited you to join Shunda today, you should consider it. Working together would be quite nice. Xiao Li's attitude shifted abruptly as she retorted, shut up. Wei Gu, is Wang Wei your father? A mere shabby merchandise company, a dilapidated warehouse, a rundown boat, and he thinks he is a big boss? Only someone as unambitious as you would work for him. You used to be a smuggler, and to put it nicely, you called yourself a boss. To put it bluntly, you were merely your own employee. And now, you're regressing and still working as a lackey for others. If you want to embarrass yourself, fine. But why drag me down with you? If you want to go, that's your business, but I will not work for Wang Wei. He is not worthy. Liang Zixiong was indeed filled with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for how to articulate his emotions. In a haze, he returned to the warehouse. Tomorrow marked the day of their grand opening. Wang Wei's 3 original shareholders, along with 2 newly added core members, were likely still caught up in the euphoria of the night, fueled by alcohol as they envisioned the future of their lives. However, all these aspirations hinged on the successful development of Shunda. Some yearned for a perfect romance. Others sought to reunite with long-lost relatives. Some hoped to cultivate self-confidence, while others aspired to secure a job with a higher income than a stable position. Birds anticipated their meals and drinks, while dogs remained oblivious to the happenings of the night, puzzled by the absence of the lights-out signal. Alone and somewhat unsteady, Liang Zixiong returned to the warehouse, observing his companions as they exchanged laughter and smoke. Everyone seemed in high spirits, and he had no desire to dampen their joy. After distributing cigarettes to each person, he stepped outside to fend off mosquitoes. Wang Wei had noticed Liang Zixiong's absence earlier. Reflecting on the turmoil from Liang's past with that woman, he could surmise the source of Liang's despondency. Wang Wei set a chair outside and brought a plate of mosquito repellent to join him. Liang Zixiong chuckled softly, only to realize that on a night meant for celebration, he was unable to find joy. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Brother Wei, Do you think Shunda will thrive? Wang Wei countered. If Shunda does prosper and Shaoli wishes to work here, what will you say? Liang Zixiong let out a bitter laugh, perhaps recalling Xiao Li's earlier resolute rejection or the fragile state of their relationship. It seemed impossible for her to consider joining Shunda. Chapter 0072. The year of the express delivery war. Wang Wei, having navigated the financial realm for decades, was well-versed in risk-averse strategies. Why do you think he asked Liang Zixiong about his plans to marry Shaoli during dinner? What could possibly motivate him to suggest that Shaoli come work for Shunda? Was it her beauty or her exceptional abilities? Observing the sullen Liang Zixiong, Wang Wei remarked, "Once you and Shaoli are married, she is always welcome at Shunda." Marriage? Liang Zixiong had once held a firm conviction about marrying Shaoli. Yet her recent demeanor had cast doubt in his mind. It seemed that in the past 6 months, their time together had yielded little in the way of cherished memories. Was marriage still a possibility? Or was it even necessary? Li Jiawang, eavesdropping for quite some time, chose that moment to step outside for a cigarette, his expression seemingly conveying, "Good brother, for life, I understand you." Meanwhile, he secretly mused about how Shaoli could never compare to his own you. Witnessing Li Jiawang's inflated sense of superiority, Wang Wei couldn't help but reflect, how much better can you really be? The group continued their late-night discussions until 3 in the morning, with even the dogs succumbing to sleep, while Wang Wei remained in a state of exhilaration. He had initially believed that after years of rolling in a life of extravagance, he would have grown accustomed to it. Yet, being in the throes of entrepreneurship, the anticipation of success, despite its certainty, was overwhelmingly intoxicating. Wang Wei was the last to succumb to slumber and likewise the last to awaken. Li Jiawang, with a basin of water, was outside sprinkling it, seemingly engaged in a cleaning endeavor, yet he subtly raised his gaze towards the entrance, scanning for any signs of visitors. Xiechong, leading his dog Haizi to Qinghui Garden, urged the tea and snack chefs to expedite their deliveries to Shunda's warehouse. He cherished his first job after leaving the military, while simultaneously hoping to spot any clients en route to Shunda seeking directions. And Yuan had already embarked on his morning run, though he spoke little. It was clear to all that his thoughts were consumed with the notion that the better Shunda performed, the greater his chances of reuniting with his sister. Liang Zixiong accompanied Xiao Jiachuan aboard the ship, wiping it down with a towel. Occasionally, they would glance towards the dock, pausing their tasks to listen for the arrival of any guests. It often felt as though a multitude of voices were conversing, yet when they ceased their movements, silence enveloped them. Each of them was steeped in a shared anxiety as they awaited 8 o'clock. A long string of firecrackers lay upon the ground, and Shunda's sign, draped in red cloth, adorned the warehouse door. Wang Wei was amusingly playing with the parakeet on his arm. Li Jiawang, sensing the moment was ripe, declared, "Boss, the time is nigh." The group naturally gathered around as Wang Wei extended his arm into their midst, exclaiming, "Come, let us raise our voices." Hands stacked upon one another, they shook in unison, counting down, 3, 2, 1. May the business prosper. At precisely 8 o'clock and 8 minutes, Liang Zixiong ignited the fuse at 8 minutes and 7 seconds. As the firecrackers erupted, Wang Wei pulled down the red cloth, officially unveiling the Shunda sign. The seemingly fierce Haizi, tail tucked, retreated behind Xiechong's legs, transforming into a pitiful creature, gazing up at Xiechong with eyes full of sorrow. Even this true man felt a pang of empathy. The sound of the firecrackers was indeed alarming, but the terror Haizi experienced from past failures lingered as an indelible nightmare. Wang Wei presented a red envelope to Xiechong, wishing him prosperity as they commenced their endeavors. Today marked the inaugural firecracker display, and thereafter, no firecrackers would be set off for future projects or openings. Xiechong understood this gesture was Wang Wei's way of caring for him and Haizi, and he gratefully accepted it. With the firecrackers ignited, the sign unveiled, and red envelopes distributed, a serene quietude returned to the West Zhou. The commencement of business became a topic shunned yet unavoidable, leading to a collective hope that the firecrackers would echo until the first order arrived. Although everyone was concerned about when the first order would materialize, they were equally apprehensive about the possibility of none arriving, rendering them hesitant to voice their anxieties. Li Jiawang, usually the most talkative, intended to shift the atmosphere with a different topic, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. The parrot, startled moments ago, cautiously extended its neck to survey the remnants of firecrackers scattered across the ground, appearing anxious that they might erupt once more. Wang Wei picked it up, teasing, "Aren't you usually quite talkative? Come on, share some auspicious words." Indeed, with the parrot present, it was the perfect opportunity to enliven the atmosphere. Upon realizing that everyone was gazing at it, the parrot became bashful, shaking its head and calling out, "May you have sons soon." Wang Wei rolled his eyes in response. The original shareholders and core members of Shunda burst into laughter. The parrot was earnest in its antics, keenly aware of the crowd's delight. With spirits lifted, it unleashed its signature charm. On a foggy Sunday morning, Wang Wei's squad marched in, armed with toy guns, into the ladies' restroom, playfully misbehaving. Laughter erupted in waves, alleviating the earlier tension considerably. In an unnoticed moment, a motorcyclist arrived at the warehouse, carrying a bag and inquiring, "Is this Shunda Express?" Thus, the first business transaction commenced in this unexpected manner. Li Jiawang and his companions rushed to surround the newcomer, as if fearing he might flee. As they ushered the guest into the warehouse, they offered cigarettes and water, with some filling out forms and others inquiring about the parcel. The guest, bewildered, felt as if he had entered a clandestine establishment, questioning whether such attentive service was too good to be true. "Will it reach Hong Kong today?" he asked, skepticism evident. Wang Wei assured him, "Rest assured, even if you are the only shipment today, I will deliver it to the Hong Kong dock. Just have someone there to receive it at noon." Despite his reassurances, the customer remained doubtful. With such hospitality, he wondered how they would profit from a single delivery. Amidst the chatter and camaraderie, Wang Wei mused, "You may feel like a sweetheart now, but soon you shall become a matron, and ultimately, a lady of means." In less than 2 minutes, a second and third customer arrived. Within half an hour, a queue stretching 20 meters had formed at the receiving counter. In that moment, everyone was engrossed in their tasks, with scarcely a moment to reflect. Thus commenced the inaugural year of the express delivery era. Chapter 0073, Prosperous Ventures. Old Yuan and Old Zhou traveled by bus from Zhuhai to Shund. Upon alighting, they headed straight to Rongji Dock. Old Yuan was somewhat reluctant, while Old Zhou, with a frown, urged, "Smile a little." Old Yuan rolled his eyes, retorting, "I'm not insane. I don't just smile for no reason." Old Zhou insisted, "I want you to appear pleasant when meeting Wei. Our families share a good relationship. Wei is starting a small business, and Yu Jiao feels there's little she can do to assist him, so she asked us to send some items to Hong Kong for our daughter. Even if you are not concerned with Wei's business, it has been several days since we last saw our daughter. Do you not miss her?" Old Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, pondering what there was to think about. She insisted on remaining in Hong Kong, despite being advised to return to the mainland for work. What is so wrong with her returning to find a man and marry early? Perhaps having 2 children in 3 years? Is it not rather disgraceful for her to be constantly in the public eye? Old Zhou sighed, lamenting his own health. Otherwise, he would have at least 2 more children, ideally a son for Old Yuan. Some might argue that family planning policies come into play. Yet it seems these policies hold little sway in Chaozhou. Not only the post-70s generation, but even those born in the 80s, when family planning was officially instituted, continue to have children freely here, with families often opting for 2 or 3 children, and even 5 is considered normal. Old Zhou did not wish to simply provide his husband with a son. Rather, he believed that having a son would ease Peipei's life significantly, granting her greater freedom. "Now, today is meant to celebrate Wei's grand opening," Old Zhou remarked, "so do not wear a stern expression." Old Yuan replied, "Let us only congratulate him on his opening. Let us not dwell on other matters. Our relationship with Wang Wei and Yu Jiao is distinct. As in-laws, we shall leave it at that." That young lad, Wei's demeanor during his blind date still made Old Yuan shake his head in disbelief. He continued, "Wei was doing well at the printing factory, and now he has ventured into the delivery business. He claims it is a company, but isn't it merely a front for smuggling? I can understand the youth's desire to become a boss, yet one should be aware of the market conditions before opening a shop in such a remote area. I wish him prosperity, yet I cannot bring myself to voice it." Old Zhou could only smile and go along with his sentiments. Her husband did not harbor animosity towards Wang Wei. After all, he was the son of an old friend, their junior, and they genuinely wished him well. However, the fact that Yuan Peipei remained in Hong Kong and did not return weighed heavily on Old Yuan's heart, igniting his temper whenever their daughter was mentioned. As the couple approached Rongji Port, the streets became increasingly congested with people and vehicles, all seemingly converging upon a single destination. Old Yuan overheard locals repeatedly mentioning Shunda Express, prompting him to inquire of Old Zhou, "What is Wei's shop called?" Old Zhou shook his head. Did I not tell you? I cannot remember. I believe it is called Shunda, but old Yuan seemed somewhat skeptical. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he found it already teeming with people, with small trucks and motorcycles lining the roadside. Old Yuan could vaguely make out the Shunda sign hanging at the entrance, while remnants of firecrackers lay trampled on the ground. Refreshments were laid out for the guests, presenting a scene of bustling activity as if they had just opened their doors. Old Yuan's heart raced. The dynamics of human emotion are intricate. Logically, given his long-standing friendship with the Wang and Chen families, one would hope for Wang Wei's business to thrive and gain renown far and wide. Yet, for a fleeting moment, old Yuan found himself wishing that this flourishing establishment did not belong to Wang Wei. But when Wang Wei finally came into view, that fleeting fantasy shattered, and he quickly adjusted his mindset to accept the reality before him. Old Zhou waved at Wang Wei, calling out, "Ah Wei." Wang Wei, surprised to see Uncle Yuan and Aunt Zhou, inquired, "What brings you here?" Uncle Yuan endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm as he entrusted the parcel in his hands to Wang Wei, stating, "This is for your Peipei sister." Wang Wei, gently patting Uncle Yuan's back, led him into the warehouse, saying, "Uncle Yuan, Aunt Zhou, please come in. Have a cup of tea and some snacks while I arrange things for you." A middle-aged man in line shouted, "What is going on? If you want to send something, you need to wait in line." Wang Wei replied, "This is my uncle and aunt." The man raised his chin defiantly, retorting, "Uncle and aunt? That's impressive. But I could be your uncle too." Wang Wei responded, "Old Yuan, Old Zhou," while the middle-aged man gestured towards the front and back of the queue, asserting, "Everyone is in a hurry. We need to open the doors and conduct business fairly. Even if they were your in-laws, what of it? I have a daughter too. And if you say I can cut in line, I could easily be your father-in-law." Old Yuan and Old Zhou chuckled at the long line's absurdity. Old Yuan motioned for Old Zhou to join the queue. With his hands behind his back, Old Yuan wandered around, as if a seasoned veteran, eager to offer Wang Wei some advice, yet completely oblivious to why the courier service was suddenly thriving. The manager of Qinghui Garden approached, saying, "Boss Wang, I've instructed the kitchen to prepare more refreshments and have sent someone to expedite delivery." Wang Wei offered the manager a cigarette, thanking him for his assistance. Meanwhile, a drowsy Xiaoli, having heard that Qinghui Garden was delivering breakfast to Shunda, thought to herself, "I have nothing to do. Why not go and enjoy some breakfast?" She mused that it was just a small establishment with little business. They were making such a fuss, so she might as well help ease the workload. Wang Wei, that scoundrel, would surely owe her a thank you. As Xiaoli ambled towards the Shunda warehouse, she noticed the crowd thickening, her heart racing with disbelief, whispering to herself, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." When she finally witnessed the throngs of people, her face involuntarily twitched. The line had formed neatly, otherwise it would have spilled onto the street. Liang Zixiong was busy distributing the refreshments to those in line, and the lively scene far surpassed that of a bustling market. Xiaoli's gaze drifted. The previous day's signs suggested that there would be no business today. She pondered whether a few deliveries would even cover the fuel costs. Xiaoli wished fervently that this was just a dream. As the situation unfolded contrary to her expectations, the jealousy and agitation within her became increasingly difficult to contain. Xiaoli recalled the moment when Wang Wei had invited her to join Shunda. Regret surged in her heart, overwhelming her. "It's not too late," she reassured herself, spotting Liang Zixiong handing out refreshments. She approached him, offering snacks to everyone with a smile, engaging in casual conversation, exuding a strong sense of ownership. Occasionally glancing at Liang Zixiong, she noticed his brow glistening with sweat and felt compelled to wipe it away. The harmonious image of a couple working together emerged beautifully. Wang Wei observed the scene from a distance, reflecting on how he still cherished your untamed demeanor. Chapter 0074, Polite, Good Yet Bad. In truth, the one most profoundly affected should be Zixiong, right? Wang Wei cast a glance at Liang Zixiong, only to find that he was not as joyous as he had anticipated. Wang Wei could empathize with such sentiments. Men's approach to love can generally be divided into 3 stages. First, the shared struggle to create a life that brings mutual happiness. Second, in times of wealth, exhibiting an unsettling calmness towards any advances, lacking something essential. And third, in the event of business failure, often willing to share in the hardships with their beloved, yet reluctant to let them suffer further. The dinner from the previous night served as a pivotal moment. Had Xiaoli candidly acknowledged the timing of their marriage at the table and openly joined Shunda, then this harmonious union would have been imbued with sweetness. Yet now, Liang Zixiong could hardly muster a smile. Having missed that crucial moment, the trajectory of events had quietly shifted, and the essence had changed. Several times. When Li cast glances at Liang Zixiong, he had indeed noticed, but his gaze merely swept past her, never lingering on her face. He pretended not to see her. Women are inherently sensitive. Once or twice, one might overlook such gestures, but consistently? Are you truly blind? In truth, Li was on the verge of exploding. She had lowered herself to assist them, yet he turned a disdainful face towards her. Though it might be said that men should not indulge such behavior, this was still Wang Wei's domain. Her compliant and understanding demeanor was not solely for Liang Zixiong's benefit. It was primarily to gain the approval of Wang Wei, the legitimate boss. Should Wang Wei perceive that Liang Zixiong and she shared genuine happiness and recognize her as capable and resourceful, then her subsequent employment with Shunda would naturally follow. Contemplating this, Li felt a wave of regret. Had she known the business would flourish so remarkably today, she would have agreed yesterday. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but think, could it be that Wang Wei, that arrogant fellow, was aware of the impending success and, sensing her reluctance to join, publicly inquired about her willingness to work at Shunda? Li, possessing a hint of cleverness, had inadvertently stumbled upon the answer. She ground her teeth in frustration. If all of this were indeed Wang Wei's scheme, he was utterly shameless, a vile and insidious creature. Cursing Wang Wei was part of life, and putting on a smiling facade was also part of life. She approached Liang Zixiong, holding a handkerchief, and when she saw him sweating profusely, she reached out to wipe his brow. Liang Zixiong instinctively recoiled. At that moment, her cheeks flushed with heat. She felt as though countless eyes were fixated upon her. What had once seemed a tender display of affection now appeared to be a self-deluded farce. Liang Zixiong's retreat was not intentional. He simply did not comprehend the purpose of the hand suddenly appearing near his face. When he realized that it was merely Li's gesture of wiping his sweat, surprisingly, he felt justified in evading her. Liang Zixiong's face betrayed no hint of remorse as he flatly replied to Li, stating he was rather busy. Li's expression became awkward, twitching slightly, although she smiled. The discomfort was palpable, and her mindset erupted. So you think you're something special, huh? What is so impressive about you? Just because Wang Wei's business is experiencing a slight upturn, you really believe yourself to be significant. I offered you an opportunity to step down, but you chose to play the big shot instead? Just a worthless scoundrel. The mantra remained, insulting others is life, while flattering them is work. Li awkwardly withdrew her handkerchief. Continuing to play the fool, Wang Wei was relatively pleased with Liang Zixiong's reaction. After all, he was not like others who wallowed in self-pity and sorrow, oblivious to being manipulated. Liang Zixiong simply struggled to articulate his true feelings. However, he was acutely aware of Li's sentiments towards him. Wang Wei accompanied Uncle Yuan to the dock, where Li Jiawang and Xiao Jiachuan were busily loading goods onto the ship. Old Yuan inquired, "Is this ship solely responsible for transporting all the cargo to Hong Kong? And will it return empty? In truth, you ought to venture to Hong Kong first to see if there are merchants wanting to transport goods to the mainland. This way, wouldn't you profit from a round trip?" Wang Wei suddenly clapped his hands in realization. "Uncle Yuan, your words have awakened me from my reverie. How could I have overlooked this? I am still too young and must seek your guidance more on business matters." Initially, old Yuan felt rather awkward upon his arrival, even contemplating whether old Wang and old Chun were acting strangely, as their son's business thrived while they were invited to manage his affairs. Were they attempting to showcase their son's success? Old Yuan felt a pang of bitterness. He couldn't help but recall Wang Wei's carefree demeanor during a matchmaking event last month. And compared to now, it was as if he were a different person. Back then, he had trouble adding 100 to 200. But now he was successfully running such a booming business. Old Yuan lamented his growing inability to comprehend this world while regretting not having introduced his daughter to Wang Wei sooner. Just as Wang Wei articulated his thoughts, old Yuan felt an even greater sense of regret. "Uncle Yuan, the sun is quite strong here. Let's return to the warehouse for some tea, and I would appreciate your continued sharing of wisdom." Old Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no wisdom to share. I've merely eaten a few more meals than you." The more he spoke, the more satisfied he became, suddenly asking, "By the way, are you still in contact with Peipei?" No. Wang Wei quickly waved his hand. "Since that day, I have not disturbed Sister Peipei again." "Disturb? How is that disturbing?" Old Yuan pondered if he had inadvertently led this young man to misconstrue his words. Nevertheless, he still wished to converse further with Wang Wei, but upon glancing at the time, Wang Wei patted on Yuan, saying, "I'll leave this to you. Old Xia, ensure the goods are checked in order. We cannot allow any contraband into the warehouse. Uncle Yuan, I am about to dispatch the first shipment to Hong Kong." Old Yuan hastily replied, "However, the orange peels and clothing for your sister Peipei have yet to be registered." Wang Wei, holding a loudspeaker, announced to the crowd that the first vessel was now en route to Hong Kong. Friends who had sent parcels were promptly informed to notify their clients in Hong Kong to collect their items at the dock. The operating hours of the Hong Kong dock are from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. Friends who have yet to send their parcels need not worry. Normal registration, payment, and storage procedures remain in effect. At 3 in the afternoon, another trip to Hong Kong would be made to ensure everyone's parcels arrived that very day. Wang Wei set down the loudspeaker and told old Yuan, "Uncle Yuan, I shall take my leave now. Once you have sent your parcels, you need not concern yourself further. When time permits, let us arrange a gathering with my parents for tea. Zixiong, I'm off." Old Yuan felt that Wang Wei was exceedingly courteous towards him. Is courtesy not a virtue? It is commendable, yet it seems to create a subtle distance between them. Chapter 0075. Ding Ding understands you well. Xiao Li raised her hand, preparing to bid a tender farewell to Liang Zixiong. However, she soon brushed her fingers against her ear, twirling a lock of hair, and let her hand fall as if nothing had transpired. This was because Liang Zixiong, responding to a call, ran towards Wang Wei, heading for the dock without sparing Xiao Li a glance. "Boss, the ship is ready to set sail." Liang Zixiong untied the rope and leapt aboard. Wang Wei glanced at Liang Zixiong, pondering, with Xiao Li being so considerate, shouldn't you feel delighted? Liang Zixiong curled his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the earlier sentiment. He should have felt elated. After some contemplation, he suddenly remarked, "The timing is off. If she had acted that way yesterday, I might have felt quite happy." Upon hearing this, Wang Wei merely chuckled, refraining from further persuasion or analysis. The decline of a relationship often reveals itself through a series of unmistakable signs: intense arguments, mutual disregard, a sense of detachment, and ultimately, the bittersweet realization of parting ways. Liang Zixiong currently found himself in the stage of indifference. The path ahead was one he must traverse alone. Any additional comments from Wang Wei would only serve as external pressure, potentially uniting them against a common external rationale, producing counterproductive effects. It was best to remain a silent observer, refraining from expressing any opinions. With a resounding horn, the Shunda vessel glided gracefully into the waterway, carrying a cargo of parcels and Wang Wei's dreams, all heading towards Hong Kong. "Damn it, what's this? Ignoring me? I don't wish to acknowledge you either." Xiao Li cursed internally, feeling thoroughly vulnerable. "Liang Zixiong, you've grown wings and now turn your back on me? It was you who clung to me desperately back then. Do you really think you're so remarkable now? How dare you give me that look?" Throughout their lengthy relationship, Xiao Li had never endured the humiliation she faced today. What infuriated her most was the expectation that tranquility would return after the morning rush, yet the crowd only seemed to swell. Were these manufacturers unable to locate the gray market dealers? Must they come here to send their parcels? Had all the gray market dealers vanished? As Xiao Li leaned towards the counter, she spotted Xie Chong tossing stacks of 100 yuan bills into the drawer. As the drawer opened and closed, she noticed it was stuffed full of banknotes. What kind of luck did Wang Wei have to earn so much money? Could this wretched courier company not just go bankrupt? The sight of Wang Wei and his associates profiting left Xiao Li feeling more devastated than if her entire family had perished. Envy and frustration swirled within her. And just when her expression began to betray her emotions, she overheard someone say, "Zixiong has left. There's nothing here for you to assist with. So you may as well go." Xiao Li nearly lashed out in anger, but upon seeing Li Jiawang, she swallowed her words. She still harbored a modicum of fear towards him. This man never cared for decorum and would turn hostile without a moment's notice, so it was best not to provoke him. Xiao Li even managed to muster a smile for him, thinking that with Zixiong gone, there was indeed a shortage of hands, and she might as well stay to greet the customers. As she turned to attend to her duties, Li Jiawang looked upon her with disdain, muttering, "Had I known this would be the case, I would have acted differently." Xiao Li kept her head down, serving tea and water. She had no intention of leaving. After enduring so much humiliation, they could not expect her to walk away quietly. She intended to remain until Liang Zixiong returned, determined to secure a position for herself at Shunda. The sight of that drawer full of money was undeniably tempting. Just as Xiaoli was deep in thought, she suddenly heard a customer in line call out to her, "Hello, beautiful." The voice was melodious, and her gaze fell upon a woman clad in white shorts, with delicate long legs and stylish high heels. The top was slightly cropped, revealing a glimpse of her adorable belly button with the slightest movement. Xiaoli looked up to see a stunning woman towering over her, her curly locks cascading down. "How beautiful," was Xiaoli's immediate thought, quickly followed by a harsh judgment. "She looks like a streetwalker. She must be a tramp." The woman before her, exuding an air of confidence, inquired, "Are you an employee here?" Xiaoli's face suddenly contorted, her expression shifting drastically. Ding Ran had not anticipated encountering such hostility from a stranger. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly struck a nerve. Gathering her composure, Ding Ran posed another question. "Is Wang Wei the owner here?" Xiaoli's countenance darkened further. After a couple of involuntary twitches, she begrudgingly nodded and turned away, her entire demeanor radiating negativity, as if shrouded in shadows. Ding Ran stood there, taken aback. Why was this woman so irate at her presence? Yet, Ding Ran had little interest in her. Her focus lay on the astonishing success of Wang Wei's shunda. Upon witnessing the bustling scene, she could hardly believe her eyes. However, after confirming several times that this was indeed Wang Wei's shunda, she felt rather foolish for her earlier doubts about the business's prosperity. Those in the manufacturing sector knew that once partnerships were established, barring significant issues, they would likely continue indefinitely. This signified that today's business at Shunda was merely at its lowest ebb. What could it possibly evolve into in the future? Ding Ran dared not even contemplate the possibilities that lay ahead. This matter is of little consequence. Regardless of Wang Wei's wealth or poverty, they remain classmates and kindred spirits. Their mutual affection transcends the realms of career and finances. Furthermore, when Wang Wei's career was merely taking its first steps, she was there to support him, designing his logo and even distributing flyers to his old classmates. These myriad signs suggest that Ding Ran does not harbor a disdain for the less fortunate. She is indeed a commendable young woman. Initially eager to surprise Wang Wei, she could have confidently approached him to present her parcel destined for Xianjiang. However, Ding Ran has now changed her mind, choosing instead to stand in line. Firstly, she believes in adhering to the rules of queuing. Secondly, under the blazing sun, she wonders if Wang Wei might feel a twinge of guilt. Thus, she patiently waits until she reaches the counter. As An Yuan receives the parcel from her, his expression shifts slightly. Shouting, Ding Ran greets him with a smile. "Hello, An Yuan." An Yuan quickly replies, "Let me assist you with the paperwork. I apologize for the wait. Are you hungry? There are refreshments from a nearby restaurant." Li Jiawang promptly approaches, recognizing her as a significant figure, a high school classmate of their esteemed leader, and thus they cannot afford to be negligent. Observing their flustered hospitality, Ding Ran, already a striking presence, feels a sense of something lacking despite their warm reception. She inquires, "Where's your boss? I haven't seen him all day." At that moment, Lao Yuan, seated across the room, casts a glance in her direction. Li Jiawang explains, "The boss has gone to Xianjiang for a shipment and may not return until around 3 in the afternoon. I will inform him you came by." Ding Ran replies, "No need, I will wait for him." Lao Yuan's brow furrows deeper, questioning, "Why do you feel entitled to wait for him?" Ding Ran notices an elderly man watching her and instinctively turns to face away, thinking, surely he is not an old lecher. Chapter 0076. Such thought processes. Lao Zhou has already dispatched the items intended for his daughter. Lao Yuan ought to have departed long ago. It is unclear why he remains. "Let us go," Lao Zhou remarks, observing the increasing number of customers arriving to send parcels. "It's quite busy here, and with a Wei absent, we shouldn't impose further." Lao Yuan shoots her a sidelong glance, retorting, "Impose? A Wei is our junior. As elders, we ought to show concern and impart some wisdom. I have much to advise him on. Though his business is thriving, there are many aspects he has not considered. For instance, when a fully loaded ship returns from Xianjiang, could it not also carry some parcels back?" Lao Zhou turns her face, casting a sidelong glance at Lao Yuan, after a lifetime together. She is well aware of her husband's tendencies. He intends to offer guidance to Wang Wei. Just as she contemplates this, a new wave of arrivals shouts from the warehouse. "Have the parcels from Xianjiang arrived? We need to collect them." Li Jiawang called out, 3 o'clock, everyone. We can enjoy some refreshments and take a break. There is still over an hour left." Lao Yuan felt a bit embarrassed, his toes nearly poking out of his icy shoes. He had an unsettling sensation that his wife was watching him. When he turned around in irritation, he discovered that she was merely glancing around, completely ignoring him. The slap in the face came too suddenly for him to brace himself. Wang Wei's courier service primarily operated between Hong Kong and the mainland. In fact, the volume of shipments from Hong Kong to the mainland often exceeded that of the reverse route. If Lao Yuan could think of it, surely Wang Wei could as well. However, when Lao Yuan took on the role of an elder to advise Wang Wei, the latter regarded him with respect. Despite the embarrassment, Lao Yuan felt a renewed sense of satisfaction towards Wang Wei. He cast a sidelong glance at Ding Ran, who was also waiting for Wang Wei, and asked in a low voice, "Do you think that on the day Wang Wei dined with us, Wen Wei and Yu Jiao arranged other suitors for Auntie?" Huh. Lao Zhou was puzzled by Lao Yuan's sudden inquiry. He replied, "That's a matter for Wen Wei and Yu Jiao as a couple. How would I know?" Lao Yuan asserted. "I doubt it. After all, Wang Wei has already been with Peipei." Lao Zhou's expression grew increasingly complicated. "Didn't you just say Wang Wei was inadequate? You mentioned that a person reflects their upbringing, and that his arithmetic was poor. Over 100 plus over 200 equals 500. Wang Wei claimed that day was a matchmaking event, as you said, just two families catching up after a long time. Why has it suddenly turned into them being matched and not seeking further connections? Even if they did meet for matchmaking, if you weren't impressed, why should it concern us if he looks for someone else afterward?" Lao Yuan leaned in closer to Lao Zhou. "You're quite talkative. Can you take charge of this matter? I never said he was unworthy. Even if he is still well known to us. Wen Wei is a factory director in a state-owned enterprise, and Yu Jiao is a doctor. Our families are quite familiar with each other. With Peipei involved, what is there to worry about?" "Me?" Lao Zhou pointed at himself, bewildered. "I never expressed any opinion from the beginning. You've been the one speaking. Now it's turned into me being uneasy about Wang Wei. All right. Lao Zhou, already weary, let his eyelids droop. You can say whatever you want." Lao Yuan cast another wary glance at Ding Ran. Ding Ran was becoming increasingly irritated by his gaze. That old man was rather shameless. His wife was sitting beside him. Yet he dared to look at another woman? If he was so displeased, why not just leave? In truth, Ding Ran was waiting for Wang Wei. If he didn't arrive, she would continue to wait. There was no explicit tension in her actions or words, yet every detail hinted at an underlying strain. For instance, the scorching sun while queuing, or the mosquito bites she endured while waiting. Her delicate, fair legs were dotted with red welts. The time she spent here was another burden she bore. These small hardships were her reasons for Wang Wei's concern for her. Ding Ran understood well. Grievances must be displayed openly. If she left now, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Li Jiawang had noticed from the very beginning the peculiar connection between Old Yuan, Old Zhou, and Ding Ran, sensing that there was something more to this trio. With Peipei's parents and the big shot's high school classmate involved, it seemed that their statuses were rather unique. Naturally, Li Jiawang extended extra care towards them. He sent tea and snacks over to Old Yuan and Old Zhou. Old Yuan cleared his throat, parting his lips to express his gratitude with a soft sound. And then he offered some treats to Ding Ran as well. Upon receiving them, Ding Ran promptly protested, "You are all so busy. How can I trouble you? With Wang Wei absent, you are short-staffed. Let me lend a hand." Ding Ran was not merely being polite. He immediately set to work assisting in the warehouse. Observing Ding Ran's initiative, Old Yuan encouraged his wife to help as well. Old Zhou tilted his head in confusion, his expression filled with questions. It wasn't just Old Zhou who was baffled. Li Jiawang and Yuan and Xiechong were equally perplexed by the sudden influx of helpers. Shaoli was taken aback. Questioning the situation, "What does this mean? Are you trying to take my job? How shameless can you be? I was here first." Thus, within the Shunda warehouse, a beautiful and charming employee graciously attended to customers collecting and sending parcels. A kind and gentle aunt meticulously counted the items, while a short and unattractive woman rushed about the warehouse like a frenzied beast. When Wang Wei returned, he was utterly bewildered by the scene. Spotting Wang Wei returning from the dock, Ding Ran placed one hand on her waist and used the other to wipe the sweat from her brow, smiling playfully at him. She appeared as if eagerly awaiting the return of a lover. Li Jiawang went aboard the ship to assist Xiong with unloading, while Shaoli dashed up the gangplank. Working herself to the bone, Wang Wei grew increasingly confused, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ding Ran shot him a sidelong glance and playfully chided, "And you? Why don't you bring in more help? I waited in line for ages to send this parcel, and look at my legs." She pointed to her fair thighs. dotted with mosquito bites. Just rub some saliva on it, and the itch will go away, Wang Wei replied. Ding Ran tilted her head. Is that your solution? Her flirtatious expression, combined with her naturally alluring voice, captivated Wang Wei. Ah Wei, I've already sent your Peipei's things. Please take them to her later. Peipei? Ding Ran paused momentarily. When Wang Wei noticed the subtle change in her expression, he seized the opportunity to introduce. This is Uncle Yuan, Peipei's father. The moment Ding Ran recognized old Yuan's identity, a sudden urge to laugh surged within her. Peipei's father was, in fact, a rather lecherous old man. Chapter 0077. A highly coveted presence near the Zhouhai train station stood a dilapidated cluster of buildings. A few young men greeted each other at the alley's entrance, inquiring, "Is the big shot inside?" "Yes, he is." Upon entering, they discovered a cacophony of voices. It was a gathering of peers in a heated discussion. At the front sat a perspiring, rotund man, fixated on a flyer on the table, his countenance grim and brooding. A freshly lit cigarette rested in the nearby ashtray, the curling smoke adding to his air of deep-seated grievances. The esteemed leader pondered the disheartening reality. Business had come to a standstill. What was to be done? We could hardly resort to the desolate Northwest. Just yesterday, everything seemed to be thriving. Today, however, a dozen of our brothers could scarcely muster 200 items between them. And Fatty glanced at the few newcomers, the water goods traders, and inquired, "What of you?" The water goods traders lamented that the Dongfang building had managed a mere 50 orders that day. The news sent a chill through the gathering, for the Dongfang building typically handled no less than 200 orders daily. And Fatty, with a furrowed brow, inhaled deeply from a cigarette before placing it back in the ashtray, enveloping himself in clouds of smoke as he scrutinized the flyer before him. Shunda Express had astonishingly processed 150 orders in a single day. If this trend continued, his loyal band of brothers would soon find themselves left with nothing but the cold winds of the Northwest. Initially, everyone regarded Shunda as merely a reckless individual operator. "Leader, I have encountered those from Shunda. They are few and lack any connections. Let us take them on." In the past, they had endured grievances as long as their business remained unaffected. Yet now, their very livelihood was being severed. To obstruct one's financial path was akin to slaying one's parents. This sentiment resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. If they did not fight back, they would helplessly watch their hard-won territory slip away. With narrowed eyes, Fatty took 3 quick puffs from his cigarette before extinguishing it. Rising slowly, his gaze remained fixed on the flyer. The brothers who followed Fatty felt a surge of fervor. Their leader was standing. Suddenly, he collapsed with a resounding thud, falling heavily to the ground. "Leader!" The water goods traders rushed forward, their voices raised in concern. "Is there food? Is there food? The leader has low blood sugar and has fainted." "Hello, Uncle Yuan." Although Ding Ran found Uncle Yuan to be rather lascivious, she felt compelled to greet him politely. "Uncle Yuan, I am a classmate of Wang Wei from high school, and also a junior to Sister Peipei." Uncle Yuan responded begrudgingly. Wang Wei quickly took over the tasks from Aunt Zhou, jesting, "Aunt Zhou, your salary is too high. I cannot afford you." This remark brought a smile to Aunt Zhou's face. However, Uncle Yuan interjected, "We are all family here. I see you are busy, so I am merely lending a hand. Do not stand on ceremony." "Family? Not to stand on ceremony?" Wang Wei could distinctly sense the shift in Uncle Yuan's demeanor towards him. These words seemed directed not only at Wang Wei, but also at Ding Ran. Had they not succeeded in igniting conflict? Without competition, there was no market. With the emergence of an imaginary foe, Wang Wei's value would soar. Moreover, they were not merely imaginary adversaries. They would soon become tangible rivals. Uncle Yuan, sensing that his earlier remarks lacked impact, added, "Ah Wei, regardless of how busy business becomes, ensure you maintain contact with your sister Peipei. She will be in Xiangyang for some time and will return eventually. You should take the initiative to care for her." Old Yuan was anxious, while Wang Wei maintained a nonchalant demeanor. He casually remarked, "Uncle Yuan, rest assured, I will contact Sister Peipei when I have the time. By the way, I'll personally deliver the package to Sister Peipei when I head to Shanjiang later." Uncle Yuan was in a state of urgency, and Ding Ran, who initially thought of old Yuan as merely a lecherous old man, now understood that his lingering gaze was not one of lust, but of vigilance. Hadn't Wang Wei asserted that he had no ties to Yuan Peipei? At this juncture, Ding Ran realized that the groundwork she had laid and the strategies she intended to employ were rendered futile. All she wished to ascertain was Wang Wei's relationship with Yuan Peipei. Yet, she quickly found herself pondering, what was her relationship with Wang Wei? It appeared to be non-existent. Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong had unloaded the cargo from the ship. As the goods were being loaded into the warehouse, Wang Wei glanced at Uncle Yuan and Aunt Zhou, stating, I truly cannot accompany you today. I must head to Shanjiang at once. Seeing that old Yuan seemed reluctant to leave, old Zhou interjected. There's nothing pressing here for now. We won't impede your business, so we shall take our leave. With that, he pulled the unwilling old Yuan away. As old Yuan turned back for the third time, old Zhou exclaimed, What are you doing? Wei doesn't even meet your standards for a son-in-law. And yet you're so invested. Old Yuan scowled. Can you refrain from interjecting while men are speaking? Did I say I was leaving? Leave. Did you not notice how that woman was quite taken with Wei? What is wrong with staying to assist him a bit? Old Zhou, having endured enough, finally snapped. Go ahead, do as you please. You only talk, while I'm the one doing all the work. I'm utterly exasperated. Old Zhou stormed off, clearly unwilling to engage further with old Yuan. You've learned to talk back, have you? Stop. Why are you rushing off? Wait for me. Once Yuan Peipei's parents departed, Ding Ran cast a half-serious, half-faux angry glance at Wang Wei, indicating her displeasure regarding the matter of Yuan Peipei. The last time they met, Wang Wei had clearly stated that he had no connection to Yuan Peipei. However, it must be corrected that Wang Wei had merely posed a question. Have you ever considered that my pursuit of Sister Peipei is merely to capture your attention? The rest of the implications had been drawn by Ding Ran from that solitary statement. At the moment Uncle Yuan and Aunt Zhou arrived, the nature of Ding Ran and Wang Wei's entanglement had transformed from playful banter into a life-and-death struggle. Originally, she had hoped to elicit a compensatory reaction from Wang Wei through her small grievances, such as waiting and suffering mosquito bites. However, with Yuan Peipei's presence, she could no longer rely on Wang Wei's awareness. Upon further reflection, she rephrased her unspoken thoughts. If I were to ask you to join me for a meal now, you would undoubtedly claim you have no time, wouldn't you? Yet, upon deeper contemplation, she realized that this sentiment seemed to convey an implicit flirtation. Nevertheless, given Wang Wei's current ambitions, pressing him too hard might prove counterproductive. She altered her words to, I originally intended to invite you to dinner, but given your busy schedule, I shall let you off today. However, in a few days, when several classmates and friends gather for a meal, you must accompany me. Being with someone like Ding Ran, a spirited and vivacious woman, certainly brings a high emotional value. Chapter 0078. The misadventure into an elite circle of mediocrity. When a person consistently considers issues from your perspective and can articulate your innermost thoughts, even those you are unaware of, do you not find that person rather endearing? Some may exclaim, why do I lack such capabilities? In truth, you possess them as well. There is a saying, I sense that your heart is quite lonely. Another states, you appear carefree on the outside, yet your heart is tender and soft. A particularly poignant truth is, few can penetrate your inner world, and once they do, it becomes a lifelong affair. While this may sound overly sentimental, those years were indeed tumultuous. Of course, this is merely the introductory version. Ding Ran's understanding is far more advanced. After all, she is an art student. Ding Ran's empathetic nature provides an abundance of emotional value. It appears that some individuals are inherently capable of love, and it is not merely a matter of physical prowess. Wang Wei questioned, why should I compensate you? Ding Ran, with a playful pout and fluttering eyelashes, responded, do you think I have basked in the sun for half a day for nothing? And what about these mosquito bites? She showcased the small welts on her thigh. Wang Wei retorted, I could simply use my saliva to ease your discomfort. Unfazed, Ding Ran stepped closer, undeterred. It was Wang Wei who seemed to hesitate, trying to evade her. Ding Ran huffed, I may have deserved the bites, but I have also toiled for you the entire day. Should I not receive some form of compensation? Careful with your words. One cannot speak carelessly. What do you mean by having worked for me all day? Wang Wei thought. Once the words were out, they could not be retracted. Ding Ran leaned against Wang Wei, teasingly saying, if you refuse, I shall take away the parrot. She then turned to inquire of the parrot, who seemed blissfully unaware of any impending kidnapping. Wang Wei appeared resigned, ultimately conceding. He retrieved the parrot, leaving the conversation open-ended, stating, if time permits, I shall join you. Ding Ran then shot him a playful glance, as if reproaching his reluctance, yet her demeanor suggested satisfaction with his response. Is this not the joy derived from such playful tugging? Yet, Not everyone relishes this dynamic. Ding Ran presents as soft and charming, yet harbors a strong competitive spirit within. This brings to mind the fierce competition for the title of school belle from years past. A junior who invested considerable effort to prove her superiority over Yuan Peipei never explicitly claimed her desire to win, yet her every action spoke volumes of her ambition. At this very moment, Yuan Peipei re-entered Ding Ran's life, and this time, Ding Ran vowed to ensure that Yuan Peipei would yield wholeheartedly. An inexplicable fervor ignited within him, stirring excitement even in Wang Wei. The business thrived, and the profits were indeed substantial. Yet, nothing could rival the spectacle of the annual contest for affection among women. As Wang Wei pondered this, Li Jiawang approached him, saying, "Boss, your classmate has feelings for you." Wang Wei, taken aback, regarded Li Jiawang with a complex expression, questioning the need to emphasize such an obvious matter. Li Jiawang continued, "However, it seems that Peipei's parents are keen on having you as their son-in-law." Wang Wei maintained his puzzled demeanor. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Li Jiawang queried. "I want to know, between Peipei and Ding Ran, whom would you choose?" Wang Wei huffed dismissively. "Why must I choose?" Li Jiawang's features twisted in confusion and disdain, contemplating, the boss is putting on airs, yet he finds them both unsuitable? Frankly speaking, Li Jiawang had no real insight into Wang Wei. On Zixiong's end, the goods had been unloaded, and the new shipments were already on board. Xiaoli, brimming with enthusiasm, trailed close behind Liang Zixiong, appearing to care for him, while in reality, she was merely showcasing her affection to Wang Wei. However, her efforts were utterly futile. In her mind, she perceived herself as a skilled player, deftly maneuvering through the game, while in truth, she was merely a distraction, lacking finesse and competence. Wang Wei, prepared to engage her, approached the counter, offering cigarettes to Zixiong and Yuan, instructing them to handle the receiving and paperwork with meticulous care. Zixiong and Yuan accepted this without issue. Wang Wei remarked that it was best left to a more attentive young lady to perform such tasks, filling out forms and collecting payments. At that moment, Xiaoli resembled a vehicle revving its engine, poised to surge forward, akin to an eager student aware of the answers, ready to rush toward Wang Wei. Wang Wei opened a drawer overflowing with colorful banknotes, quickly closing it again. "Please wait a moment. I shall find a suitable replacement for you in the coming days." As Wang Wei turned, Xiaoli nearly pressed her face against his. He regarded her with a bemused smile, while she attempted to subtly nod, hoping to inspire Wang Wei to do the same. Yet, Wang Wei maintained his stance, regarding her as if she were a fool. Xiaoli, feeling awkward, stiffly turned her head. Nodding at Wu, "You are so adorable." Ding. Wu seemed frozen in place, hesitating for what felt like an eternity before exclaiming, "Get lost, ugly." Xiaoli's face twitched, nearly breaking her composure in the presence of a mere bird. It was akin to trying to establish rapport with a boss, unsure of how to proceed, only to notice his children and instinctively shift focus toward them. "You are so well behaved." The mischievous child retorted, "Go away, ugly." Wang Wei playfully patted Wu and smiled at Xiaoli. "Thank you for your hard work today." Subsequently, Wang Wei addressed his band of brothers, expressing a desire to celebrate that evening upon his return. Everyone was aware that the inaugural day of Shunda's official operations was not merely a typical success. It was a momentous occasion. The anticipation for the evening's festivities was palpable, and naturally, it also included Xiaoli. Xiaoli specifically waved at Liang Zixiong, urging him to take care and assuring him that she would await his response. However, it was evident to Wang Wei, Li Jiawang, and Liang Zixiong that the essence of her words lay not in "be careful" or "I will wait for you," but rather in "I will remain here." What was the purpose of her staying? Undoubtedly, it was to partake in the celebratory drinks. Additionally, she aspired to embody the meticulous girl at the counter that Wang Wei often described. What a delightful contradiction it was for a girl, seemingly out of her depth, to find herself amidst such heights. At the dock of Xiangjiang, a voluptuous young lady, characterized by a soft, artistic demeanor, had her hair tousled by the ocean breeze, obscuring her view of the mainland. As she brushed her silky locks, she inadvertently smudged her glasses, a reminder of her struggle to adapt to her new accessory. Removing her spectacles transported her back to her school days, to a season of burgeoning life, where she donned a long skirt and white shoes. And the little boys behind her would call out, "Sister Peipei, care for some sweet water?" Chapter 0079. Promise me. The dock was bustling with people. Some were there to collect parcels, while others came to send them off. Perhaps growing impatient, a few began to voice their frustrations. What is taking so long? We are in a hurry. Could it have sunk? When Yuan Peipei, standing at the periphery of the crowd, overheard such remarks, she couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. She failed to comprehend why, without the ferry service between the mainland and Guangdong, their packages would take 1 or 2 days to arrive in the hands of smugglers. With the vessel, the time from receiving a call to obtaining the goods was reduced to just over 3 hours. It was undeniably swift. Why then, was there still such discontent? Such is human nature. When transportation is slow, everyone desires speed. When speed is achieved, they yearn for attentive service. And when service improves, is everything resolved? There are always those who nitpick. Yuan Peipei, unwilling to entertain their negativity, chose to shield herself from their grievances. Her glasses were smeared, yet she found herself too preoccupied to clean them as she cradled a pot of sweet water in her hands. On that sweltering evening, the timing fell amiss. The season inappropriate, and her age out of sync. The dynamics of her relationships had shifted as well. She even hesitated to set the sweet water down to wipe her glasses. When she lifted her gaze back to the sea, a small black dot gradually expanded, revealing the outline of a ship. Yuan Peipei unconsciously took a few steps forward, her demeanor one of eager anticipation. As she spotted a man at the bow of the ship, 1 foot perched on the railing, though his features were blurred. A familiar expression sparked a smile upon her lips. When you catch sight of an acquaintance from afar, the face may be indistinct, yet the posture and movements allow you to discern who they are. Yuan Peipei was astonished, realizing how familiar she had become with him. In the past, I truly did not perceive it. As the boat docked, Wang Wei had already arrived before Yuan Peipei, who remained lost in thought. The cheeky parrot, with its carefree demeanor, suddenly brought her back to reality. She hastily covered her chest with one hand, while clutching a thermos with the other. Peipei's face flushed crimson as she leaned closer to Wang Wei, their bodies nearly touching. Wang Wei tilted his head, bemused, and asked, Peipei, are you inviting me to embrace you? Blushing, Yuan Peipei replied, there's sweet soup I made inside the thermos. She simply wished for Wang Wei to take the thermos from her, unable to allow the cheeky parrot to nestle freely in her embrace. Her other hand could not transition from cradling the thermos to holding it upright, so she remained pressed against Wang Wei, wedged in with the thermos. Yet, Wang Wei's attention was entirely diverted from the thermos. Who would believe that a timid bird was nestled between them? As Liang Zixiong unloaded cargo from the boat, he passed by Yuan Peipei, grinning as he observed her. The ambiguous posture made Peipei's cheeks burn hotter. Quick, drink the sweet soup. Wang Wei took the thermos but did not immediately indulge. Instead, he surveyed the bustling crowd at the dock and pondered what to do. Zixiong is collecting items alone and could use assistance filling out forms, leaving no time for sweet soup. Yuan Peipei, with a swift motion, removed Wang Wei's bird from her chest and placed it on his shoulder. She then took the delivery slip and proceeded to the storage area, beginning to fill out the forms. This, in turn, granted Wang Wei the opportunity to enjoy the sweet soup. Wang Wei felt a sense of unfairness. Previously, the sweet soup he had brought for Peipei was personally crafted by Old Chun. Shouldn't the sweet soup Peipei offered him also be made by Aunt Zhou to ensure fairness? After tasting a spoonful, he discovered the thermos contained chilled mung bean soup. However, Wang Wei did not drink it right away. Instead, he walked past Yuan Peipei, unsure of his destination. Peipei initially thought Wang Wei would linger by her side. She then recalled how last time, he had handed her an umbrella and, with a word of encouragement, departed. Would he similarly leave today? Peipei glanced at the length of the queue behind her, hoping for more people to arrive. This way, she could spend a little longer with Wang Wei. Wang Wei made his way to the office of the manager at the Bao family's dock. Old Fu, he announced as he knocked and entered, greeting Manager Fu with an air of superiority. Manager Fu chuckled and teased, you come seeking a favor, calling me manager, and once your request is fulfilled, you'll forget Old Fu entirely. Wang Wei unscrewed the thermos and presented it to Old Fu. Sweet soup? A delightful treat. Mung bean soup, great for cooling down. Old Fu beamed, unable to contain his delight as he reached for the thermos. Wang Wei snatched it back, declaring, get a cup. Old Fu, still smiling, washed a cup and poured himself a generous serving, only to request a second. Am I truly someone who burns bridges, Wang Wei? He asked with a raised brow. Old Fu waved his hand dismissively. No. Now what can I assist you with, Boss Wang? You never come without a purpose. Wang Wei retorted. What? Can't I bring you mung bean soup without needing something in return? After Wang Wei rolled his eyes and closed the lid, he prepared to leave. If convenient, could you place a couple of sun umbrellas and a table with a chair in the storage area for me? Lao Fu said, see? You still need my help, don't you? Wang Wei raised the thermos in his hand. That's for your own benefit. When you come over for sweet soup in the future, you will need a place to sit, right? This is your workplace. You can't just be disturbed at any time. Though Lao Fu laughed and scolded him, he couldn't help but acknowledge that this young man had earned his respect. The notoriously difficult second miss was easily appeased with just one umbrella. Moreover, even if Wang Wei didn't deliver those 2 cups of sweet soup, would Lao Fu not help him with the table and chairs? The girl, who appeared to have a close relationship with him, was indeed the secretary of the 2nd Mississippi. With those 2 cups of sweet soup, Wang Wei had established himself as a considerate person capable of significant accomplishments in Lao Fu's eyes. Lao Fu had a keen eye for people. He believed that Wang Wei's future achievements would rival those of Sun Lixiong. Who is Sun Lixiong? He is the only son of Sun Haiwen, the eldest son-in-law of Bao Xiangyu. This father-son duo had nearly monopolized the major businesses of Bao Xiangyu's shipping, docks, and energy sectors. The other daughters and sons-in-law combined could hardly match the eldest son-in-law's holdings. Lao Fu's comparison of Wang Wei to Sun Lixiong was enough to illustrate that he was indeed a master of flattery. When Wang Wei returned to Yuan Peipei's side, she had just finished filling out a form and quietly asked, "Where did you go?" "I went to deliver sweet soup to Lao Fu," he replied. Yuan Peipei's expression shifted slightly, yet she continued filling out the form. Noticing her mild distress, Wang Wei opened the thermos. "I only poured him 2 cups. After saying that, he took a large sip. Yuan Peipei's expression improved a bit. At that moment, Lao Fu had someone bring over the table and chairs. Wang Wei remarked, "I saw you standing while filling out the form. It must be exhausting. So I had Lao Fu arrange for some furniture for you to sit on. It won't be as tiring." As Yuan Peipei sat down, she lowered her head and quietly said, "Even if I'm tired, I don't want you to give the sweet soup I made for you to others." Just as she finished speaking, Yuan Peipei looked up at Wang Wei with pleading eyes. "Next time, you mustn't give away the sweet soup I make, all right?" To be honest, it was hard to refuse when looked at by someone like Peipei. However, if he agreed, would she next say that he couldn't let others play with his bird either? Chapter 0080. Just right in every way for Wang Wei. Peipei's emphasis was not on the sweet soup or his sharing it with others, but rather on the words next time. This implied that there would indeed be a next time. Peipei was eagerly awaiting Wang Wei's response. Yet, a customer waiting for their item impatiently shouted, "Can't you see how many people are in a hurry? If you want to flirt, go to bed." Yuan Peipei's face instantly flushed, and she quickly turned to fill out her form. Wang Wei, infuriated, retorted at the rude customer, "What does your urgency have to do with me?" Wang Wei was indeed angry. Yuan Peipei felt a slight pang in her heart, reminiscing about her school days when her classmates would pester her, and Wang Wei would become irate, stepping in to defend her. At that time, however, Yuan Peipei did not relish being at the center of conflict. Such situations left her feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Yet, her current circumstances and mindset seemed to have shifted. She found herself deriving joy from Wang Wei's anger and confrontations. Initially, she contemplated intervening, but upon glancing up to see Wang Wei grinning, she decided against escalating the situation and returned to her own tasks. The delivery person from Xiangjiang spoke loudly, lifting his chin and directing his nostrils at Wang Wei. "What now?" Wang Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "If you're dissatisfied with me, feel free to complain to my boss. We're all just here to work. I can quit if need be, but don't expect to receive your package, all right? You want to bite me?" Liang Zixiong and Xiao Jiachuan exchanged bewildered glances, as even Yuan Peipei shot Wang Wei a puzzled look. Wasn't he the boss? Why was he pretending to be just a worker? There are harsh words employees can utter, but if the boss adopts such an attitude, it becomes challenging to rectify the situation later. After Wang Wei had an altercation, Liang Zixiong and Xiao Jiachuan unloaded the cargo from the ship onto the dock. They worked diligently, collecting and delivering packages. By the time they finished, evening had descended. Wang Wei, drenched in sweat, busily loaded the goods onto the ship while Yuan Peipei assisted by handing him items, gently advising him not to argue with others in the future. After all, in this line of business, customer service is paramount, and reputation holds great significance. Yuan Peipei intended to convey that Wang Wei should refrain from quarreling on her behalf, yet she felt a sense of happiness knowing he would stand up for her. As Wang Wei placed the cargo on the ship, He stood with hands on his hips, taking a deep breath. Sister Peipei, some arguments are necessary. They won't significantly affect the business. Besides, after all these years, I can't bear to see you suffer even the slightest injustice. Why should they? His straightforward words inexplicably made Yuan Peipei's heart ache. She thought to herself, if he truly cared, why did he turn away that day, leaving only a simple encouragement behind? Yuan Peipei's emotions were complex. She felt a blend of happiness and a tinge of sadness. After subtly tugging at her heartstrings, Wang Wei earnestly began to explain his business considerations. In the realm of express delivery, it is impossible to achieve perfect service all at once. The primary focus must first be on fulfilling essential needs, efficiency. Humans are inherently insatiable. Only once efficiency is thoroughly addressed can one gradually enhance service quality. Their customers might currently perceive the staff of Xuanfa as ill-tempered. Thus, the next step is to identify areas for improvement. If everything is executed flawlessly from the start, there will be no room for growth, nor will it be valued by others. Yuan Peipei's gaze flickered as she sensed multiple meanings behind Wang Wei's words. She interpreted it as a reflection of her past. Wang Wei's overly perfect demeanor during their school years might have led her to take him for granted. Yet, Yuan Peipei did not harbor regrets. Her student days were characterized by innocence and a lack of clarity in many emotions. However, she now had gained clarity. Wang Wei was clearly discussing the delivery service, yet Yuan Peipei inexplicably veered the conversation towards matters of the heart. As Yuan Peipei noticed that the items were nearly packed, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing these things over." Wang Wei replied, "Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhou paid for it. It was 100 yuan. Yuan Peipei recalled the last time Wang Wei had a disagreement with her father and wondered how their relationship stood today. "Did my father say anything to you?" Wang Wei responded. "He asked me to stay in touch with you and said I should take care of you." Yuan Peipei casually inquired, "What did you say?" Wang Wei replied, "Sister Peipei, I need to head back." Before he could leave, Yuan Peipei grasped his hand firmly. Wang Wei glanced down, noticing her grip was quite tight, showing no intention of letting go. With a serious tone, Yuan Peipei insisted, "You haven't promised me that you won't let anyone else have the sweet soup I made." At that moment, a simple affirmation would have sufficed to satisfy her desire, yet it evidently missed the crux of the issue. As previously mentioned, the emphasis lay on the next time. Wang Wei smiled at Yuan Peipei, saying, "Let us discuss it next time." Yuan Peipei appeared momentarily taken aback, but as she released his hand, a light-hearted smile seemed to affirm that Wang Wei's response was textbook perfect. She was not seeking a promise from him. Rather, she was eagerly anticipating their next meeting. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered something. "Oh, could you bring me a few items?" At that moment, Yuan Peipei's greatest fear was that Wang Wei would not make any requests. When he asked her to bring something, she likely felt a surge of joy, even if she was unaware of it. "What should I bring?" she inquired softly. Wang Wei replied, "Buy a rice cooker from Nissan." At this point, Yuan Peipei found it quite normal. However, Wang Wei then added, "Oh, and also a lipstick." Lipstick? As Yuan Peipei pondered for whom Wang Wei intended to buy the lipstick, he had already boarded the boat, cheerfully waving goodbye to her. As the cargo ship sailed away, Wang Wei's gaze lingered on Yuan Peipei's blushing face, which mirrored the vibrant hues of the sunset bathing the dock and sea. In that fleeting moment, the beauty of the girl and the sunset competed for splendor, leaving one to wonder whether she had enhanced the sunset's beauty or if the sunset had enchanted her. The world of mortals and the enchanting maiden complemented each other, evoking a bittersweet longing as the sun set and leaving one eagerly anticipating what was yet to unfold. It was only when the cargo ship and the sun vanished from sight that Yuan Peipei murmured to herself, "This time, he didn't turn his back on me." Liang Zixiong observed the bittersweet farewell between Wang Wei and Yuan Peipei, smiling like an indulgent uncle. Be it dog food or chocolate, every normal person harbors a yearning for beauty and wishes for the good. Thus, witnessing such scenes often elicits an involuntary smile, even from behind a screen. Yet, Liang Zixiong's smile faded abruptly, while the parting between Wei Gu and Peipei Jia was sweet. The thought of returning to see his own Xiaoli filled him with an indescribable discomfort. This sensation is akin to a bowl that has been soiled, questioning whether it can still be utilized for dining. There are numerous clients at the Hong Kong port awaiting their parcels. What has been transported back from the fragrant harbor consists either of documents or urgent samples of products requiring immediate processing. Upon receipt of these items, The factories on the mainland can commence work through the night. All commercial activities consistently emphasize a singular notion: speed. Swiftly seizing market opportunities, rapidly innovating and upgrading, quickly amassing wealth. After the clients had dispersed, Wang Wei made a flurry of phone calls, reaching out to every contact left on the packages brought back from Hong Kong, notifying them to collect their items the next day. Some clients expressed their grievances, asking whether delivery could not be arranged. Wang Wei's response was, "I apologize, but we currently do not offer that service. However, your feedback has been noted. Please stay tuned." Li Jiawang, Liang Zixiong, and Yuan Zixiong had nearly completed their tasks at hand. Upon overhearing Wang Wei's conversations, they speculated whether Shunda Express might soon introduce a home delivery service. Only Li remained preoccupied, nibbling on her fingers, entirely indifferent to the future developments of Shunda. Her sole concern was how to partake in the colorful notes that filled the drawers. Yet, several practical issues loomed. Firstly, she was not an employee of Shunda. To receive a share, she needed to be part of the team. To gain entry into Shunda, she required Liang Zixiong to advocate on her behalf. However, Liang Zixiong had been dismissive since the break of dawn, exhibiting a demeanor of condescension. She had waited all day for him. Yet he had not spared her a glance upon his return. What was Liang Zixiong's intention? Did he truly believe he had the right to act superior? Despite being merely a worker, Li harbored immense dissatisfaction, but could only suppress it. Several times, she intentionally lingered her gaze upon Liang Zixiong's face, hoping for a fleeting moment of eye contact. Yet, Liang Zixiong was well aware of her scrutiny. He simply chose not to acknowledge her. Li felt like an overinflated balloon, on the verge of bursting. Once everyone had completed their tasks and Wang Wei finished his calls, wasn't he at time for celebration? Why did silence pervade the atmosphere? Was there still something unresolved? Li glanced around, noticing some were smoking, others were playing with dogs, and even the usually chatty parrot remained silent. The ambience suddenly became awkward, when one finds the atmosphere in a group to be peculiar, yet cannot pinpoint the source of discomfort. One should not doubt that the root cause is likely oneself. Before entering the dormitory, conversations flowed freely, yet upon her entrance, an eerie silence ensued. Could this not indicate a problem? Li pondered if her presence was the cause of the unease. Even if she discerned the reason, she had no intention of leaving. They would either accept her, or Zixiong would step forward to speak on her behalf. In summary, after a long day of toil here, my feet are aching from standing. Although my efforts may go unrecognized, they surely won't be so shameless as to dismantle the bridge after crossing it, will they? Li, there's nothing more for you to do here. You should return and rest. Wang Wei showed no inclination to indulge her. This was an unexpected turn for Li. She never anticipated that Wang Wei would be so brazen as to send her away. Despite her reluctance, she forced a smile and said, "Brother Wei, I'm leaving now." Yet, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she called out to Liang Zixiong, "Zixiong, I'll be waiting for you at home. Please return early." Everyone present was a witness to the scene from the previous night. Li had left with such poise, but today, as she took her leave, her demeanor was markedly different, tinged with humility. Once outside, she vented her anger, unleashing a torrent of invective against Wang Wei's entire lineage. But what did it matter? The laughter from the warehouse echoed in her ears, more tormenting than death itself. Most despicable of all was Liang Zixiong, a man of no ambition, who, when his own woman was dismissed by Wang Wei, dared not utter a word. What kind of man is he? The more Li pondered, the more infuriated she became. But why didn't she just leave? Was she lost on her way home? Despite her fury, she could not leave just yet. What if Liang Zixiong failed to seek her out later? Nights are long and dreams plentiful. Matters must be resolved this evening. She must wait for Liang Zixiong to offer him a way out. The more she thought, the angrier she grew. Wang Wei, what right did he have? Li Jiawang had long prepared the drinks and refreshments. They awaited the return of their leader and Li's departure to celebrate together. Each held a bottle of beer as Wang Wei succinctly inquired about the progress of Shunda's business, requiring no further elaboration. Everyone understood the stakes. The ensuing moments were prime for seizing opportunities and expanding their territory. Foshan, Panyu, and Guangdong were the next targets on their agenda. Today was not the time for celebration. The true festivities would commence once Shunda's flag was planted in every corner of eastern Guangdong. Wang Wei took a small sip of beer before exchanging it for a bottle of Asian soda. He did not feel compelled to drink beer, as it was simply not to his taste. Xiao Jiachuan had already consumed half a bottle and felt somewhat reassured upon seeing his boss switch drinks, while Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong continued to indulge. At that moment, Wang Wei withdrew 600 yuan, distributing 300 to Xiechong and 300 to Xiao Jiachuan. Only a few days prior, they had each received a mere 300 yuan in wages. Bonuses would be issued at the end of the month, and next month as salaries would double, contingent upon performance. In this brotherhood where they all shared the same pot, I strive for fairness. Xiechong accepted the money without hesitation, but Xiao Jiachuan hesitated, feeling embarrassed to take it, eventually confessing, I still receive a salary from the factory. After speaking, he regretted his honesty, fearing that Wang Wei might retract the offer. Wang Wei moved the money forward once more, urging that one should not inform the factory director about receiving an additional salary from him. Isn't an extra income a blessing? Xiao Jiachun paused for a moment, accepting the money with both hands, as if the hardships at home suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. And Yuan inquired, Boss, shall we distribute flyers at the places you mentioned earlier? Wang Wei shook his head, stating that there was no need for further errands this time. Alternative promotional methods existed. Olden, Shunda intends to create its own large envelopes and packaging boxes. Your sister's photograph will be the first printed on the boxes of the missing persons. Do you agree? And Yuan, with a complex emotional state, nodded, Boss, I trust your judgment. Wang Wei's potential for wealth might very well stem from his exquisite sense of human connection. Chapter 0082. A successful first battle in Yuan's emotional complexity arose from the unfortunate circumstance of his sister being a missing person. However, Wang Wei's decision to disseminate Rand's portrait on the packaging boxes was far more effective than in Yuan's aimless search for her. While he mourned the silence surrounding his sister, he simultaneously held strong confidence in Shunda's future outreach and promotional capabilities, which contributed to his conflicting feelings. Wang Wei glanced at Li Jiawang, who was secretly reveling in his own thoughts. In the past, whenever Wan Cheng was mentioned, he acted like a lovesick fool. Now that he heard about the expansion into Wan Cheng, he didn't even stick out his tongue. What did that mean? Li Jiawang waved his hand dismissively, Boss. What are you talking about? That has nothing to do with me. My heart belongs solely to Xiao Yuyu. The mere mention of Xiao Yuyu conjured vivid images for Wang Wei. A plump figure chasing a car, and another Xiao Yuyu. A viral sensation from a decade later, the progenitor of the online round beauty. It was rumored that photographs existed on the internet, which Wang Wei had seen, most likely internet memes. Li Jiawang's incessant reference to Xiao Yuyu was utterly nauseating. Xiao Jiachun, sensing that the younger crowd was inclined toward youthful banter, felt out of place as a middle-aged man engaging in such frivolities. He resolved to return home and share the news of receiving his second salary with his wife. The youth were busy posturing, while middle-aged men labored to provide their families with security and happiness, seeking emotional fulfillment amidst their efforts. After all, one typically shares joys while concealing sorrows. Prolonged endurance against adversity can lead to either an explosive outburst or a silent demise. Xiao Jiachun recognized that aside from himself, the others were indeed the true core for Wang Wei. He anticipated becoming the boss's trusted confidant in the future, but he understood that such a relationship required time to develop. Wang Wei glanced at Yuan, who was closing the warehouse door. Xiechong pulled open several drawers, and Wang Wei emptied the contents onto the floor, bills raining down and scattering everywhere. After a long day's work, no one had kept track of how much money was involved. Yet, as the cash lay before them, they could only feel a burning desire. This was the tangible influence of wealth. When one is devoid of any sensation towards money, take a moment to truly experience the essence of cash. Count it, and suddenly, a profound sense of happiness envelopes you. Some may perceive Wang Wei as frivolously placing these sums before others, but the intricacies of human nature are unfathomable, and one cannot guarantee that envy will not arise. Those within this warehouse, should they opt to take the money, are free to do so. What does it signify to discern a person's character through such a trivial amount? Moreover, unlocking opportunities may necessitate a modicum of capital. Once the doors of possibility swing open, can one truly rely on such meager funds to generate wealth? Such a mindset is exceedingly restrictive. The perspective of a small business person is to accumulate wealth gradually, while that of a larger entrepreneur is to minimize costs and maximize profit margins. In the realm of enterprise, it is the market share that attracts capital. For those engaged in tangible business, relying solely on cash flow in the initial stages can be quite arduous. Zixiong presented the ledger to Wang Wei, revealing that on this day, a total of 960 deliveries were processed, yielding a revenue of 230 yuan. The presence of both odd and even figures arises from the fact that the minimum charge for a parcel is 100 yuan. Yet, for larger items, additional fees may range from 50 to 70 yuan. However, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that on this day, the revenue surpassed 210,000 yuan. After deducting transportation costs, labor expenses, and the cost of meals from Qinghui Garden, a net profit exceeding 100,000 yuan remained on the first day. This staggering figure instilled a palpable sense of astonishment and trepidation among those present. Yet, it appeared that the time, seemingly under some spell, passed swiftly and within mere seconds. Their astonishment had settled. This left Zixiong utterly bewildered. He had struggled to maintain composure throughout the day while collecting payments, yet they seemed unfazed by such figures. Was it a reflection of his own lack of experience? Li Jiawang, accustomed to a generous allowance since childhood, had accompanied Wang Wei to Binhai, returning with over 60,000 yuan, and now confronted with just over 200,000, seemed rather unremarkable. Any thoughts of money were foreign to an Yuan, who merely expressed mild astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, that's a lot of money," without further contemplation. Liang Zixiong merely marveled at Brother Wei's business acumen and decisiveness, transforming ideas into reality within a month. He was eager to witness what kind of colossal entity Shunda would evolve into. All the banknotes were meticulously arranged and placed into burlap sacks, destined for the bank the following day. Suddenly, Li Jiawang inquired, "Boss, at this rate, can we earn 5 to 6 million in a month?" Wang Wei replied, "Today marks the least profitable day for Shunda." A shudder ran through the crowd at the implication that the monthly earnings could far exceed 5 or 6 million. Wang Wei added, "However, it is also the day with the highest profit. Future profits would likely diminish, and losses might even occur, albeit not affecting their wages or bonuses." Wang Wei's remarks were still rather unfamiliar to them. He briefly elucidated that capturing market share and advertising incurs substantial costs. This expense is considerable, which is why I previously mentioned to Lao and that we need not distribute flyers ourselves. We shall rely on newspapers and radio stations, and in the future, we must increasingly depend on television. The influence of a brand gradually takes shape, and consumer reputation plays a vital role. Concurrently, the promotion through mainstream media is equally significant. Especially in an era when the internet remains relatively unknown, the impact of traditional media can only be described as exaggerated. Beyond mere promotion, capturing market share cannot be achieved solely by a handful of individuals. It requires the concerted efforts of countless employees to secure a substantial market presence. The salaries and benefits of these employees will constitute the largest expenditure, and if the final net profit can be maintained at around 10%, then Shunda will have achieved success. Li Jiawang remarked, "But where can we find so many employees now?" Wang Wei smiled enigmatically. In fact, these employees have already emerged. When Wang Wei revealed this answer, even the fearless Li Jiawang was taken aback. What kind of dream was the boss having? They would be fortunate if they did not undermine Shunda, let alone dedicate themselves to it. How could the boss, who was clearly indulging in Asian beverages, be speaking such inebriated nonsense? After a brief summary and reflection, the day had been exhausting, and rest was warranted. The 200 parrots were eager to play and bathe. These birds, much like humans, would dart in and out of the water hundreds of times a day, feeling utterly uncomfortable otherwise. Youthful exuberance, both in young people and young birds, is truly delightful. Liang Zixiong, whose family originally resided in Shund, decided to return home. However, shortly after departing from the warehouse, he was met with a disgruntled voice calling out, "Liang Zixiong, don't you know I'm here?" Liang Zixiong sighed heavily in his heart, already feeling exasperated. Chapter 0083. Suddenly enlightened, several grown men crowded into a warehouse, which hardly constituted a problem. "We should rent 2 apartments, one suggested. "Surely, we cannot all reside in a warehouse." Zixiong patted Heisey on the head, declaring, "I'll stay in the warehouse." Heisey felt more at ease in such surroundings. If we rent a building, it would be inconvenient for him. The boss noted, "The warehouse still needs to store goods, and we must have someone on watch at night. Should anything occur, we would be held accountable. However, we should not have to bear such losses." And Yuan added, "In the past, during the night shifts, Xiao Xie and I had grown accustomed to it. From now on, One of us will guard the first half of the night, and the other the latter half. With a military background, they both possessed a strong sense of responsibility. Zixiong and Yuan exchanged a knowing glance, and the matter was settled. Suddenly, Zixiong recalled something. "Boss, I would like to ask you for a favor." Wang Wei replied, "Old soldier, speak your mind. If I can resolve it, I will. If not, I will find someone who can." Zixiong continued, "I have a few comrades with whom I frequently correspond. They hail from my village and had initially planned to seek work. However, they are uncertain where to go. I would like to have them come over." Wang Wei did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Yuan. "How about you? Do you have any comrades wishing to join?" And Yuan nodded. "I have a few close friends who left their contact details. I will write them a few letters," he added. It was then that Wang Wei turned to Zixiong, stating, "I have just one condition. If they come to you, you must take responsibility for them." This was a delegation of authority, for Wang Wei could not oversee every matter personally. As the banner of Shunda unfurls across the territories of eastern Guangdong, it is inevitable that the delineation of domains will ensue. They ought to possess their own teams. However, it is imperative that Zixiong does not monopolize this advantage. Thus, Yuan must assemble a few individuals of his own. Consequently, Wang Wei's faction will effectively transform into a military team. Externally, this will exert formidable pressure. Internally, due to the disparate military backgrounds, it will be challenging for Lao Xie and Lao to consolidate their respective followers, thereby enabling better control over the situation. This arrangement will consequently amplify the influence of the military transition, rendering Li Jiawang and Liang Zixiong somewhat feeble. Nevertheless, this poses no concern. For Li Jiawang has been rooted in this land since childhood, and once he subdues that group, he will establish his own team. Wang Wei presently harbors greater apprehension regarding Liang Zixiong. At the water's edge, the parrot frolics joyously, while Haizi observes curiously, his head tilted in intrigue. The parrot showcases its aquatic prowess, having discovered the perfect stance for ostentation. Seizing this moment, Wang Wei decides to saunter out, intending to follow Liang Zixiong back and discern the nature of his tumult with that woman. However, upon exiting the warehouse, he had scarcely ventured far when he spotted two figures shrouded in darkness by the roadside. A familiar voice pierced the silence, inquiring, "Are you still here?" This was Liang Zixiong's indifferent response to Shaoli. In truth, Shaoli could no longer contain her frustration upon hearing his nonchalant demeanor. How long had she been waiting by the roadside? Half an hour? No, it had to be at least an hour. With the mosquitoes rampant by the water, her arms were covered in welts. The insidious bites were particularly vexing, targeting her toes and heels. If one refrained from scratching, the itch persisted. If one succumbed, it only intensified. This discomfort, compounded by her exasperation at being left to languish, had already brought her to a boiling point. Yet, upon hearing Liang Zixiong utter a single phrase, Shaoli surprisingly did not explode. Instead, she inquired with a fervor bordering on excitement, "Have you counted?" Liang Zixiong paused, bewildered. "Count what?" "Money." Shaoli thought Liang Zixiong to be utterly foolish. "If you don't tally how much you've earned today, how can you ascertain whether Wang Wei's payment is commensurate with your efforts?" At this juncture, Liang Zixiong's temper flared. "I am classmates with Wei Guo. He has always regarded me as a younger brother. I willingly work for him. Why should I concern myself with the amount he pays me?" Shaoli felt no fault in her previous remarks and could not fathom the intensity of Liang Zixiong's ire. She had spent the entire day brooding. Wang Wei was raking in substantial profits, and Liang Zixiong was growing audacious. After waiting for him all day, enduring a long bout with mosquitoes, she was on the verge of developing a health issue, and Liang Zixiong dared to be the first to lose his temper? Shaoli erupted. "Is your brain filled with nonsense, Liang Zixiong? People act in their own interests. Do you not understand? You regard Wang Wei as a brother. How does he regard you? Merely a dog. If you do not discuss money with him, what will you discuss? Loyalty? You speak of loyalty. Yet if he sells you out, will you still count his coins? You should seize the opportunity to gain something from him now. In a few days, when this business becomes unprofitable, it will be too late to seek advantage. You truly are foolish. I cannot fathom why I was ever drawn to you. You are well aware of the multitude of suitors vying for my affection. They are all employed in factories, enjoying stable and easy work with monthly earnings exceeding 1,000. There are plenty of handsome men who could facilitate my entry into such a factory. Why should I choose you? You have struck a fortunate chord and yet remain unsatisfied, even gracing me with disdainful expressions." When Wang Wei overheard these words from a distance, he felt a sense of suffocation. To an outsider, it was simply nauseating. Wang Wei had experienced a similar situation. As the woman spoke, her voice floated. Perhaps she believed her impact was negligible. Some might say this is a reflection of desperation. However, if one were to listen from a different perspective, it is merely a lack of leverage, attempting to bolster one's worth by appealing to the affections of the masses. This does not convey a sense of individuality. Wang Wei understood this clearly, but could Liang Zixiong withstand it, being so eager to marry? Indeed, Li added yet. I feel as though I am bewitched. I simply like you. What can I do? After a few moments of silence, Li remarked, with that mindset, remaining by Wang Wei's side will only lead to your downfall. She continued, forget it. Go tell Wang Wei to let me into Shunda. With my presence, he would not dare to bully you. I must clarify, I do not wish to enter Shunda. I could easily find work in a factory earning several hundred a month without difficulty. If not for my concern for you, do you think I would willingly toil in this dilapidated warehouse? After her lofty pronouncement, Li naturally assumed Liang Zixiong would acquiesce to her demands. However, Liang Zixiong suddenly inquired, if you are not afraid of Wei Gu, why not speak to him yourself? Li's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes gleaming with disbelief as she gazed at his indistinguishable expression in the shadows. She yearned for illumination to discern whether this man was indeed Liang Zixiong. If so, why was he exhibiting such resolute defiance? Chapter 0084. The great move blocks the path. Once you have gained profound insight into a person, you can almost predict their movements. However, throughout the day, Li's predictions regarding Liang Zixiong's actions had been severely flawed. She began to question whether the fault lay with her. Now she comprehended that it was not her failing. Rather, Liang Zixiong had transformed, becoming unpredictable, rendering her attempts to manipulate him through mere words futile. Previously, a simple display of temper would prompt Liang Zixiong to appease her with gifts, even bringing cosmetics from Xiangang. A fleeting frown would yield a bounty of presents until her satisfaction was assured. Yet, this evening, despite her evident demeanor and her efforts to provide him an easy way out, he displayed no inclination to compromise. Li inhaled deeply and unleashed what she believed to be her most potent weapon. Liang Zixiong, have I been too kind to you? Wang Wei could not help but laugh. Did this insufferable individual truly misunderstand the meaning of kindness? At the outset, Wang Wei harbored some concerns regarding Liang Zixiong's ability to endure. However, upon hearing his recent defiance, Wang Wei found himself able to relish the unfolding drama with equanimity. Liang Zixiong, indeed, proved himself to be commendable. He had previously spent little time with Li, cherishing their moments together, and consistently sought ways to make amends for their absences. This, to him, was the essence of being considerate towards others. Yet, in the realm of emotions, one can only give so much unilaterally at a certain stage. It does not imply that the partner remains entirely passive. Li repeatedly asserted that numerous men pursued her, yet she chose Liang Zixiong. But beyond this choice, had she undertaken any substantial actions? Liang Zixiong was exceptionally occupied, racing against time as a vendor, and thus had not deeply contemplated this issue. Recently, however, he found himself with spare moments to contact Li, yet her lack of response was disheartening. And arranging to meet her was no different from his previous life as a vendor. Recalling his reaction upon receiving Li's page, he felt an overwhelming urge to respond promptly. Did this signify that Li held little significance in his heart? Or perhaps that she did not truly regard him? Each subsequent event seemed to align with his growing doubts. He reminisced about the previous day when he had invited Li over, hoping she could assist him. Young men often desire their girlfriends or partners to integrate into their social circles, a sentiment that is quite understandable. Even if integration were unfeasible, a somewhat considerate woman would still offer assistance. What we men seek is not merely help, but rather a certain attitude. Yet, Li sat there, flipping through pages and using the landline with evident impatience. During a meal, Wei Gu inquired about Li's plans for marriage. If posed to Liang Zixiong, he would answer without hesitation, articulating his aspirations, such as his financial goals before the year's end and where they would reside post-marriage, as well as when their parents could meet to discuss wedding specifics. This illustrates that Liang Zixiong was indeed a man with clear plans for both his career and marriage. However, Li's response to such inquiries was evasive and non-committal, indicating a lack of consideration for the matter. This attitude likely served as the catalyst for all ensuing troubles. Later, when Wei Gu suggested she join Shunda, Li abruptly excused herself, showing no regard for Wei Ji's feelings. Even when Liang Zixiong encouraged her to join Shunda, her demeanor was excessively disdainful. Under such circumstances, Liang Zixiong's negative emotions reached a peak. This afternoon at the dock, he witnessed the true nature of love and expression. Although Wei Ge did not explicitly state it, his actions and demeanor revealed his affection for Peipei. In Peipei's eyes, there was nothing but admiration for Wei Ge. This exemplified love, with negative emotions fueled by a contrasting positive example. Liang Zixiong could not help but feel that the relationship with Xiao Li over the past 2 years had been nothing but a farce. Little did Xiao Li realize that she had gained nothing positive from her relationship with Liang Zixiong. How could she dare to claim that she had been too good to him? Liang Zixiong inhaled deeply, weary of the thought of arguing with Xiao Li, and silently began to walk home. Xiao Li abruptly seized his arm, demanding, "What do you mean? Are you unable to hear me speaking? Liang Zixiong, what kind of man are you? You behave like a dog around Wang Wei, obediently doing whatever he commands. I am your girlfriend. When I ask you to handle something, you make excuses. Who do you think I went to Shunda for? For myself? I only wanted to protect you from Wang Wei's schemes. Where's your conscience? Have you fed it to the dogs?" Suddenly, Liang Zixiong halted. "Xiao Li, let us marry." The emotionally charged Xiao Li was momentarily stunned by his declaration. It was a bold move with no retreat. In fact, her silence spoke volumes. Yet, Liang Zixiong persisted with one final attempt. "Wei Ge said you could join Shunda, but only if you are my wife. He does not trust outsiders. If you are willing, I would like to hasten our wedding." Xiao Li felt a surge of panic, which only amplified her fury. "Liang Zixiong, you are utterly useless. Whatever Wang Wei says goes. If he told you to die, would you? If he asked you to hand me over to him, would you do that too?" Wang Wei interjected, feeling offended. "What are you even trying to achieve, you fool? Pathetic." Meanwhile, Xiao Li continued her tirade. "You call yourself a man. Do you possess any thoughts of your own? Individuals like you either remain perpetual failures or serve as lifelong dogs." Liang Zixiong shook his head. "I do have my own opinions and plans. In fact, I have been contemplating our marriage. Xiao Li, did you know I have even chosen names for our future children? Now that we have reached this point, it's either marriage or parting ways." Xiao Li had initially aimed to pressure Liang Zixiong, but instead found herself cornered by his unexpected stance. He felt so unfamiliar to her. Taking a deep breath, she nodded vigorously. "All right, Liang Zixiong, you wish to break up? Say it. Let us part ways. Whoever ends up with you will suffer a lifetime of misfortune. You worthless man, you deserve to be poor forever. And Wang Wei? He thinks he can make a fortune from that pitiful business? Tomorrow, no one will be left. I'll be waiting to see you fail. A bunch of ignorant fools, thinking they can run a business. You all deserve to perish." At that moment, Wang Wei suddenly remarked, "So Xiao Li has such a low opinion of me?" Chapter 0085. The illiterate owner of Shunda, Liang Zixiong, and Xiao Li turned to Wang Wei simultaneously. In the dark of night, their expressions were starkly different, yet both could not conceal their embarrassment. Xiao Li felt a tickling sensation in her armpits, and beads of sweat formed on her back, truly drenched in perspiration. Liang Zixiong felt awkward, realizing that even if he were to part ways with Xiao Li, her insults bore some responsibility on his part. Xiao Li initially believed that since a breakup was inevitable, she should liberate herself completely. However, the instant Wang Wei appeared, a sense of regret washed over her. The reason for her hesitation was undeniably linked to the severing of her last ties. Her face twitched in agitation. She had intended to utter a scathing remark, proclaiming her disdain in front of him, yet Wang Wei's ever-smiling demeanor heightened her anxiety. It wasn't merely that she found it difficult to read Wang Wei. The crucial aspect was that even the reckless Li Jiawang regarded Wang Wei as a leader, and the young men surrounding Li were equally unpredictable. Xiao Li genuinely feared that a single careless word could lead to catastrophic consequences for her family's home. Thus, the harsh words remained unspoken, trapped in her throat, leaving her with a sense of being ensnared. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Li chose to turn and walk away without uttering a single word. In Wang Wei's view, a resounding slap would have provided a fitting conclusion to this encounter. Nevertheless, considering that Liang Zixiong and Xiao Li were once a legitimate couple, even in their parting, it was essential to maintain a semblance of dignity. Wang Wei offered Liang Zixiong a cigarette, casually inquiring, "What do you say to finding a place to have a drink?" Liang Zixiong had anticipated feeling sorrowful and perhaps a tinge of reluctance, yet those emotions failed to materialize. Instead, he experienced an unexpected sense of liberation. He shook his head, stating, I have to rise early tomorrow. No drinks for me. Wang Wei exhaled a puff of smoke, playfully questioning. Is it strange that I suddenly appeared? Liang Zixiong, astute as he was, quickly grasped that Wang Wei's arrival was no coincidence. Typically, when one is being whispered about behind their back, they might prefer to act as if nothing were amiss. However, the sudden appearance of the subject of such whispers invariably escalates tensions and renders conflicts irreconcilable. Imagine berating a teacher or a superior, only for them to emerge at that moment. What would your mindset be? In future encounters, if this individual holds authority over you, would you still seek their assistance? In Xiao Li's case, it became a matter of, if Wang Wei did not hear my insults, I shall assume he remains oblivious. Even if he was aware, she could manipulate Liang Zixiong into playing the role of a brother. Yet, with Wang Wei's presence, Xiao Li found herself stripped of all her cards. Regardless of whether Liang Zixiong might reconcile with Xiao Li in the future, it was evident that the door to shun had been firmly shut on this foolish girl. Liang Zixiong, understanding the intricacies of the situation, shook his head and expressed gratitude. Brother Wei, thank you for making this decision for me. Starting tomorrow, I will take the morning boat to Shangjiang and remain there. I can collect and dispatch goods along the way, which will save considerable time. The staff at Shunda are insufficient, so I plan to enlist my two sisters for assistance. Wang Wei readily consented, recognizing that as an individual contractor, there were stringent hiring standards in place. Family members were undoubtedly reliable, alleviating concerns of scrutiny. You may arrange it as you see fit. Liang Zixiong's demeanor echoed that of countless men experiencing heartbreak. At the moment of separation, his thoughts were consumed by two words: make money. In contrast, university students, upon facing a breakup, often find themselves preoccupied with two entirely different words: postgraduate exams. Upon Wang Wei's return to the warehouse, he found Peipei teasing Haizi, and I had just finished washing up, suggesting that he do the same. Xiechong and Li Jiawang were laughing heartily, and Yuan aimed to maintain a cool demeanor, though a hint of a smile betrayed him. Peipei was evidently evolving into quite the rascal. When Li Jiawang noticed the boss's return, he hastily waved his hands, insisting, "This is not what I taught." Among their kind, Peipei possessed an exceptional capacity for learning. I recall that years later, a certain zoo housed a gray parrot notorious for its foul language, leading to complaints from visitors. This single profane parrot instigated an entire cohort of its species to adopt similar vulgarities. As soon as guests entered the zoo, they were met with a cacophony of expletives from all directions. Eventually, the instigator was paired with a Congo macaw, and soon enough, that macaw too was articulating profanities. This vividly demonstrates that gray parrots not only excel in learning, but also possess a remarkable educational acumen. Now, Peipei even aspired to teach dogs to speak human language. If a border collie were introduced, one could speculate that these two might conspire to orchestrate a high IQ crime. As Wang Wei was beckoning Peipei to retire for the night, the phone rang, and Yuan answered, casually handing it to Wang Wei, informing him it was for the boss. Wang Wei took the call, only to be met with a brazen inquiry from the other end. "Are you the owner of Shunda?" To which Wang Wei replied, "I am." "Who is this? Are you here to send a shipment?" The voice on the line erupted with expletives. "I'll send your mother. Do you realize you've overstepped your bounds?" The vitriol was so pronounced that it felt as though someone's head had emerged from the receiver to berate Wang Wei directly. Li Jiawang and Yuan and Xiechong all heard the exchange clearly, and their smiles faded in an instant. Wang Wei merely furrowed his brow and distanced the receiver from his face, waiting for the tirade to conclude before calmly inquiring, "What do you mean by overstepping?" The caller remained unrestrained. "I'm not a fool, you know? Let me tell you. One should leave room for others. Have you made all the money you can? I'm calling to give you an opportunity. Don't take it for granted. If something unfortunate happens, you'll regret it, and that would be quite the loss." Wang Wei, with a grin, responded, "It appears my esteemed caller is a fellow in the same line of work. If I have offended you, please bear with it. If you cannot endure, then perhaps you should just die. Once dead, you needn't endure any longer." The initial part of the conversation seemed rather normal, yet suddenly it took a strange turn. Wang Wei abruptly ended the call. The individual who had called Shun remained momentarily disoriented. His companions observed his complex expression and asked, "What did Shun say?" This man was still replaying Wang Wei's words in his mind, muttering, "If I have offended, I should endure." One of his companions chuckled, "Boss, the owner of Shunda is even more uneducated than I am. If he had any sense of propriety, he would have added an apology after that statement. This owner is practically illiterate. He has somehow managed to become a boss despite lacking even a primary school education. The boss inhaled sharply, recalling Wang Wei's words. If I can't endure, then I should just die. Once dead, I won't be bothered anymore, nor will I need to endure. A few brothers noticed a change in demeanor as they suddenly realized something was amiss. Eldest brother, I have come to a realization. He may not merely be uneducated. I have discovered he does not even know how to write the character for death. Could he possibly be illiterate? In Chapter 0086, money in a snakeskin bag is fundamental. Wang Wei was blissfully unaware that he had become perceived as an illiterate in the eyes of others. He merely understood that this situation could be described as a fortunate encounter akin to a nap meeting a pillow. For Li Jiawang, he needed to grasp three essential pieces of information. Who is he? Where does he come from? Is he missing a hand or a foot? Li Jiawang was not joking. He was genuinely intent on taking action. Wang Wei remarked, in business, one seeks profit, not confrontation. As long as there is potential for gain, discussions can take place. Even if it comes to blows, one must seize the opportune moment. Each altercation must yield a significant result. Noticing Li Jiawang's partial understanding, Wang Wei commented, your father used to beat you merely to vent his frustrations. Li Jiawang's expression darkened as he replied, boss, could we refrain from mentioning my past embarrassments? Wang Wei did not intend to jest. If negotiations were possible, violence should be avoided. If conflict arose, it was only to facilitate a cooler, more rational dialogue thereafter. Engaging in skirmishes was, in essence, a pursuit of a mutually beneficial partnership. Li Jiawang believed that if one had disputes during school years, those grievances would inevitably linger for years to come. Could conflicts truly be resolved? Could they sit down and discuss matters? Ultimately, could they collaborate for their shared interests? It seemed rather intriguing. However, Xiechang's perspective diverged. He felt that Wang Wei's age and experience were incongruous. His manner of handling affairs did not align with his surroundings. Thus, one wondered what kind of environment had cultivated his capabilities. Xiechang appreciated Wang Wei's viewpoint, recognizing that in the military, relationships among comrades were not always harmonious. In a large forest, one finds all sorts of birds. Various personalities inevitably lead to friction. Yet, even amidst discord, in perilous situations, one could trustingly rely on a comrade's support. Therefore, conflict could coexist with shared interests. Old Xie and Wang Wei exchanged a wry smile, realizing that tonight might indeed prove arduous for both him and Olden Xiechang. Like Olden, was resolute in safeguarding the warehouse at all costs. Wang Wei had been contemplating how to negotiate with the group of unscrupulous individuals, only to find them delivered to him on a silver platter. The following morning, Wang Wei carried a large snakeskin bag to the bank. In Shund, many individuals bore a similar appearance, but upon entering the bank, he became somewhat conspicuous. In this day and age, those who frequented banks tended to be well-dressed and prosperous. They were either formal employees or corporate representatives. The laborers entering from the postal service were more numerous. Workers in the Pearl River Delta earned their wages, which were primarily sent back home through the postal service. In the 1990s, authoritative media reported that hundreds of billions of yuan were sent annually from Guangdong via the postal system. This underscored the fact that the Pearl River Delta was indeed a lucrative region in the 1990s. Furthermore, it is worth noting that migrant workers seldom deposit their earnings in local banks. At first glance, the entrance of the bank seems unwelcoming to the average person. As a female bank employee passed by Wang Wei, she instinctively felt a twinge of displeasure upon noticing his burlap bag. However, Wang Wei found her quite appealing. Her calves were particularly attractive. The female employee also acknowledged Wang Wei's handsome face, yet the stark contrast with the bag he carried was rather jarring. This incongruity diminished the bank's refined image, leading its employees and patrons to unconsciously compare Wang Wei with themselves. The men around him were clad in tailored shirts, dress trousers, polished shoes, with leather bags tucked under their arms, gold chains dangling from their waists, and some even brandished large mobile phones. The women sported voluminous curls, alluring bangs, vibrant dresses adorned with ruffled collars, their skirts flowing gracefully, and high heels accentuating their slender calves, each resembling a modern-day Marilyn Monroe. In contrast, Wang Wei, with his burlap sack, appeared utterly out of place. Consequently, the female employee approached Wang Wei and inquired softly, "Comrade, may I ask what brings you here?" Wang Wei stole a few glances at her smooth, jade-like calves before responding, I am here to conduct some business. The employee furrowed her brow momentarily but quickly offered a forced smile, stepping a few paces inside while stealing another glance at the burlap bag resting on the floor. Turning back, she smiled professionally at Wang Wei, asking, "May I boldly inquire what you have in that bag?" Wang Wei shifted the sack forward, gesturing for her to take a look. As she opened the bag, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the cash within. Wang Wei stood behind her, captivated for a moment by the sight of her bending over. "Sir, please hold on a moment. Let me assist you," the employee said, promptly arranging for Wang Wei's transaction. Was it merely the sum of 200,000 that shifted the employee's demeanor? Certainly not. Those unfamiliar with Shund may not grasp its significance. Yet those who have witnessed its development would understand. Half of the nation's leading home appliance brands are rooted here, modestly described as holding half of the domestic market share. Near the Haixing factory, close to Rongji Port, there exists an air conditioning brand called Huabao, which may not be widely recognized. However, it has 3 esteemed subsidiaries: Gree, Medea, and Kellen. This serves to both enlighten about the origins of numerous domestic appliance brands and indirectly attest to the robust economic prowess of Shund at this time. Bank employees are accustomed to handling substantial sums. They do not become obsequious over a mere 200,000. From that moment onward, the female employee regarded Wang Wei as a typical customer of the bank. She summoned 2 colleagues to assist with counting the money while she poured Wang Wei a cup of tea. "Sir, which company are you representing? Is this deposit for a corporate account?" Wang Wei replied, "Please open a personal account for me. For now, I prefer to keep it private." The female employee obtained an identification card from Wang Wei to conduct a business transaction, which she efficiently completed within half an hour. As she was about to leave, she casually inquired, "Mr. Wang, would you mind leaving me a business card?" Wang Wei obliged, providing her with a card that prominently displayed Shunda Express, Wang Wei. There was no designation nor indication of the company's primary business, leaving the employee somewhat perplexed about its scale. However, as she escorted Wang Wei out, she encountered Director Zhang from Haixing Factory, with the deputy manager leading him inside. Upon spotting Wang Wei, Director Zhang immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, let us have lunch together." Wang Wei declined, stating he was busy with personal business affairs. Zhang insisted, "No, we must schedule a time." After Zhang relented and allowed Wang Wei to leave, the female employee overheard a conversation between the deputy manager and Director Zhang regarding Wang Wei. Director Zhang remarked, "The owner of Shunda Express just opened yesterday." Upon hearing this, the employee's heart raced with excitement. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to chase after him, but she restrained herself, knowing that since she had opened an account for him, she could not let this significant opportunity slip away. Her attitude shifted dramatically, particularly in light of the 200,000 yuan deposit. While 200,000 may seem trivial to a bank or even a large enterprise, earning that amount in a single day would certainly alter one's perception of its value. Having opened for business yesterday and already depositing 200,000 today felt akin to a heist. No, it was even swifter than a robbery. The employee felt relieved that she had not been negligent when meeting Wang Wei, nor had she offended this potential mogul during the reception. She glanced at the business card in her hand and decided to personally visit the company named Shunda during her lunch break. Carefully, she placed the card into her card holder, only to reconsider and transfer it to her stylish wallet. After leaving the bank, Wang Wei proceeded to a carton factory that customizes packaging boxes for several enterprises in Shund. The business was thriving, yielding substantial profits. Upon arriving at the sales department, he was greeted by laughter echoing within the office. "Excuse me, I would like to order a batch of packaging boxes and envelopes," he requested. An older man in the office glanced at Wang Wei, observing his youth and striking appearance, which contrasted sharply with his preconceived notions of affluent entrepreneurs. Typically, he envisioned wealthy businessmen as robust and somewhat overbearing, exuding a slickness acquired through worldly experience, a quality that Wang Wei lacked, possessing instead a youthful vigor that diminished the perceived weight of his presence. The older sales representative appeared disinterested in Wang Wei, but a young woman approached him, saying, "Sir, please have a seat here." An older colleague jokingly remarked, "Good-looking fellows have a certain charm with young ladies." The young woman, unfazed and unembarrassed, responded, "We often enjoy making jokes here. Please don't take offense, sir. It is not merely a jest, for the intricacies of sales are quite numerous. The small yellow bicycle at the banquet serves as an appetizer, while the business club constitutes the main course, and the bathing serves as the entertainment. This standardized process is now a fixed combination. Sir, my surname is Zhu, and I am called Zhu Yuyan. May I inquire about the type of custom cardboard packaging you wish to order? Wang Wei responded that it was intended for large envelopes to hold documents. Standard cardboard boxes of various sizes are required. This is our company's trademark, and the envelopes need to be color printed. Besides the trademark, the personal information of the individual depicted in the portrait must also be printed on the envelopes and boxes. Initially, Zhu Yuyan believed this to be an ordinary transaction. However, upon seeing the portrait in Wang Wei's hand, she found herself unable to maintain her composure as she would with a mundane business deal. She took the portrait and asked, "Is this a missing person notice?" Wang Wei nodded, confirming that it was, albeit of a charitable nature and free of charge. Given the limited future utility of the envelopes and boxes, they hoped to maximize their purpose and value. Zhu Yuyan scrutinized Wang Wei's face for several seconds. Realizing that additional printing would significantly increase costs, Wang Wei suggested that she should seek approval from her superior to secure a better price, as he was not placing a one-time order. Instead, starting from the day of shipment, he would require 2,000 boxes and envelopes daily. 2,000 every day? Zhu Yuyan was taken aback during their business discussion, while the seasoned colleagues in the office continued their light-hearted banter, seemingly unaffected. However, upon hearing the quantity Wang Wei specified, the atmosphere in the office shifted to one of silence. They cast a glance toward Wang Wei and ceased their animated conversations. Some regretted not personally handling this order, while others pondered the potential uses for 2,000 packaging boxes each day. It is worth noting that in Shund, numerous appliance manufacturers utilize countless packaging boxes. Yet the output of those factories daily is limited, typically shipping on a quarterly or annual basis. An individual like Wang Wei, requiring 2,000 boxes daily, was an unusual occurrence. Such business undoubtedly exists, but they had never encountered it before. After all, both foreign express companies and domestic ones have been in operation for over 20 years. However, it is indeed remarkable for a sole proprietor like Wang Wei to establish such a demand just 2 days after commencing operations, catching the market off guard. As private business owners endeavoring to establish courier logistics companies face the formidable entity of Shunda, they may struggle to comprehend how such significant momentum could be generated in such a short time. Zhu Yuyan returned the portrait to Wang Wei, stating, "Mr. Wang, please hold on. I will consult with the factory manager." As she rose and exited the office, the previously joking colleague approached Wang Wei, offering him a cigarette before handing over a business card. "The boss's business is quite substantial," remarked Wang Wei, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely a small enterprise." The seasoned colleague smirked and countered, "Not at all. 2,000 boxes a day is considered a large order in our factory." Yuyan, a newcomer, is filled with enthusiasm for her work, yet she finds herself at a loss when it comes to conversing with the factory director. "Should the boss have any requirements in the future, they can certainly reach out to me first." Wang Wei couldn't help but scoff at the situation, feeling no thrill in the elder's sudden change of demeanor. Instead, he found it rather absurd that an elder would openly snatch a project from a newcomer. It truly left him in a state of bemused exasperation. However, in the realm of sales, such practices are commonplace. In older state-owned enterprises, seasoned employees often advise the younger generation that they are still inexperienced and that opportunities will abound in the future. Conversely, in private enterprises, colleagues might tell newcomers that this is the nature of the workplace, where the victor claims the spoils, and that they too can employ similar tactics against him. Yet, when faced with such treatment, he would wish to unearth their ancestral graves in fury. Before long, Zhu Yuyan returned to the office, holding a project with a slight air of accomplishment. However, her smile faded upon witnessing the elder conversing with Wang Wei. To make matters worse, that seasoned employee had just intercepted the project from her hands. Your pricing is rather high." A mere sentence caused Zhu Yuyan's face to flush, her lips moving as if about to argue her case. Yet, in the presence of such an experienced individual, she hesitated, uncertain of the consequences of her words. The elder turned to leave with the project in hand, saying, "Boss Wang, please remain seated. I shall discuss this with the factory director." Zhu Yuyan bit her lower lip, taken aback by the blatant display of human greed. The behavior of the seasoned employee was both starkly real and brutally harsh. This was a lesson Zhu Yuyan learned firsthand. Those colleagues who often positioned themselves as mentors in the office displayed none of the expected benevolence when it came time to strike. It would be one thing if she had simply lost a project, But the real issue lay in the fact that she was clearly the victim. Why then? Did her colleagues regard her with such smirking disdain? It was not her fault. How had she become the subject of their ridicule? Suddenly, Zhu Yuyan seemed to grasp something profound, but struggled to articulate her thoughts. She had never contemplated resistance before, yet now, gritting her teeth, she lifted her head and declared, "Teacher Zhao, I am responsible for this project, and I have already discussed it with the factory director. There's no need to trouble him again, is there?" Wang Wei's eyes brightened with unexpected delight. The elder Zhao's expression shifted uncomfortably, as the pressure now rested upon him. If he failed to handle this young woman today, future complications would only multiply. Adopting a condescending tone, Zhao said, "Yuyan, our colleagues here often teach you. Although we work in sales, we must consider the client's perspective. You cannot prioritize a slightly higher commission at the expense of such a significant negotiation space. Experience, as they say, is indeed invaluable. Young individuals occasionally find themselves in dealings with seasoned professionals, only to discover that despite possessing the moral high ground, the seasoned veterans can effortlessly turn the tide with just a few well-placed remarks. This leaves the newcomers in the workplace feeling aggrieved, unable to articulate their frustrations. What is even more disheartening is the apparent disinterest of their superiors in hearing the newcomers' explanations. Consequently, all blame falls upon the inexperienced, who become the subject of ridicule. Additionally, there are bystanders offering unsolicited advice, suggesting that enduring hardship is a means to integrate into the group. What group, one might ask? A collective of self-serving individuals who have grown accustomed to exploiting others? What purpose does such a group serve? Ultimately, must one succumb to becoming a similar opportunist, devoid of shame? Yet, what choice does one have but to conform, especially when one feels outmatched? Zhu Yuyan presently finds herself embroiled in such a predicament. The first utterance from her opponent effectively united the office's seasoned veterans against her, the old guard banding together to suppress the newcomer. The second statement ensnared clients. "I can offer you a greater discount. This newcomer is willing to forego her commission." Zhu Yuyan's embarrassment and discomfort reveal her awareness of her disadvantage and the difficulty in reversing the situation. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuyan possesses a resilient spirit and is not one to easily concede defeat. While she can tolerate negotiation under normal circumstances, she finds the blatant attempt to monopolize benefits intolerable and refuses to endure indignities. "I am uncertain what you have imparted to me," she stammered, her voice trembling. "When Boss Wang first arrived, none of you showed him any courtesy. It was I who welcomed him and negotiated the favorable pricing with the factory director. Boss Wang is my client. Teacher Zhao, you are openly usurping my order. Is this the conduct expected from a senior?" Teacher Zhao cast a glance at Wang Wei, knowing he could secure an even lower price for him. Logically, Wang Wei should have allowed Zhao to handle the matter. If Zhao succeeded in snatching the order, the conflict would cease. However, Wang Wei, with his rebellious disposition, would never aid Zhao in this regard, which only exacerbated Zhao's discomfort. As the joint effort to suppress Zhu Yuyan appeared futile, Zhao resorted to moral coercion. "Zhu Yuyan, do you intend to create an unpleasant scene before the client? You are undermining our unity, do you not realize? Undermining unity is a transgression. Those who do not contribute to harmony will inevitably suffer. In any context, it seems that Zhu Yuyan is destined to be the one wronged. Having reached this juncture, retreat is not an option." She feigned composure and declared, "Teacher Zhao, if you refrain from poaching my clients, we can all enjoy a pleasant atmosphere. If Teacher Zhao does not encroach upon her clients, unity will remain intact." The seasoned veteran, taken aback by her retort, felt a pang of discomfort, having assumed Wang Wei would intervene. However, Wang Wei, enamored with the drama unfolding, chose to remain uninvolved, relinquishing his inclination to assist. At last, the veteran could no longer maintain his fade. His face flushed as he returned to his seat. Zhu Yuyan approached Zhao. Zhao, instinctively believing Zhu was offering him an escape route, was too late in realizing the opportunity had passed. "This matter is far from over. Teacher Zhao, please return the quotation." Zhao's face twitched, and with a shaky hand, he tossed the 4-page document aside in frustration. In a state of agitation was Zhao, while Zhu Yuyan nonchalantly picked up the document from the ground, exhaling heavily. She then addressed Wang Wei, "Boss Wang, this is the minimum price I negotiated with the factory director. What do you think?" Wang Wei merely glanced at the price before handing the painting of the elephant back to Zhu Yuyan, stating, "We will set the price as is. I have but one request. Ensure that the contact information on the packaging is printed clearly. In truth, Zhu Yuyan had been trembling both in speech and in body. It was only when Wang Wei made the decision that her anxious heart finally found solace. She let out a long sigh, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, teetering on the brink of tears. Perhaps it was a tinge of sadness, or perhaps sheer joy following a hard-won victory. Once Wang Wei completed the necessary formalities, Zhu Yuyan saw him off, solemnly expressing her gratitude. "Boss Wang, thank you for your support." Wang Wei's silence was, in itself, an act of assistance, and she understood this well. He remarked, "Perhaps I am not aiding you at all." Such factories often carry a hint of an institutional flavor. Today, in front of so many, you have offended him. If I were to entrust him with the business, he would merely tease you in the future. However, now that you have secured this business, with you present, he is rendered a mere joke. You are the thorn in his side. Zhu Yuyan suddenly regarded Wang Wei with earnestness. "Do you believe I was in the wrong?" Wang Wei retrieved a business card from his bag and handed it to her, saying, "Life consists only of choices, devoid of right or wrong. Should you find yourself in need, seek me out." Zhu Yuyan may not yet grasp the significance of this card or what it means to have needs. What kind of needs might she have? Surely there will be needs. Though the time has not yet come, Wang Wei held a genuine admiration for Zhu Yuyan. There was nothing wrong with standing up for oneself. The principle of striving for one's interests is indeed a fundamental rule of survival. Yet, within such entrenched establishments, it proves to be quite challenging. Thus, Wang Wei believed that Shunda was indeed suitable for her. He could have easily reported to the factory director about Zhu Yuyan's lack of understanding of the rules, leading to her dismissal, thereby transitioning her to Shunda, crafting a narrative that would make Zhu Yuyan perceive him as formidable. Nevertheless, Wang Wei found such an approach distasteful. Ultimately, the choice rests in her hands. Wang Wei merely provides opportunities, refraining from making choices for others.